How was it? Aerith asked the moment Victor sat opposite her in the carriage. Victor let out a breath. I don't know. But, I think I might have been, he swallowed. Assaulted? Assaulted? You think? Explain. I can't remember anything after you left. Like I was drugged. Drugged and then raped, he blurted, patting at his clothes. Why else the gaps? Aerith studied him, then exhaled. Don't worry. Her lordship interrogates with an artifact that erases memories. That's all. Oh, he frowned. Are you sure? Yes. But what if? Her lordship would never do that. Aerith snapped. Victor held her gaze, then sighed. I'll trust you. Still, if you come down with an STD someday, we'll know the source. Thunder cracked. A bolt of lightning slammed into the road beside the carriage. The horses reared. The coachman's Imperial coachman class barely brought them back under control. What the? Victor flinched, looking around. Watch your words, Aerith said, glancing toward the palace. A warning, not a death sentence. Right? Sorry. He nodded, privately satisfied. The Lord was tracking him. For the next few days, behave, Aerith said. Obediently. I will. It'll be boring, though. Will you keep me company? No. I'm busy. Busy with what? Secret work. When are you free? Silence. Are you avoiding me? He asked, hurt. No. It's just, she hesitated, then forced herself to meet it head-on. Did your master tell you about me? He said you're demon kin. Half demon. I can guess the rest. Did he tell you what that means? Only that half demons are strong and dangerous. What should I know? Demon kin are demons in human bodies, Aerith said quietly. Our souls crave to devour and grow. Human sentiment is a thin cover. If it tears, we become monsters. You're afraid you'll hurt me, he said, taking her hand and drawing her eyes to his. Yes. If you were that dangerous, the Lord wouldn't let you roam. The demonic nature can be sealed. Mine is bound by an oath to her lordship, but the seal is tied to my awareness. If I lose control, I don't know what I'll do. Her voice dropped. It's happened 3 times. In battle. It helped, but still. I see. Victor's mouth tilted. Then we lean on the marriage system. Perhaps. I won't wager your life on it. What do you propose? Time, she said, biting her lip. My soul is still weak from the curse. Once I recover, with clarity potions and proper prep, then we can try. She blushed and looked down. I can wait. Thank you. She cleared her throat. When will your master bring the talisman? Any day now. Knowing him, he's already on his way. Young master, how was it? Leo asked as Axel slid into the car at dusk. Not bad, Axel said, still warm from a night and morning with Gloria. Did you get yourself a girl like I told you? I don't have your energy, young master, Leo said, dutifully flattering. Naturally. Home, your mansion, my father's. Then come back and pick up a girl for the White Hotel. A girl? You mean? I bought her contract, Axel said, pleased. She's mine. Amazing, young master. Envy flickered behind Leo's smile. He turned on the radio. We climbed the ivory tower. We crossed the crystal sea, far beyond the black desert. There the young master will be. Axel froze. He knew that song. In his last life, it released 10 years later, and the final line had been, There my love will be. What's this called? He asked. Young master from the beyond, Leo said. Your company produced it. Ms. Mira, your wife, sings in a new idol group. What? Axel's pulse kicked. He pulled out Victor's family phone, logged into the company site with the credentials Maigret had given him, and searched. Name, Young Master from the Beyond. Number 7. Album, Love Train. Singer, Mira Elvin, Laura and the Magical Girls. Lyrical, Abe Sanders, Victor White. Composer, Vernica Swat, Abe Sanders. He skimmed the rest of the album. Love Train, Pussycat, Play the Flute, Rainbow Crossers. He knew most of them from his past life, hits by different artists. One explanation, a time traveler. The common thread across the credits, beyond the performers, was a single name, Abe Sanders. The same Abe who killed himself in front of him. Axel searched Abe's pen name, Crimson Pearl. The results listed novels Axel had loved before, also by different authors in his memory. So Abe was a time traveler, and his death might be part of something larger. Young master? You're pale, Leo said. I'm fine. Just drive. Axel shivered. He needed to investigate and keep his own future knowledge sealed. A reckless idea flickered. Young master, finally, George said at the mansion doors. Sorry. Delay, Axel replied. He'd been told to arrive early to prep for the ritual. We still have time to brief you. George led him into his study and shut the door. You look tired. Brothels, Axel said. Too much time, there is unwise, George said mildly, then produced a slim folder. First, memorize these faces. Tonight's attendees. You're expected to know them. Stiff is fine. Who am I meant to fool? Axel asked, taking the couch. Page 5. Max? My brother. George nodded. We suspect him. We want you to hint you're not the real Victor and watch his reaction. Then report everything to Olaf. Axel scanned Max's class. Shadow Whisperer. Subtle thought influence. How exactly? Page 40. Review it. You'll be skeptical, but he isn't the only target. So I'm bait. Correct. Let's hope it works, Axel said, turning the page. Bad pussy cat. Spank the pussy cat. Dead pussy cat. Cat. Filthy pussy cat. Traitor pussy cat. Evil pussy cat. Cat cat cat. Damn it. Linda screamed and hurled her phone into the 83-inch OLED. Both shattered. Bill stepped into the hotel room. What happened? They're bullying me. She flung herself at his chest. Ooh, my sister and her pervert husband. Her voice wobbled with anger. They made that song to mock me. Ow, Bill asked, baffled. Isn't it just kink? My childhood nickname was Pussy, she muttered. Oh, he winced. You mean? Yes. She gripped his shirt. Please get justice for me. Do you want your child born to a miserable mother? I can't touch Victor before the tournament, he said. Not yet. Then punish Lynn, Linda said, eyes hard. With the Von Rosens in chaos, she's no longer useful. If she had an accident, no one would care. You mean? She bullied me for years. It's time she paid. Linda's jaw set. I even cursed them. Somehow they fixed it. I should have gone harder. Bill waited. Lynn had fallen in status. Done carefully, it was possible. What do I get in return? Linda flushed and bit her lip. Whatever you want. Truly, a down payment then. She turned, lowering her voice. Mind the baby. Last time you were rough. Bill smirked. My son can handle it. What do you mean we can't go back yet? You promised. The rude girl snapped at the blonde, silk-robed, self-proclaimed emperor. Listen, Avis, Vic said calm but firm. First, use the proper pronoun. Second, my team did the math. He nodded to one of the two elven secretary cosplayers behind him. If you return now, your survival chance is near zero. You'll be captured quickly and you could expose this emperor's operation. No, you can't do that. Mavis, calm down. Another girl said, hearing the logic. I have things to do. It's my life. My decision. I am a free woman. No, you are not. A harsh voice cut in. A hooded figure appeared out of nowhere. An old man, face hidden under a black cloak. Every instinct told the girls he was dangerous. Allow this emperor to introduce him, Vic said. The old master. Call him master. From now on, you're under his care. What do you mean, Your Highness? One girl asked, choosing her words carefully. Simple. I intend to keep my promise and keep you alive. To do both. We will make you stronger, Vic said. For the next few months, you will train with the old master. He will teach you to hunt and kill demons. What? The girls gasped. Stop screeching. My ears are delicate, the old master said. As His Highness stated, you will follow my orders. No, I refuse. Mavis shouted. Bam! The old master crossed the 10 feet in a blink and slapped her. She flew into a nearby hut. If I were not your real biological father, I would have killed you for that, he snarled. Now stop whining. The girls froze. Old master, that's too far. You promised not to hurt them, Vic said, rushing to Mavis, pressing a healing pill to her lips. He shot the old master a glare. And stop claiming to be people's father. It is offensive and not funny. I say what I want, the old master snapped. You handed them to me. I decide how to train them. Old master, use the right pronoun. Spare me your pronouns, he barked, adding a string of vulgar curses. "Do not speak about this emperor's mother," Vic shouted. "Quiet." The old master appeared beside Vic and slapped him too. Vic skidded back a dozen feet. The elven secretaries ran to him. "He will live," the old master said. "I did not kill my sons. Take him to rest." They dragged Vic into a hut. The old master turned back to the girls. "You have been practicing martial arts these past weeks?" "Yes," one answered. "Let us see." He flicked a finger. A massive, two-horned wolf with red eyes and green acid drool shimmered into being. The girls stumbled back. "Your prey," he said. F-rank demonic wolf. Kill it or die trying. The wolf was tied to a ground stake. Seeing that, the girls steadied. "What are you waiting for?" the old master asked. "If it is not dead in 1 hour, I will slap each of you twice." He sliced the rope with an idle gesture. The wolf lunged at the weakest target. Mavis, still shaky on her feet, went down under its claws. "No, Mavis," one girl cried, but no one dared rush in. "How dare you?" she yelled at the old master. "Dare what? Do you think freedom will be safer?" His tone was dry. The girls faltered. "She is not dead," he said. "My daughter has my genes." "Tough girl." He watched the wolf, then raised a brow. "How long will you play dead?" "I'm not playing dead," Mavis's voice growled. "And I'm not your daughter." Bloodied, she shoved the carcass aside and crawled free. A dagger jutted from the wolf's forehead. She had brought it for Vic if he tried anything. "How long to get strong enough to beat the bastards who kidnapped me?" she asked, breath steadying. "The Von Zwei family is beyond your imagination," the old master said. "But if you obey, you'll get there." He tossed a healing pill. The wolf had still managed to slash her arm. Mavis caught it and swallowed. "Then I am in your care, master. One favor. I have a little brother. Can you send him money and a message to say I am alive?" The old master's eyes narrowed with interest. "I will arrange it. You will work to repay every coin." "Deal." "Good. Arm yourselves," he said, flicking 3 more wolves into the clearing. "Each of you will kill 3 demons before midnight." It was going to be a long day. That night the moon was hidden and the city sky was pitch black. "This way, young masters," said Adele the maid, guiding Max and Rex along a deserted path behind the manor by lantern light. "We're almost there." "Right," Max said, eyes scanning the shadows. He had many questions about his father's ritual, but kept silent to avoid suspicion. "What do you think Father wants?" Rex asked. "You will see," Max said as they stepped into a forest clearing and stopped. A towering structure covered in mirrors and lenses dominated the center. It looked like modern art until you noticed the black steel dome at its heart and the 4 elite guards in black armor around it. Tents ringed the clearing. Family players mingled with a scatter of illegitimate half-siblings, all curious. "Feel free to look around," Adele said. "The master will explain when all is ready." She slipped into a military tent. Rex started to ask another question, then paused as someone approached. "Esteemed brothers." "Glad to see you," Luke called, pale and thin but smiling. "Luke, why are you here?" Rex asked. "Did your punishment end?" "I do not know. I was busy working out when the guards dragged me out." His frown said he had not wanted to leave the mines. "Drag you out," Rex muttered. "From that pit." "Yeah, no time to finish my workout," Luke said. "They said I can attempt the family ceremony early with the others." "What?" Rex looked at Max. "Is this real?" "Yes," Max said. "Father is planning a special ceremony." He had been tipped by George. "Is John here?" "Yes." "Lara dragged him off earlier to tour the mansion," Luke said, annoyed. He did not like Lara. Rex swallowed. The name alone made him shiver. Recent discipline still stung. "Would it be a test?" Luke asked, nervous. "No, it is just—" Max cut off as Mike and Victor walked up. "Mike," Max said coolly. 3 years since they had spoken. He nodded to Victor. "Congratulations on the weddings. Sorry I could not attend." They both knew he had not been invited. "It is fine," Victor said, awkward and tense. The same pushed-around weakling Max remembered. "I heard you survived a big incident in the mines," Max said. Luke's head snapped toward Victor. "Yes. I cannot talk about it," Victor said. "I lost my memories." "So I heard," Max said. "Where were you yesterday?" Mike asked, breaking the ice. "Side business in town." No one told me about this ceremony, Max said. Top secret, Mike said. After the orb broke, we kept the new artifact under wraps. I only learned a few weeks ago when my wives ran the first test. He smirked. You remember Honey and Bunny? Those two? You married them. Max said. Their falling out had started over those girls. Father approved last week. They are special, Mike said, winking. Oh, did they really become? Careful, Mike said, stopping him from saying players. Do not spoil Father's favorite hobby. Noted, Max said, glancing at Luke. In this family, a wife was accepted if she birthed a pure-blood child. The rarer exception was a wife who became a player. Success is almost guaranteed, Mike said. Without a bloodline? Max asked. Luke frowned, trying to read the subtext. Yup. Hidden dangers? Max pressed. Safe artifacts were rare. Limitations, yes. With preparation, manageable, Mike said. You can judge yourself in a moment. Father is on the stage. Let's go. They turned as Theodore mounted a side platform. George followed, carrying a large armchair.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
I'm going to tell you a secret, guys. You better listen carefully. Theodore, who sat on the armchair, holding his pipe, surrounded by his offspring, began to speak. This world is not what you see. In fact, it has a system like that of video games. Max, who stood in the back and watched his stupid father speak, got bored almost immediately, so he could only look around and inspect his siblings who were listening with interest. The young master needed him to make a full report, after all. The first who caught his eyes were Laura, who was gaping in shock at her father's proclamations. This little bitch. Until now, he had no idea how she got this strong. Damn it, she was supposed to grow weak after he made Rex tamper with the family art she was practicing. Still, to this moment, he had no idea how his stupid father figured it all out and even found a way to cure her. Maybe some old expert was helping him. This was the only explanation. If not for the young master's timely help, Rex would have been in some very deep shit. As he thought about it, his eyes naturally drifted to the little maid beside Laura. She was glaring at someone hateful. He turned to follow her gaze. She was shooting death glares at Victor, who was standing beside the stage, listening to his father with interest. Strange. Was there some kind of dispute between them? Deciding to inquire about this later, he turned to inspect others. He needed to write a report about what happened today later, so he needed to collect info. The first who caught his attention was naturally the one he feared most, Alice. She was standing with Mike's 2 whore wives discussing something. The young master had told him to be careful around her, as she might discover his plots. So he usually tried to not interact with her at all. He never liked her anyway with her bossy personality. Giving her a dismissive look, he turned to Iris, the bitch legitimate sister he didn't know existed. This one really came out of nowhere and ruined the plans that the young master helped him formulate. In the past, he was the second in line to inherit his father's position in the lower elders' council if Mike were to have an accident, as Alice was not eligible due to her belonging to the heavenly sect. But now he had 2 extra rivals. The first was Iris, and the second was Victor, who was supposed to fail his ritual. And with the current ceremony, John and Luke might also enter the fight. Damn it, his master's plan for him to rise up was in shambles. The last time they met the young master, he was even told that the situation had changed and it was no longer needed for him to inherit his father and that they would secure a good position for him later. Why? It was not his fault. Damn it. He squeezed his fist as he remembered the young master's latest command from yesterday, telling him to try and secure the most talented individuals from between his half-siblings. The problem was that this command came a little too late after he antagonized most of them earlier. It was not his fault for not realizing that his father was doing an awakening ceremony until it was too late. At first, he really thought his father was going to try to rehabilitate those losers, and he had no interest at all but to keep them in their place. Damn it. His eyes slowly drifted toward the crowd of young men who couldn't believe their ears hearing their father explain as he smoked his pipe. He could already see that the most promising ones had already been bought up by Iris. Shit. He was extra angry. When the hell did everything start to go wrong? Right. It was when he gave Luke that rune stone that the young master gave him and told him to ruin Victor's ceremony. He slowly turned toward Luke. The young man was not paying attention to his father at all. His eyes were glued to Mike's twin wives who were standing with their perky butts aimed toward him. When the fuck did his little brother become a pervert loser? He quickly shook his head. Time in captivity might really change a person. He needed to find some time and talk to him a bit after this. Suddenly his eyes caught another familiar face. His cousin Morris, that pervert repissed. Why was this guy here too? He could easily figure out that this must be a move by and to show her power to the poor guy's grandfather. What he really wanted to know was why was he also shooting Victor glares full of malice. He remembered hearing about it. It was about that filthy girl Arya. He could only sigh again. Stupid perverts. All they knew was fighting about women. That's it. Are there any further questions? Theodore finally finished his speech and asked, switching Max's attention. Will it be dangerous? One guy asked. Max remembered his name was Roy and, for some strange reason, he gave some special air that reminded him of the young master. No, impossible. How could this illegitimate pauper compare to young Master Sixth? There's always a certain danger, but as long as you don't move around or try anything stupid, it will be fine. Just remember that if you are presented with a choice, choose carefully and keep your authority as high as possible. Theodore explained. Anyone else? Will we be as strong as Lara? A slutty girl asked. Depend on your class, Theodore replied with uncertainty. Now, I want every single one of you to look at the plate you were given earlier and locate the spot on the ground that had the same number, and then sit on it comfortably. Once I give the signal, you must never move. Everyone looked at each other, then began walking toward the large mirror installment, quickly finding their designated spots. Everyone else, please gather here, Theodore said, making Max notice that there were about 60 people left standing around the stage in addition to his siblings. They were all players and semi-players, and all of them were part of his father's most trusted circle. He slowly approached the stage. Listen up, Theodore, who stepped down, said with a low voice. As many of you have figured out by now, we have a new awakening artifact. Theodore explained, and I have been authorized by the family to run this comprehensive test, he explained as he gave everyone a quick look. Now, this artifact will require some energy to function. So we have set up an energy gathering array around the clearing. We will require each of you to cooperate, he said. Everyone nodded. The old artifact required something similar. How does it work exactly? Rex asked after Max pinched him. He didn't want to ask that question himself. It uses the light of the stars by reflecting it into the head of the participants. Theodore replied. Usually we can only do one by one before having to wait for a while, but using the mirrors installation you see here, we will be able to do it for multiple people at once, he explained. Oh, Max frowned. Now, let me warn you. Although I sounded confident earlier, we are still not sure whether anything wrong will happen, as some anomalies might appear. He hesitated. Anomalies? Alice asked with a frown. From her question, Max could presume that, unlike Mike, she had no idea about this artifact. So its source must have been someone else. Yes, some people, about 10%, will experience some delusions representing your greatest fears. He said, especially those with weak self-discipline. What? Don't worry, it is nothing harmful. We already made it so each two of you would stand in the same spot to restrain each other if something wrong were to happen. Just make sure to keep mindful of your neighbors at all times. If you spot anything strange, restrain them immediately. We can't afford to stop the ceremony at any cost, or we will have to wait for another month. Theodore said seriously, making Max take note of his words. Now, go on. Fill the spots marked with blue around a perimeter, semi-players to the far side, and players toward the artifact. There are shackles on the ground. Make sure to tie them to your ankles to stop you from running and ruining everything, he said. We will start shortly as soon as the men realigned the mirrors and did a test run. Max, who got the premise of it, frowned a little. He didn't like this, and it felt weird. But again, wasn't everything about those awakening artifacts the same? But after looking around for a moment and seeing that Mike and Alice found their own spots and tied themselves together, he found a random one to stand in before tying the steel shackle on the ground to his ankle. It didn't have a lock, but removing it later would take some time. Finishing with that, looking to his right, he quickly recognized his partner. Victor, young master, aren't you being too rough on them? Yas, one of the elven girls, asked Victor, who lay on her lap as he watched the girls in the field fight 5 demonic wolves that, although were tied up, were very dangerous. Don't worry, they will be fine, Victor said as he set the book he had been reading down. It was as if he was in deep thought. How do people get their class in this world? He asked. They just do, Sini, the other elf who was feeding him grapes earlier, said. The awakening usually happens on adulthood, but some before. Do you know why certain people get certain classes? He asked. The Lord's will. Sini asked. No, it is mostly a matter of probability and concept concentration. Victor explained, mostly to himself, as he comprehended many things. The more someone does something, the more likely he will get a class related to it. Babies don't get classes because they don't have enough concepts, he hypothesized. What does this have to do with the training? Yas asked, as if she understood something. Those girls have no class, as they are not from this world. I am presuming that once I let them leave this cauldron, they will immediately get a class, he said, looking at Mavis. He was very curious about what would become of her dark scion fate. And you want them to be demon slayers? Sini asked. Yup, he said as he slapped her butt. That's why I am making them go through all this. He confirmed her guess. Sorry for doubting you, young master. Both of the elf girls said, bowing down in their new skimpy secretary uniforms. It is okay. I will punish you later, he chuckled as they blushed. Now, I will close my eyes and take a little nap. Make sure not to disturb me. And if the girls need anything, tell them the master went out to make more children, he said as he got ready to watch his family's awakening ceremony through Mike's eyes. Max, who stood in his spot beside Victor, watched as everyone got ready and many servants began to operate the mirrors. Using a lantern as a light source, they set them up to reflect a point of light into each participant's forehead. Status: Alpha set, Bravo set, Charlie set, all set, ready to go. Go! Theodore, who stood in his spot, gave the command, making one of the servants click a switch that forced the dome cover in the center of the structure to collapse and reveal a simple small mirror. Max didn't get to inspect it, as in the same instant he felt as if all of his energy began to be sucked up by the array that began to shine with pale blue light under his feet. Someone began to scream. Max began to look around and quickly found the source. It was a female guard who was like him, a part of the array. She was on the ground, kneeling and screaming some incomprehensible words as the other guard who was beside her was grappling her. Soon more and more people began to do the same. Some were speaking to themselves. Others were just shouting like that Maury who took off his pants and began to pee at the young guard who stood beside him. Max frowned. Then he heard it. Someone was whispering by his side. Turning, he saw Victor standing there and talking to someone imaginary. Please don't harm me. I am not the old Victor who was lost in the mines, he whispered in a barely audible voice. I am the real Victor von Weiss, the one who was switched at birth. I was raised in the inverted flower sect, and a month ago the truth about my identity was revealed by Olaf, who took me in, changed my looks to appear like Victor, and fool everyone. Please stop. Stop. He began to scream again. What? Before Max could fully comprehend what he heard, a bright light flashed, and Victor, who was scratching around, stood still and began to look around with a lost look. What? What just happened? He asked. Max didn't respond. He just turned to look at the others who also suffered from the delusion effect. They were the same, looking around as if they had just woken up from some dream that they couldn't remember. Congratulations. The ceremony is over, Theodore suddenly declared, making Max remember the artifact and look back toward it, but it was already covered up by that dome. Everyone, feel free to inspect your status, but make sure not to reveal anything or use any skills until you are allowed to, someone declared again. It was George this time. Please wait for a moment, as the appraisal ceremony will start shortly, he declared. Level 0. Class, Manhunter E. Authority, 4. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 22. Luck, 10. Charm, 22. Bloodline, none. Is it good? Juju, who touched the slate, asked nervously, looking both at her father and Iris, who stood to the side. As the leader of Juju's future unit, she was allowed to be here. Theodore, who slowly massaged his eyebrows, didn't know how to answer that. What was the problem with his offspring, damn it? What kind of skills do you have, he asked. Tracking slit throat, min aggro, area sight, charm, and enhanced senses, she said nervously. Oh, at least it is reasonable, Theodore sighed again. Although not on the strong side, she was very suitable for reconnaissance work. Shit, even his most useless daughter was far better than Luke, that stupid son of his. Do you like to hunt men or something? Mike was the one who asked with a frown. After witnessing more than 30 of his siblings, he began to notice the connection here. Unlike the previous ceremonies with the family heirs who grew up like plants in a greenhouse, only focusing on the family standard arts, the ones here came from very different backgrounds, and this showed a pattern. Roxy, who was a journalist, got an investigator, and a guy named Pan who grew up in a village got a farmer, for example. Juju blushed as she looked away nervously. I like to draw certain types of comics, so I usually try to stalk potential models. Certain types? Theodore asked. You mean that boy love shit you do as a side gig? He asked. He had read the report about her, especially her latest work, featuring a guy that looked eerily similar to Victor courting other sissy men. Thankfully, George warned her to stop it before she could publish it. Yes, she looked down as Iris eyed her. I see, therefore sighed. I will arrange for you to go through a special recon training course later. Iris will tell you the details. You can leave. Theodore finally said, nodding to Iris. Yes, thank you. Juju, who was very nervous, quickly left. Watching her leave, Theodore said, next, allowing a young man to enter the tent. Roy, right? Theodore asked. Unlike his other offspring, he remembered this guy. George spoke many praises for him, as he was the one who followed behind Laura and her friends to protect them that day. Yes, esteemed father. Roy spoke nervously. He was really wary of his father, someone who could decide not only his but even the likelihood of his mother and sisters by a few words. How is your mother? Theodore asked, remembering that woman who was one of the few who refused him. Well, he was in an undercover operation back then, and he couldn't divulge his identity, and when he returned to check on her afterwards, she was already with others. 3 to be exact. She is fine, Roy replied. Got married? Theodore asked. No. Still in the business? No. She works as a waitress now. She didn't want to raise a family like that, Roy answered with a frown. He felt a little uncomfortable being questioned about his mother's dark past, and so was Iris. George told me she is in town. Yes, my younger sister has cancer, and Butler George offered to help her in return for me participating in this ritual, he replied. She is fine now, he quickly added. I'm aware of that. Theodore lied. He had no idea. It was just that George was really the best butler one could ask for, taking care of things without having to ask him. Tell your mother that if she misses the old days, she can come to me, and I will forgive her. Well, my mother has a very high self-esteem. You see, Roy phrased it nicely. His mother would never go to beg Theodore to take her back, even though it was her fault. Indeed, Theodore sighed, she charged triple just to give him a job back then. But this was the thing that made him fall a little for her. A man would always seek that hard to get. Then I will ask you to arrange an accidental meeting between the two of us. Now that you are a player and can technically take her as a concubine, and I... Father, can we get to the ceremony? Iris interrupted. You two can talk about your romantic life afterward, she said with annoyance. Her damn father was a real womanizer. Luna had barely given birth, and he was going after someone else. Adding to that, Roy's mother was a real hottie, despite her age and giving birth to 4 children. Right, Theodore sighed. Go forward then, put your hand on the slate. Yes. Roy, who was feeling awkward, nodded. and stepped up, touching the slate. It shone immediately with bright light. Level 0. Class: Light Avatar. Authority: 9. Strength: 42. Intelligence: 34. Agility: 36. Luck: 20. Charm: 25. Bloodline: none. An avatar? Theodore raised one eyebrow. Avatar classes were really special and held a great potential for growth. If Roy had a full bloodline, he would definitely be eligible. Now, before you leave, let's talk about your mother, Theodore said. Victor frowned. So it was really him, Light Avatar. For some strange reason, as he watched him through Mike's eyes, he didn't feel the hate he held from the past. On the contrary, this guy seemed not bad at all. In a matter of fact, the one he met back then might have something wrong with him, as he was extremely cold and detached, unlike the present one. Life really changed people, or maybe it was something else. Victor paused as he remembered what he learned about lords. In his past life, very few things were known about Roy, and if it were not for him digging around, he might never even have heard about his name. The young Light Lord. He knew only 3 facts about him. The first was that he was engaged to the Light Lord's daughter, who was some supreme beauty, and that he was very faithful to her. The second was that he was not only a scion, but also a very high-ranking one at that, maybe holding a fate of SSS or X. The third was that he was searching for something called the Light Gems for the Light Lord, forming a small sect of devout followers in the process. Now Victor could tell that they may be searching for sparks. Many things became clearer the more he learned about how things worked. For example, it was now clear that his damn father was the one covering for Roy back then. That's why the family didn't go after him after he killed Maurice. Right? Maurice, that depraved piece of shit, was in town. He saw him there watching the ceremony earlier. Victor suddenly felt a strange feeling. Could it be that destiny was meant to repeat itself? Without waiting any further, he closed his eyes and synced his souls. He needed to tell Lily to contact Lynn ASAP. Many things were at stake there. Where is Victor? Calvin, who sat on the couch in the living room, asked as his 2 escort soldiers Shue and Maria looked around vigilantly as their worldviews were getting subverted. They were keeping their eyes on the little maid who brought in the drinks, then slowly retreated. As trained soldiers, they could tell that she had a weapon under her fluffy skirt, probably a baton of some sort. The little girl might also be a boy, but she would have to be some real hunk to hold something that big. He is out on business, Margaret replied. He might not return for the night. He promised to send a team to help me check that dungeon. Why didn't he send anyone? Right? There was that. Margaret slowly remembered that there was such a thing. There was some trouble in the family, you see. He was called to go back quickly. Afterward, he was injured, and I bet he totally forgot, she shrugged. Forgot? He has a lot of things on his mind, Margaret replied. Then, can he send the team already? I can't keep control of the location for much longer. Calvin asked. He felt a little humiliated being forgotten about by his own grandson. But again, Victor was a damn heir to the Von Weiss family. And if not for their familial relationship, he would have never been able to get into this highly fortified mansion. I will talk to... Margaret began to speak when she was interrupted by a little maid who ran to her side and whispered something in her ear. Oh, bring him here. Margaret raised one eyebrow and turned to Kelvin. You have some fine luck, she said. What? Calvin asked. You can ask him yourself. Victor is here, she said with a smirk as she turned to the room's door where a young man in a formal black suit walked in. Hubby, I missed you, Margaret said, not even caring enough to stand up. She just waved to him. Your grandfather had been waiting for you for an hour already. I thought you would spend your time at that brothel again, with that Gloria. Yes. Axel paused, realizing that all his movements were being tracked. Well, he expected as such. Wait, grandfather, he asked as he turned to face Calvin. All right, this guy was Elena's father. Do you plan to act like you don't recognize me now? Calvin frowned. No. I'm just kidding. Axel scratched the back of his head as his eyes spotted Shue. This girl was not bad. It was just that she probably knew the original Victor as she was shooting him some real glares of disgust. I have no time for that. Calvin spat. He was getting really annoyed. When will you send the support team you promised me? Ah, Axel had no idea what they were talking about. The team can set out tomorrow morning. Margaret quickly helped him. Ah, good, then send them. Axel shrugged. Good. I will leave Shui here for the night to depart with them, if you don't mind. Kelvin said as he slowly stood up. Ah. Axel frowned, glancing at Margaret. She didn't even look at him. Okay, he said. You girls arrange a room for her, he told one of the little maids, trying to act as the master of the house. Yes, young master. The maid who stood near the door nodded, then quickly retreated. Then that's it. Grandfather, don't you care to join us for dinner? Margaret quickly interrupted him. No, I have a lot of things to do. Let's go, he told his guard as he stood up and walked out, leaving only Shui in the room. He was clearly very annoyed with Victor's attitude, and he couldn't really stay anymore in this mansion full of youthful girls. Ever since taking that pill, he began to get some strange urges that only a young man should have. That's why he left Shui here. He was going to some brothel right away. Then I guess it is just you? Huh. Margaret smirked, looking at Shui. I will stay in my room until departure time, if it is good with you. Shui replied immediately, glaring at Victor. You're no fun. Margaret sighed. Do what you like. Ask any of the maids, and they will gladly guide you. Okay then, if you excuse me, Shui said, leaving the living room. She didn't like how Victor let Margaret do all the talking at all. How was the ceremony? Margaret asked as soon as the living room's door was closed. Do you need me to answer that? Axel replied with a question as he sat down opposite her. I don't have eyes in the family, you know. And about Gloria, I learned about it from my agents in the White Hotel. Oh, I don't think you should know about the ceremony then. Family secrets. He. Leaning fast, huh? She smirked. Now, do you need something from me? She asked. Was that Abe a time traveler? He asked directly. Yes, we learned about it after we drugged him when we suspected there was something wrong about him. I was planning to drug you too, but you escaped at the right time, she said. Axel frowned. He could tell that there was something wrong with her answer, but could not tell what. You think I'm a time traveler? He asked, regretting it immediately. Maybe you shouldn't have come here. I know, for a fact, that you are one, Margaret replied. You asking me about it is the best proof, and that green sun token is something Abe was, like you, very persistent about. So that's why you suspected me. Yup. You don't look surprised, he asked. Aren't you afraid I would try to get rid of you to hide the truth? He asked. Honey, I have seen things far more bizarre and dangerous than mere time travel, she smirked. And if I feared you, I wouldn't have reminded you to read the novels back at old Theo's mansion. I wanted you to figure out yourself and make your choice. You were testing me? Axel gasped. It was also a warning. We still didn't know how Abe, who was under our tight surveillance, got kidnapped, then returned like a crazed maniac, she said, turning serious. Ever since we learned the truth about Abe, we have been keeping track of any bizarre activities about the most profitable stocks and assets he told us about, and the market trends had already indicated that we were not the only ones with knowledge about the future. There are others? Yes, and some of them might be hunting for people like you, she said. Margaret shrugged. What do you want from me? He asked finally. He was not stupid. It was in his best interest to cooperate with her. Hell, if they wanted to harm him, they already had many chances, and his instinct was telling him that for now, she could be trusted. I want you to write down everything that happened to you in the other timeline, and in return, I will give you the data that we got from Abe. Axel frowned as he thought for a moment. Fine, he sighed. And before that, go try and hit on that girl, Shui. Nothing serious, just a comment or two. Margaret said, since you were impersonating Victor, you have the responsibility to preserve his reputation. Did you have to do that? Elise, who sat in the mansion's control room, asked with annoyance. Yes, Margaret, who observed the monitor in front of them, replied. But what if Victor gets angry? Elise asked. Margaret raised one eyebrow. Since when do you care about Victor's potential harem? I don't. Elise, who puffed her cheeks, said with a blushing face as she looked away. Don't worry, Shui's not on that list. Margaret chuckled. If she was, he would have already snagged her back then when he first met her. Margaret spat. Look, it already started. Elise turned to look at the monitor where Axel, who went to have a talk with Shui, just happened to push open the unlocked door and see the girl who just walked out of the shower naked. Damn. Elise was speechless. Why would a vigilante special ops soldier like Shue keep the door of her room unlocked? And why would she walk out of the shower naked? Didn't she hear of the invention called a towel? The string of coincidences was just too absurd. I told you, he is a scion, Margaret said as she watched Shue begin to throw random things at Axel, who dodged them all. And a powerful one at that. So you really plan to make him your guinea pig? Elise asked in disbelief. Yup, he is just perfect for that, Margaret said. Now we just have to wait and see if Shue would mention the dungeon raid to him and demand that he comes with them. Elise paused as she watched Axel overpower Shue and push her down. This piece of shit acted fast. You want to see if there is anything precious there? Yup, Margaret said. On the other hand, if Shue didn't invite him, I will do that tomorrow. And if he decided to refuse, I will cancel the entire thing, as it would mean that the dungeon might have some unforeseen danger. Margaret said, despite Lily assuring me before that it is safe, one can never tell as her information was obtained secondhand, she added. Although the girls were now powerful enough, with Victor not here, she didn't want them to be in any danger. That's a good way to use a scion. Elise nodded. Exactly. You just have to pay the right price. In Axel's case, a hot girl would suffice, Margaret said as she stretched her hand and turned off the monitor just as Shue's struggle against Axel turned into kissing. The scene was turning +18 very fast, and little girls shouldn't watch that. Brother is really annoying, refusing to come shop with us. One little girl spat as they walked through the large mall. Yeah, what's so important with that family meeting of his anyway, the second said. And he even refused to introduce us to any of his siblings or cousins, the third pouted. He could at least ask his brother to introduce us to Mira. Stupid Roy. Yeah, absolutely stupid. Now, how the hell are we going to carry all the stuff we plan to buy? Boom. One of the girls suddenly bumped into something and was pushed back, falling to the ground. As she had just been discharged from hospital, her body was a little weak. It was a large bald man in a black suit. He looked like some kind of gangster. Hey! The girls immediately ran to their sister's side as they looked at the man, yelling on purpose to attract attention. What's the meaning of this? One of them asked as she noticed 3 other men surrounding them. Please excuse us, one of the men said. Our young master just happened to notice you from above. One of the men said, pointing to a restaurant above. He was really amazed by your beauty, and he sent me to offer you to have a meal with him. The girls looked at each other. They were not stupid. Maybe on some other date. We are busy now, and our older brother is waiting for us in the parking lot. Oh, then I will send one of the men to invite him too, the bald guard said. Now, if you please, he gestured with one hand. What if we don't want to go? Another girl asked, as she sent pleading looks toward a couple of pedestrians. But to her dismay, no one looked at them. Even a few mall security guys who passed them by just nodded amiably before walking away. What was this? A daylight kidnapping? Really? Was everyone involved? That's not an option, the guard said. The only option you have is to go the easy way or the hard way. The girls looked at each other. Can you at least spare our little sister? She just got out of the hospital, and she is very sick. Look, the young Master Morris is in a bad mood today, so let's just get on with it, one other guard who was losing patience said from behind. You will not lose much anyway. Help! Ichiel. One of the girls began shouting as her sister started screaming in a coordinated manner. At the same time, they bolted in 3 different directions. Bang! 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 The little girls were subdued almost immediately by the guards who grabbed them and pushed them to the floor, then tied them up. The guards' movements were so smooth that it was clear they had done this many times before. The hard way, one of the guards said, slapping one of the girls' faces. Hey, don't damage the goods, his boss scolded him. The young master likes to tame him by himself. You can enjoy your hobbies after he finishes with them. Sorry, boss. Now let's leave before the talisman's power wears off. Yes, boss. The men grabbed the tied and gagged girls and quickly headed to a nearby VIP elevator where they pressed the button for the top floor. No matter how hard the girls struggled, it was futile. They could only watch in horror as the elevator rose up, finally reaching the top floor. What was behind the door was a long corridor with quite a few doors that the guards who carried them skipped to finally reach a gilded door that had 2 guards standing outside. "Got the goods?" one of them asked. "Affirmative." "Boss, they are back," the guard at the door said as he pushed the door open and walked into the lavish restaurant cabin. "Young master." There was no one around. "What's the problem?" one of the other guards asked. "Did the young master leave somewhere?" the leader asked. "No," the other guard who was at the door said as he hurried to check under the couches and behind the curings. Thinking for a moment, he hurried to the only window in the room and checked it. It was firmly shut and locked from the inside. "Are you sure?" the leader asked as he threw the girl in his hand onto one of the couches and started checking by himself. "Affirmative." He was just so upset after today's visit to Elder Theodore's mansion, and after he sent you to get the girls, he continued to drink alone. The men looked at each other. "Go check the surveillance tapes." "Boss, we already switched the entire floor off, remember?" "Shit. What to do? Call his phone." "Right." "One moment," one guard said, taking his phone and making a call. "Beep, beep, beep. The number you are calling is not reachable." "The phone must be turned off," the guard said nervously. "Should I call the family?" "Let's check them all first, just in case," the leader said. "If anything were to happen to the young master, Master Owen would skin us alive." At that thought, all the guards shivered. They just threw the girls to the ground and left to continue their search. After that, the room was silent for 5 minutes, until one of the girls managed to finally wiggle her phone out of her pocket and call her brother, who was put on speed dial using her nose. No one replied. Separately, she called again. It took him a while to pick up. "Melody, what's up?" "I told you I am busy," he said. There was a strange sound of someone squeaking in the background. She couldn't talk due to her mouth being taped, so the moment he picked up, she could only try to make as much noise with her nose as possible. "Melody, is something wrong?" "Bitch," suddenly someone shouted. It was a guard who returned to recheck the room and just happened to see the girl and the phone. He hurried and kicked Melody away before grabbing the phone. "Who are you? What did you do to my sister?" Across the phone, he could hear someone shouting. The guard said nothing. "I don't know who you are, but I promise you, if anything were to happen to my sisters, I will." The guard didn't let him continue as he squeezed the cheap plastic phone in his hand hard, breaking it. He threw it away and then faced the terrified girls with furious eyes. "You really had to go and piss me off," he said as he started to approach them. "I guess the young master wouldn't mind if I educate you." Boom! His head exploded as a masked girl appeared out of nowhere and kicked it. It was as if she had always been hidden in the corner. "Damn, can't those people just leave?" she spat as she moved her finger, and all the ropes tying the little girls were untied. "Escape quickly. Take the 3rd corridor to the left. It will lead you into a public area," she said as strangely enough her shape began to wiggle, and poof, she disappeared as if she was made out of smoke. It took the shocked girls a moment to realize what just happened. Not caring about the corpse, they quickly removed the tape that gauged their mouths and left the room, heeding the girls' advice. Between them, only Melody had a strange expression on her face. Although the sound was different, for some strange reason, she could tell that the girl who helped them was definitely the same one who gave her the miraculous candy that cured her. "What happened?" Monica, who drove the sexy red car, asked. Moments earlier, she noticed that Lynn in the back seat closed her eyes, as if she was focusing on something. "Just this bastard's men seem to have kidnapped some girls. I had to help them escape." Lynn replied, looking at the drugged and tied-up young man who was thrown under the seat. "Morris, did you make sure to leave no trace?" Monica frowned. The operation earlier depended on them acting as discreetly as possible. "Don't worry. That spectator spirit summons was something Lily taught me about. With the current technology level, it is untraceable," she said. With that summon, she was able to exert 10% of her power from afar. It was very suitable for her. "Now, let's hurry back to the base. We need to hand this Dusha bag to Alpha's team. Then hurry back to the mansion. I will have to go on a mission in the morning." "What's wrong?" Aerith, who was sitting beside Victor at the breakfast table, asked. "Nothing, just thinking about a few things." Victor, who was watching Lynn's live feed, The operation to take out Morris was going on perfectly. Lately, I have been feeling a little bit suffocated. I want to go around the city for some tourism. Would you care to take me around? He asked. He needed to go around town and set a few things up. No time. Let Lyra do it. Aerith escaped, as usual, turning to Lyra, who was stuffing her mouth with food. The girl could really eat. But I think it is a good idea. Rosette interrupted her. And why don't you take Meryl and Massel with you? I think it is time you two stop ignoring each other, she said, first looking at Lyra, then at the other side where the fat elf who finally managed to heal up was sitting. Lady Rosette, Massel said. No offense, but I really can't stand your daughter. I'm the one who can't stand you, filthy elf. How dare you, peasant? Enough, Rosette said in a very particular tone that made everyone at the table shut up, including Victor, who for a flash saw many death fate threads spread from her before quickly retracting. This woman was scary. Hopefully, his father will be able to tame her once they get back. Well, it would not be his problem by that point. Sorry. Both Massel and Lyra apologized. Mother, why don't you take us around? It was Meryl who asked with sparkling eyes. Her relationship with her mother had improved greatly in the past few days. I think I could take a few days off, Rosette, who thought for a moment, finally said. Where do you want to go? She asked. I want to visit the local markets. Victor was the one who replied, I never got the chance that other day, and I really want to check out the local delicacies. OUCH, he screamed as Aerith pinched him. This girl seemed to have gained the power to read his mind. What about you? Rosette ignored him and turned to Meryl. I don't know. Meryl bit her lip and looked at Massel. Seeing it, Rosette nodded her eyebrow. She really liked everything about this sensible daughter of hers, except for one thing. That fat elf. I want to see the city walls. I heard they are magnificent. Massel said nervously. Although he felt very conflicted, he had to fulfill the Lord's orders and spy on the humans. The Lord's commands were absolute. They are, but they are off limits. Rosette just frowned at him and then sighed. I guess I will be the one who will plan the trip then. Hope you don't mind, she finally decided. I don't. Victor, who was about to say something, suddenly gasped and then began to cough as the piece of meat he was eating got stuck in his throat. Victor, Aerith quickly hit his back. I'm fine, he said quickly after he coughed up the thing in his throat. I need to check the restroom, he said as he jumped from his seat and ran away, making Amira, who was seated on his other side, look at him with a worried gaze. He's going to puke, Lyra said, reassuring her. Lyra, Rosette scolded. But that's why you shouldn't talk while chewing, she said. Victor, who ran to the restroom, didn't care. The moment he entered and closed the door, he immediately sat down and closed his eyes to thoughtfully check what Lynn had just seen. From between the little girl she had just saved, the one called Melody was someone whom he easily recognized despite her age. How couldn't he? She was his wife from the other timeline. What kind of crazy coincidence was this? Spoiler. Yup, it was a big reveal. Even I didn't see it coming, but it fit the current lore perfectly. Enjoy. Collapse. So, it was my uncle who sent you, Lily asked as she tilted her head just in time, dodging the poison dagger that came flying at her from behind one of the tall columns that littered the large, endless corridor. How do you know that? The assassin, who threw 2 more daggers, asked in shock as he moved swiftly from behind on cover to another. Who told you? I don't. You just told me, she said as she flicked her hand. And in the next moment, the assassin who'd just arrived at his new cover felt something was wrong. Why was he lying on the ground? Who did that headless body belong to? The moment he understood what happened, he was already dead. Lily sneered as she slowly approached the corpse and sprayed something on it, making it dissolve at a visible rate. Do you believe me now? She turned and asked Julian, who slowly materialized from behind one of the columns and walked out. His class was really amazing, and until now, only Lily has managed to find him using this soul invisibility skill. I never doubted you, he lied. Ever since Lily told him that their uncle was planning to kill them, he had some doubts. Sure, his uncle was a douchebag, but would he really send assassins after his nephew and niece? The answer was clearly yes. Why did you kill this guy? We could have interrogated him, or at least asked him about the others, he asked. That wouldn't work. Those guys are pretty tight-lipped, If I hadn't used that soul gas on him earlier, he wouldn't have even revealed anything, she spat. And there are 12 others. The family assassination teams are usually composed of 12 agents, she clarified, knowing many things about the family's internal protocols. Then there should be 11 others, Yulian corrected her. No, 12. Lily spat as she eyed the corpse that had completely decomposed into thin air, leaving nothing. Eric, that stupid old fox, would definitely send an agent to kill them before they leave. That's mean. They're his own loyal men, right? Yulian frowned. In this case, the only thing better than a tight-lipped loyal subordinate is a tight-lipped dead one. Lily smirked. Now let's go. We shouldn't stay in the main tunnels for long, as it will definitely alarm the rats, she said, as she began walking toward side door. Right. Good point, Yulian said, as he quickly followed her. He couldn't help but remember the huge, ugly rats he had to fight earlier as he was searching for Lily. Thankfully, due to his soul sonar skill, he could easily dodge huge rat swarms and manage to find his sister who was nearby. Giving the huge tunnel one last look before leaving it, he sighed. He really couldn't believe it first, but in fact, this entire dungeon was a big rat-infested, otherworldly sewer that spanned miles. Lily had already told him that dungeons were in fact fragments from other worlds, and this made him wonder, what world was this place a part of? The universe was a really huge place. Where are we going now? He asked as he shook his head. To the boss's room, she said, feeling the need to vent some anger. Already, Yulian asked. The family's elders would definitely send a retrieving agent with a bloodline tracking plate. So if we don't go there now, we would lose the chance to participate, she said. Those guys would never let us go into danger. And I am not going to miss out on the EXP points, she spat. Lately, she had been feeling a little restless. Yesterday, Victor got to sink his soul again, so he told her about his new horny wife. Although she felt very annoyed and made that very clear to him, she understood his circumstances at that point, so she didn't bother, deciding to judge that girl once Victor brought her back. The thing was that afterward he told her about Roy and asked her to send some news to the girls to make them kidnap some guy from his family. So she did that. As she talked to them, she couldn't help but feel that they were hiding something from her, something very important. But what? Victor, who didn't get much sleep last night, frowned, totally ignoring the carriage's rocking movement, his mind totally occupied by Melody's circumstances. At first, he was shocked. He didn't expect her to be in Vane City. In fact, he never even expected her to be born yet, as he married her a couple of decades after the reckoning, and she didn't seem that old back then. But thinking about it, he always knew the girl had a few secrets, some of which she never told him about. In fact, she never talked about her past. And thinking about it again, he suspected that this girl might not be the one he knew. She could be her mother, or even her grandmother. Daughters look a lot like their mothers, right? And naming a girl like her grandmother was not that far-fetched. He was wrong. Last night, after Lynn returned to the mansion, she told Alpha's intelligence team about what happened, as per protocol. So they quickly investigated the girl and gave her back the report. There, Victor was absolutely shocked to know that the 3 girls were Roy's half-sisters. How could it be? Thinking about it, Victor began to recall what happened back then, when Roy, who looked a little different with a pointy beard and a hooked mustache, entered his house. She was already tied and gagged, screaming something. He thought her actions were her trying to beg for mercy, but he didn't expect that she might have recognized Roy. The thing was, Roy didn't even spare her a glance when he ordered his men to get rid of her, as she was useless. It was as if he didn't even recognize her in the first place. Could this have something to do with the Light Lord? Victor could only think of a few answers. The first possibility was that Roy was a cold-blooded evil guy, but that wouldn't make sense as his destruction of the Von Weiss family came after Morris raped his sister. And the family report Victor found indicated that he was a very honest and hot-blooded youth. The other explanation was that Roy either got his personality changed due to some effect or he was possessed by something, a demon, or someone else. Victor was inclined to believe it was that later, and maybe Melody, back then, knew something about it as her eyes were filled with grief looking at Roy back then. But then again, wouldn't the Light Lord notice his adoptive son being adopted? unless it was arranged by him. Victor frowned again. There just were too many variables here to tell. You seem a little absent-minded. Meryl, who sat in the lavish carriage next to Massel, asked Victor, who sat opposite to her, next to Amira and his mother-in-law. Since last night, everyone could tell that he was a little off. Nothing, he sighed. Just wondering how this world is very different from my own. It is like a medieval setting here, he said, changing the subject. Medieval? Meryl frowned. Our original world has different rules. Rosette explained. We call the architectural style that is similar to this place medieval. Technology there is so advanced that we live and work in tall glass towers, she smiled. Really? Massel frowned. He didn't believe her. It is the truth, Victor said. We have many things there that can't be explained in this world. They wouldn't even work here. Victor said, taking his smartphone from his storage ring. This is, Meryl asked. My smartphone. It is like an artifact that lets me access all the knowledge in the world and connect to anyone I want. Victor said, I can even watch porn on. Ouch. Rosette smacked his head. So they really finished developing this thing? Rosette, who smacked his head, asked as she grabbed the phone and flipped it around. This technology was not that strong when she left. Yeah, everyone has one of those nowadays. They are very versatile. Even the governments use them to spy on people and such, Victor explained as he rubbed his head. Too bad those things don't work here, he added as he wondered if there was a way to make phones work after the reckoning. Although a similar device was developed later on, using artifacts and such, it was never really that good, only able to make calls and send some visual info through a bulky crystal that could be attached to it. Adding to that, it was super expensive with only royals, rich merchants, and corrupt officials being able to buy it. Hearing him, Massel made sure to remember all of that. He needed to report it to his lord. Not bad. Rosette nodded as she gave the phone back to Victor. Mother-in-law, if you get the chance to go back, would you do it? Victor, who tried to turn on the phone before failing and putting it back in his ring, asked. I will, Rosette said with a clear resolve. Your master can do it? She asked. Yes. The Lord told you. Victor asked. He expected as such. Yes. You should have asked me beforehand, she sighed. I planned to. You were very busy, and then the thing with the demon happened. He shrugged. Uh-huh. Rosette eyed him. Will it be a one-way trip? Yes, my master told me that opening the gate will be very hard, and he will not be able to sustain it for long. Victor lied. In fact, he was not sure himself, but in any case, he was not going to let anyone know of that gate, even if it worked. We have discussed this hypothetically before, Rosette sighed. Including me, Mirai and Master Ariana will definitely agree to return. As for the others, most likely not, she added. Why? Victor frowned. He never got to meet the others. Life here is better for them. Most of them already have families and important jobs. Back there, they are just servants who spent their lives managing the mines. Rosette replied with a sigh. Her relationship with the other survivors was clearly not good. What about Aerith and Lyra? Victor asked. Will your master be able to take them too? She asked. They had a bloodline from this world after all, and she feared that the world might reject them. He should be like Amira is coming too, Victor replied, petting the head of the little girl who was watching the streets from the window beside him. But just in case, I will ask him later, he said. Since neither had an S-rank fate, things should be okay. And although he was a little worried for Aerith, he believed that she would be fine as she was his wife, and he could always hide her in the cauldron if anything went wrong. You do that, and you should ask the girls if they want to go with you in the first place. Rosette sighed. We'll do later. Victor nodded, turning to Meryl. Will you also return with us? You are from there originally. He was not going to leave her here, not with the Sun Lord after her. Meryl hesitated, looking at the fat blonde elf beside her. Can I come? Massel asked. This was important to his mission. If Meryl does, Victor said, clicking his tongue. He should really find a way to turn Meryl a little rabid, like his stupid wives. He needed to teach her how to control her man. I'm going then, Meryl said, blushing a little while cursing at Victor in her heart. Then it is settled. Victor smirked as he looked out of the window. Where are we going anyways? He asked. Well, since it is our first outing together, I thought it would be good to take you guys shopping for some clothes first to get something decent, she said. After that, We will grab a meal at the Stormborn restaurant, then go attend the ethereal wind auction. Wah, the one where all the expensive things get sold. Massel asked in shock. Despite being an elf, as someone in the royal family, he had definitely heard about this auction, that many nobles in the elven court bragged about going there and buying something, including one of his sisters. Too bad he never got the chance, as his royal father forbade him from going into the Storm Lord's lands before, because he was the only male heir. Yes, in fact, the only reason I could take a day off was because I was invited here as a VIP. Rosette said, Aerith and Lyra will meet us there after they finish with their missions. Really? Victor asked in surprise, while cursing inwardly. With Aerith there, he might not be able to move freely. Yes, many important people and VIPs will be there, including Lyzarus. So make sure to behave once we get there. Rosette warned him. Oh, sure. Victor smirked again. Lyzarus was just the guy he wanted to meet and was planning to go visit him a few days later. Who would have thought he would get a chance so soon? Although it might be tricky, if he planned his moves carefully, it would be OUCH. Rosette smacked him. Her guts were telling her that taking Victor there would be a huge mistake. But really, what's the worst that could happen? So, I have been wanting to ask, is that dungeon Shwe going to conquer an unexplored one? Axel, who was in a bathrobe, asked. Opposite him, Elise, who heard him, looked at Margaret with some appreciation in her eyes. Yes, Margaret shrugged, not even lifting her eyes to look at him. She had a stack of papers in front of her. Due to her pregnancy, she had been doing her part of the business from the study at home. How are you sure it is a dungeon? Wouldn't that location only have some unnatural phenomena and such? We have concrete info, including the dungeon's gate, Margaret replied. The source? Not something you can handle. Oh, this is outside of the family's network, he asked. The family should never know. Axel raised one eyebrow. He was not stupid, and this brother of his might have more secrets than he had ever expected. I want in, he said, making Elsa's eyes sparkle. Go then. Just make sure not to reveal a thing to the family. Margaret replied as she signed a document, then put it to the side and grabbed another one. They seemed to be regarding some land acquisition. It might also be a good opportunity for you to be away for a while and let Olaf worry a bit. Yes, he nodded. I want Gloria to come, Axel said, after some hesitation. That girl gave herself to him, and he would take care of her. Hearing him, Margaret paused. Look, I know you are impersonating Victor and everything, she said as she looked at him disgustingly. But it is not appropriate to discuss your sexual fantasies with us, especially with Elise here. She spat, making Elise blush and look away. In making a woman reach that requires skill that, unlike the real Victor, I doubt you have. Axel paused for a moment before finally getting what she meant. I didn't mean that. Damn it, he spat. This girl's thought process was too lewd, even for him. And she was definitely bullying him. I meant that I want to bring her along, to make her a player. He corrected himself, as he ignored her smirk. If he overreacted and tried to prove himself, he would be playing into her hand. If you can make sure she keeps the secret, feel free to make her come, Margaret replied, making Elise, who was blushing, blush even further. I will make sure she does, Axel spat angrily, realizing his mistake just after he said it. Sounds confident. Hopefully, you are not just all words. Margaret smirked, jabbing at him again. He decided not to reply this time. As her brother-in-law, he couldn't do a thing, or he would be the one appearing like a pervert. This girl was a bully. Margaret raised one eyebrow. He was no fun. Whatever. If George asked you about it, tell him that your grandfather is asking you to check the location or something for some business. And it would not be strange for Victor to bring a lover or two along for something like that, she explained, deciding to stop messing around. Good idea, Axel nodded. Damn, his brother's pervert persona was really useful. Since you're going, I should show you this. Margaret thought for a moment, then grabbed a file from a desk drawer and threw it at him. He quickly grabbed the folder, hesitated for a moment, then flipped it open. Inside, there was a photo of a strange green jade key. This is, he asked. Jade skeleton key. If you find it, keep it and don't show it to the family. If you get more than one, I will take them off your hands at a good price, she replied seriously. What is it for? He asked. Not sure. According to Victor, some good opportunities will be open very soon. Only the ones holding those keys will be able to enter, she said. It will be very dangerous, she added, warning him not to think of keeping one for his harem. Does the family know about them? The higher-up had been collecting them for years. Officially, they should be turned into the player council or something, but she shrugged. I understand, he sighed. His brother sure knew too many secrets. It was as if he, too, was some kind of regressor. Why are you contacting me? The young man, through the mirror, asked as he yawned. It was still early in the morning. Didn't we tell you to be careful from now on? Young Master Sixth, I have something very important to report. Max, who was sitting on a bed in a cheap motel room, replied, ignoring the corpse of the prostitute on the ground. What? It is just like this. The awakening artifact I mentioned before was real. Max quickly said as he began to tell him what happened with him at the ceremony, making sure not to miss any detail, including Victor's behavior. Oh. Hearing him, the young master was no longer sleeping. Well, due to the mirror only showing a shadow, Max couldn't be sure. That's everything that happened. I'm not sure about the others, but the 5 guys who chose to work with me all had authority ranging from 5 to 7. I will send the final report about them once I finish making them tell me all their skills. Max finished his report. The young master frowned. This report had too much new info. Are you sure the artifact was a mirror? Yes, although not sure of how it worked. It had something to do with the alignment of the stars. Max quickly replied. I tried asking my father casually afterward, but he refused to tell me anything, and I didn't want to insist. The young master nodded, lost in thought. The only thing is that he seems to have informed Mike about it. Max added, That's natural. Mike had been chosen to be the next patriarch. What? Max gasped. He had no idea. When? It was Anne's decision, but it is yet to be announced. We don't know what they are waiting for, but it might have something to do with not wanting to antagonize Bruce, who wants his grandson to take that seat. Max swallowed. He had no idea. No wonder the young master's plan changed. Don't worry. You will also benefit from this. Despite your shaky relationship with him, Mike is still your brother, the young master said. Just try to be careful not to antagonize him from now on. I understand. Max squeezed his fist hard. That position should have been his. Should I investigate Victor further? He asked. Clearly this was the thing he was mostly concerned about. Are you sure no one else heard what he said? I can't be sure, but his voice was very faint, and many people were screaming. Max replied, clearly feeling that this might be a trap. The young master paused. Should I confront him and use the info to control him? Or should I tell Father? If this is a trap by Father to find out if I am a spy, not speaking would be problematic. Max, who was not stupid at all, said. The young master didn't reply, as if weighing his options. This is troublesome. You mean young master? Max frowned. That guy might hold some info that we want, so making the family get to him would bring us problems. Oh, then, let's bet on time, the young master finally said after thinking it thoroughly. Just to be sure, try to collect a DNA sample from him. This way, if it was a trap, you could simply say that you wanted to confirm it before telling the family. And if he really turned out to be a fake, tell your father directly. By that time, our agents would have investigated him, the young master smirked. Good point. For now, focus on collecting info about Iris and her team, and also find out what your little sister's class and states are. I will. Max nodded. Don't contact us by yourself in the near future. Not unless something great were to happen. And your reward for the info will be issued as soon as they are confirmed. I understand. Max replied with a frown, then watched the mirror go dim. He quickly collected it in his ring, then sighed as he headed to the dead prostitute's corpse and pulled the dagger that was struck at her chest. Immediately, the gloomy room returned to its usual appearance. It was as if some kind of veil was lifted. Wife, what did you arrive? Victor exclaimed as soon as he entered the VIP balcony. It was huge and had 9 chairs overlooking a large, 3-story tall hall below. Rosette, Massel, Meryl, Aerith, Lyra, and Amira were the only ones there. Just now, Aerith, dressed in an elegant dress with a silky shawl tied around her head to cover the horn, replied as she patted the empty chair right beside her, gesturing for him to sit. "Where were you?" she asked as she watched him sit down and hand Amira, who was sitting on the other side, some candy that he had just gotten. "Just selling a few things to earn some pocket money," he shrugged as he had the shawl. She didn't want others to know how horny she was, but he knew the truth. 45 minutes just to sell a few things. Lyra, who sat on the other side of the balcony, asked before he could make a very inappropriate comment. She seemed to have arrived with Aerith. "Ah, yeah. I also spent a few minutes in the hall downstairs and did some socializing." He smirked. In fact, after putting the things he wanted to sell on auction, he took the time to go around the auction house, mapping the place to make his movement easier afterwards. He was not sure if his plan would work, but he did promise himself to always be extra prepared. "I see." Lyra just glared at him for a moment before looking away toward the stage downstairs where many people were taking their seats, including Kira's, who were sitting in the back, trying to look inconspicuous. Victor just ignored him for now and decided to map the main hall just in case. Its design was quite traditional, with the audience sitting below a grand stage. Above them, many VIP balconies were scattered around, divided into 3 levels. Rosette's balcony was on the highest story, with only one balcony above it, probably reserved for the Stormlord. Thankfully, it was empty, or Victor would have never dared to pull off anything here. In the balconies below, he could see many fancily dressed people, including some elf nobles who were glaring at Massel like he was some kind of traitor. He kept ignoring them with pride in his eyes. He was on a secret mission for the Sun Lord after all. Opposite to Rosette's balcony, there were 4 others. 2 of them were already occupied by the Lord's 2 other disciples, Lazarus and Atma. They seemed to have already arrived. Atma was alone, but Lazarus had a sizable entourage that included a familiar face. That girl Niga, who was shooting glares at Victor as if she couldn't wait to jump and kill him. Naturally, he waved at her while smiling. She almost exploded, but Lazarus grabbed her and pushed her to her chair while shooting Victor a glare. "Stop messing around." Rosette, who sat to his right after Amira, scolded after watching the exchange. "You are no fun." Victor sighed. "All the fun you're having might bite you in the ass someday," she spat back. "What kind of drug did you use on Naga, by the way, to make her surrender herself to you in the carriage that day?" she asked, making Aerith, who sat beside him, naturally grab his hand and begin to pinch it. "My charm is all the drugs I need," Victor claimed. He expected Lyra to make a report. "Look how Aerith already can't let go of me," he said, raising his hand, making Aerith pull hers back and look away quickly. "Your charm would never erase someone's short-term memories," Rosette spat. "Oh, really?" Victor paused. His real charm could do that, but it also caused people to lose more than their memories. Anyway, it seemed like Niga made an official complaint. "No idea about that. Maybe that happened because I was too rough with her." Rosette just glared at him. "Lazarus is a dangerous guy. You better not antagonize him," she sighed. "Too late for that warning." Victor shrugged. "Don't antagonize him anymore," she corrected herself. "I'm not an idiot," he finally said. Rosette sighed again, then looked away, shaking her head. This guy was as stubborn as his father. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Auction." A charming female auctioneer finally entered the stage and announced, making everyone look at the stage. She was rather charming, wearing a red revealing dress and an expensive necklace on her ample chest. "Sorry for the delay. It is just like always, many of our guests brought forward superb treasures that they wanted to sell, so we had to appraise them before we could arrange everything," she clarified, ignoring the men who were inspecting every inch of her alluring body. "New. A half-elf, huh?" Victor whispered. "Yes." Aerith to his side nodded, feeling a little thankful that he didn't seem very interested like the elf prince. Massel, who couldn't take his eyes off her slightly pointy ears and huge chest that no elf could have. It was as if he was looking at some kind of forbidden fruit. Half-elves get persecuted in the elven lands and hated in the south, so the Stormlord's domain is the best place for them to live. "I see," he nodded. He already learned this from his 2 new elf maids. "Now, for our first-time guests, let me remind you of the rules," the auctioneer said. You can bid by adding as much as you can, and payments can only be done by system coins or their equivalent in GM or Storm coins. We don't accept Elven ones here. Be mindful of that. We also have to warn you against threatening others. Let's be civil here, or we will have to ban you for life. She spoke and explained how the auction would work as she watched most of the late guests arrive. Many of the people who were scurrying around, socializing, also began to settle in their seats. Now that we are done with the formalities, let's start. I hope you will enjoy this night's collections, she said, then clapped her hands. Our first collection for tonight is titled Treasure from the Lands of the Dwarves, she said as two female dwarves pushed forward a tray with many covered trinkets. As you might know, the dwarves in the south are very famous for their delicate craftsmanship, and for you, my esteemed guests, we chose the best of the best, things that you would never find anywhere else. I hope they will have something that vibrates, Victor whispered toward Aerith. Bam! Rosette smacked the back of his head. Behave. Sorry, he scratched his head. Damn it, that's why he didn't like to go shopping with his parents. They were no fun. The first item for tonight will be this. A simple necklace made by Ado. The chain is made out of blue gold holding a water frost diamond. Ladies and gentlemen, although it doesn't have system powers, this gem is really good for women and will grant them a cold atmosphere. The auctioneer quickly began to explain. We will start with 190 coins. 200, 220, 230. Victor entered the bid. 240, 250, 255, 260. Victor bid it again. 260 for the gentleman in the VIP balcony. Once, twice. Sold. The auctioneer announced, then moved to the next object. A ruby red comb inlaid with black gold. Victor bid again, but in the end, he stopped after the price went too high. After that, as the items were presented, he bid every once in a while, sometimes winning and others losing, buying more and more items in the process. It seemed like the real big spenders didn't care about all of those trinkets, so he didn't really face any opposition most of the time. Naga, who seemed to be holding a grudge after what happened at the palace the other day, tried to steal a few from him, but after he raised the price a few times and let her take some stupid stuff at 10 times their price, she could only coincide. Her pockets are way too deep for her to compete with. Why are you spending your money on those trinkets? Lyra, who couldn't hold her curiosity, finally asked. If he bought one or two, she would presume that he wanted to give it to Aerith or Amira, but he had already bought more than 20. Sure, they had some very fine craftsmanship, but that was it. The real stuff will come later, you know. I know. Victor sighed, relaxing a bit. It is just that I want to bring a few gifts for my wives when I go back to my original world, and the things here are very suitable. What? Lyra asked in shock. Yes, I guess mother-in-law didn't tell you, but my master has a way to send me back, and you can come too. We already know that. Lyra stopped him. Rosette told them about this while Victor was downstairs, and they have already discussed it. What I'm asking about was your wives. What about them? He asked with a frown. What a strange question. You are already married? She asked. Aerith was also looking at him for an answer. She had been wanting to ask him about this for a while now, but didn't find a good chance to bring it up. Thankfully, her nosy little sister, Lyra, did it for her. Rosette, who knew about the family rules on the other hand, had a deep frown as she glanced at him. Of course. Why wouldn't I? He asked as if he was offended. Victor, how old are you? Rosette asked. 18, he answered. 18 was always the right answer unless being caught with a minor. So you have just awakened, she pondered. Yeah, about 4 months ago, he nodded. How many wives did you say you have? She asked. He just used the plural form when he said, wives after all. I didn't say. How many do you have? Rosette almost smacked him again. Victor frowned as he began to count on his fingers. Officially, should be 11 with Aerith, though there are others who can be counted as such. HSSS. Aerith, who was beside him, gasped, grabbing his hand and intending to pinch the life out of it. She finally realized what the number 11 in her status meant. The bastard. Since when did the family allow an heir to marry that many women? Rosette asked in a cold voice, clearly not pleased. Thankfully, there were no death fate threads, so Victor didn't go defensive. It was supposed to be one, but the fiancés was changed at the last moment, and another one was added for some reason. So, I used the chance to turn it into a grand wedding. What is the difference between marrying 2 and 10 at the same time? He chuckled as if he did a great thing. No one else laughed. Anyways, the family was only going to approve of the main 2, but since I tricked them and performed a system marriage, they had to acknowledge every one of them as an official wife, he shrugged. It is an obscure rule in the family. Oh, Rosette frowned. Right, there was such a rule in one of the old family court cases she read when she was young. It was hidden away in an old book in one of her master's private collections. She was sure she burned it up, but it seemed like there were other copies. All the girls kept glaring at him, including Meryl, who bit her lip. They totally disregarded the auction that was happening in the background. What's with the awkward atmosphere? Can't a man marry many women here, too? He asked as he looked around. It's not like I forced any of them. I'm sure you didn't. Lyra, who was glaring at him with hostility, spat. I did not. Okay, he clarified. On the contrary, there was supposed to be a 12th wife, but she was a little against it, and some bastard broke into the wedding and took her away. I was understanding enough that I didn't stop them. Someone broke into your wedding? Rosette asked in surprise. And Theodore didn't kill him? Victor paused, wondering what kind of image his stupid father gave Rosette. He couldn't. That guy was from the heavenly sect. The son of the patriarch, or something, he said in a low voice. He wanted to kill me too, but one of my buddies sacrificed himself to protect me. Oh, Rosette, who knew about the heavenly sect better than anyone there, paused, and then sighed. Silver's son, I see, she pondered as she squeezed her fist. You were lucky. Father said the same, Victor replied as he frowned. He really wanted to know Rosette's backstory, but it would be too awkward to ask. Maybe he needed to find a chance to go have a drink with her. After that, the balcony remains a little silent. Well, not really. As the auction downstairs proceeded, Victor quickly found a few things he wanted and began to bid again. Other than him, Massel also bought a very delicate ring that was clearly intended to be given to Meryl as he was looking at her fingers while bidding for it. Aerith and Lyra, on the other hand, were like their mother, totally not interested in those trinkets. They had a lot of those things at home, and they were saving their coins for the real stuff. Excellent. Thanks to your patronage, the first collection was fully sold off, the auctioneer suddenly announced as the first few trays were carted away, making everyone, including those who were not interested, look down. Now, let's start with the second collection. Things will get a little heated up as we have a batch of very rare materials, she announced. Everyone sat straight and squinted their eyes as the second cart entered the stage with many trays on it. The auctioneer took off the silk cover to reveal the first item, a blue leather-bound book. The auctioneer took it and opened it up at a random page to reveal something that made many maidens blush as the men beside them jumped to take a closer look. This book is titled The Most Beautiful. It offers intricate paintings of some very beautiful women in exquisite poses. The author is unknown, with only the letters V, W, written on its first page. As you may see, the drawing technique in it is so delicate that no signs of a brush or printing plates could be seen. We will start with 50 coins. 60, 70, 120, 130. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Victor asked his violent mother-in-law. Why were all the women around him turning rabid? Did it have something with his personality? That one is yours, isn't it? Rosette asked as she used her other hand to cover Emirat's eyes. No comment. Victor looked away only to be welcomed by Aerith's eyes glaring at him. What? She didn't answer, choosing to look away and focus on the stage below. She was clearly still annoyed by the fact that she was the 11th wife. Pervert. $2.99. Sold. After an intense betting battle between perverts, the book was quickly sold to a fat gentleman in one of the lower balconies. This world really lacked quality materials. Victor really regretted not having some of his late brother's magazine collection with him. He would have really made a fortune using them. Next, we have this scroll about the noble lineage kingdom of Plora that was destroyed 380 years. The auctioneer quickly started with the next item. Victor, who gave it a quick glance, casually dismissed it. He was not interested in such stupid things. After that, Similar things like paintings, treasure maps, and heritage documents began popping up one after another. Next, we have a map of the Death Gorge's lower terrain near the desert bridge. Although it is very risky, according to the seller, he used it to successfully fish for treasures down there using a long rope and a hook. 10, 20, 25, 40. Lyra bidded this time. 45. Naga bidded against her. Don't bid anymore. Victor suddenly stopped Lyra. Why? Rosette asked. It is fake. Victor, although most of the map on the table downstairs was covered, from the exposed part, he could tell it was not real. And even if it was, there'd be nothing down there. Not anymore. You know about the gorge? Rosette asked. I can't say. My master would scold me. Victor looked away. Oh, Rosette nodded. Lyra frowned for a moment, then stopped bidding. Now, the document collection is over. We will take a 30-minute rest, then proceed with the rare raw materials collection afterward. After 3 more items, the auctioneer announced. Feel free to try our cousin at the cafeteria if you feel like it, she added before bowing and walking off stage. Wow, that was intense, Massel said as he finally relaxed in his seat. He always wanted to attend this auction. In the second round, he tried for a few documents about elven lineage, but could only get one due to the other elves downstairs bidding against him. But it was worth it. You haven't yet seen the start of it. Rosette smirked. They have already been here for 2 hours, and the auction has just started. Most of the really good stuff hadn't made it to the stage yet. The competition will be very intense later. Blood might be shed. Yeah. Aerith sighed as they could hear a knock on the balcony's door. Enter, Rosette commanded in an authoritative voice. Moments later, it was opened, and a few maids entered with trays full of refreshment that they began to place on a long table at the back of the balcony. The treatment here was not bad, but this was to be expected as they will probably have to stay here for another 7 to 8 hours going deep into the night. That's why this grand auction was only held annually. Victor was about to go grab something to eat when 2 new trays were pushed in. They held the stuff the occupiers of the balcony won. Please pay up before taking the items, one of the maids who walked in after them said, as she presented 2 red jade tablets. One for Massel and the other for Victor. Sure, Victor said, putting his hand on the tablet. Payment tablet, 9,912 coins. Do you want to pay? Victor pressed yes. Thanks to all the gems he got from Death Gorge and sold to the system, he was now a billionaire. Even his old piggy bank's fortune paled in contrast. Watching him pay up, Rosette didn't care to ask where his money came from. She just inspected his expression, noting that he was not that stressed. Thank you, the maid said, taking the tablets that turned white back before gesturing to the trays. If you may, leave the trays outside after you finish taking your goods, she said before bowing down and walking out. Victor slowly walked to his tray and began to inspect the trinkets that were each placed in a suitable box. He bought a total of 49 items. He really had a lot of girls around him after all, and buying them gifts was a must. Under Lyra's curious eyes, he began taking the stuff one by one. After giving them a quick check, he put them in his ring, leaving only 3 things on the tray. The first one was a simple necklace with a small flower pendant. It didn't look impressive, but Victor could tell that it was made from a material called obsidian raindrop. It was a very hard material and hard to work with. He took it, weighing it in his hand, then turned and walked toward Amira, who was watching curiously. He bent on one knee and then put it around her neck. This is for you. Ah, she blushed as he wrapped his hands around her neck, locking the pendant's chain. Thanks, she said, looking down shyly at the pendant on her chest as soon as he let go. She really looked super cute. Tisk, Lyra clicked her tongue and then paused as she watched Victor grab her arm and put a bracelet around it. What the? This thing is made out of blue gold, and I thought you would like it. It really matches your eye color, he said, making her blush a little. I don't want. Consider it a gift from your brother-in-law, he interrupted as he flashed her a smile. He had been really training on how to do those lately. They were surprisingly very useful. As expected, pretty things should be worn by pretty girls. It is not like I couldn't buy it by myself, or anything, she said as she looked away, blushing a bit. I guess I will just accept it. Rosette, who watched, was squinting her eyes at him and sneering. This guy was so damn good at scamming little girls. Well, she really didn't mind it, as his relationship with Lyra was clearly improving, but it made her a little concerned if he had any other hobbies that went beyond that. Aerith, on the other hand, who was still frowning, looked toward the last box left on the try, biting her lip and not knowing what to expect. Well, Victor didn't disappoint as he opened it to reveal a golden bangle inside. It was clearly very old, yet intricate, inlaid by 12 pretty gems around it. He grabbed it and held it in his hand for a bit, as if weighing it. Aerith was disappointed. It was too small for her to wear. It should be for Amira, right? No, this is for you, Victor said, presenting it to Aerith. She frowned, taking the intricate jade bangle and looking at it. This thing was one of the most expensive things in the auction earlier, and Victor had a fight with Naga over it, and ended up paying 2,100 coins for it. I will find a chain to hang it around my neck, she said with some disappointment. Well, at least he got something for her. Idiot, Victor said, grabbing it from her hand. This is to be put up there, he added, pulling away Aerith's turban and putting it on her horn, letting it slide down. It fits perfectly. Everyone froze. Both Lyra and Rosette tensed up. Although Aerith didn't show it, she was very sensitive about things regarding her horn. When she was young, if anyone were to make fun of it, they would end up with some serious injuries. Aerith really got angry for a moment there. But moments later, she felt a strange sense of clarity. The gems around have natural demonic energy, purifying properties, Victor whispered, telling the truth. Although it is weak, being close to your head, I thought it might have some calming effects on you. Erda blushed a bit. She didn't expect him to be still thinking about her situation. Really? The auctioneer didn't say anything about that. Lyra, who couldn't read the atmosphere, asked. She told you that those gems were rare, didn't she? He shrugged. In fact, the knowledge about them was something my master taught me. He used a couple of them on demons' restraining shackles. He clarified. In fact, this knowledge was something he got from the old artificer soul he ate months ago. That guy was an expert in demonic materials, and he really didn't expect to find such a fine thing here. They were really one of the materials used in demonic shackles, but to create a fully functioning one, many other rare minerals were required. Now you can restrain your horniness, he whispered. Bam! Ouch! Aerith smacked his head. Pervert, she said as she turned and walked away to grab a plate, skipping a bit. I forgive you, she whispered. Thanks, I guess, he whispered as he scratched his head. Why did all the women around him turn violent? Rosette, who watched them reconcile, almost clicked her tongue. He was not only good at scamming little girls, it seemed, but in a way, he was a perfect fit for the rigid Aerith. She could only shake her head and look to the side, where Massel was giving Meryl the ring he bought, telling her that he thought she might like it and that it meant absolutely nothing. Although Rosette was not really against this elf marrying her daughter, she needed to cut him off from that Sun Lord first, and really had to find a way to straighten up that crooked elven brain of his. And to tell the truth, she had no idea how to do all of that. Maybe she should consult Victor's master about it. Lady Theta, one young man shouted as he returned to the makeshift survivors' camp constructed in a safe zone. Despite its relatively small size, it was very crowded. What? The teenage girl, who was busy teaching a few youngsters how to use a sword, turned to ask as she gestured to them to try the technique she had just explained. I got this drop from a rat on the upper floor, he said, smiling a bit while scratching his head as he showed her a golden pendant. It looked very fancy. Didn't I teach you to keep your loot to yourself? She frowned and asked. Only show them to trusted appraisers or merchants. But is it okay if is you right? He said, pouting a bit. This girl was not falling for his usual rhetoric. Not even me. Since you agreed to join this camp, you have to follow the rules, she argued. If this place was not managed by me, but by some hooligan, you might have died for trying to look cool. This thing looks precious. Keep it safe until you can appraise it. Can I keep it with you? No. The rules are the rules. Now go report to Ruby and get some rest. She dismissed him as she turned to the youngsters and began to fix their fighting stances. Those kids were on a school trip and just happened to be ushered into the square to hear that speech before the explosion happened. He could only sigh as he watched her disregard him. "Don't despair, lad." Someone suddenly put his hand on his shoulder and said, startling him, it was the uncle who usually guarded the safe zone's entrance. "You're not the first one to try to hit on her and fail. At least you approached her amiably enough. Some few others, who didn't know how to keep their hands to themselves, ended up with broken noses," he said, consoling him. The young man sighed. "Do you know her origin?" he asked. "She is not from our city, that's for sure, and I suspect she might not even be from our country," the old man said. "And the girls around her have a very rusty atmosphere around them. Some of them have this strange accent. They knew each other before coming here. Most likely. Since you were rescued late, you might not know when we found ourselves here. It was her and the others who saved us and then guided us to this safe zone, telling us about the truth of the world. They might have something to do with our situation, but I can't prove it." "Oh," the young man nodded. This uncle was clearly some kind of intelligence officer or security official before coming here. "By the way, did you happen to meet a veiled girl or a tall, handsome young man who looked like a beggar?" the young man asked. "You already asked everyone about them, right? Are they relatives?" the nice uncle asked back. "Kinda. They are my cousins," the young man sighed. "We came together to hear the speech and then were separated," he added in a sad tone. "If they are here and manage to survive, they will appear sooner or later." The old man sighed. "Never lose hope, lad." "Yeah." The young man nodded. Then, after thinking for a moment, he took out the pendant and gave it to the old man. "You look like a man who knows how to get things done. How about this? Keep an eye on them for me. And this is your payment," he said, handing it to him. The old man scowled at the young man, then took the pendant and put it in his pocket. "Sure," he replied. At the same time, in a very luxurious auction house in another world full of elves and perverts. "Aunt Rosette, I have been meaning to ask you about something," Victor, who finished grabbing a bite, suddenly asked as he returned to his seat. "What?" Rosette, who was frowning while watching Meryl remove the fish bones from Assel's plate, asked. "You know that my class is a merchant, right?" he asked. "Yes, and I couldn't help but notice that the system store in this world is not functional. I could only sell gems. There is no system storefront or even player's marketplace." "Oh." Rosette round to face him. "First let me ask you this. How is the situation in our original world?" She was not sure about that. "The player's market store is mostly empty and only displays some items on rare occasions due to the lack of merchants. But the system store is fully functional despite it only offering standard pills and talismans," he responded. "I see," she sighed. Well, I'm not sure myself, but I can make a guess." "Okay." According to her lordship, many things about the system have something to do with the world's rules. Those should be set by someone who has an emperor rank. But in this world, this doesn't exist now, she pondered. "There might be something like that limiting the store here," she guessed. "The system has to follow the world rules?" Victor asked with a frown. This felt strange, but on the other hand, he had seen how it was locking Shaun's fate power to a rank. "I don't really know. Her lordship only told me that the system was not something someone at my level should be concerned about." "I see," Victor frowned. Now that he knew about concepts and sparks, he was very intrigued about the system that managed all this. It seemed like there were different levels of control to it. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back," the auctioneer, who at some moment returned to the stage, suddenly announced. This time it was no longer the half-elf lady, but a dashing young man in a blue suit. This caused all the men to visibly show their annoyance, contrary to the women in the crowd who began to shoot him flirtatious looks. This auction house really knew how to agitate its guests. "We will start with the third collection, Rare Minerals and Materials," he announced as 3 trays full of jade boxes were carted to the stage. Many of the VIPs who were relaxing at this moment finally showed some interest. "We will start with the first item," he declared, taking the first box and opening it to reveal a delicate pearl. "This pearl was acquired from the belly of a demon dragon fish. We believe it was the result of it foraging in the northern forbidden lands," he began to introduce. "Our appraiser has confirmed that it will be very suitable to be used as a medium for soul artifacts. We will start with 5,000 coins," he said, declaring the start of the real auction. 6,000, 7,000, 7,800, 8,100. Victor watched with interest. This thing was really precious, but for him, it was pretty much useless. He already got a ton of materials from the gorge, and between them, he already had a few bigger pearls. He just was pondering if he should ask if it could vibrate. As if feeling something wrong, Rosette shot him a warning glare. Oops. This woman had some very keen intuition. The pearl was quickly sold to some elf lady, allowing the auctioneer to move to the next item that made many squint their eyes as the wooden box opened and the item inside was revealed. It is a dragon bone. We can't be sure of its origin, but our appraisal had already confirmed that it came from primordial times, belonging to an adult four-winged mist dragon. Oh-h-h-h-h-h. The crowd was in an uproar. Immediately this thing was very rare. The only one who was not amazed was Massel, who turned to look at Victor. This bone was the same one he bought at the auction at Border Town. This is, he asked. Yeah, the master made me sell it here, Victor shrugged. Rosette, who heard him, just raised one eyebrow. Do you have one more? She asked. My master does. He usually uses them to bait demons. Victor said, Do you want me to ask for one for you? Some really good weapons can be made out of it, she said before looking away, hinting to him that he should make such weapons as gifts. Indeed, I will tell him the next time he appears. Victor nodded before turning to the stage. The dragon bone was sold to an old weaponsmith for a whooping 450,300 coins. He had no idea that he was just marked. By more than one person, that was. Next we have, the auctioneer smiled as he slowly continued to present the items one by one. This time Rosette bid, buying more than 3 rare minerals that she needed. All of them had something to do with storms, wind, and rain, so Victor was suspecting she was trying really hard to figure out that concept thing. He could only sigh as he suddenly felt a tug on his pants. Turning to the side, he noticed that Amira, who was grabbing hard to him, had her eyes pinned on a strange-looking bone that was held by the auctioneer using a glove. This item is an old giant's tailbone. Although it is very rotten, our appraiser had confirmed that it can still be used for grinding weapons. He also suggested that it might be useful to research it as a poison source, as it seems to have a very bad effect on living organisms. Victor squinted looking at it. Giant tailbone. Rotten 98%. The appraisal only showed its name and state. Nothing more. But on it, he felt a familiar breath, the same one he felt in the Death Gorge. Victor did ask Amira about this a while back, but she could only tell him that it was something that she felt she needed, like her body was hungry for it. She couldn't explain it all. We will start with 1,200 coins. 1,300. 1,400. Victor quickly bid as he grabbed Amira's hand, gesturing to her to keep quiet. She nodded as she relaxed a bit. 1,500. 1,600. 1,750. After a few more bids, Victor managed to secure it for 1,880 coins. Don't let anyone know that you were the one who wanted it. I will give it to you later, Victor whispered to her, using his disguise to make sure no one heard him. She nodded. Thank you, she whispered. He just ruffled her hair as the next item was brought forward. It was an egg of some kind of monster. Victor just gave a quick glance and lost interest as it didn't vibrate. Suddenly his eyes caught something from the side. He turned and noticed an old man who walked into the hall from the back door, breathing hard as if he had arrived here in a hurry. He was looking around frantically before asking an assistant about something. Hearing the answer, he calmed down a bit and quickly found a seat in the back. It just happened to be right next to Curious. What kind of coincidence was that? Victor was about to dismiss him, but for some strange reason, he couldn't. It was as if the man had something wrong. Wait, why didn't he appraise him until now? Victor gasped. Why the fuck was every cell in his body telling him to ignore this very suspicious man? Why were his eyes automatically darting away each time he wanted to inspect him deeper? Is there anything wrong? Aerith, who was by his side, asked. Just wondering why is that egg not vibrating? Ouch! Rosette, the only one on the balcony who understood what he meant, naturally smacked his head. Behave! Aerith glared at him for a second, wondering why would he want an egg to vibrate. Then, thinking about it for a second, she decided to turn back and continue observing the auction. She knew better than to ask this pervert. Lyra felt the same and decided to ask her mother later. She was in for a spanking. Victor just rubbed his head as he acted naturally. He didn't want to alarm anyone as he slowly forced himself to look at the old man again and appraised him. Name, Romulus G. Sola, Ziffer the Great. Level, 987. Class, Dark Magician, SSS. Abnormal status. Most inconspicuous, SSS. Talisman effect, 70 seconds hours. Death poisoning, S. Fake. Sun Lord's minor blessing, S. Demonic seed, X. Hidden. World system, node connection access permission, hidden. Authority, 9+90. Health, 22,000. Stamina, 22,000. Mana, 25,000. Strength, 2,200. Agility, 2,200. Intelligence, 2,500. Luck, 10. Charm, 10. Order, 121. Skills, Darkness, SSS. Dark Side, SSS. Disguise, SS. Demonic Sense, SS. Blindness, S. Appraise, S. Poison Resistance, S. Soul Extract, S. Soul Defense, S. Soul Seer, A. Dark Sphere, A. Darkness Arrow, A. Corpse Bomb, A. Dark Vision, A. Archery, A. Pole Arts, A. Magic Resistance, A. Magic Compatibility, A. Pain Tolerance, A. Cold Resistance, A. Stun Resistance, A. Darkness Resistance, A. Fire Resistance, A. Survival, B. Torture Arts, B. Martial Arts, C. All Arts, D. Cooking Art, D. Cannibal, E. Sadist, F. Cross-dressing, F. Bloodline. Sun Elf, AA 100%. Equipment. Sacrificial Doll, X. Ziffer's Teleportation Cloak, SSS. Status Protection Talisman, SSS. Escape Talisman, SSS. Ring of Doom, SSS. Warning Earrings, SS. Black Sun Staff, SS. Great Hidden Storage Ring, S. Royal Insignia, S. Cursed Cannot Be Removed. Quick Boots, A. Storage Ring, B. Fate. Fate's Power, C. Defined Fate. Serve the Sun Lord until death, A. Destiny List. Less than 10 order points to unveil. At what? Victor almost gasped again. Ziffer was here. Shit. He did put in the possibility of the guy appearing. But it was a very small possibility as he expected him to send someone instead. And what was with his status? What the fuck was that system node access thing? No idea. Looking at the guy's fate things became stranger. Serve the Sun Lord until death. Whose death? Did this guy work for the Sun Lord? What kind of twisted plot was this? Not being able to resist, Victor activated the Destiny List. Destiny List. World set. Serve the Sun Lord until death. A. Self-set. Be a very good servant. C. Self-set. Fool the stupid Sun Lord again to kill the Storm Lord, then eat him. S. Self-set. Disable this world's system node. S. Self-set. Relight the fated Devil Spark, then use it to become a Demon Lord. S. Self-set. Break the seed hidden in my soul and restore my true demonic body. S. Self-set. Devour this world. S. Self-set. Devour what's beyond this world. S. Demon Lord? Victor began to really sweat. This plot was far beyond anything he expected. He knew the spark was important, but did it make demon lords? Like in video games? Wait, the system was already strange, and the hero class did exist, but come on, demon lords too? Thinking about it, Victor was in a real shock. Too troublesome. He was making guesses before, but it seemed like the Sun Lord was really an idiot, probably being led by the nose by this demon. Shit. His original plan here was to use the chaos Ziffer would make to move on to his targets. The first one was to steal the dramatic hammer from Lazarus. He had a really good idea about how to use it, and he suspected that it might be the fate treasure Lily told him about. The second was to rob a few things from the auction. Who wouldn't like more free stuff? The third was to find a way to cure the Stormlord. If he were to just give her the fake talisman, she would not want him nearby when she used it, as she was not an idiot and would naturally suspect foul play. That would be troublesome, as it wouldn't really work without him around. The problem was now that the situation had become 100 times more dangerous, especially with all the treasure Ziffer had on him. This guy was like a tank. And would that Storm Lord really dare to appear if she knew Ziffer was here? No. Wait. She didn't need to know. What if he were to try the same game he did with Tangerine the Great and frame the guy? Thinking about it, Victor dismissed it. He had no idea if this demon was able to restore his original body quickly. Escalating the situation was a bad idea. Aerith and Rosette would definitely be pulled into the battle, and he didn't want to see that as he might have to reveal his true power to save them. And that's a big no. He should stay in the shadows. He needed to make things big, but just enough to make that woman make a move. Yes, the only thing he could really count on at the moment was Ziffer's unwillingness to be discovered. This guy was definitely playing the long game, scheming something that involved the system itself. Then, the question was how the hell would he be able to pull all that off and achieve all his goals at the same time? Troublesome. Extra troublesome. Many things needed to be tuned like an orchestra playing a symphony, and he needed to play the role of the conductor, a hidden conductor. How the fuck was he going to do that? What's wrong? Aerith, who had been keeping tabs on Victor, asked again as she noticed his strange silence. Just wondering if it was worth it, he said absent-mindedly. What? That blackwind tree bark? She asked about the thing everyone was betting on. Blushing a bit. This is useless for you. You already have everything needed, she whispered as she looked away, the blush reaching her ear. This thing was for men with problems with their little brothers. If Victor were to use it, the older of the brothers would be reversed. Victor chuckled, then paused. He had everything he needed, right? There was still that thing. Looking at Ziffer's status, he could slowly formulate a plan. It would be risky, but if played correctly, nothing bad would happen. It is risky, but... He slowly began to smirk. Ouch! Rosette smacked him. Stop thinking about dirty things. He was shocked. He was really thinking about dirty things. This woman's intuition was amazing. Sorry, Master. I couldn't get any info. George bowed in front of Theodore, who sat in his mansion's secure room, reviewing some top-secret documents. Even you couldn't do it. Theodore lifted his head and looked at his trusted butler in shock. Yes, George replied. I lost contact with the flame Ifrit I summoned for some reason, but the surveillance team reported nothing abnormal at that time. Oh, it was during a 30-minute blackout period when young Master Max took a prostitute to a motel room, and he reported her dead afterward. George frowned. The surveillance team's report only included him being involved in some kind of rough activities. Some kind of sacrificial ritual? Most likely, George replied. I checked the family records, and although his butler managed to hide it quite well, I did find out that Max might have quite a history with such incidents with prostitutes. He added, about 1 or 2 casualties per month. Oh, Theodore's frown grew deeper as he let go of the document in his hand and looked up, lost in thought. He was clearly disturbed. Although it was common in the family for every heir to do whatever they wanted in normal people, Max's actions meant that he was either a psycho or worse. A traitor. After that, he called Victor, wanting to meet him. It is as if he had been given some kind of instructions. George continued with his conclusion. Oh, any idea what this is about? No, as he didn't explain anything on the phone, but Axel should tell us everything as soon as he finishes with him, George replied. Then let's wait and see. Let the men be more careful not to reveal anything. I want to see what kind of game he will be playing. Theodore said with a cold voice. His future actions will seal his fate. He was super pissed. The only thing he hated more than getting cuckolded was being betrayed. No, wait, those two were on the same level. Anyway, if Max was really doing this on purpose, and if he were to try something to harm the family, Theodore was planning to be the one to act and finish him off. Understood, George said just as someone knocked on the door. Enter. Theodore paused for a moment, then commanded, allowing his faithful maid Adele to enter and bow courtesy while lifting the tips of her fluffy, made uniform to reveal her fishnet stockings. George clicked his tongue as he looked away. He never liked this woman's overemphasis on protocol or the way she seduced his master on every occasion. Is there anything? Theodore asked, noticing Adele's disturbed face. Young Master Max, he got into a fight with young Master Axel. and now both of them are in the police station. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will take a brief rest, then begin the next collection, the auctioneer announced with a grave voice, then turned to leave. That was really intense, Victor commented. He was not really watching, but he wanted to appear as if he were. You have no idea. Wait until the real artifacts make an appearance later, Aerith commented. Oh, Victor nodded as the door knocked, and a few carts were brought into the balcony, containing the stuff that they bought. Victor casually grabbed the things he bet for, including the tailbone meant for Amira. What do people downstairs do to get their stuff? He asked as he paid. Those guys didn't have the luxury of having their stuff carted in. They can go pick them up from the office on the 3rd floor during the rest, or they can wait until the end to take them for the 1st floor where safe exits can be provided. The maid who accepted Victor's payment clarified. Oh, he nodded as he put the final touches on his plan. Thank goodness we are VIPs here, he said. I don't want to mingle with commoners. The maid nodded with disgust. She hated those types of guys the most. By the way, where is the restroom? He asked again. At the end of the corridor on each floor, there is one, the maid, fulfilling her duty, explained. Good. I will return in a bit. I need to take a dump, he told everyone. You don't have to explain that. Rosette dismissed him as she inspected an orichalcum that she bought. I do. My wife is very jealous, he clarified, making Aerith shoot him a glare. Amira, stay with Aerith and behave, he told the little girl. Amira nodded, frowning a bit as she understood his other instructions that no one else heard. Giving everyone on the balcony a glance, he slowly walked out and casually made his way toward the restrooms. There were 5 on this floor. He quickly chose the deepest one, and as soon as he entered and made sure he was alone, he took out Yas, one of the 2 elf girls from the cauldron. Master, she asked with a blush as she noticed that she was in a very cramped space with her body pushing on her master. Shush, he said as he put his hand on her head, making her slowly change shape into him. Everyone will now see you as me. Stay here and act as if you have bad constipation. Don't leave no matter what you hear. Even if this building collapses, I will return to get you later, he said. She didn't expect that. Understand. You can use the soul perfume if needed. Just focus on not getting discovered, he added. Understood, she nodded obediently. Nodding, he gave her a kiss on the cheek and phased out through the door. Remembering the auction house's layout from his exploration when he first came here, he made his way toward the backstage. As he approached his target, the corridors became heavily guarded, but thankfully the mean-looking guards there were kind enough to totally ignore him, as if he was made out of air. 5 minutes later, he entered the so-called vault where a huge-bodied old man was supervising the treasures that would be sent to the stage and those that were already sold and needed to be exchanged. He was also explaining what needed to be said about each item to a dashing-looking young in a formal red-colored suit. This guy was probably the next auctioneer. Victor watched the busy atmosphere there for a moment, finally confirming that the old man was the highest authority in this place, with everyone calling him the supreme manager. He appraised him. Name, Riz Millard. Level, 641. Class, Winter Merchant. A. Abnormal status. Stormlord's Minor Blessing. SS. Authority, 61 plus 3. Bloodline, Half-Giant. A. Equipment, Dragon Scale Armor. AAA. Protection Talisman. B. Storage Ring. C. Supreme Array Control Token. D. Fate. Fate's Power. B. Defined Fate. Death by Impalement by ZFR the Great. A. Destiny List. Less than 10 order points to unveil. Victor frowned. This guy was a little too strong for him to take him out without killing or alerting others. But what caught his interest was the Supreme Array token. He had already noticed the set array when he first walked in, and now he found the way to control it. His first thoughts were to steal it, but it was risky, too risky. There might not be any need to do that, though. Victor was really feeling nervous. For the first time in his life, he was going to pull a great scam, and this time the field was not his. So he had to use everything he got to make it work without anyone suspecting him. It was as dangerous as mixing gunpowder with fire and wishing them not to cause an explosion. In fact, all his preparations this time were for that reason. It was as if he was working against his own scam. In a certain dungeon that smelled and looked like gigantic sewers, a huge rat the size of a house screamed in pain and shock, and then fell down as a crimson-haired girl slid across using her sword to slit its throat. Not one drop of blood stuck on it, nor on her, as each one of her movements was flawless. "Sis, that was amazing," Mana exclaimed as she watched Mona sheath her sword. "When did you learn that move?" she asked in reverence. She had been training in the sword for the last 6 months, and she could barely follow her sister's movements. Hell, even the giant rat that had just died was having difficulty doing that. "It just came to me," Mona replied calmly as she looked at her artifact sword, squinting her deep eyes at it. This thing about being a player was really magical. How could someone like her, who never wielded a sword before, do it so naturally? Also, seeing her level go up so fast felt unreal. "Sis, I really envy you," Mana sighed. "If I could be as cool as you, I would have been more useful to the young master." "Why do you care about his opinion of you this much?" Mona asked. "And isn't he your husband? Why do you keep calling him young master?" "Out of habit." Mana pouted with a blush. It had become a kind of role play for her and her sister at the moment, and her husband really liked it when they called him like that. "Victor is the coolest, though. He saved our lives that day and stood for us against his family to make us his wives. And although he appears a little perverted, he really cares about his own people deeply. One time I was really hurt in a dungeon, and you should have seen the look on his face," Mana said with reverence. Mona shook her head. She knew that love-struck look on her sister. She had seen her on some of her female friends, and they all ended badly when that guy. "Wait." She paused. "Who was that guy again?" "What? Why? All right, Mr. X." Mona screamed and let go of her sword as she held her head and fell to the floor grimacing in pain. "Sis." Mana ran quickly to her side and pushed a healing and an antidote pill in her mouth without asking. It didn't help as Mona screamed. "No, Neve again," she shouted as if fighting something. Then, startling the dismayed Mana, she reached and grabbed her sword. Pulling it out of its old sheath again, she flipped it and inserted it in her own eye without hesitation. "Sis," Mana yelled in shock as she watched her sister push the sword into her own head, and then while screaming pull it out again before collapsing to the ground with blood gushing out of her eye. On the tip of the sword, a black-looking bird hatchling was squirming and screaming in pain before dying. Moments later, it evaporated into smoke. "Why is Victor late?" Meryl, who watched the next stage of the auction start, suddenly said. "Probably doing something perverted," Lyra smirked. "Lyra," Rosette scolded. Aerith stood up. "Leave him be," Rosette said to her. "If he were to make trouble, it will be all recorded by the auction house's array. You will be able to use it later to rein him in." Aerith frowned. "You were the one who was shunning him," Rosette added. "You should have expected him to grow impatient." "I know, but it is okay. He might just be having constipation for all we know." Rosette says, "Think of it as a test for him." Aerith still didn't sit down. "I want to have a look," she said, turning and quickly leaving. "I will come with you." Amira jumped to her feet and quickly grabbed Aerith's hand. Aerith nodded and left with the little girl. Rosette could only shake her head as she watched her jealous daughter leave and looked down toward the stage where a young man entered to introduce the next collection they were selling. Rare and mysterious items. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue our auction. The first item is this black sword hilt. It is completely normal, but for some reason, whenever someone swings it, it screams in pain, he said as he held the hilt and swung it in a random direction. "KYA." A lewd scream reverberated in the room as the young auctioneer quickly dropped it and shot the assistant behind the stage a glare. The assistant shook his head. It never acted like this before. It might be that kind of pain," the auctioneer said awkwardly. "It never did that before. How about we start with 70,000 coins, he asked. "Really? No one wants to explore these things as secrets?" Rosette shook her head. Although the item was intriguing, people at this auction who could afford it were at the top of society, and no one of them would risk his reputation for it. "It can make normal noises, too. Anyone can try it. Maybe it depends on the person," he said, offering it to the audience again while shooting the manager who was telling him that this was against protocol and an apologetic look. Finally, one other guy got the courage to go up and try it. Ah! It was a normal scream for a man getting killed. Interesting, huh? Anyone else? He asked. This time a few people tried it, and the voice, although a little different each time, was still of a man. Thankfully, after many men tried it, one rich guy got enough courage and bet on it, buying it at the starting price. Congratulations, sir. We will move to the next item, the auctioneer said, putting the sword hilt away back into its own box and moving to the side before he picked the next item. This is a coin that only displays a face when flipped despite it having two sides, he said, showing a normal-looking golden coin with a dragon on one face and a phoenix on the other. Anyone care to try it? He asked, clearly nervous after that last incident. One man in the audience nodded, walked to the stage, and tested it. And indeed, when flipped into the air, it only displayed face, the one with the dragon, and no matter what the man tried, it always landed on face. Even if he tried to cheat. Come, any more people? The auctioneer said, causing a few to go up and try it one by one. I guess dragons are always on top, the auctioneer commented, earning himself a few laughs from the audience as he thanked the last man, and gestured for him to go back to his seat as he began auctioning it for 40,000 coins. This time it went for 70,500 before being bought by one of the Elven VIPs. As the auctioneer continued, the balcony's door opened and Aerith returned with a blush on her face. Amira was with her. How was it? Lyra asked. He is in the restroom. That mushroom he ate earlier didn't suit his stomach, she spat, looking away. This world's food might cause such things to strangers, Rosette said as she shook her head and continued to watch the auction stage where many strange items were inspected and then auctioned. It was getting more livelier than usual. Inspecting the goods in such a way was a little out of the ordinary, and Rosette had never seen it happen before. But for this collection that contained mysterious objects, it made sense. And it seemed to be working as many people were encouraged to bid after trying the items for themselves. Still, none of that concerned Rosette, as none of those items were something she needed. Many of them were weak artifacts of failed products. They were only important if someone needed them for a specific thing or for research purposes. It was only 30 minutes later that this segment came to an end, with the final items being 3 boxes that were brought in on carts. 2 were very big and ornamented, while the last one was an unadorned metallic one. For some reason, as she watched, Rosette felt that something big was about to happen. What was that about? Theodore asked as he eyed Axel and Max, who just came out of prison. They were both sitting in his office. He started it for no reason, Axel said, feeling a little wronged. He was on his way to go get Gloria and Schweb before leaving to go to that dungeon when Max appeared and dragged him to have a drink. After that, he began to ask him about the past, and when Axel told him that he was suffering from amnesia, Max punched him in the face for no reason, and as a man who was not afraid of trouble, he punched back. In the end, the police came and dragged them away. Father, I suspect that he is not my real brother. Max flared. During the ceremony earlier, he went into a trance and began mumbling that he is not the real Victor, but a fake. What? Theodore frowned and looked at Axel with vigilance. His acting was not bad at all. I have no idea what you were talking about. Axel frowned. He didn't expect Max to come forward like that. Was their plan of no use? Could it be that Max was innocent? I really don't remember, he said. Theodore frowned, inspecting Victor for a moment before turning to face Max. Is that why you took him for a drink? Yes, I wanted to check if he was a fake before making a report, just in case it was a hallucination. Then, the moment he told me that he had amnesia, my suspicion intensified, and I punched him in the face. I wanted to see if he was wearing a mask, Max said, making up an excuse. In the end, it turned into a brawl. He scratched the back of his head. Really? Theodore asked. Max, perhaps you didn't know, but we already did a DNA analysis on Victor, and he is the real one. What? Max frowned. He could have been changed after that, though. He is definitely suspicious. Oh, Theodore nodded. George, he called, making his faithful servant materialize behind the 2 young men, storytelling the shit out of them. You call, master? Take a DNA sample for Victor, just in case. He will be spending the night here until we confirm the results. He looked at Axel. I hope you don't mind. I don't. Axel frowned. He had a dungeon raid to catch up with. Damn it. What's wrong with Max? Max, you stay here too. I will inform you of the results in the morning. Fine. Max nodded. If you're the real Victor, I will owe you an apology, he turned and told Axel. Axel just looked away. Now to the last 3 items, the handsome auctioneer announced. Those 3 boxes are the strangest in our collection. Can you tell why? He asked the audience as he pointed to the boxes on stage. No one replied, but their interest was piqued as they eyed the items. No one was a large cubic wooden ornamented box with a strange floral design engraved on it, showing no signs of tools being used. There was also no apparent lock on it, but it could be magical. No 2 was a small, unadorned metallic box. It had a lock, but the keyhole looked very archaic. No 3 was another large wooden box, but this one was very basic and unadorned with all kinds of scratches on its surface. Its only feature was that it was tall and thin, probably containing some kind of sword. It also had a small hole where the key should fit. Watching the audience's reaction, the crafty auctioneer laughed. Well, although it is against the rules, let me tell you a secret. Those 3 boxes were brought to her by a very powerful figure who was at his wits' end trying to figure out their secret, he said. The auction manager backstage looked at the auctioneer, fabricating all kinds of lies with a frown. Those 3 boxes were brought by 3 different people with very weak backgrounds. Adding to that, these boxes were either found in a ditch, dropped from a demon, or a family heirloom. Although it was a bit strange, it was not unheard of for a few similar things to appear at the same time. Still, that was not the problem. What made him feel a little shocked was how competent this auctioneer was. The way he was selling useless stuff was amazing. He should really give him a raise after this. The auctioneer, who didn't know what the stupid manager thought, continued to tease the audience before finally revealing the secret. Look, those 3 boxes all have one thing in common. No one could open them, he said. If anyone doubts what I am saying, feel free to try and open them, he said. Anyone? He asked. A fat man jumped from the audience and walked upstage, heading to one of the boxes. Before you try, listen up, the auctioneer stopped him. Let's set some rules first to make this more fun, he said. What? The fat man asked. You can only try if you bid on the box. If you can open it, you take it for free, and if you fail, your bid stands. The auctioneer said with a wicked smile. You can only choose 1 box, but the price increase would carry to all other 3, and the boxes that will be left unopened would be sold to the last one who bid on them, he added, making the manager behind the curtain raise his thumb up to him as tears welled in his eyes. What a good scammer. The boxes couldn't even be opened by him, and he doubted anyone but the Lord's disciples would be able to pull it off. And if one of those guys would really give it a try and succeed, they would definitely pay its full price regardless to save face and not owe the auction house a favor. This was excellent. You should really try this hands-on approach in the future. Can we bid without trying to open the box? One old cloak guy from the auction asked. Of course you can, but where's the fun in that? The auctioneer said, frowning a bit before turning to the fat man. Are you playing? The fat man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Since he was the first, it was okay. Let's start with 100 coins then, the auctioneer suggested. Choose a box. Okay, the fat man said, choosing one of the boxes, an ornamented one. He grabbed it and shook it a little. Although it was very heavy, he managed to hear the sound of something muffled inside of it. It was not empty. Thinking for a moment, he grabbed its lid and tried to yank it open. Nothing happened. He tried again, his face puffed bright red, but still it couldn't be opened. Please return to your seat, the auctioneer said. You thought it could be that easy. The fat man shot him a glare and then walked downstage while shaking his head. Another guy walked up. 200 coins, he announced as he grabbed the little metal box and tried to pull it open. He also failed. Can we use weapons? Someone suddenly asked. She was a nasty-looking woman. The auctioneer hesitated, then looked backstage. Boss, can we get permission to use weapons on stage? He asked. The manager thought for a moment, then nodded. Don't break anything, he said. Those boxes were made of very strange materials, the big ones out of wood, while the small ones were unknown metal. Nothing can penetrate them, not even the strongest weapon he had. You'll have to increase the bid by at least 10,000 coins. You get one try, and if you fail you will pay for the damage, the auctioneer said, making the manager nod again. What a good guy. When he first hired him, it was for his looks, but it looked like he had some hidden talents. The woman nodded and walked on stage. 10,200 coins, she said as she walked toward one of the big boxes. First she tried to open it normally, then brandishing her sword she struck it. Bam! A loud sound reverberated, the box shook hard, but still it didn't open. Too bad, the auctioneer sighed. The woman nodded then walked back down. After that, one by one people tried, including a teenage girl called Lyra, who failed miserably and even shot the auctioneer a glare when he told her that she needed to drink more milk to get stronger in the future. After half an hour, the unopened box's price reached 1,400,000 coins for each one, and the manager was about to faint out of joy. The auction house would get 10% of those. Damn it, he should have been greedier and demanded a 15% share of that poor boy. Anyone else? The auctioneer asked, but it was clear that the people downstairs were no longer that enthusiastic. Maybe one of the gentlemen upstairs? Duke Lazarus? He asked. His words made one old, cloaked man squeeze his hand angrily, but relaxed a bit as he looked at the balcony above. He clearly was not planning on making a move here, but probably waiting for an opportunity. This guy was so wary of traps that one might think he was a professional scammer himself. The auctioneer ignored him and looked up toward the balcony as if waiting for an answer. Things were going according to plan, Lazarus thought, and just before he could make a move, a chuckle could be heard. Let me try it, Atma, the Lord's first disciple, said as she turned into a gust of wind and then appeared on stage. She gave the auctioneer an inspecting look before turning to the boxes. Choose one. The auctioneer, who was cursing at her for ruining his plan, said, You can only try one. We have to leave something for the others. Haha, you are a brave one, aren't you? She asked. Maybe, he nodded as switched to plan D3. You can also be an idiot, she said as her face went all cold. That is also a possibility, but as the auctioneer here, I have to keep the rules. He didn't flinch. Atma raised one eyebrow as the manager, who started silently cursing the daring auctioneer, almost fainted. How dare this guy be rude to Lady Atma? He was so fired. Oh, fine then. Atma, who was taken aback by the auctioneer's bravery, didn't say anything anymore. She just smirked and turned to inspect the 3 boxes, finally choosing the thin, tall one. I will try this one, she said as she grabbed it. 2,000,000 coins, she declared as her hands began to be covered with frost. The box began to quickly be covered with ice as Atma frowned a bit and then intensified her power. 3 seconds later, the boxes would all froze, and moments later it shattered like glass. Pam! From inside of it, a golden sword appeared, shining with a very bright light. Holy shit, an SSS weapon. Really? Yeah, I heard of those. Shit, getting this for 2,000,000 coins, what a bargain. Damn it, why not me? Atma was shocked as she slowly grabbed the sword and gave it a look. This thing was old, very old, she could tell from the engravings on it, but for some reason, it was as if it was polished just yesterday. I will be taking this, she said, winking at the shocked auctioneer before dissipating and appearing back at her balcony. Sure. Lady Atma is strong. I think we should wrap. I will also give it a try. Lazarus, who was clearly enraged by Atma taking his chance, jumped down. Seeing how she did it, he quickly found a way to break that wooden box. They just needed to disintegrate the wood from inside by breaking its fibers, and he had more than one way to do it. But of course, the auctioneer replied nervously. Please choose, he said. I will take number 1. Lazarus said, 5,000,000 coins. He spat arrogantly as he walked toward the ornamented cubic big box. The auctioneer secretly sighed as he watched Lazarus grab the box, and first try to open it by hand, then grab it and begin to channel wind energy into it, making it begin to shake violently. It took him 15 minutes, but still, the audience that watched didn't dare to stop him. Only Atma seemed to be taking the chance to make fun of him. Maybe this is the most I've seen you focused on in ages. Do you have to work that hard? It is only a box. Come on. I'm beginning to wonder if you were this serious with your wife. Lazarus, who was clearly getting angry, ignored her. The auctioneer, on the other hand, was secretly smirking. The angrier he became, the better his plan would work. Finally, the box began showing signs of deteriorating, and in front of everyone, the wood shattered. Before anyone could see what was inside, a black light filled the entire auction house, and in a blink of an eye it disappeared. In the place of the box, there was a strange-looking urn. What the? Before anyone could understand what happened, and as Lazarus bent to grab it, a sudden scream could be heard from behind him. Kai! Glancing around, he saw that the auction hall was filled with all kinds of demons. Help! Demons! The auctioneer screamed as he backed up, stumbling and falling in the process. The guards hurried to fend the demons off. The audience began to panic. In a split second, everything became chaotic. Lazarus paused for a second to realize what had just happened before grabbing his sword that materialized from thin air and using it to parry a sword that came aiming for his neck. Around him, 5 cloaked men had appeared, seemingly crawling out of the urn, and with strange-looking sharp swords they all attacked Lazarus, all at once, flipping all the tables on stage, including the one with the simple metallic box, making it tumble toward the floor. Still, no one cared about it. No one expects 2 scheming guys. What? Margaret frowned as she read the note a little maid handed her before scurrying out of the study. Anything wrong? Elise asked as she looked up from the table full of folders. She was working in the study with Margaret to arrange their new properties. Axel sent a word telling me that he will spend the night at Theodore's mansion because Max suspects him to be a fake and that his trip would be delayed until they check his identity with a DNA test. DNA test? Max didn't fall for the scam? No, Elise paused. Holy shit, he must have grabbed a sample and tested Axel's DNA by himself. And then after confirming he was his real brother, he reported him just in case it was a trap by his father. Most likely, Margaret said absent-mindedly. It can only be one of 2. He is really innocent, or he works with the same group who are using Axel, and they told him not to do anything. Elise continued her analysis. And if it is the latter, it would mean he was just a disposable pawn. Yeah, Margaret sighed. It might also mean that Max may have realized that and acted on his own accord. This guy might be smarter than we expected. We need to be careful, Elise said as she wrote Max's name on a new list, elevating his danger level. What's wrong? Elise asked. Margaret was acting strange. The dungeon raid was delayed. Oh, about that. You think there will be danger there? Elise asked. Axel was a scion, and if his trip was delayed, it might be for his own good. If there was, Axel wouldn't have gone in the first place, Margaret said. The current situation would mean that the danger is temporary. This wouldn't make sense. The dungeon is not yet open. Its situation can't change. Elise frowned. It could be just a coincidence, she suggested. Margaret sighed. But my intuition is telling me that there is something very wrong here. What? Margaret asked. We might have a problem, Elise said as she unlocked her tablet PC and began to check a certain file on it. Margaret just raised one eyebrow as she watched Elise swallow hard and look up to face her. What? After Calvin reported the area, why didn't Victor send a team to check it? Elise asked. There was no need to. He suspected it was a dungeon, and Lily confirmed it, telling him its level was E. Margaret said, that area is under Sunrise's command. Still, didn't he tell us to always be careful before leaving? Wouldn't it be strange for him not to send a survey team to at least check the parameters? Maybe he didn't think it was needed. That's the problem. Look at the file. It doesn't contain the dungeon's gate exact location at all. How can Lily not report it? Margaret paused and quickly flipped through the files. True, the dungeon's exact opening point was not written. It was just the general area. Adding to that, Victor usually decided who was to unlock the gate and get the benefits. Why didn't he specify it this time? Margaret frowned. Let's contact Lily and ask her if she forgot to report that info, she said. Right? Else thought for a moment, then closed her eyes and contacted Lily. Margaret did the same. Their wife's connection allowed them to hold a conference to plot how to reign over their scheming husband. That's how they perceived it anyway. 3 minutes later, both of them opened their eyes and looked at each other in shock. According to Lily, the dungeon should already be open. It was that way the last time they asked her about it. Looking at the document in her hand, Margaret frowned. It definitely stated that it was closed here. Could it be that she remembered wrong? Elise asked. She would never do that. The first skill she asked Victor to give her was eidetic memory. Margaret said as she began to bite her fingernail. It can only be like that time, Elise said nervously after a brief pause. The same thing about that guy only Lily remembered. It was as if something had changed in this world, and no one realized it. Yeah, Margaret frowned, wondering why Lily was not affected. The last time they presumed that it may have something to do with the moon dungeon, but it may not be it. Let's wait until Axel goes to check it for us. We might find something out, Elise suggested. Axel was a scion. Nothing could harm him. Did Lynn finish disposing of Morris? Margaret asked. She should be at the Fragrant Shadows base by now, Elise said. She told me that she wants to watch the gender-swapping operation. Let's make her head to the dungeon ASAP. I want her to keep far away and summon some specters to secretly put cameras around that area. Margaret said, although it would be a little dangerous, the info that Lynn would be able to provide would be crucial for the future of their movements. An enemy that you couldn't even remember wasn't something to be taken lightly. What happened here? Lily asked as she entered the small barred room followed by Julian, whose crazy sister changed their plan and dragged him here through a very dangerous zone 1 hour ago after talking to herself for a while. Lily, Mana, who looked really haggard after fortifying herself and her sister in this safe zone, exclaimed as signs of relief appeared on her face. As I told you through the link, I was following Victor's order and praising her in front of her when she suddenly screamed and used her sword to pluck her own eye, taking out that strange bird demon before collapsing. She explained, summarizing what happened as she pointed to Mona, who was lying motionless on a sleeping bed with her eye bandaged. I had to drag her here as the smell of her blood caused many rats to suddenly attack, she added. Also, I found this on the tip of her sword, she said, pulling out a small pea-sized bloody eggshell in a plastic bag. Is Mana still with Donald and Opal? Lily asked as she inspected it. It looked like some kind of a bird's egg, except that it was too small. She had never seen anything like this before. Yes, I just contacted her, and they are still too far away. You were the closest to my location, she answered nervously. Julian squinted his eyes. Contact? Could it be that his sister had a way of remotely contacting others? Most likely. So, she was not going crazy after all. Oh, Lily, not aware of her brother's thoughts, nodded as she crouched next to Mona to check her pulse. She was still alive, just unconscious and pale. Her breath was very weak. I wanted to find Ruby, but I don't know where they established their camp. And Mona kept getting weaker and weaker. Theta's team is far from here. That zone is the safest in this dungeon. Lily replied absent-mindedly as she removed the bloodied bandage and checked Mona's eye. There was an ugly wound in its place. Did you give her a healing pill? Yes, a supreme one, but it is not working. Mana answered nervously. The bleeding, although lessened, didn't stop for some reason. I also tried to use a dispelling talisman in case she was cursed, but nothing happened. Wait, this girl is not your twin sister who was at the wedding. Julian, who didn't know what was going on, suddenly asked a totally unrelated question. This is Mona, that one was Mina. We are a triplet. Mana replied dismissively as she watched Lily take a strange-looking pill and feed it to Mona. HSSSSS. Julian gasped. A triplet? Is she Victor's wife too? He didn't know why he asked that. Jealousy, maybe? Absurd. No yet. Yet. No one answered him as they watched Mona worriedly. There was no change in her state at all. Even the bleeding didn't stop. What's wrong with her? Mana asked nervously. After Victor, Lily was the most knowledgeable person she knew. Not sure, but I have a suspicion. Are you sure she mentioned that name, Mr. X? Lily asked as she frowned. According to Victor's investigation, which included him making Mona drunk with soul wine right after he captured her, she had a problem in her past. When she was young, she escaped from home and found herself in the Armine Federation, a very dark country where the Mafia controls everything. It seems like she was searching for news about her father's past but ended up in some bad position after being forced to work with the dark media industry as a minor. The only report about her from that period was the contract she was made to sign and a police report when she breached her contract and ran away from the idol training facility. In short, there were 3 months where nothing was known about what she was doing. For her, it was only a very embarrassing period, but when Victor asked her about the details, she couldn't give any concrete answer. It was as if she not only lost her memories about that time, but also didn't even realize that she had forgotten. Sadly, after inspecting her a few times, even inviting Ian and Ruby to take a look, nothing out of the ordinary was found. In the end, Victor decided to just keep an eye on her. He was a little busy at that time after all, and since she was a scion, he was not that worried that she would be harmed. Yes. What does it mean? Mana asked. Demons, Lily replied, remembering what Victor told her about Margaret's history. That name Mr. X was Margaret's revenge target. If my guess is correct, someone might have planted this thing inside of her. Some kind of demonic egg, and since he saw nothing, that thing must still not be alive. Maybe an embryo. Lily made a conclusion as she glanced at the eggshell. Embryos have very weak souls, so he might have missed it. A CT scan might have discovered something, though, but no one expected anything like this. Then what happened earlier? Mana asked as Julian failed to understand what his sister was talking about. Wait, demons now? When did the setting of this world change from RPG to horror? That thing you saw was probably a demon hatchling. Lal paused, collecting her thoughts as she looked at Mona. Why would someone hide a demon inside someone else? Couldn't they just possess her? Or was it some kind of breeding method? She asked, talking to herself. Even so, why take the trouble to erase Mona's memory and let her go? They were hiding it from someone? Mana suggested. Yes, probably from the world itself. Lily opened her eyes wildly as she felt that she might have figured it out. She's a scion. That Mr. X might have known that. Mana didn't interrupt. Julian wanted to ask what the fuck were they talking about, but also decided not to interrupt his violent sister. So, he planted a physical egg inside of her, waiting for the right time to strike. Maybe after she had fulfilled her destiny. Lily frowned, feeling a shiver run down her pretty spine. That should be it. The world would not help a scion after his or her destiny was fulfilled. On the contrary, it might expel them. No one knew why that was, though. Then, Julian, who was baffled by all this, asked. The memories about this demonic egg might have been erased or obstructed from her mind, maybe through a chemical that the egg secretes. It is just that as she leveled up, she might have been able to regain momentary clarity due to the leveling healing effect. She might have remembered before, but decided to not tell anyone before forgetting again. This time, she realized what was wrong and decided to free herself up. Lily said, but Mona is using the old system like me. She can't level up in the dungeon. Mana interrupted with a frown. Old system what? Julian asked. No one replied. Lily frowned, then took out a fruit knife and pressed it against Mona's arm, making sure to carefully control her strength as she did so, measuring how much pressure it took until it penetrated her skin. That never happened. The knife failed to even leave a scratch. How much was Mona's level when she came in here? Lily asked in shock. 25. Mana replied as she watched Lily take another knife, an F-ranked sharp one this time. She tried again. This time it really cut her, but the wound was very shallow. Your sister is at least level 50, Lily said as she pulled the knife out and looked at the blood on its edge, smelling it for a moment and then frowning. Her system must be the new one. How? Mana was shocked. No idea, Lily frowned. Victor didn't get to see her after she had awakened, so it was not clear if the level up happened at the old dungeon now, or if she had come across some kind of fortuitous encounter at some point here. Then, what should we do now? Mana asked again nervously. Mona's soul is damaged, and I think she might have some kind of a demonic poison in her system stopping her body from fixing itself. Lily said it smelled rotten. I already gave her an antidote pill. It is a soul poison, so the pill would do nothing. Lily shook her head. Then, what can we do? Mana bit her lip as her eyes grew teary. She didn't want her sister, whom she had just reunited with, to die. Signs are really amazing, you know. Lily smirked as she patted Mana's head. In the world, only a few people can heal her, and one of them is right here. Ruby, Mana asked as she wondered why Lily was acting like some kind of an old grandma. No, if Ruby were to try and do that, although it would work, Mona might get some bad side effects, as the chaotic remnants of the demon soul in her would merge with her own soul, and this is never a good thing. Lily replied. Ruby would also get poisoned. Then who? Me and Yulian, Lily said with a confident smirk. Me too, Yulian asked. Yes, you are a soul paladin after all, Lily said, then turned to Mana. Rest for a bit now. I will need you to defend us as we heal her. I will not be able to move for a while after that. It was total chaos, and 100 things happened all at once. First were the demons that appeared out of thin air and began attacking the audience. Many people, especially the reach and influence, began to scream like bitches as they hurried toward the door and added to the chaos. Still, others sprung to fight the demons, including Aerith, who jumped from the balcony above with her sword brandished. The second thing was about the auction house's guards. They hurried inside the hall, some to fend off the demons, some to guide the escaping audience out, and others to stop the looters who took the opportunity to head toward where the auction items were placed. Seriously, those opportunist guys just had to exist everywhere. Thirdly, there were the elves. They took the opportunity to try and attack Massel and try to kidnap him. There was probably a warrant on his head. Thankfully, Lyra and Rosette easily separated their sorry heads from their bodies under Massel's shocked eyes. Victor would need to place a note in his pocket later telling him that this was all arranged by the Lord to boost his credibility as a spy, but that was to be left for later. The fourth notable thing was Lazarus, who was surrounded by 6 dark-cloaked warriors, all attacking at once, trying to cut him up with very sharp swords. Sadly, due to his defensive tools and strength, they were failing miserably. And just when they thought they had him conquered, Lazarus' own guards who were at his balcony quickly joined to help him, making the poor warrior's mission even harder. The fifth was Atma, who for unknown reason was no longer on her balcony. The sixth was the dark-cloaked Ziffer the Great, who, although acting flustered like someone who didn't know where to go, kept his cold eyes on the metallic box on stage, still not trying to approach it. What a sneaky bastard. The only one in the entire auction house who remained calm as he observed what was happening was the cowardly auctioneer who tumbled and fell before crawling his way out toward the backstage, where he disappeared behind some crates. In fact, this guy was none other than Victor, who replaced the real auctioneer earlier before setting his little trap. It was a little messy, but this was the best he could do with limited resources. Watching it unfold, he frowned. Although it was still within his calculations, Ziffer was not taking the bait, and Lazarus was stronger than expected, managing to successfully fend off the half-demons Victor was manipulating. Yep, those guys were the ones whom he stole from the Sun Lord back then and turned into his flesh slaves. The problem now was that the situation was heading into a standstill very quickly, and it was only time before the knights arrived. Victor moved his hand, and from his cauldron he unleashed another wave of imprisoned demonic beasts, making them attack the manager, who was easily defending himself while moving toward the vault. Money was everything for the greedy guy. As expected, the manager ordered the guards to stop them as he continued his way in a hurry, followed by Victor, who was splitting his attention between the manager and what was happening on stage, watching it through a mirror, who was perfectly hidden on the balcony. The manager reached the vault in a minute, and there he stood shocked as he saw that its impregnable gray gold door was wide open and 3 strange demon beasts inside were gulping down the treasures with huge pelican-like mouths. They were almost finished clearing everything out. One must know that only the most expensive things remained after the previous auction rounds. No, he screamed as he attacked them at once, unleashing a huge fireball from his sword. The demons noticed him just in time, and all at once their body disintegrated, turning into a swarm of beetles that buzzed in all directions out of the vault, trying to escape the vault. The fireball only managed to burn a few of them into cinders, but the rest were already scattered by the time he was ready to attack again. The tense manager only hesitated for a moment before taking out a strange-looking talisman and activating it. In fact, the vault was already emptied before when Victor, disguised as the auctioneer, came to get the stuff for the collection. He just had to slip something to block the lock and make it look full when the guards closed the door behind him. What the manager now saw was all an illusion made for the sole purpose of making him activate the talisman. It was the way to activate the array around the auction house, locking it all up. People would only be able to go in now, not out. Victor couldn't steal it safely, so his only option was to make the man activate it by himself. At first, the manager was hesitant to lock all the people with demon beasts, as he would be held responsible. But with the vault being raided, he had to do it, or he would be the first suspect. Victor, who watched this from the back, only smirked as he hurried back toward the stage, where Ziffer began to make his way toward the stage in a roundabout way before pausing and looking around nervously when the auction house was locked down. What a careful guy. Still, it wouldn't matter, as Victor already had 3 backup plans in place. The only thing he was not sure about was whether the Strum Lord would decide to stop being a coward and show up to complicate things. Anyway, it didn't matter. Now all that was left was to move the last piece. Prepare yourself, Lily said as she sat atop Mona's head. You should do it quickly to avoid any kind of damage. Okay, Julian nodded, nervously swallowing. Mana, who stood guarding the makeshift gate made out of very sturdy wooden planks that they got from Victor before they left, looked at them nervously. She was not sure what Lily planned to do, but she instinctively trusted her. Let's start, Lily said as her eye pupils slowly disappeared and her white eyes began to turn gray. Then Mona's head, which was held between her hands, began to glow. Under both Mana's and Julian's curious glares, Mana's damaged, I began to slowly reform as if by magic. Strangely enough, it was as if something invisible was being pulled out of it, making it reform in the process. Time reversal. Mana almost gasped. Julian, who already knew how his sister's skill worked, could barely hold himself too as he looked at his sister's work. It was the first time he saw this in action, and it was magical. Now, Lily ordered, waking him from his trance. He quickly made a blade made out of ethereal energy shoot out of his fingers, and as his eyes also turned gray, he pushed it inside. A voiceless shriek sounded in the cave, shaking Mana's voice before it died almost immediately. Julian quickly pulled the soul blade and watched as Lily finished the time reversal and collapsed back. Sis, use your soul healing skill on her, Lily said very drowsily as she crawled with difficulty into a sleeping bag that she seemed to have prepared beforehand, barely managing to push herself in and zip it up before collapsing. Ignoring her, Julian quickly used his soul healing skill on Mana. Although he barely knew what he was doing, he could feel what he should do instinctively. So despite his nervousness, he managed to complete the healing of the damaged soul almost flawlessly. The rest should heal on its own. Ow! Mana asked as she watched him lay Mona's head down and step back to relax with his back to the wall. She should wake up in a few hours, probably, he said. Probably? Look, it is not an exact science, and it is my first time doing it, he said. Sorry, Mana said. What about Lily? Her skill has a cost. She will need to sleep for the exact duration of the time she manipulated, he said. Not sure about its details, though. It was time manipulation. Don't tell her I told you, Julian swallowed. Oops, he was too tired and failed to hold his tongue. Mana frowned at him. Don't worry. She wouldn't have shown it to me if she didn't want me to know. Good point. Julian sighed in relief. Yeah, Mana said as she confirmed that there were no demons outside, then walked and sat next to her sister, brushing her head. That shriek, it's a remnant of the demon's soul, returned when Lily reversed time. If I didn't kill it, it would have merged with your sister's. Oh, she nodded. The cave grew silent. I have a question, Julian asked after a few minutes. What? Mana asked. She could feel that Mona's breath was getting calmer. It was clear that she was recovering. How can all of you agree to marry one guy? Especially someone like Victor? Julian asked. He had been wanting to ask his sister, but didn't dare to. And the Victor he saw at the wedding that day didn't seem like a good guy, daring to even punch the damn priest and then intoxicate him. Victor is a good guy who really takes care of us. His character is a bit quirky, but once you get used to it, he is the best. Ah, from the way he saw him at the wedding, Victor didn't seem to be just a bit quirky whatever. Don't you mind marrying him with the other, like a harem and such? Don't you feel jealous? Julian asked. He was tempted to try this harem business. Mana hesitated. That question was a bit awkward. Sorry, if you don't want to answer, forget about it. Julian quickly said. No, we do feel jealous, Mana pouty looking away. But he treats us all very well, and he is too strong. No one of us can take him alone, she added in a low voice. Hey, Julian paused. It took a moment before it all dawned on him. Oh, Mana just blushed. Julian regretted asking. This was awkward. It also made him want to ask some other questions that his manners didn't allow. You don't have to worry about your sister, Mana suddenly said. She is Victor's main wife, she added, feeling a bit jealous. Really? Julian asked, remembering how his sister told him that she was a time traveler. She must have some way to control that crazy Victor. Yeah, not only me. All of us, except for one, think that Victor and Lily fit together too well. They are like a pair made in heaven, she said. Julian paused. Did they start manufacturing lunatics in heaven now? I see, he finally said. Well, so long as Lily was happy, it was not his business. And Victor's sister was Alice. She was a real price of work. Would she accept him taking her as a part of his harem? That was a question that remained to be answered. Pam, damn it, die. Kira's cursed loudly as he used a makeshift bat to crush the head of a cow-shaped demon beast. This time it was a real one. It screeched in an unnerving voice before it stumbled to the floor and slowly dissipated. Shit, just how many are there? The young girl who was fighting beside him cursed. Probably more. Since there are some fake ones, a demon might be behind this, he said as he looked on the stage where some nobleman was still fighting the 6 cloaked figures with his team. They didn't seem like beasts, but more like demons. You seem to be knowledgeable about demons, the girl said, frowning a bit. I grew up on Demaricalo Island, the one next to the Death Gorge on the southern sea. The girl seemed to have gotten interested. Many would hear the name of his homeland. Yeah, fighting demons and suffering under their schemes is not something strange for people there, he said as he watched the girl casually behead a demon with a gilded sword. Since she was allowed to bring a weapon in here, it would mean she was a noble. May I know your name? He asked as he deflected an attack by another demon. Sadly, it was only an illusion passing right through him. Shit, who the fuck made these? Lyra, she said, giving him an inspecting look. Nice to meet you. Careful, Lyra said, stabbing a demon behind him. It was real this time. Thanks, he said. No need. Let's help with the evacuation. She paused and began to look around as all of a sudden the entire hall turned slightly dark. Kyrus frowned as he felt as if the air around him solidified for a moment there. What happened? He asked. No idea, Lyra said nervously as she began to look around the chaotic hall. KYA? A sudden girl's scream suddenly caught his attention. Shit, I need to go downstairs, he said nervously as he eyed the guards, making sure they were busy. Do some looting? Lyra asked. My sister. She was supposed to be offered at the later auction, he whispered as he started walking in a certain direction to reach backstage. For some reason, he felt that he could trust Lyra. Oh, Lyra frowned. She heard of that auction that used to happen after the major one, but that thing should have been long banned. It was for specialty goods. I will help you, she finally said as she quickly followed. If he was telling the truth, she would be more than glad to help him. If not, she will arrest him by herself. Victor sighed as he watched Lyra leave. This nosy girl might ruin his plan, so he had to send her away with Kyrus for now. And the girls downstairs really needed saving. If it were not for him wanting to reveal his involvement, he would have done it himself. Saving damsels in distress was one of his favorite pastimes after all. He also wanted nosy Lyra to occupy that auction manager, who also hurried toward the hidden vault for a while. She was definitely going to throw a fit, and with Kyrus beside her, she wouldn't die. Smirking, Victor looked at the chaotic stage. Lazarus and his guards were still battling the 6 demonkin. Yes, those were the same ones Victor stole from the Sun Lord and had been scamming to work for him by imitating their lord's voice. Atma, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. She was probably already halfway to the countryside. Yup, Victor pulled the same trick he did with the donkey again. He connected the sword he gave Atma to a fishing pole string that would go around the capital before going back. Right before the bidding for that last item started, he waited until she was not looking and pulled that sword right out of her hand and out of the hall, making it fanatically go chase after it. An SSS artifact was not something cheap. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. That woman was very dangerous, and her role had not come yet. So, he simply didn't want her here. Rosette was still guarding the balcony above. Victor was sure she wouldn't move now, as she needed to protect Meryl and Amira. Aerith was fighting the demon with the rest of the guards. She was the most dangerous here, and her role would be crucial for his next step. As for the other guests and delegations, they acted as if it were not their business, only fighting the demons who attacked them, especially the elves. Victor was counting on that. Ziffer, on the other hand, seemed to have reverted to his cowardly mode, not daring to approach the metal box and only eyeing it from afar. Damn it, how careful can a guy be? Victor paused. You should really learn from that guy. Truly the best way to fight a plot that you had no idea about was to just stay low. Seriously though, this meant that Ziffer was not willing to reveal his true form, and this was good news. The bad news was that Victor was almost out of time. The demons in Hall were thinning out, and he was not sure how long would Lyra hold that manager. It was time to go for the next backup plan. With that thought, and while avoiding random strikes from the fighters, Sitter slowly climbed the stage and gave the chaotic hall an inspecting look. Making sure everything was in place for the show, he flicked his finger, making one of the demon kin finally managed to wound Lazarus after taking a gracious wound. The demon kin stepped back and struck the metal box with a bloodied sword before collapsing to the ground. Ha! A sudden laugh startled everyone in the hall as from the metal box black smoke emerged, forming a huge demon overlooking the hall. It was wearing a strange white mask that only had 2 holes for the demon's red, fierce eyes to look from. Ziffer, the great AM, free at last, it said as fireballs of every kind were hurled at him. The moment they connected to his body, they vanished as if they were sucked by some strange force. Pathetic, he chuckled as he eyed the hall, ignoring the real Ziffer, who seemed to have been frozen in place, wondering what the fuck was happening here. Could it be that he had been discovered? Could it be that he had a clone that he forgot about? Could this be some kind of nightmare? He had a million questions that were all answered when the demon who ignored the attacks on him spoke his first line. Lazarus, all I needed to unlock this seal was your blood. Now your body is mine. He spat as he turned into smoke and wrapped around the helpless Lazarus, who all of a sudden was cornered by the remaining cloaked figure's suicidal attack on him, allowing the smoke to enter his nostrils. Ah! Lazarus screamed loudly like some kind of ravaged demon, making his guard step back and look at him with shock. At the same time, the 5 clock figures also stepped back and bowed toward him. I am reborn. Lazarus, who was now the demon, screamed as black flames surrounded him and 2 large horns grew from his forehead. He smirked his ugly face and flicked his finger, breaking a hole in the ceiling. Ha! No one can top me. I'm going to turn all of you into my breading sluts. Shut up, Aerith said as she attacked him with her sword without faltering. She had just noticed that his words seemed to have caused her mother to start suffering from a panic attack, remembering some dark past. Damn it, what are you waiting for? She called for Lazarus' own entourage, making them look at each other and then hurry to help her. One could see that they only intended to apprehend Lazarus, though, not aiming any deadly strikes toward him. If it were not for the cloaked figures making things chaotic, they would have managed to subdue him, as he was not throwing any deadly attacks either. Ziffer humphed as he watched the battle start against the demonized Lazarus, who was defending very awkwardly. So, this was an internal fight, a scam to make Aerith kill Lazarus or the other way around. They were using his name. How dare they? We already called for the Lord. Her lordship will be here soon. Hand on, someone called. Frowning, Ziffer looked at the metal box that had now trampled beneath the stage. deciding that it would be really dangerous to wait any further before the Lord came. He slowly walked toward it, and using his disguise skill, he stealthily grabbed it. "Hey, what are you doing?" A stupid guard who was hiding beneath the stage saw him and called out loudly, making people notice him, including the demonized Lazarus. His disguise was not working for some reason, and everyone could see him. Shit. Ziffer didn't falter. He immediately jumped up and flew headed to the hole in the roof. Just as he was about to touch it, he paused and frowned. "Shit, you think you can trap me?" He screamed as he took a talisman and activated it, disappearing immediately. That was not everyone saw, though. They saw the old man safely pass through the hole and fly into the distance. Victor sighed as he watched him leave. Really, his guess was correct. Catching that sneaky guy was not an option at that time. Never mind that. Atma would do it for him. Yes, the fishing pole connected to the sword was inside the box at the moment. And the box's owner had long been changed, and Victor was the only one who would be able to open it now. Victor really wanted to see the look on Ziffer's face when he discovered that, but sadly he had other things to do. With a smirk, he flicked his finger and disabled all his illusions, then activated the bomb talismans that were hidden around the demons' necks, killing them all in a moment. The hall grew silent, with the only fighting sound coming from Lazarus, who was fighting Aerith. "Bitch, hear me out. It is all an illusion." Lazarus was left shouting alone. He was shouting this for the last 5 minutes, but no one could hear him, and they all kept attacking him. Aerith paused as she noticed that Lazarus no longer looked like a demon, but returned to his old looks. For the last fight, her guts were telling her that there was something very wrong here, and she finally seemed to have got it. It was all a scam. "Quick, we need to catch that guy." Lazarus, who looked very sorry with his gilded robes all in tatters, flared and jumped toward the hole in the ceiling, following behind the real Ziffer. There was some kind of resistance on the way, like some barrier, but Lazarus pushed forward and managed to pass through. "Wait!" Aerith, who was not sure he was really a human, quickly followed after and wanted to stop him, but she couldn't. The moment he passed through the hole, it solidified again, turning into a solid wall. "I swear, all the damn chefs here should be burned on stakes." Victor, who finally left the restroom and made his way to the balcony, said as soon as he met up with Rosette and her group who were still seated there, "I was in so much pain that I began hearing strange voices and was not sure if they came from inside of me or from the outside," he added as he looked around. "Spare me the details," Rosette, who glanced at him, said. Due to all the chaos, she had completely forgotten about this guy who was in the restroom. Thankfully, he was fine. Well, for some strange reason, she felt that this guy was sneaky enough to survive. Sorry, what happened here anyway?" he asked as if he just noticed the chaos. "A demon escaped from one of the artifacts. They were all eliminated, but now the entire place is on lockdown to check everyone for demonic possession," Rosette, who sat on her couch, leisurely said as she eyed him. Really? Are you okay? What about Aerith? Where is Lyra?" he began to ask worriedly as he looked around, then stepped forward and looked onto the stage. "They're doing their work. Don't disturb them, and sit quietly for now." Rosette spat just as Victor noticed Lyra. She was guiding a group of girls who were wrapped in blankets to sit on one side of the auditorium. She must have saved them from the cells below. Up on the ceiling, Aerith was there with a few knights, checking it for anomalies. The hole that the demon created there had disappeared, and this must have confused them. On the other side of the hall, a few people were kneeling down, tied in magical shackles. Some were looters, some elves who made trouble, the hall manager who would definitely be questioned about the dark auction, and Kira's. They must have got him because of the metal box. Well, it didn't matter. As a scion, he will find a way out differently, and from the way Lyra looks at him, he will not die anytime soon. Could it be that his fate has changed from being one of Turnip's husbands? Wait, that was not his fate, but Tulip's. Strange. Well, it didn't matter. All he had to do now was to wait for a while, and then as soon as he got to a safe place, he would check his loot. Earlier, his plot went through several revisions due to all the factors, but in the end, thanks to having several backups, it all went okay. Not bad for an improvised plan. At the time, The first thing he wanted to do was to execute the plan as simple as possible. He planned to make the Demonkin warriors cut Lazarus's hand or possibly kill him before escaping with his storage ring by forcing Ziffer to create some chaos. Sadly, Lazarus and his entourage proved to be too strong of an enemy. First of all, he managed to perfectly resist the soul-weakening gas Victor released when he broke the box. It was as if he stopped his breathing completely. And adding to all of that were the many defensive artifacts and talismans he had. The Demonkin warriors were barely managing to fend for themselves against him, let alone cut his finger. Sensing the lack of time, Victor had to switch to a more dangerous backup plan, turning himself into Ziffer and mumbling a bunch of nonsense to scare away everyone but Aerith. He opened a fake hole in the ceiling where he placed the cauldron. After that, he whispered to Ziffer that the Lord was coming, forcing him to step up his game. The plan was simple. It was to make both Ziffer and Lazarus willingly enter the cauldron, thinking that they were forcing their way through the auction house's barrier as they escaped. He had no way to knock them unconscious and force them in after all. Sadly, Ziffer was very wary like an old fox, managing to sense the danger, maybe thanks to one of his artifacts. That's why he used a rare escape talisman and teleported away as soon as he sensed that something was wrong. Well, not for long, as Atma would soon be after him, following behind her treasured new sword that was connected by an ethereal thread to the metal box. On the other hand, Lazarus, who was very angry, was really fooled, flying right into the cauldron where he was now locked up in one of its stages with all his system functions disabled. Victor never planned to spare him, as he already saw the death glares he had been shooting him ever since the auction started. This guy was going to make trouble sooner or later, so he had to go. Now all Victor had to do was to wait a while until the mess here ended, then go finish him off. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. That would surely raise all kinds of alarms in the Lord's palace. But that would be a good thing, as she would definitely no longer be reluctant to agree to all of Victor's conditions to cure her curse. Mona, are you okay? Mana and Mina, who arrived at the safe zone an hour ago with Donald and Opal, asked as soon as their sister opened her eyes. Mona sat straight up and looked around while holding her head. Mana, Mina, why are you here? Wait, where are we? She asked. At the dungeon. Remember we entered 3 days ago, Mina replied. Dungeon. Mona frowned as she tried to recall what ensued earlier. She suddenly exclaimed as she finally noticed Lily, who was standing next to Yulian in the back. Liliera, she gasped. You are alive. What? Lily frowned. Shouldn't I be? Did she just call her Liliera? No. Didn't the demon? No, wait. Mona was confused. Mona, are you okay? Mana asked nervously. Mona frowned, looking at her sisters and then at Lily as if she was trying to arrange her memories. Then she grimaced as she beheld her head. What's wrong? Mana turned to ask Lily and Yulian. Don't look at me. I just healed her up. Yulian quickly dodged responsibility. Sis, could it be no, it doesn't seem to be a demon. Since we used time to heal her, her memories might be a little jumbled up. She might be hallucinating a little. Maybe she needs some time to sort things out, she said as she began to sweat. Liliera? That name was something only her mother should know, as it was the name of her late grandmother. Her name Lily was the abbreviation of that. How could Mona know about it? Hearing Lily, Mana turned to look at her sister. Mona, try to relax and sort things out. Look, Donald and Opal are already here, she said worriedly. Mona nodded as she squinted her eyes and looked at her old friends. Hi, Mona, Donald said, walking 2 steps forward. She didn't seem to have looked at him at all since she woke up. It was as if he was some bystander. Mona, who seemed to finally notice him, frowned. You are Donald. Yeah, he felt a little proud, for no real reason. And Opal, she said. Opal nodded nervously, clearly worried about her friend. Oh, but then, that Mona frowned. Then, no one talked, giving her a chance to sort things out. Slowly, she seemed to have calmed down. She slowly pulled her sleeve and looked at her forearm. There was nothing wrong with it. Sis, Mana, how'd I end up injured? Can you tell me? She finally asked. Earlier you defeated that huge rat, then suddenly yelled, Mr. X, before stabbing your own eye. A black hatchling was pulled out. Mana replied nervously. Mr. X? The maniac demon. Why would? All right, that piece of shit kidnapped me and planted a hidden seed in me. Mona squinted her eyes as if she finally knew what happened. Can you tell us about it? Lily asked. Mr. X was one of the people of interest that Victor told them to keep an eye on. Mona paused as she turned and looked at Lily. Is there a problem? Lily asked. Mona was acting very strange, and if it were not for her smell being fine, she would have suspected she was possessed or something. Leave that guy to me. Things will be explained in time. I need to go, Mona said as she stood up, a little wobbly. Sis, you should rest. Mana tried to support her, but Mona stopped her before grabbing her sword. She gave it a look and unsheathed it, then, after swinging it twice, leaving 2 burning fiery traces in the air, she put it back. Her movements were very smooth, far exceeding anything any of the ones in the room had ever seen, including Lily. What is that? Some skill? Mana asked. Liliera, I will leave this dungeon to you. Make sure to take care of my sisters and take them out safely. Mona ordered Lily while ignoring Mana. Then she made strange symbols with her fingers and uttered a few words. Request, node connection. Eject, she whispered. WOP. The world rippled like a pond, and Mona, who took a step forward, just vanished. What? Sis, where did she go? Everyone began to look around in shock. She was really gone. What the fuck just happened? Yulian was the one who finally asked. No one could answer that, not even Lily. Mona's last words were still reverberating in her mind. How is he? Victor asked as he entered the cauldron control room, where Sini and Yas were stationed to monitor both Lazarus and the girls who were still training. Right now, both of them were looking at some shared remains in a large mercury pond that acted as a screen. He broke his cage using some kind of wind blade, Yas said nervously. I was so scared that I activated the thunder mechanism a few times to finish him off. He was very strong, Sini added nervously. Still, we didn't dare to go check on him. Oh, Victor frowned and nodded. System skills were disabled here. This meant that his attack might have something to do with that Stormspark thing. This might mean that he couldn't trap lords. Good to know. What should we do? Yas asked. Nothing, Victor said, looking at the charred remains. No matter how powerful this guy is, he can't escape the cauldron's array. I will handle it, he said before disappearing. Be careful, the 2 half-elves nervously called after him. Don't worry, Victor said as he appeared behind them and spanked there, but before disappearing again, leaving them blushing. Moments later, he appeared in a desert-like zone inside the cauldron. He no longer looked like Victor, but like the Poison Lord he saw through Rita's eyes. Outside of a broken metal cage, the shared corpse of Lazarus lay on the ground. What a waste. I could have at least got some info out of him, he said as he approached him and reached out to take the ring out of his finger. Still, he kept his vigilance. The moment the ring was pulled out, it suddenly fell to the ground, making Victor bend to get it and reveal an opening. Bam! Lazarus rose in a split second and grabbed Victor by the neck, cracking it in one smooth movement as a wave of wind blades ripped his body apart. Ah, that was the last thing Lazarus said as he felt something sharp penetrate his palm, and the next thing he knew, he was a bunch of green goo. What he cracked was a wooden stick that had all kinds of nasty nails sticking out of it. Seeing this, Victor hurried to take the ring away and step back. What an idiot, he spat with a smirk. Now it was time to check his loot. We might have a problem, Lily, who sat next to Vector in the soul pendant, said. When didn't we have one? He sighed. Seriously, he thought after his regression, he should live a pampered, fulfilling life, but things kept happening so fast that he had no real chance. Now, he was going against entities that he didn't even know existed in his past life. Oh, you sound worried about something? Lily asked. I'm waiting for the next sync from the other world. I am doing this big heist there, and things might get tricky, he sighed again. Now tell me, how was the situation on your side? Everything was going fine, then she sighed. Then what? He asked as she paused, clearly hesitating whether to tell him. It's about Mona. Lily said, and began telling him what happened, watching his facial expression change. She didn't miss out on a single detail. Is that all? He asked with a deep frown. Yeah, she sighed. She just vanished? Uh-huh. The tracker on her? According to Margaret, it was destroyed. I see. What does system node mean? He asked. This was the first time he heard such a thing. Easily exiting a dungeon without some kind of a bug was unheard of. No idea, she shrugged. She hadn't even heard of such a thing in the other timeline. Could it be that her memories mixed with that of the demon? Or some kind of false memories? It didn't seem like it. And how could she know that name Liliera? You must know my mother never mentioned it to my father, just naming me Lily when I was born. She paused. I only learned about it by knowing that I was named after my great-grandmother's name and looking her up. Oh, could her memories be from some other timeline? He proposed. He still had one talisman from back then that was unaccounted for. I died back then, she corrected him. Yeah, but you told me Mona sounded surprised you were still alive, right? He frowned. I never got to meet her before, let alone teach her the origin of my name. Lily shook her head. Then, Victor frowned. Could it be that she is some reincarnation of someone who knew your great-grandmother and mistaken you for her? He asked. That would be absurd, Lily spat. Why would she mistake me for her? I look like my grand-aunt Venus. She is from my father's side. She and Liliera couldn't look the same. Lily said, Oh, he frowned. Then I can only think of 3 possibilities. What? The first is that Mona might have gained some prophetic skill, and she learned your name from it. And the system node thing? She might have got it the same way. It can only be a skill, right? He frowned, clearly not sure. The second possibility? Lily shook her head. From the way Mona acted, it was clearly not that. It was like she was someone much older and wiser. It's bad. Yulian might have eliminated the wrong soul, and Mona is a demon now. Demons have some crazy powers, he said, remembering the memory when he escaped that Sun Lord. It was a close call. Not likely. She wanted me to protect Mina and Mana. A demon wouldn't care, Lily said, shaking her head. Demons were some very scheming folks, though, so she was not sure. If she were a demon, it would have been better for her to play along. Yeah, well, I just added that to make it so that I have 3 explanations, Victor shrugged. That last one is the one I suspect the most, and the one I also dread the most. Victor said, sounding troubled. What? Lily asked. That she might also be a time traveler or some reincarnated person, he said. Reincarnated? Like in novels. Come on, the system is already absurd. Why wouldn't reincarnation be too? He asked. In fact, he had never heard of anything like this in his past life, but he had long learned that the world was a far stranger place than he anticipated. Again, she would never have met me. Lily paused. Unless, another timeline, one that is vastly different from Powers. It would be quite a mess, Victor hesitated. He didn't like that idea, but it would work. Nothing like that was on the Imperial record. If there is truly some other timeline, some secrets would have leaked. Maybe it wouldn't normally happen, but Mona might have regained such memories since he used your time reversal to fix her soul. And in that world, your name might have been Liliera. Oh, Lily frowned. I don't like that possibility. I know, but I did manage to time travel using the time book. Someone else might have done it too, he said, sounding a little unsure. The way he discovered that loophole in activating the time book was by pure chance. Why don't we do an experiment? You want me to try to fuck up some guy's brain, then heal him up? Lily asked, raising her pretty eyebrows. Yeah, Victor nodded. This girl could easily read his mind. We'll try it, but I will have to wait until my skill cools down in a week or so, and by that time I might be back at my family's base. They already sent agents to wait for me and Yulian outside the dungeon. Oh, there's that, he sighed. Lily's return was a must for their future plans. Well, I bet you have a lot of guys that you don't mind to fuck up there. She glared at him. Sure. Things might get tricky there, though. Oh, don't worry. I already have a few plans to help you out, but sadly I still have no idea how my plot on the other side is progressing, so I'm still not sure, he sighed. By the way, did you tell Margaret that Mr. X might be in the Armine Federation? I did. The plan is to just act on the lookout and see if Mona would appear there. Lily sighed. Is it just that Margaret decided to send Alpha instead of going there by herself? Lily complained. Seriously, all the other girls are already doing their best. And the Armani Federation is not even that far. Is she planning to keep acting like a mistress or something? If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. She might have her reasons. Victor sweated a little. Apparently, Lily had no idea about Margaret's pregnancy yet. Better not be the herald of that good news. Wait, wasn't Alpha with you? He asked, quickly changing the subject. Same with the Moon Dungeon. She seems to not be able to enter any dungeons for some reason. Lily frowned. Just now, Victor's reaction was a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what. You will need to check on her when you go back. Lily suddenly paused as she watched Victor's soul begin to shake valiantly. He screamed in pain as he collapsed to the floor. It was as if someone had just kicked his balls. Are you okay? She asked worriedly as she hurried to his side. What? Yeah, he said as he sat straight up, scratching his head as if nothing had just happened. I just got synchronized with the part in Ismeralia, he said. Does it happen like that every time? She asked with a frown. Yeah, don't worry about it, he shook his head. The pain of this process was so severe that he didn't dare to do it unless some very important info needed to be submitted. I got some very good and some very bad news. You expanded your harem again? She asked, gnashing her teeth. This damn pervert. The last time he got a new wife, and although he explained it to her, and she sympathized with Aerith, she didn't like it one bit. Yeah, I was not sure at first, but the other world has some kind of rule where Scion's fates are limited to an A rank, and the world doesn't actively try to save their asses. So I pulled that guy Lazarus, the Lord Disciple who had a grudge against me, into the cauldron and made him kill himself when he stabbed his hand by a poison nail that was sticking out a log. He thought it was my neck, he explained. He died? Just like that? Lily asked as she smiled. The girl seemed a little crazy, but she had every right to. She had seen how impossibly hard it was to kill a Scion. Yeah, on top of it, he dropped a partial storm spark, he said with interest. Oh, you can't give that to the Lord. I will use it to run some experiments, he quickly said. I'm also planning to establish a hidden gate between our world and Ismeralia. Imagine the possibility. Yeah, just send a Scion there and bam. Kill him, Lily nodded. Sending them there would be the problem, though, he said. Still, it will be easier than killing them here, she sighed. Just dangle some treasure there, and they would come flocking like flies. Yeah, good idea. Now to the next piece of good news, he smirked. In addition to a lot of treasures and souvenirs for each of the girls, I got the Fate artifact. I think it is the one the Fate sect sent people to get from Ismeralia. Oh, what is it? Lily got interested. A hammer. Victor said. It is called the Dermic Crystal Hammer. It has the ability to force retributions for one's action, he said. What? Lily frowned. It is like if someone punched you before, you can make that punch go right back at him by using the hammer on yourself. It is not limited to the user, though. Oh, like demanding a payback. Lily's eyes began to sparkle. And if someone cucked you, what would happen? I would cuck him. Victor hesitated. He was not sure how that would work. Look, I'm not sure how it would work in all cases or affect fate itself. And it has some limits. The payback is in reversed order with the cost doubling each time. If you were to punch someone who punched you, you would have to get your punch back before he gets his, he sighed. This complicated things. It also has limits to the target's authority. Oh, its usage is so problematic that I am pondering if I should just eat it and see if my Fate Weaver class would level up. Oh, what is the cost of using it? It drains all my mana completely, costs 100 order points per activation at the base level, and I will be vulnerable for 1.2 seconds multiplied by the karmic level after using it. It was locked to only be used 3 times a year, but after I fixed it up, I can only use it 4 times. There is one use left in it, he said, sighing again. That damn Lazarus must have been actively using it. Still, the stronger the artifact, the harder the conditions to activate it. Adding to that, I don't dare to openly use it in Ismeralia, as it might link me to its owner's mysterious death. That capital is in a big mess at the moment. Lily glared at him. Her husband had a habit of causing chaos wherever he went. Look, I had no choice, he shrugged. Oh, I believe you, she sighed. I think you should just eat it, and do it ASAP. Why? Victor asked. I heard there are ways to track rare artifacts. I'm not sure about it, though, Lily said. And if you get a skill similar to how the hammer worked, its cost would usually go down. And as you said, if you manage to upgrade your class, that would be even better. Lily said, "Those are exactly my thoughts," he sighed. She was right. Now with the Lord stuff and everything going into a mess, he really needed some trump card, and he was betting on his Fate Weaver class giving him that. "So, what's the bad news?" she asked after a brief silence. "Oh, I got info about the system node thing," he said. "What? Really?" "It is some kind of abnormal status called World System Node Connection Access Permission. A demon had it." He frowned. "Ah, then Mona is a demon now." "That possibility is minimal," Victor shook his head. "That demon tried to interfere with my method activation when I made Astra my slave, and the Sun Lord did the same. So I think it has something to do with the power of the system over the world," he said. "Mona might have such power. She might even be a lord, although that is highly unlikely," he pondered. There were too many variables here. At the moment, we need more data. It is still worth keeping an eye on info about it, though. Lily nodded. The skeletal Green Jade dungeon might have info about the system. I heard my father mention to Mother that the hateful son of his got something like that in the other timeline. "Oh, Crown Prince Perez," Victor said, calling that guy Crown Prince out of habit. "Yeah, I don't like him one bit." Lily puffed her cheeks. Although the guy was not a traitor as far as she knew, and there was not really anything wrong about him, Lily didn't like him. He just acted too self-righteous, and for some strange reason, always right in everything he did. It was infuriating. Victor sighed. He had nothing against a guy, as he only met him twice. The reason he didn't like him was because Yulian kept bad-mouthing him when they drank. "We might have to fight against him in the dungeon," he pondered. "Well, that is already within our plans, and I think you can find a way to put a tracker on him at that time," he sighed. "I will find a way," Lily nodded. "By the way, who is Astron?" she suddenly asked. "Ah, right, it is the cosmic demon I got to be my blood slave. The one in the Von Rosen base. I told you about it before." "Oh, and you just gave a nickname?" "Duh. Of course," he said. Who wouldn't want his own pet cosmic horror? Sadly, Victor was not sure if he could take it out of the dungeon, yet even with his cauldron, as it would be useless, they're only taking up space. "Maybe after the reckoning?" "What's its gender?" Lily asked. "Is that really important?" He who was considering his plans turned to her and asked. "Obviously," she nodded. "I'm not sure yet, and even if I did, I am not into that thing," he quickly said. "Seriously, are you getting jealous over a damn tentacle monster now?" he asked. "With how things always work for you, one can never know." She looked away as she whispered. "Keep the change," Alpha said as she paid the taxi driver, and then stepped down next to a tall building. There should have been a tall building, but it was no longer there. A pile of rubble was in its place. "What happened here?" she asked a man who was picking through the rubble. The man just shrugged and shook his head, not answering her. Bam! He was sent hurling to the ground as his shoulder was hit by a metal bat that appeared in her hand out of thin air. "Hey, what are you?" he screamed. "Bam, bam, bam. Answer, you piece of shit," she yelled as she stuck at his arms and legs. "What happened here?" she yelled, clearly doing a little venting. "Crazy woman. Help! Bam, bam, bam." No one came to help him. The passers-by totally ignored him. "Wah, please stop. I will talk. I will talk." The man finally screamed as he felt his arm break. "Say, what happened?" Alpha asked again. Yesterday, an explosion happened, and the building fell," the man replied as he grabbed his arm and tears fell from his eyes. "The cause?" she frowned. It seemed she was a little too late. I don't know. Bam. Stop. I don't know. I only heard that they were shooting a movie with people fighting in midair. Maybe something went wrong with the effects." Alpha glared at him, then turned and walked away, disabling the isolation talisman in the process. She headed to a nearby building that had a loan sign on its windows. Clearly some kind of loan shark business. A few minutes later, after causing a few grown men to cry like little girls, she walked out while wiping blood off her hands and watching a recording on her smartphone. It was of a masked woman with red hair, Mona, She was flying on a large sword while using another to fight in midair against a slick-looking man in a suit who seemed to also be using some flight artifact. He was fighting with a long staff. In the end, the man who was at a disadvantage flicked his finger and caused the building to explode in order to escape Mona's clutches. He used some kind of talisman and disappeared into the distance, Mona following right after. Alpha sighed and then sent the recording to Margaret. Random mess kept getting messy, eh? Anyways, with this her job here should be complete, it was time to go meet her grandmothers again and ask them about this Lord thing. Hopefully, she would no longer have to marry Victor after that. Nova lay bare on the couch, her private parts only covered with a layer of whipped cream and some strawberries on top. Eating them was Caspian, who sat to the side, making sure not to touch her body, lest the curse relapsed. I must say, eating those things off your body tastes different, he said, licking his finger. Ah, love, when will we be able to properly do it? Nova asked nervously as she curled her toes. You can't wait, Caspian asked with a smirk, inspecting her pretty body. Yeah, Nova averted her eyes. Well, Caspian chuckled. I think. Knock, knock. Young master, it is already time up. Someone knocked on the door and called from the outside, interrupting him. Caspian sighed. Breaking this curse is almost over. It should take 2 more weeks tops. Maybe after the tournament. Once I return from there, we will be able to enjoy each other's company for as long as we want. Not just twice a week, he said as he leaned forward to kiss her. Then quickly stepped back, remembering the rules. See you later, he finally said as he wrapped his body with his robes and then walked out. As soon as the door closed. Fuck, Nova, or in better words, Tom, who was disguised as Nova, jumped from bed. Shit, he cursed. For how long could he endure this? Shit, he had only 2 weeks to find the real Nova and escape this place, or else he would have to. No, just thinking about it and remembering what happened that night made him almost puke. System, he called loudly. System. There was no reply. What happened to the system? Did it need all that time upgrading? Shit, was Nova really coming here in the first place? Tom was having many doubts. Nova, did you finish? One pretty maid asked as she peeked in. Yeah, come, hello me, take a bath. Tom said with a sigh. For now, he could only go play with a few pretty maids and gather some info from them. Too bad that due to the transformation pill, he couldn't completely take them, but at the very least, he was having fun. Victor, who sat inside the cauldron, spat in disgust as he shook her head, then stopped looking at what Tom was doing. Although he didn't want to watch, Tom had been giving him very vital info that he needed for the next step of his grand plan. So, it was after 2 weeks. That was his deadline to get out of this world. He couldn't miss the tournament after all. He needed to step up his game. Victor frowned as he looked at the hammer in his hand, thinking about what Lily just told him. Could it still be tracked, even the cauldron? The cauldron should technically shield almost everything out. Damn, even demons hid in it. He was not sure. He activated his fate vision and looked at the hammer. Oops, there were 3 fate threads that seemed to go out of it into thin air. He was not sure if those could be used against him. Should he try to eat them or just eat the entire hammer? He was hesitant. This hammer, although not a part of his plan initially, could be somehow helpful. On the other hand, since he planned to work from the shadows, he wouldn't have a lot of scores to settle with others, so its functionality was limited. Fuck. Whatever, his fate class was feeling stagnant lately, and with all the shit going on, he needed to be stronger. But he was worried whether he was to devour this thing. Would he go into a coma, like what happened in the past? That was a big no-no. He quickly put the hammer down, deciding to leave this until he returned home. Sighing, he created a death gorge-like environment around the hammer, before leaving the cauldron, appearing in Rosette's mansion's bathroom, where he took out the cauldron and activated his fate eyes on it. The only thread it had connected to him. He sighed in relief. At least for now, the hammer wouldn't be found. You sure are spending a lot of time on the toilet. Lyra commented as she watched the pale Victor walk into the living room after spending an entire hour in the restroom. I told you, the food here didn't fit my stomach. Just wait, once we go back, I will let you taste all the goods in my original world. The things here can't compare, he said, telling the truth. Although they had some good things here too, they didn't have MSG. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. We will see, Lyra nodded, clearly feeling a little nervous about the prospect of leaving this world. But in a way, she wouldn't want to stay here without Rosette and Aerith. Yeah. Anyways, don't you have anything to do? He asked as he threw himself onto the couch. Mother wanted me to stay here and watch the mansion just in case someone broke in. Lyra said, the capital is in turmoil, with every house being searched, so all the men were sent outside. I know about that, he sighed. Any news about the demon who attacked the auction? He asked. Lyra sighed. We have a trace on him. That's all I can say. Good. Victor began to speak when suddenly the air around the room began to feel strange. Lyra quickly got to her feet and tried to grab her weapon, but for some reason, it was no longer there. What the? Relax, kid, someone said in a bone-chilling voice, making her shiver as she struggled to move her body and look back where an old man appeared out of thin air, cloaked in long black robes. She wanted to activate the help talisman, but she couldn't move her fingers as if something was wrapping around her, tying her up. She couldn't even talk as she felt as if something restricted her mouth. It tasted strange, not in a bad way. Master, Victor quickly bowed on one knee. Lyra somehow relaxed hearing him, but she couldn't help but start to inspect the mysterious master. She could barely see his pale, old face and his sharp eyes under his cloak. He would have looked just like any other man if it were not for his red-colored pupils. Demonic? No, not quite. Maybe some kind of curse or technique. Stop with the formalities. You might as well be my son, the master told Victor after looking at him. Master, you should really drop that jock. It is not funny. I am not joking. Do you know how many women I have slept with through the ages for the last few years? I have been hard-pressed to find someone who is not one of my descendants in Trilaria, he sighed. I'm not into incense, you see. Thankfully, I found this world full of women ready to bear my seed. He nodded to himself. Good for you, I guess. Victor sounded unsure as Lyra silently cursed at this depraved master. Of course it is good, the master spat. By the way, you look sick, he suddenly said. The food here, Victor began to explain. No, you have been poisoned, the master spat suddenly, smacking Victor's back. Victor, as if feeling something, began to cough hard as he fell to his knees. Moments later, he spat a green blob of blood onto the ground. It squirmed a little, and smoke rose from it as it burned a hole into the marble floor before stopping. This is... Victor gasped for breath. A filth tree poison with some kind of soul agent. Almost undetectable. If I was not here, you would have been in trouble, the master spat as Lyra gasped. She heard of this poison. How could the master heal it just like that? Victor coughed some more before struggling to stand, his skin color returning to being healthy again. Thanks, master. No need. I can't leave my descendant to die. Master. Fine, his master sighed. Anyways, I don't know who poisoned you, but knowing your shitty personality, you must have pissed off a lot of people. Master, Victor complained as Lyra nodded. Yeah, Victor was really the kind who made people want to kill him. You better be careful in the next few days. Don't eat random things, his master said as he reached for the inside of his robes. Take this, he said, throwing a box at Victor. It is the promised talisman. I added a little curse, so only you can activate it, though. What? Victor asked in shock. It is a kind of safety thing. Lords are sneaky bastards, and once she learned that you got it, nothing would be stopping her from killing you and taking it instead of signing the deal, the master said, making Lyra almost gasp. Did he just curse at her lordship? Master, you should watch your words around here. No need. That woman might as well become my bitch someday. The master smirked at the gasping Lyra. Don't worry, kid. I am only into MILFs, he needlessly clarified. Lyra wanted to curse at him, but she couldn't talk. Anyway, the restriction on the talisman will ensure that only you would be able to heal her. The master turned to Victor. But master, can't you do it yourself? I told you before, I can't directly intervene in this world's causality due to fate restrictions. Think of it as a contract I made a long time ago, the master sighed, shaking his head as if regretting something. Once the contract is signed with the Lord, establish the promised demon-hunting sect for me. ASAP, I have a few promising kids that need a new home. Master, you got new disciples? Victor asked. Not me. They work for some bastard to whom I owe a favor, the master sighed. Then the sect. Yeah, it was meant for him. Never mind that, the master sighed. Listen, Victor, if you ever meet a guy called Vic who claims to be the emperor, never rub him the wrong way. You will end up becoming his slave. If not for him guarding that door to Trilaria, I wouldn't have even dared to deal with him, let alone promise him anything. Understand? Victor nodded nervously. Anyways, once the sect was established, you would be considered to have completed your payment for me, sending you back with your family. Then the group, the master said. Sending multiple people is not an easy task, you know. Lyra gasped. So, Victor was doing chores for this man in order to send everyone back. For some strange reason, her eyes became a little softer as she looked at him. But a sect can't be completed quickly, Victor hesitated. Just set the foundations for it. A training field and a few houses for lodging will do, the master said dismissively. Add a condition to the contract so that the Storm Lord would help you build those, the master added. She would be more than glad to do that in order to plant a few snooping arrays. He smirked as if he was already expecting that. Oh, we have to hurry, according to his ma. According to Vic, the next world crossing window will be in 2 weeks, and you wouldn't want to miss it. What? Victor gasped. You heard me. That's it for now. We will meet again, the master said as he turned around. Master, one more thing. Do you know about the one who attacked the auction? Victor interrupted. Although I was not there from the traces I collected at the site, I am sure some great scam was pulled there, the master said. Too many strange things were interconnected. Maybe more than one party was involved. What a mess, the master sighed as he pondered many things. Do you know their aim? Victor asked nervously. Just a guess. But what happened was aimed to force a fight between Zifr and the Storm Lord, the master pondered. Oh, fight. Victor frowned. Yeah, they already caught the bait, and I doubt any of the parties would let go. Don't concern yourself with this. His master sighed as he shook his head. Whether it is the Poison Lord, the Sun Lord, or some other bastard, it has nothing to do with you, the master said. This thing is far bigger than a small insect like you. Just do as I told you, and hurry back to safety in Trilaria. Master, we will talk later, the master said as he smirked looking up. I have been noticed, it seems. See you later, he said, vanishing into thin air as if running from something. Almost immediately, Lyra felt as if the thing restricting her vanished. I will need your help, Victor told Lyra, who was looking around frantically as he put away the straight jacket and strawberry-flavored gag ball that were hidden from view. A meeting with the Lord? She asked as she turned to look at him. Yeah, he nodded. Although he felt that he might be rushing things, he really needed to go back. No need, Lyra said as the windows were flung open by a strong gust of wind, and a golden card fell onto Victor's feet. It is a summons. Her lordship wants to meet you, Lyra said with an inspecting gaze. Been thinking about things, and it just doesn't make sense. Victor, the one who sat in Lily's pendant, suddenly said after they finished their daily cultivation. What doesn't? Lily asked. Everyone around me. Take Mona's situation, for example. Take you having some crazy fate. Take Rosette being lost in another world and a disciple to a lord. Margaret being a time traveler. And now Axel is the same. Lynn being the real Linda, he said. With everything happening, it is like everyone around me is so unnatural but still appears like one big coincidence. Margaret's situation is your doing. Axel is the same, she said, pouting a little. Okay, maybe Margaret and Axel are a special case, with their fates being connected to mine. I can make similar excuses for other things, but getting the twins was barely a whim of mine after my return, a kind of childhood fantasy. But look, BM now, they have a mysterious sister, he said with a frown. Once or twice could be considered a coincidence, but this kept happening. I think you are mistaken on many parts, Lily pondered. What? He asked. The twins have been fated to buy Tom's brides, so if you take into consideration him being a scion, one can expect that their fate had something hidden, she suggested. You couldn't have known all that had transpired with them. True. Secondly, Your Fate Weaver class might have caused you to change quite a few things. So getting embroidered in strange things is to be expected, Lily suggested. You mean like a rebound for changing fate? He pondered. Yeah. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. It doesn't have to be physical. Good point, Victor nodded. And lastly, it might not be about you. She suggested. It might all be connected to me. My fate is huge, and Mona did recognize me, she finally added. Oh, Victor nodded. That was a good point. His thinking had been too self-centric lately, and he failed to consider that his fate and Lily's were now connected, especially after she revived him in the other timeline. So things related to her might appear around him. I think you're right. I might be overthinking things. But come on, a year has not passed since my return. Good point. But you had not been idling, she spat. The bastard was busy creating a harem. Good point, he nodded. So, when are you returning? Lily asked. 2 weeks tops. I might barely make it to the tournament, he said. Will you be there? 50%, 50%. I will clear this dungeon in 2 days. Then I will be apprehended with Yulian and taken away by the family's force. After that, I will have to go through the cleansing ritual and get interrogated. I will try to find a way to be there, but it will all depend on how things go with my stupid uncle. Oh, Victor frowned. Don't worry, I will probably come see you in the heavenly sect when the time comes afterward. Are you still going with that? She pouted. Yeah, Tom already got me all the info I need, he said with a frown. And now that I have a fake to take my place, the situation couldn't get better. Are you ready? Theta, dressed in a very cute armor that she got from a treasure box, asked as she struck her whip to the ground. She also got it from another treasure box. For some strange reason, she was the only one finding those. Yes, more than 300 players who stood in lines like a real army replied all at once. Most of them were armed to the teeth with armor made out of rat fur and ribs. Although this form of armor looked rudimentary, it was the only thing they could use. Now that we have located the boss's base, it is time to go there and conquer it, she said, turning to nod at Ruby. They were working according to Lily's schedule. Once we beat it, we should be able to escape this accursed place, and hopefully, if any of your loved ones here survived, we would meet with them outside. Yeah, let's move, she commanded and began walking, followed by an army of players. The strong ones were in the front and the back, while the kids and the elderly were in the middle. In the back, behind Ruby, a young man marched, his eyes kept on her from afar. You also fell for her? A burly man beside him asked as he noticed him eyeing her. Yeah, she is just so cute, making one want to protect her, the young man replied, shrugging as he smiled in a self-deprecating manner. Yeah, the burly man nodded. I, with a few others, had decided to follow her once we were out of here. Oh, that players' guild she is forming. Yeah, it is like an adventurers' guild in video games. We, the weak players, against the oligarchs who control the world, the burly man said as he squeezed his fist, clearly still affected by Theta's speech on how those select few hid the knowledge about players and how they controlled the world from behind the scenes. Really? You discussed that with her? Yup. She told us to wait until everything calms outside before seeking her out of town. Oh, interested? Well, I will have to weigh my options. One of those families might take a liking to me and recruit me after all, the young man said as he slowed down a bit. I heard their wage rates are amazing. 5 figures per month at the very least. Wait. Oh. The burly man slowed down and looked around, making sure no one was listening. Really? Where did you hear that from? He whispered. To my bone warrior class. I think it would depend on your authority. Is 3 enough? Maybe, one will never know, the young man shrugged. But you should really not reveal your class and status this casually. Right? But I don't see any harm in that, the burly man said, looking around. Especially now that we have gotten a little far away from the others. We better hurry to catch up, he added, noticing that they had almost been left behind thanks to the young man walking slowly. He wanted to hurry up, but for some strange reason, his legs no longer moved. What the? He couldn't complete that thought as he felt something sharp penetrate his heart. Moments later, his body melted and changed into a metallic card that fell to the ground. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. The young man knelt and grabbed it, shaking it a bit to remove the dust before giving it a look. It looked like a trading games playing card of sorts, with a picture of the burly man's shocked expression forever painted on its front. Under it, a name, a level, an authority number, and a class. Knowing those were the conditions to activate his skill. The ones who taught you not to reveal your status did that for a reason, you know. The young man smirked and flicked the card. Moments later, he turned into that burly man before hurrying to follow after the others. Dear Yulian, if you are still alive, you better not disappoint me, or things will become boring, he added under his breath. Wait here, Rosette pulled Victor to the side and said as soon as he entered the Storm Lord's court. What's going on? He whispered to her, watching an old half-dwarf woman drawing something with chalk on the ground under the throne where the Storm Lord sat eyeing her. It was some kind of an array that Victor had never seen before. One must know that he was knowledgeable about those things. But this array did things completely illogically. Just watch. Rosette didn't explain, but Victor, who already appraised the old woman, needed no explanation. Lidiara Simo Vilo. Class, Oracle. Level, 899. Authority, 89. He knew exactly what this was about. Finished, the Storm Lord asked after 5 minutes. Yes, your lordship. Only the last steps are left, and Lazarus's fate will be revealed. What happened to Lazarus? Victor whispered. Dead, Rosette answered briefly, watching the old woman begin to draw some symbols in midair like some kind of a lunatic. Victor sweated as he looked around the hall. The ones standing to the other side were Lazarus's entourage, including Naga, who was staring daggers at him. Oops. Still holding a grudge? Wait. He squinted his eyes, looking at her. She had a new line in her description. Storm Lord's disciple, second. Did she take Lazarus's position and become the Storm Lord's disciple? Fate was really a cruel mistress. Wait, he was a fate weaver. Did that mean that he gets to court that mistress? Could he add it to his harem? Would she play well with the others? She was cruel after all. Would she agree to try a threesome? Having those random thoughts, Victor watched as the woman seemingly finished her setup and looked toward the Storm Lord. She nodded. The old woman took a bottle of blood and emptied it in the middle of her array. Almost immediately all of it boiled up and turned into a red, foggy mist. In the midst of it, like a mirage, a scene was reflected. Not perfectly clear, but with a lot of noise and interruption, like watching a TV with a bad antenna. Still, what was going on there was clear enough. They could see an indistinguishable man approaching Lazarus, who was playing dead. They were in a strange, sandy environment that looked like a part of the Death Gorge. Pam! Lazarus jumped the man, but a moment later, a bone-chilling scream could be heard, and the mist collapsed and dispersed immediately. What happened? The Storm Lord, whose expression was hidden by the veil on her face, asked. Soul poison. The soul's memory is too damaged, and that's all we could retrieve, the old woman replied. Oh, the Soul Lord paused. Can you get a close look on a man's face? Well, the damage is very intensive. With everything, it will be very hard, almost impossible. I will make it worth your time. What remains of your disciple's soul might suffer pain beyond death. He is already dead. This is just a remnant, the Storm Lord responded coldly. One moment. The old woman nodded, taking a strange-looking doll from her robes and then setting it in the middle of the array. It was a totally normal faceless doll, just made out of a strange material called soulwood. Then she began to speak incomprehensible language before setting the doll on fire. Blue fire. Kai. Another bone-chilling shrill sounded as the doll began to turn around. It was clearly Lazarus screaming as what remained of his soul disintegrated. Victor could swear that it was about to look at him, so he was preparing to invoke his disguise skill as soon as their eyes locked. Thankfully, he didn't need to, as the fire was extinguished by itself moments later before it could make the full turn. What was left was a lifeless doll that fell to the ground. Now it had a face that looked distinctively similar to the Poison Lord. Yazel, the Storm Lord hissed as she squeezed her fist. Victor, who was secretly sweating, sighed in relief. Thankfully, he used that disguise. Thank you. You may leave, the Storm Lord said to the old woman. I will send the things promised later. It is my honor to serve you, your lordship, the old woman who seemed a lot more pale after activating that soul-calling skill said as she retreated politely, nearly falling down on her way out of the hall. The Lord nodded and looked at one of her assistants. Did Atma catch up with him yet? No, your lordship, that guy is still on the run. He is going deeper into the demonic lands. Like that would ever stop Atma. The Lord spat before turning to face Victor. You may step forward. Victor swallowed, then took a few steps to approach the throne before bowing down ceremoniously. Has your master contacted you? She asked, clearly knowing the answer as she had been keeping an eye on him. Yes, just now. He also brought me this talisman, he said, taking out the box he got from his master and opening it to reveal a golden talisman inside. It looked like any other talisman expert for the strange marks made with a Sharpie on it. Oh, he is smart, making it so only you can use it, she said as if she knew what she was talking about. Victor acted shocked, as if he didn't know more than anyone that she couldn't see anything out of the ordinary on this talisman. In fact, it was not even a real talisman at all, just a random stone paper that appeared like one. He couldn't risk the Lord using it, after all, and system items sometimes could be traced to their makers. So he had to guard against that also. Yes, he told me that I will be the only one to use it after we sign the contract with the conditions specified, he answered nervously. It is all his doing. I don't have anything to do with it. I swear, he quickly clarified. I know, the Storm Lord nodded, acting all mysterious. But I will need my assistant to check the talisman first if you don't mind, she said. Sure, he said, presenting the talisman to the assistant. In fact, he already expected the Lord to be very suspicious. And if it were not for the accident with Ziffer, she might have kept him waiting for a few months in order to investigate everything. It was just now, she was feeling extra pressured, just as intended. Victor was secretly crossing his fingers as he watched the assistant use a strange artifact to test the talisman for demonic energy or poison. If the Storm Lord backs up now, he would have to go with the backup plan of kidnapping his mother-in-law and her family and forcibly bringing them back to Trilaria, technically forgetting about establishing a base here for the foreseeable future. Without the Storm Lord, this world might be gone after all. Your lordship, the detector is not responding, the assistant suddenly said nervously after trying everything to test the talisman. It was not working. Really? The Storm Lord frowned. Yes, the assistant nodded as another one hurried to her side to check it. It was the same. Show it to me, she said, making the talisman float into her hand. Looking at it, she frowned. Other than its paper being something she had never seen or felt before, it was totally innate. Will this work? She asked, looking at Victor. My master told me it would, he said, noticing the warning about the truth artifact effect being applied to him. The Storm Lord frowned. If this talisman appeared to be a normal one, she would have been more suspicious of it being a trap, but it was something very foreign, so she didn't know what to think. She was very suspicious after all. Victor's master, not wanting to sign the contract by himself, made her worried. That's what Victor could read from her reaction after all. Okay, she finally said. Let's do it. Victor was a little taken aback. He thought she needed a few more days and had been planning to release a few demons through the capital to nudge her to accept. Really? You look surprised. A little. My master told me that you are a hard nut to crack and that no man would be able to get under your skirt and withstand your thunder without having an iron rod. Everyone in the hall glared at Victor, bringing their hands to their swords upon hearing his very dirty pun. How dare he? The Storm Lord sighed and gestured to them to stand down. He was under the truth-telling artifact, after all. She regretted trying to probe him. Damn, that pervert. Bring the documents, she said to her assistants who were glaring at Victor like they wanted to shred him into pieces. Soon the documents written on gilded parchment papers were brought in front of Victor by a middle-aged woman who had contractor of life class. He slowly began to read through them. They were exactly the condition his master demanded. Rosette and her family would be allowed to return to Triaria safely. A demon-dispelling sect would be founded on a mountain on the Eastern Front. Victor's safety would be guaranteed until the moment he leaves this world, as long as he doesn't attack the Stormlord or harm her interests. On the other hand, Victor would be demanded to cure the Stormlord and keep it a secret, and no matter what, he was not allowed to harm the Stormlord during the procedure. If harm was done internally or unintentionally, he would suffer the same fate. Victor frowned, seeing that last term. This bitch, on the verge of death and insisting on dragging others. But it was too late to back down now. I accept, Victor finally said, signing his name on one side after giving it a quick thought. If he knew the Stormlord could shield herself like this, he wouldn't have bothered with antagonizing Ziffer. Watching him step back, the assistant quickly moved the documents toward the Stormlord. She glanced at them, then signed with a cyan-colored feather. Poof! The documents shone and then disappeared as both Victor and the Stormlord got the notification about the contract being established. Good, the Stormlord said. Follow me, she told Victor as she stood up and entered a door behind the throne. Victor hesitated before quickly following behind her. Rosette kept her worried eyes on him for the entire time. Who are you? The men shouted as they saw the other group approaching the boss's gate where an encampment was built. This group was composed of a few young men with veiled women. The group stopped. Who is your boss? The group's leader, the veiled woman, asked coldly. Her voice was so pretty that few of the men swallowed. I am, Theta said as she stepped forward and looked at Lily. Make way, she ordered. The men looked at each other and then stepped to the side, allowing her to pass. You are those idiots, leader? Lily asked with a frown. She had to take a moment to recognize Theta due to the shape-shifting talisman. Still, she acted as if they were complete strangers. My name is Theta, the leader of the newly found Adventurers Guild. Were you at the square when the dungeon opened? Theta whispered. Still many guys could hear her. Yes, Lily nodded. We belong to the Von Weiss family, she added, arrogantly revealing a white badge that had a purple gem. This one was used by servants, but still represented the family. Oh, Theta frowned and glared at Lily with hostility, making the men who guarded her squeeze their fists around their sword's hilt. Relax, we only want to help defeat the boss and get the hell out of here, Lily said. Who is that guy? Theta asked, as if she finally noticed Yulian, who was wrapped in chains. Just a prisoner for my young master. Don't concern yourself with him. Fine. How's the level of the guys in your team? Other than me and the twins, the rest are all noobs. Lily sighed as if she didn't really want to be here doing the babysitting. I alone will join the raid team if you're fine with it. Just be ready. We will tell you when after we finish arranging ourselves. Theta said after some thinking, then turned and returned to her team. Lady Theta, those guys are suspicious, one guy said as soon as she returned to her tent with Ruby, who was waiting for her at the entrance. He clearly didn't like Lily's arrogance at all. Remember what I taught you. We stay out of the noble family's business. Those guys are dangerous. The less we know, the better. Theta sighed. But can they be trusted in battle? Since only that girl will fight, it should be fine. And I prefer them on my side. At least you guys might get to see how those guys fight for real. Oh, the man sighed. Just make sure no one bothers them. No one is that stupid. Hey! A horrifying scream stopped him from completing his sentence. Theta, Ruby, and that guy all ran outside. A guy whom they knew as a part of their team was holding his neck as blood gushed out of it. He was looking in disbelief at the veiled girl who struck him out of nowhere. What are you doing? Zeman, bitch, you, triple. The 5 men who stepped forward to help him all fell to the ground, clutching their balls. Stay out of this, the girl said as she stepped forward. Stay out of her way, Theta commanded as she watched Lily approach the young man who she recognized as a local thug who wanted to join her guild after leaving her. He had a bone warrior class that allowed him to cover himself with bone armor and use his own bones as weapons. Quite a good tank. The men frowned listening to Theta, but they stayed out. Why? The man whose throat was nearly cut hissed as he fell down, dying. I don't know who hired you, but like the rest, you'll have to die. How? How did you? When I came here, I found a talisman that can detect evil toward me. Consider it your bad luck, she said as her sword slashed his neck. FSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS Lily frowned as she grabbed it, then smirked and began to look around as if searching for her target. Don't think you can keep hiding, she spat. What happened? Theta asked nervously. Nothing of concern to you, Lily said, yawning a bit. It is just that the time had become too late and some assassins want to kill me. And it seems like one of them has some very nasty ability. She spat, throwing the card at Theta before turning and leaving toward the other side where the twins had just finished erecting a tent. When you plan to start the raid, make sure to wake me up, she added. Theta frowned as she glanced at the card. It had the photo of the guy gasping in fear. Ruby. She turned to Ruby and handed it to her. Stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Ruby frowned for a moment, then placed the photo on the ground between the bewildered men. She closed her eyes and activated her healing skills. Everyone heard the sound of something breaking, and in front of them was no longer a ripped photo, but a naked man cut in half. On his bare chest, there was a strange-looking dagger wound where his heart should have been, and around her was a blood tattoo depicting 3 crows, each with a different expression. One laughing, one crying, and the third was raging. What is this? One young girl asked nervously. You don't need to know. Not our business, Ruby said with a frown. Make sure to stay in groups of 5 at all times. Even while taking a dump. We have a rat between us. He used Zeman's body to try and assassinate that crazy girl, she spat. How about we start the raid and finish this quickly then? One guy asked nervously. Tomorrow, Thetis said. That was what the cryptic message Lily told her meant. And the corpse. Burn it. Shit, the young man held his neck as he stood at the end of the camp. Although he was not hurt, the feeling was completely transmitted, and it hurt like hell. How could that bitch find him? A killing intent talisman. He asked himself, what kind of shit luck was that? He sighed as he calmed down a bit. From Lily's reaction, he was now sure all the other assassins were dead, and now he had 3 options. The first was to call the mission quits. Sure, his father would be angry, but he was not going to risk himself trying to kill that crazy bitch. Her reaction speed was so fast that the moment he decided to throw that dagger, she moved a step before him. The second was to join the fight for the boss and stab that crazy bitch from behind using poison. Would he manage to pull it off? He was not confident. Damn, that Von Weiss's family is training her as an assassin. The third option was to act as a coward and find a way to kill that unlucky idiot Julian who would definitely be left behind. After that, his father would definitely put the blame on her and use it to strip her of her inheritance rights. Thinking about it, he quickly made his decision. This place is really nice. Do you use this room to keep your fuckboys? Victor asked as they entered a side room, following behind the Stormlord. Only talk when I speak to you, she spat angrily. Damn it, this guy's thought process was so perverse that due to the truth array, any regular comment he made got on her nerves. Okay, you're the kind who likes to make all the noises I see. Shut the fuck up. She really lost it and almost killed him. His rambling was really going to kill her. He raised his hands in surrender. She led him onto a table where a strange-looking book was placed. Another X-rank artifact. Since when were those this common? The Old Tales Book X can absorb the effective effect of a system_activation at the PRE_apply stage. Can inspect the activation sequence and effect. The effect can be transferred or delayed for up to 30 minutes. Available slots, 1 out of 1. Cooldown time, 10 years. He wanted to ask what was this, but since she told him to shut up, he didn't dare to speak. First of all, let's talk, she said as she gestured for him to sit in front of the desk as she sat on the other side. He sat. Why did that doll try to look at you? She asked directly. He sweated a little. Shit. You may speak. Finally, although I like the girls to make noises, I don't like to be silent all the... Answer the question. She interrupted. Oh, the doll. Right? Did it look at me? I'm not sure. She inspected his reaction. Was it her misconception, or did he have something to do with Lazarus's death? Did you have anything to do with Lazarus's death? Maybe. he said as he sneakily began to look around. Not directly. What? Explain. I cucked him. That girl, Naga, was definitely banging both the father and the son, I can tell. So, I'm sure he was so angry back then that it might have clouded his judgment when he faced that guy. The Storm Lord paused. Good point. But still, do you have any info about the Poison Lord? Yeah, Victor said, taking out an envelope that as soon as it left his pocket was snatched by a strange force that opened it and revealed the paper from inside. What was written was the events of Von Weiss Island. So, he may not be able to enter your world. No idea, but it sure seems that way. Victor was not sure about this, but that's what he felt. Now with Alpha, who had a spark, not being able to enter dungeons, he began to make some connections. Does lore have those kinds of limitations? He asked. Different worlds have different rules, she paused. Do you know about the existence of lords in your world? I did, from my master, he said, looking around to make sure no one was listening. There seem to be 3 at least. One is called the Blood Lord, and the others are called the Void Lord and the Fate Lord. He paused as the Storm Lord got interested. She clearly didn't get anything like that from Rosette. Really? What do you know about them? She asked. Not much. Each seems to have its own hidden power, but my master told me that they can't move freely and that I shouldn't care about them. Oh, she nodded. Is that all? Yeah. Victor thought for a moment and nodded. There is that Poison Lord too, but my master said that he was an invader and he was going after him. I see, she nodded. Can your master be a lord too? She asked. No idea. I did ask him that, and he said that this was not something someone like me needs to know about. Victor pondered. I suspect he is. Oh, what makes you suspect that? He is too strong, and he did mention that he was very old, 1,000 years at least. Or how else would my world not have anyone who is not a descendant of his? The Storm Lord frowned for a moment there. Pervert's master and disciple. Do you know how he is planning to send you back? She asked again. He said that he was going to build a temporary wormhole. It seems to have a lot of conditions to do it. He shrugged. I see, she pondered. Will he go back with you? No idea, he shrugged. From the way he was looking at the girls around here, I suspect he was going to take his time. She sighed. Let's get to business then, she said as she opened the box containing the talisman. Take this talisman and apply its effect on the book. This book? Is it cursed? He asked nervously. Don't ask. Just do it. But, do it. Sure. Your call, he said as he grabbed the talisman and simply activated it with another real one. The book. This was how she was going to make sure he was not playing any tricks. The book shone as its pages began to flip. Moments later, they opened to a page that had writings in a strange language that Victor could easily read for some reason. Effect, dispel curse. Simple. Activation parameter. Medium, simple dispel talisman template 2151521D. Source, Vito Verdi. Data 01. 912145125541. Data 02. Null. Data 03. Null. The Storm Lord almost gasped. How could a man have all that authority? What kind of existence was this? Vito Verdi? Do you know a guy named Vito? No. Is he your boyfriend? What's your master's name again? She ignored him and asked, her eyes squinting with greed. No idea. I call him master. It might be a fetish for him or something, as he makes the girls say it too. I see. She paused as a very disturbing image appeared in her mind. You may leave. Really? Aren't you? Go. She interrupted and moved her hand. Poof. Victor was thrown out of the room, flying as he crossed many corridors before finding himself back into the throne chamber, where he fell to the ground, face down. Your job here is done. Her voice sounded after him. Victor, are you okay? Rosette, who ran to his side, asked. Yeah, I think. For now, at least, he swallowed, as in front of him, pointing to the position where the Storm Lord was, there was a black death fate thread. He was right. That bitch couldn't be trusted. I'm telling you, she is definitely up to no good, Victor said for the 45th time that night as he ate his dinner. Why else would she keep roofing me? Drop this subject already. It is super untasteful. Ariana scolded him. Was her lordship healed? She asked Rosette. Yeah, but this is top secret, Rosette said. I know. Ariana nodded. Did she have to erase his memories? No idea, she sighed. But she might not want others to know something. Somehow, she felt what Victor was going through. Until she gained a lord's trust, her memories were erased each time she went to meet her. Victor also sighed as he looked at the death thread looming over his head. Although this thread meant that the Storm Lord planned to kill him, it was clear that she was not going to do that while he was in this world, keeping up with the contract. She was going to wait until he left. Cheer up, guys. At least now, we can finally return home and leave this stupid primitive world. Mirai commented, Your master will send us back, right? Didn't hear from him yet. He is probably waiting for the Storm Lord to give him that piece of land to form that stupid demon hunting sect, Victor said. Ah, right. I forgot to tell you, Rosette said. The Storm Lord already issued a decree. Someone will come tomorrow to take you there. Really? Victor asked. Yeah. Will your master appear? No idea. He told me to activate a summoning talisman as soon as I find a suitable place. Victor shrugged. I don't know why. I am sure he is dodging that Storm Lord for some reason. I bet there is something fishy between them. Just drop it, Rosette sighed as she rolled her eyes. Okay, Victor sighed. Where is Massel and Merrill anyway? He suddenly asked. I sent them with Lyra to grab a few things. If we are returning to Trilaria, I want to buy a few things that would be sold at a good price. Ariana was the one who answered. Oh, good point. Victor nodded. He should do that too. But since yesterday, his mind has been too preoccupied with thinking about his next step. It was perfectly clear that he needed to leave this world ASAP, but now he had 3 problems. The first was him being worried about Rosette and Aerith. Victor suspected that the Storm Lord might have parts of their souls. The reason for this was what happened with Lazarus. Victor used the soul poison to kill him, so his soul couldn't have survived. Despite this, the medium old woman managed to summon him successfully. This could only mean another part of his soul might have been preserved somewhere. Thankfully, due to the soul poison's amazing properties, the moment the synchronization succeeded, that soul fragment also shattered. For this, he planned to make sure that all of them would be unconscious and sealed in the cauldron during the trip. That way the Lord would not be able to use them. And after that, she would have no incentive to kill them, as they would be her window to spy on Trilaria. The second problem was what to do with the girls in the cauldron. The moment he saved their lives, they really became his responsibility, whether they liked it or not. At first, he was really considering this demon hunting sect as a way to keep them safe here and build a base, but it was going to be tricky now. He was really worried that the Lord might do something bad to them if he really managed to escape. The solution for this was simple, too. He just needed to scam them into thinking that he was only doing Vic a favor. I didn't care about them. Maybe faking the killing of one of them would do the trick. After that, when the Storm Lord interrogates them, she would find out that they meant nothing to the old man. And she would also be wary of Vic, whom she might suspect to be the Emperor of Trilaria. The third problem was the trickiest, and it was the fact that the bitch wanted to kill him, or maybe kill his master. This must be because of his authority. Although he limited it using the disguise, there was a limit to what he could do if he wanted it to function, and that book was not something he expected. That number must have made the Storm Lord begin to salivate like the rabid bitch she was. She might be planning to do something the moment he leaves this world, as he would no longer be protected by their agreement. He still had no idea how to scam her. Although he might be able to use a fake gate to scam her and escape, she might have a way to wait for him outside this world when he leaves. All he could think of at the moment was that he should probably devour that hammer. Its effect would allow him to safely escape after taking a hit from a Stormlord. And if he was lucky and the skill it gave him was greater, he might be able to do something more. Thinking about it for a moment, he remembered that thing that he didn't get to use in the auction. It would be perfect now, but the timing should be very precise. Thinking for a moment, he turned to Rosette. I want to go to sleep. Don't wake me up for dinner. I feel too exhausted, he said as he walked to his room. Hopefully, he won't go into a coma this time. Let's go inside. No matter what, keep your position and never panic. Theta announced, then walked into the large iron-studded gate, followed by her men. Right after them, Lily walked arrogantly with her sword, sheathed on her shoulder. It was as if she were some teacher supervising kids on a trip. The moment they disappeared and the door automatically closed, a certain young man who was acting like he was injured in the camp between the women, the children, walked out. He waited 10 minutes. "I need to go relieve myself," he told one of the men who was guarding the camp. "Do you need help?" the guard said, noting the guy's grave injury in the knee. "I will manage," the young man said as he limped away, straightening up his step as soon as he was out of sight, then turning and heading to Lily's camp at the other side of the door. It was built out of 4 tents, 3 surrounding a middle one that had Julian tied within. He uttered as he pointed to the tents one by one and activated a talisman for each. He waited 1 more minute, then sneaked into the central tent. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. There, he found Julian sleeping while being tied in a very erotic way. Damn, that Lily was some real shit. It didn't matter. He walked to Julian, then slapped his face. I'm on you." Julian was startled up and began to look around frantically and mumble incomprehensibly. He wanted to say something, but his mouth was gagged. The young man made a gesture for him to stay silent before unblocking his mouth. "You are Cousin Will," Julian exclaimed in shock. "You are here to save me from that crazy bitch." "Yes. Didn't expect you to remember me. The family sent me to help you." Will smiled softly. "Quick, untie me. We need to run." Julian hissed fanatically. "Don't worry. She's off to fight the boss and will not come back anytime soon," Will said as he began to untie Julian. "A boss too? First players, then a dungeon. What's wrong with this world?" Julian asked in shock. "The family will tell you everything if we make it back," Will said. "But before that, we will need to survive this place." "What's your class and authority?" "I am something called Soul Paladin. My authority is 10, Julian replied truthfully. "Now really," Will said, his eyes flashing with greed momentarily. "Is that good?" Julian asked as his eyes sparkled like a puppy. "Yes, but you really shouldn't tell people that," Will said. "Oh, why would?" Julian paused as a dagger pierced right through his chest from the back. "That's why," Will smirked. Julian lifted his head and looked at Will. His expression was not that of shock, but of remorse. Lily was right. You are really a piece of shit. What? Will didn't get to continue as the next moment, the dagger in his hand turned into 3 crows, flowed out of Julian's chest, and drilled into his mouth and nostrils. He fell to the ground and began screaming and flashing as if being electrocuted. Moments later, the crow flew out of him and into Julian's hand, turning back into a dagger at the same time he disappeared, turning into a metallic card that fell onto the ground. Using a bloodline artifact or a skill against someone with a pure bloodline is beyond stupid, you know? Julian, as he grabbed the card and looked at it, felt some remorse. What Lily said was all true. His uncle was really a piece of shit. If you had asked him a month ago, he would have never believed that his own cousin would come to kill him. Using this card, he would be able to summon Will as a puppet avatar or use his skills using order points. This dagger was one of the family's top SSS class artifacts, and if it were not for its limitations of needing to know the opponent's name, authority, and class, it would have never found its way into Will's hand. It was just that he had a hypnosis masterclass that allowed him to find out those things very easily. He sighed. "Now it is for you to keep it." He turned and threw the daggers at the 2 twins who walked from the shadows in the tent. They had always been here in case Will decided to kill Julian immediately. "Can't we use it?" Mona asked, looking at the dagger with interest. "No, it is bloodline locked," Julian sighed. "Lily or I will come get it after the family ends their investigation." "Understood," Mana said as she put in her storage ring. "Will you be okay if they investigate you? My soul Paladin class makes sure I can't be affected by any lie detection, and I will have to use this guy's hypnosis skill to alter some of my superficial memories just in case," he shrugged. This was why Lily proposed this plan when she discovered that Will was here. She told him that she would have her own way of dodging the interrogation. "Oh," the twins nodded. "Let's hope all goes well." They sighed. He could see they were worried about Mona, but he truly had nothing to say to reassure them. Like them, he could only wait for Lily to end this dungeon. The moment they walk out, It would be time to face his damn family again and meet his second sister. Tulip. He couldn't wait. Hopefully, she would be the nice and cute younger sister he had always wanted. System notification. 1 hashtag quest has been completed. 925-5809 rats were killed. 2 hashtag quest has been completed. Zimbobo the Rat King was killed. Finally. That was quick, though. We just telepathically told her that Will was dead, Mina said, feeling as surprised as Yulian. That was really fast. It was as if the boss was only waiting to be killed by her. I see. Yulian nodded. That Rat King's must have tasted nut slicer. That sword was not something his crazy sister should have. He felt sorry for those guys who were going to oppose her from now on. Beep. Congratulations. The dungeon has been cleared. Finalize in 1 hour. What? You are a lord? Her grandma asked. Really? Her great-grandma asked. Are you sure? The great-great-grandma asked. That's what the notifications said. Alpha, who sat on the couch in the old wooden house, said as she eyed the new 105-inch OLED display in the corner. Her grandma must have bought it on her trip. There's also a long, thick cable going out of the TV through the corridor and toward the door. Did you tell him? Victor? No, why would I? Alpha spat. You girl. He was the one who gave you the spark. He had no idea how precious that thing was. Alpha spat. You, what if he knew? I'm sure he doesn't. 100% sure? Not exactly. Girl, never betray that guy for now, no matter what. And if you do, the family shall have nothing to do with it, her great-grandma warned. Grandma, you guys are too cautious. We learned to be like this the hard way, her great-great-grandma said with a grim face. You should keep that in mind all the time, too. Fine. What does being a lord imply anyway? How does it work? There is nothing in the system about it. My status screen is perfectly normal, she interrupted. Well, the grandma hesitated. We don't know. Give it to her. Finally, the great-great-grandma decided. You mean, yes, Mom. She fits the bill. And this might be our chance. Okay, the great-grandma stood up and walked to another room, returning 5 minutes later with a box in her hand. This is your great-great-great-grandma left it, the great-grandma said. She left instructions that only if someone could be a lord or a lord disciple would they get to open it and see what is inside. Oh, Alpha frowned as she took the box. It is said that it contains a great secret that if revealed to anyone but a suitable one, he would be cursed, the grandma warned. About 100 years ago, when my Aunt Talma was still the matriarch, an arrogant young man from the family, he was my cousin Quano's third son from his fifth wife, the one he married because she had big boobs. Her mother was a fine woman, but due to her being from a low background, the family didn't approve, and he ended up having to also marry cousin Susan's daughter Tadala to appease them. The lad had some nice fire-controlling skills. The family thought highly of him, even pulling some strings to send him to study in the hidden fire temple. Grandma, don't interrupt me. I'm telling you something important here, the grandma said angrily, using her cane to strike Alpha's head. Ouch. Grandma. Sorry. Can you keep to the subject, please? Alpha asked politely as she rubbed her head. She didn't want to taste that again. What did he do to the box? Fine. Young people these days are always in a hurry. She shook her head, and so did the other grandmas. His poor mother was devastated. He forcefully stole, thinking it contained some secret that would grant him great power, she sighed. After looking inside, he began screaming that it was all a lie before going crazy. The poor lad could not remember his own name afterwards. He needed to use diapers for the rest of his life. Alpha hesitated. It is your choice. I will open it. Alpha said, Can I get a private room? Sure. The third one after the stairs has a movable bed in case we need to take you to the hospital. Alpha glared for a moment at her grandmother, then turned and left toward the room. It was mostly empty except for a hospital bed and a metallic hospital potty. She didn't even want to know what her grandma used that for. She closed the door, sat on the bed, then turned to the box, opening it. It didn't open. Wait. She finally noticed the antique mechanism locking it, so she unlocked it and tried again. This time it opened. Inside, there was a blue pulsating gem and a green skeleton jade key. That gem was something she knew from her family's implanted memories. It was a memory transfer artifact. She hesitated for a moment, then touched it. H. She screamed in pain as she fell onto the bed, holding her head. 45 minutes later, she sat up with a shocked expression. I see. It is all a lie. The bastards, she gasped. Then moments later, she felt something begin to rot in her brain. Instinctively, she knew what to do as her eyes shone with a strange white light. Moments later, the rotting feeling disappeared, and at the same time, the bump caused by her grandma's stick also healed. Eternal Lord. Huh. Amazing, she said as she began to smirk as she made a signal with her hand, making the status screen change to screen that showed her the things she wanted. She smiled. Then, as if remembering something, she paused and focused on a certain part of her very soul where a small mark that sat silently suddenly shook and then dispersed. I am free at last. Just you wait, Victor von Weiss. I will make sure to smack that butt of yours into oblivion. Sister, wasn't that guy a scion? How could Julian just finish him that easily? Mina asked as Lily tied Julian up again in preparation for exiting the dungeon. They had to make a convincing show outside, where one of the family elders would be waiting. Will is not a scion. He just has an S-ranked fate, Lily replied casually. And even if he was a scion, he would have died. Remember, what Julian told him must have made him greedy. So even if he had a bad premonition, he would attribute it to him disobeying his father's order to kill. Oh, scions work like that? Mana asked. Yes, to varying degrees. Remember how Victor scammed Tom. Once someone wants something hard enough, his fate would influence the world itself, even on account of his own safety, she said. You remember that too. Always listen to your gut feeling, she told Julian as she finished doing the turtle knot. I know, sis. By the way, where did you learn tie people like? Julian, who was tied up in a very embarrassing yet comfortable pose, asked worriedly. Did his sister have some kind of kinky, sadist fetishes too, on top of being crazy? For my future sister-in-law, she told the truth. Oh, wait, what's sister-in-law? She didn't answer that. Now prepare yourself. The acting should be perfect, she said as she eyed the dungeon end timer. Mrs. Margaret, I am really honored you paid all that money to hire me, but can I at least know what I will be working on? The young scientist girl with short brown hair and thick glasses asked nervously as she looked out of the car's window, regretting taking that offer as the car, driving her, left the city. She should have known who would hire a newly PhD graduate like her for all that money. Damn it, she should have known that something was fishy earlier when they took her phone. Later. Don't worry. This is all for security. Margaret, who sat beside her in the back seat, replied. Here's a hint. I hired you because of your paper, The Unlocking Imaginary Energy Using Imaginary Materials. Look, I only wrote that for spite. My professor was stealing my work, so I did that and put his name as the main author just to make him a laughing stock. He didn't even bother to read it before publishing. Did he ask you to kidnap me? She asked as she eyed the driver and the man beside them. Both were very burly men, the kind of you see in gangster movies assisting the villain. The math you did in that paper was perfect. Margaret ignored Zolan's ranting and spoke. It is a scientific paper after all, Zolan replied. But it is useless. No such material could ever exist. What if it does? It can't. I purposely forgot to mention the fact in the paper, but if that material were to exist, many things would be different. Gold would be 1,000,000 times harder, and normal metals would no longer conduct electricity. Hell, electricity itself would be a mess. It would be a totally different world. Oh, Margaret paused. You mean such a material can't exist in a world where electricity exists? No, electricity would still exist, but it would definitely work. Zolan replied. For example, your phone would no longer work, due to the difference in quantum arrows sum. Then how would you explain this? She said, taking out a small 1 cubic inch rock in a plastic bag and giving it to Zolan. This is... Zolan frowned as she didn't recognize the material. It is called hell iron, Margaret replied. It is a piece of one of the materials you described, Section D, and the energy you proposed already exists. It's called mana. Impossible, Zolan said as she took out the rock and touched it. It felt a little bizarre and was very cold, but it could be some kind of new, rare metal alloy. Are you kidding me? Right, I am. She began to speak with a frown, but didn't continue as the car stopped. I wouldn't pay you all that money to kid you. Follow me, Margaret said as the SUV's door opened, and one of the two young maids who were in the other escort car helped her step down. Zolan hesitated for a moment, then stepped out. They were at the top of a lush mountain, standing next to a huge factory building in the middle of nowhere. Come on, Margaret said as she walked inside with the maids. Zolan could only sigh, and after eyeing the lax security personnel, she followed. It was a perfectly normal factory where workers in blue uniforms toiled at assembly lines. You make sex toys here? Zolan couldn't help but ask as she watched the goods being produced. Was it okay for the little maids to walk in such a place? Well, it didn't seem bothered. It is both a front and a side gig of mine. She smirked. This would ensure that old Theodore would have no choice but to hide the existence of this factory. And thanks to her innovative designs, the business was good. It is top quality. Not only do we have many exotic colors, we use space-grade materials here. Zolan rolled her eyes. Titanium was not that special to begin with, but companies keep saying space-grade this and space-grade that to hype up their prices and scam idiots. I'm not joking. Our first product, Flavor Gag Balls, was a massive hit. Margaret said, taking a bag from one of the assembly lines and opening it to show a glossy red gag ball. It is really delicious. Comes in cherry and strawberry flavors. Care to try it? No thanks. Zolan flatly refused. She hasn't degraded to that level yet. Suit yourself, Margaret said, throwing the gag ball to her young maid, who quickly broke the straps, then put it in her mouth under her friend's envious eyes. Don't worry. Those things are all built out of sugar. We even sell the failed products as candy under a different sub-brand. We advertise it as child-safe because of all the holes in it. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Will I be working on such a project? Zolan asked nervously. Of course not, but if you wanna, I won't stop you, Margaret said as they reached an elevator, where Margaret used her card to activate it. Then it began to descend. Zolan was not sure, but it must have gone down 10 stories before the door was open again. Here, it was a totally different environment with metallic walls and all kinds of security features. Is this some kind of military base? Zolan asked. I wish. I could have made some soldiers do the digging for free instead of having to hire contractors from other countries. Margaret sighed. It really cost them a lot to do it in just a few months. Follow me. Gaish. Margaret didn't continue as a savage scream rocked the building. What was that? Zolan asked nervously. Your lab is not the only one here, you know, Margaret said, then turned to one of the little maids beside her. Go check on Hannah and tell her to keep it down. The little maid nodded then, after a small curly bow, she hurried away. Don't worry. It is a biological lab where we research some new technology that was acquired a few months back, Margaret said as she began walking in a direction different from that of the voice. It is just that the lass can go a little crazy when it comes to alchemy. That's why the head maid decided to kick her out of the main mansion. Oh, Zolan swallowed as she followed. You're doing human experiments? She asked. That Hal was very scary. Planning to, but not yet. That was a lab rat. Margaret sighed, telling the truth. Those things were scary. A what? Margaret didn't elaborate as she continued to walk in the dimly lit corridor. Soon, they reached a large lab that was filled with all kinds of instruments, all new, still in their wrappers. Some things here really made Zolan begin to salivate. If you decide to accept my proposal, this lab will be yours, Margaret said, turning to face her. And the target of the research would be mainly focused on this material and how to use it to replicate modern technology. I don't understand. I told you, such things don't work. They do, the world is changing. That's all I can tell you for now. If you accept, some top secret info that the public should never know would be available to you. Believe me, this stuff would change your worldview, she added as she made a huge folder materialize out of thin air. Zolan paused. Was she using some kind of sleight of hand trick? Where could that folder come from? And if I refuse, I will make you forget everything you saw here and just hire you to work at the toy factory upstairs. I'm not forcing you here. I heard you really needed the money. I am in. But let's keep things clear. I will not do anything that goes against my principles. Zolan said firmly. She was not sure if this was a scam or not, but the paycheck was very interesting, and no one was going to hire her after what she did in that paper. Of course, Margaret nodded, then paused. Just a question, though. Does creating sex robots go against your principles? Zolan didn't even know how to answer that. Victor frowned. Just now, he felt that one of the treasures he owned lost its mark. This would mean that the treasure was stolen or destroyed. With his authority, the former was impossible, so it could only be the latter. The problem was that he could not tell which one it was. If it was something stupid, he didn't mind, but if it were something like the fishing rod that was now inside Zypher's box, it would be a great loss. He sighed, deciding to look into this later. Now, he had many things to do. Do you understand your role? He asked the girl sitting nervously in front of him as he faked the old master's voice. Why choose me? She asked nervously, biting her lip. Because, unlike all the others, you are an orphan and have no one. Even if I take you back to your original world, they wouldn't be able to track you back, he said. Why bother fooling them? She asked. It's for their own good. I want them to believe that I am evil, so my enemies would think that too, he said. Just make sure to keep with the plan tomorrow. Understand? She nodded. Will you really take care of me after we return? I will get my disciple to get a job for you. He is filthy rich, the old man chuckled. You can also stay with me to warm my bed. I will take your disciple's offer, she quickly said. Suit yourself, the old master sighed. The girl had just lost the chance of her life. You may leave, he said. The girl nodded, then walked out of the wooden cottage to join the other girls who were busy training on performing a demon-killing sword array. She didn't know what she missed. Sini, the elf who threw herself on Victor as soon as the door closed, said, Yeah, well, it's your win, he said as he kissed her. The elf chuckled cutely in his arms as she wrapped her legs around his waist. Pam, he spanked her butt. Now is not the time. I have something important to do. I might go for a while. Don't worry about Yas. She's filling in for me outside, using a shape-shifting pill. Ow! I understand. She nodded as he gently carried her off him, then stood up and vanished. Moments later, Victor appeared in an expansive desert, as a secret area within the cauldron. First of all, he activated his disguise, turning his surroundings into an office in the elven capital, and his appearance into that of Ziph the Great. This was just in case some images were transmitted. Then, taking a deep breath, he took the karmic hammer out. It's now or never, he said as he ate it. Not literally, he just opened his mouth and activated his devour skill. The next moment, the hammer began to fade, turning into wisps of gray smoke that began to be sucked up by him. Bolem. Victor felt as if a great energy began to fill him. Slowly, it began to rise up, more and more. Soon, he began to feel that he was getting overwhelmed. His body began to ache. Did he eat more than he could swallow? Thinking about it for a moment, he immediately activated all his bloodlines. He immediately felt okay, and the suction power intensified. KY. A loud shriek sounded from the hammer as what remained of its ethereal silhouette shattered, and the last wisps entered his mouth. Bolem. The world shook around him as his disguise was shattered, and he fell to the ground. He felt a great nausea, as if something were changing in his very soul, and he was really about to pass out, but thankfully his activated bloodlines seemed to be able to support his consciousness, so he could barely remain sober. Pam, he regretted it. He should have allowed himself to lose consciousness. As the pain was so unbearable, he lost all power to move, let alone deactivate his bloodline. Still, it was as if he gained an insight into something during the process. He now knew that there was a pain far greater than getting his balls kicked. He had no mind to think about anything else. Anyways, the pain lasted 6 full hours, until it suddenly stopped, and he looked at the announcement in front of him. Devour complete. Class: Fate Weaver. X class have leveled up. Skills added. Karmic Retribution. X. If a man assaults you, you can return a % of the damage cooldown time. 10%, 1 in days, can only work in reverse order for a specific target. Condition, 10x the authority. Cost, 100 percentage order point. Karmic connection, X, can see your karmic connections with others through fate threads. Condition, 10x the authority. Cost, 10 order points. Karmic arbitration, X, you could demand immediate full payment for your karma with someone. Fate-changing karma are calculated 200%. Consumes said karma thread. Condition, 1000x the authority. Cost, 1000 order points. Holy! Victor gasped as he looked at it. At last, although there were some limitations, their new skills were amazing. Why? He laughed like a maniac. The first one was simple, just an immediate payback. Doing a quick calculation, it was clear that the maximum he could throw back was about 50% of an attack, and it would take nearly a year to cool down. He could do a 10% every couple of days and a 1% every few hours. The second one, he was not sure about, so he would need to try it later. The third was the one he was most excited about. With this, he would be perfectly able to employ his power as a fate weaver to demand others for payment for his good deeds. It was kind of a super skill. No wonder it had the 1000x authority requirement. Now, he had enough assurance to leave this world, and if that bitch dared to really attack him. He paused as he felt a strange synchronization, the other soul trying to connect to him. He frowned, as this rarely happened. He quickly sat down and closed his eyes to receive the memories. It was a little painful, and it took just 3 seconds before he opened his eyes, his face turning pale. Shit, he was screwed. Author/author, Abe. And it was clear that she must have suffered some unspeakable things. Are you okay? Nova, naked, worriedly. B8BB. The girl could only drool like an idiot. What's wrong with her? Nova asked. Probably lost her mind, Jane sighed. The monsters. What to do with her? We can't simply leave her here. Do you want her to join us in our escape? Nightshade asked with a frown. Do we have any other choice? We can't leave her here, Nova said, brushing the girl's shirt-boyish hair. She felt very sorry for her. You will be the one carrying her then, Nightshade sighed. Fine, Nova said. When are we leaving? Tonight. I overheard the guards talking, and it would be our chance. Nightshade said, feeling a little uncertain. Why did Alpha hasten their plan all of a sudden? She had no idea, but she was at least glad to be finally able to leave this shithole. Toops. No. 3 men sat on the stone chairs around a marble table at the center of the grand, decorated hall. One was sitting in a funny way with a donut-shaped cushion underneath him. One was naked, and the last seemed perfectly normal except for the fact that everyone kept forgetting that he was there. They couldn't even remember his facial features the moment they looked away from him. In front of them, 2 rings lay flat on the table. So, what do you think? The naked asked nervously, taking one of the rings to try to check it again. Still the same message. Not enough authority. Could it be them? He asked. Impossible. If the Dark Chamber found the legacy, or had someone with that much authority, they would definitely choose to just keep law, hide in that hole of theirs to wait for the tower to open and try their luck. The guy who sat on the cushion spat. Then who? The naked guy asked. It is definitely not a coincidence for 2 rings with the same restriction to show up at the same time. He added, turning to the last guy, who he almost forgot was there with them. Let's look at things from another perspective. The last guy finally spoke. What do you know about each of the rings? The one I got was brought by my daughter, April. She entered the Blood Moon dungeon under my command to search for it after I traced it back to some demon who hid there. The guy with the cushion, or as others called him, the Blood Lord, stated. She told me that an egomaniac guy named Vic Volt, who claimed to be the Emperor, took control of that dungeon and gave it to her with the spark in it. She checked it before leaving, but once out, the ring no longer opened. Oh, Emperor? That's all you know. I sent a few men to check a few of the others who were confirmed to be dungeon survivors. But their narrative was similar, he shrugged. I don't have info about that guy. What about you? He turned to the naked guy. This one was gotten by one of my assistants who went to check a fatal disturbance. There she met a priest who seemed to be working for some hidden organization and sowing deceit between the surviving noble families. After killing him, she took his ring, the naked guy sighed. At first, I presumed he was working for Dark Chamber, but I might have been wrong. What fate disturbance? The Blood Lord asked. Well, I was meaning to tell you, the naked guy, who was clearly the Fate Lord, sighed. Do you remember the fate markers? He asked. The ones that bitch milked you out of your energy to create? The Blood Lord asked, clearly making fun of his friend. Yes, the Fate Lord clenches his teeth, remembering that humiliation. She used them in several batches to hold a ritual, and I managed to secretly get hold of a few before they were incinerated, he said sneakily. Oh, a ritual? What were those for? The Blood Lord asked. At that time, I had no idea, as they are usually used to bring about a potential future, yet she was using them to target potential people, the Fate Lord said. After we confirmed that she was a time traveler, I promptly realized that she was using them to make sure certain people pass the temporal disturbance she created and get born, probably her lovers or trusted aides from the other timeline, the Fate Lord said. So, I promptly created a ritual to siphon their fate in an attempt to create a new spark. The fate disturbance you spoke about is about them, the last guy asked out of nowhere, startling his two friends before they remembered he was there. Yes, I was venturing to check that Thunder Sect dungeon that overflowed recently. It was to see if it could be used as an entry point when an accident happened, he sighed. The markers caught fire and were all burned along with the altar. It was probably caused by one of the markers going haywire. My men, using a fate compass, followed the disturbance to Wyron Principality's Vane City, where they cast a massive misfortune curse to try and fish out the culprit. And during this, my servant attended a wedding of one of her friends, where she met that priest. Oh, support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. I see. Vane City, the last guy squinted his eyes. I have a few questions for you. Please ask, the Fate Lord said. It was clear he respected and feared this guy to a certain degree. First of all, the last guy paused as if he had forgotten. All right, Thunder Sect, did you find anything in that dungeon? It seemed to have merged with a ruin, creating a unique structure that allowed players and monsters to leave through a few cracks. I couldn't pass and enter the world through it, though. It might have been possible during the overflow, but the world had since locked it up, the Fate Lord sighed. The only interesting thing about it is that it had a tunnel connecting to the old fire temple where that sissy is locked. He shook his head. Interesting. The next question is for the two of you. Did you try to trace the ring? The last guy asked. Yes, but it was as if everything about it was erased. The Blood Lord said, shaking his head. There are traces of it being tossed into some kind of corrosive liquid, probably some supreme poison that dissolves everything. The same here, the Fate Lord added as he scratched his butt. His friends didn't seem to mind. Did you try checking its fate or something? The Blood Lord asked. Fate can only tell the future. The ring lost its fate the moment it reached my assistant's hand. Sorry. I still don't get fate stuff, the Blood Lord sighed. All right, can't you reveal their memories or something? He turned to the last guy and asked. For the 100th time, I am the Oblivion Lord, not the Memory Lord. My concept is forgetfulness. Oh, right. I keep forgetting that, the Blood Lord sighed. I have that effect on people, the Oblivion Lord chuckled. It is all that bitch's fault for damaging our sparks, causing our powers to be unstable, the Fate Lord hissed. Relax, the Oblivion Lord said, before pausing for a moment to remember what he wanted to say. Then let me ask this. Did your assistant find the disturbance's origin? He asked. No, the Fate Lord shook his head. She just presumed it had something to do with that priest, and that it might have been a lure to make her show herself. Then do any of the names, Abe Ringer or Victor von Weiss, ring a bell? The Oblivion Lord asked, squinting his eyes. Victor von Weiss was the name of the guy holding the wedding that the priest was attending. That guy even had a little fight with Caspian. Caspian? The sacrificial demon for the tower, the Fate Lord clarified. Oh, that idiot, the Blood Lord nodded. I see. What about those two? The Fate Lord asked. Abe Ringer is a time traveler, the Oblivion said. What? Both of the lords asked in shock. You mean he is one of that bitches? No, most likely they were brought along as a side effect, as the two of them are very minor characters. I just followed the sterilization protocol and neutralized him while removing any changes he might have made, just in case, he said. But he is that guy, Victor's cousin-in-law or something. One of my guys seemed to hold a grudge against him, but he was miraculously saved. So, I just told my men to keep an eye on him from afar. A scion, most likely. So, your marker is probably him, he told the Fate Lord. No, it can't be. My assistant checked his fate and strength, and it was an A level. Oh, the other two paused. Let's put this guy on our top priority list for now, the Oblivion Lord said. We wouldn't be able to touch him before the inheritance is passed. Anyway. Damn it, that bitch and her schemes. The Fate Lord struck the table angrily. Relax. We can get rid of those pests after we get our hands on the node, the Oblivion Lord said. Investigate everything around him just in case. Those guys' fates tend to intertwine in strange ways. I know. The Fate Lord took a deep breath. Then what about the rings? There are 3 possibilities, the Oblivion Lord said. The first is that it is that poisonous snake trying to pull some prank, he said, making the 2 lords push their chairs to keep away from the rings. Relax, if he poisoned them, he wouldn't have to lock them this much, the Oblivion Lord spat. The other option is it might be one of the old hidden fogies trying to date us. And the last option, a newcomer, the Oblivion Lord proposed. Impossible. How would a new guy learn about us? Didn't that bitch command you to erase almost everything about us from the public memory? The Bloodlord asked. Adding to that, the curse she placed just in case, the Fate Lord added. It can't be unless, he paused. Yes, someone from another world. But this wouldn't work. Lords can't enter grounded domains, the Bloodlord said. And even if he managed to recruit a few players to do his bidding, he wouldn't have a chance to learn about us. Unless he met one of the others. Right? But the Blood Lord hesitated. What if it was one of the invaders the bitch warned us about? Most likely not. And even if it was, it changed nothing. Queevil had already fixed the flaws they would use. The Oblivion Lord sighed again, as if regretting a few things. Those are all just presumptions for now. So I can't be sure, though. Damn it, the Bloodlord struck that table. We can't let a random variable ruin years of planning. What should we do? He didn't like being in the dark. The Oblivion Lord slowly knocked his fingers on the table. Nothing. What do you mean? Both men asked. That guy wouldn't have thrown us those rings if he were 100% sure of his plan. He would have waited in the shadows. By revealing the rings and his authority, he clearly wanted to demonstrate his authority level, wanting us to reveal some of our cards or even make a change on the board, he analyzed. He wants us to come into the light while he remains in the dark, and that won't do, so we do nothing for now. Our pieces are in place, and we are already at the endgame. We will only need to be more careful and prepare to go into our backup if anything goes wrong. This is the best course of action. Makes sense. Just make sure to keep an eye on the tournament. Our hidden enemy might show himself there. Affirmative. And the rings. It might all be smoke and mirrors. Locking things with great fate is doable using certain artifacts. Then, his target is to only scare us. Possible. Oh, then, let me solve them for you. The Oblivion Lord said as he grabbed both of them and activated a strange power that made the rings shine in gray light. What are you going to do? The Fate Lord asked. Make them forget that they have an owner, the Oblivion Lord said, squinting his eyes. Due to the ring's high authority, it was a little difficult with the world going against him, but it was doable. Instead of finding the key or breaking the lock, he was removing the entire door. Pam! A small explosion happened in his hand, and the 2 rings fell onto the table. What now? Feel free to check them. What if it was that poison guy playing tricks? The Oblivion Lord looked at the Fate Lord. I don't see anything dangerous, he shook his head. The Oblivion Lord nodded, then grabbed one of the rings and opened it. B-O-O-O-M. The entire hall shook as an explosion rocked it all, breaking the table into pieces as the 3 lords were engulfed in a ball of flame. Damn it, Nevoy thought you said there was no danger. I meant for US. Did you feel that? the Oblivion Lord asked as the flames subsided, revealing a ruined hall where 3 men stood unscathed. What? That ring. It had a recording talisman in it, the Oblivion Lord replied, his face turning serious. This was something only those old artificers could make. Oh, someone was recording us. Shit. No, that is good news. We only have to trace it, the Fate Lord said, closing his eyes and raising his hand and casting a great light that vanished for a moment before returning to him. He slowly opened his eyes with a frown. What? The light couldn't reach its target. It was as if fate itself was shielding it, he said. But at the last moment, I felt it split into 2 parts, one headed outside of this world, and the other headed inside. The 3 lords looked at each other. They could deal with enemies from this world, but the outer ones were troublesome. Try the other ring. The Oblivion Lord hesitated for a moment. Then, as his friend stepped away, he unlocked it and looked inside. It was only 1 piece of paper with 2 lines. Be warned, you maggots. If you interfere with this emperor's business, this emperor would come and get you in your sleep. P.S. The Bloodspark is hidden in the Von Zwei's inner yard. It was signed by His Majesty, the Emperor Vic Volt. Save me. A young man tied in a turtle shell binding ran fanatically in between the astonished crowd who had just exited the dungeon. Stop! A veiled crazy girl ran after him, catching him in seconds by jumping and pushing her knee into his sorry back, toppling him into the ground with her over him. What do you think you're running, I? The girl gasped and then fell unconscious on top of the young man as an elder, who appeared out of nowhere, struck her head from behind with the edge of his palm. Ah, Elder Drago! The young man, who was shocked for a moment there, quickly yelled in glee as he recognized the old man's stern face. Yulian, it has been tough on you, but your trial is over, the elder said in a tired voice. This is your sister, right? He asked as he grabbed the unconscious girl's veil and pulled it away to reveal a face that made all of those watching from the sidelines gasp in shock. Some even had a tint of greed glaze over their eyes, while others took their phones to take photos. Too bad for them. The bewildered elder quickly regained his composite and quickly put the veil back to cover her face before grabbing and carrying her from her waist as if she were some kind of cloth bag. Be careful. If she wakes up, she might bite, Yulian warned. He didn't know why he said that. Maybe for a little revenge against her for what she made him go through in the past few days. And she did tell him to make it look realistic. Oh, the elder hesitated for a moment, then took out a talisman and pasted it on her head. Let's go, he said as he turned. Elder, can you untie me first? Yulian asked, with a self-depicting smile. All right. The elder, who took a few steps, turned and slashed his palm toward Yulian, and in the next moment the rope was cut into pieces. Thanks, Yulian said as he stood up with difficulty, then hurriedly followed the elder. Stop. You can't leave before the council. The guard who tried to stop them burst into flames as the elder headed out of the encirclement with Yulian behind him. Hey! A second guard wanted to say something, but like his friend, he was fried alive. Johnny, you. Stand back. Let them leave. A commander who finally noticed the crow insignia on the elder's cuffs ordered his men while cursing inside. Damn those families. Always overbearing, treating normal players like slaves. With his eyes on the old man, he failed to notice the few girls who had long used the commotion to activate a disguise of talismans and slipped away using a pre-prepared sewer escape route. Victor, who left the cauldron, sat in his bedroom in Rosette's mansion with his gaze looking outward through the window toward the lively city. He was not focusing on anything in particular as his mind raced. That recording talisman he placed within the storage ring was a technique he got from the artificer demon soul from the soul necklace. The ring was a test of sorts, and he didn't expect it to reveal anything to him, as the talisman he hid in the storage space would only be able to transmit what it recorded the rings were to be unlocked, which in part required some crazy amount of authority. Still, when he got that transmission, he was shaken to the core. 3 lords, fate, blood, and what was that third one again? Ah, he almost forgot. right oblivion. That last guy was someone he didn't know about. But now it was clear that it was him behind Clarigia and Abe's murder. What he got could be summarized in a few points. 1. Those three guys had something very wrong with them. According to their conversation, he could safely assume that their sparks were damaged somehow, and this affected them. Also, it was clear that they clearly couldn't enter the world, living and moving in hidden zones created inside ruins. He could tell this through the recordings in the talisman. In fact, right now he had a very clear idea where that Fate Lord Palace was, and it was indeed very deep inside the ruins. 2. There was clearly something that they were hiding, going as far as to erase everything about their existence from everyone's memory. And maybe some other things too. Thinking about this made him shiver a bit as he felt like he was some small shrimp in some other guy's launch. 3. They seemed to be talking about some old plot and someone named Queevil whom they called a bitch. She seemed to have been some time traveler who had enough power to change the world itself. He wondered if she was the fourth talisman of his trip or was someone who crossed on their own. 4. The markers they talked about made him suspect that the latter option was the right one. A totally different timeline. From what he got from the Fate Lord conversation with his court, which was also in the recording, they had something that had to do with Lily's bad luck. He might have been completely wrong about it having something to do with her having an Emperor's fate. It was much more complex and might have something to do with the changes in Mona. Another timeline was the keyword, a timeline that even those guys didn't seem to know much about. Maybe Lily's presumption was correct all along. Mona did come from some other reality. 5. Those guys really didn't like science, calling them that bitch is doing. Was his presumption about scions wrong all along? 6. They were planning something big, and it had something to do with Caspian being a demon. It seemed like they knew all along. They mentioned something about a tower, but he was not sure what they meant. Still, it clearly had something to do with them gaining enormous power, and it was pretty close too. 7. His world had too many damn lords. He already knew about the existence of the Light, Void, and Poison Lord. 8. Not all of the lords on the same team, as they clearly held some hostility to that Poison Lord. 9. The Dark Chamber seemed to be working against them, but their purpose remained unknown. Still, that mention of a legacy reminded him of his ancestors' supposed heart, which the Poison Lord took. 10. There was some kind of a danger they called the invaders. Did they mean the demons that attacked the world after the reckoning? He was not sure. 11. He was royally screwed, as those guys got him on their watch list. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Victor sighed as he looked out of the window at the fantasy scenery outside. After a quick thought, he began cross-referencing that info with what he knew from his past life. 1. At that time, lords other than Fate and Light didn't show themselves. So, this meant that either they chose to remain hidden, or some part of their plan might have gone haywire. 2. Scions really did leave the world after the demons were defeated. The official narrative was that the world expelled them because their fate was so strong. But could this also be a lie? Could those guys have something to do with it? 3. The power to control the rules of the world itself was not something he was privy to back then. But with his experience here in Ismeralia, it was clearly some kind of privilege that the Lord and powerful demons had. So that Queevil was definitely a really big shot. Mona might be one of the keys to knowing about this, but he doubted that the chick would be willing to tell him the truth. For that tower they mentioned might be the Green Jay dungeon. He remembered hearing rumors that in it, the Von Krone found the treasure that allowed them to rule the world. 5. Alpha, not being able to enter dungeons, was super Seuss at the moment. He suspected that she might have really become a lord due to the spark he gave her. He sighed again, his head hurt. There were just too many variables to keep track of. When did his life go wrong? Never mind that. His priority now should be to return, then arrange a new cover to hide all his activities. Too bad that Lily would not be usable for the next few months. Knock, knock. A knock on the door startled him. So he hurried and removed the sealing talisman he placed on it and opened it. It was Aerith in her military uniform. She seemed to have just returned. "I heard you were not feeling well," she asked worriedly. Just a little tired of having my memories erased every time I meet the Lord, he said, moving to the side and gesturing her in with his hand. She hesitated for a moment, then walked inside. Don't blame her. One can never know where demons are, and there are many secrets that need to be guarded against. I know, Victor waved his hand. He might have believed that if it were not for a certain thick fate thread that was conspicuously wrapping around his throat. Were you worried about me? He said, wrapping his arm around her waist. She quickly stepped back, escaping his grab. Just a little, she said, blushing a bit as she looked away. Tomorrow morning, be sure to be ready. I will take you to the place her lordship decided for your master's sect. Would he be there? I have a talisman that he told me to summon him with when the time comes, Victor said. That guy is very slippery. I suspect he is avoiding the Storm Lord on purpose, he sighed. I suspect as much, Aerith nodded. Maybe he is afraid of her roofing him. Stop with that. She pinched his hand and failed to notice his eyes that were focused on a certain fate thread that grew slightly darker. Did he mention anything about opening a return gate? Only that it should happen in the next week or so. Not sure about the details, but he seemed to be in a hurry, Victor said, grabbing for her again. This time he got her wrist and pulled her toward him. Stop. Stop what? He asked as he wrapped his hands around her, hugging her thin waist. I can't lose control now, she whispered. Then when? He asked. Later, when. She didn't continue as his lips covered hers, releasing a tiny bit of his demonic bloodline while using his disguise skill to hide it from the Storm Lord, who was definitely watching. Aerith didn't know it, but the next moment she felt something snap inside of her, and she didn't even bother to reach the bed to push poor Vector down like the horny girl she was. Oh, and she also totally forgot the door open where her poor little sister would pass by 2 hours later and then run away like a frightened rabbit. Now, Nightshade said, ushering Jane and Nova, who were carrying the passed-out Morisa, to follow her as she made her way out of the cell. Just now, she used a bent pin to unlock the door. Leaving the cell, they quietly followed Nightshade through the dark passageways. There are really no guards, Nova whispered suspiciously. Like I told you, when they took me to interrogate me last week, I overheard them planning to go partying. There should be a couple of guys around, though, so be careful. Shouldn't we check the other cells, too? Jane asked. The passageway had many doors. Let's not risk it, Nightshade replied. We can always call the police when we leave. Seriously, you could have left this girl in the cell, and they would have dealt with it, she added, looking at Morisa. She had no idea who was she and why Alpha threw her with him in the cell. Didn't you see the wounds on her body? Nova said stubbornly. I just couldn't leave her. If you slow us down because of her, I will leave you and go. I know. You already said that 100 times already, Nova complained. Guys, straight ahead. Jane warned the three girls to quickly run to hide behind some conveniently placed large boxes. A mean-looking thin guard walked right next to them, silently curing under his breath for having to stay here instead of going to the brothel with his pals. Pam! Nova struck him from behind, then dragged him toward her and in one fell swoop stole his dagger and decapitated him. Nova, Jane gasped. Take his keys. Give me the dagger, Nightshade said, grabbing the weapon from Nova's hand without even caring to glance at the scapegoat guard before continuing her way. Nova carried Morisa and quickly followed. Jane sighed and also continued to move after giving the guard one last look, committing his features to her memory. After climbing 2 stairs and crossing many passages, with half of them being dead ends, they finally reached what seemed to be a security room. This time, it was Nightshade who attacked the guard who was busy reading an adult magazine by slitting his throat from behind. He also has no phone. Nightshade frowned as she quickly searched him. This is strange. Why are there no cameras or security monitors here? Jane, who was feeling that something was not right this entire time, finally said, It may be because this place is on the edge of a ruin. This would explain the lack of electronic devices. Nova was the one who replied as she squinted her eyes. Didn't you notice how they're using torches here for the bottom floors? Ah, maybe. Let's go now. I found the exit. There's a car outside. Nightshade didn't argue as she pointed to a map of the building on the wall, leaving Nova to make any kinds of stupid conclusions that fitted her imagination. In fact, there were cameras downstairs, but they were hidden enough. It was all made to make escape from this place possible. Okay, the other girls nodded and quickly followed her, crossing 2 other hallways before reaching a door where a third, very large guard was sleeping in his chair. Disposing of him, they opened the door and walked outside. Under the moonlit sky, they found themselves. It was a strange village surrounded by primal forest, and the facility they walked out from was disguised as some kind of hut, one of few others around the village. It felt completely natural with a hen house to the side and a cabbage field behind it. Let's go. Make sure not to pass by the chickens, lest they make a lot of noise. Nightshade ducked and ushered the girl to follow her as she looked around. There, Jane pointed to an old pickup truck that was parked 200 meters away. Hopefully the keys would be inside. Like it would be that easy, Nova said as they reached the truck. Although the door was open, it had no keys. You are a real jinx. Do you know that? Jane complained. Adding to that, this car is a manual transmission, she complained again. Don't worry, Nightshade said as she broke the dashboard and pulled a few wires from it. And after using her dagger to cut them, she quickly rewired them. I told you I am a special agent, she said to the girls who were looking at her with interest. Now hope on. This thing is quite old, and it will be noisy as hell. We need to run for it. Okay. They quickly threw Maurisa behind, then climbed onto the front booth. Keep low, Nightshade said as she started the car. Vroom vroom. Vroom. Hey, we're... A fat man walked out of nowhere and hurried toward the car. Vera Olem. Hey. Nightshade disengaged the clutch pedal, allowing the truck to explode forward. And no, the man yelled as he jumped to the side. Then watching the car go, he ran toward a bell to the side and began to ring it. Sadly, by that time the car was already out of sight. That's enough, a leather-dressed woman with an eye patch who walked from one of the buildings told the guard 1 minute later. But, who are you? H. The man fell in a pool of his own blood. She had just shot him. Take care of the scapegoats, corpses, she told one of the 10 girls who walked from the other huts. Yes, Mistress Alpha. Also, since I'm going to switch back the signage on the roads one, she said. Already did. Good. The others should return in 2 days, so I will leave debriefing them in your hands. Now that this is over here, I need to go have a talk with that slut and show her who's going to be the boss from now on, she said with a smirk. Wow, I really should get one of those. Victor, who rode behind Aerith on her dragon, said as they flew high among the clouds, his arms wrapped around her waist, watching the world below grow smaller. Don't you have flying devices in your world? As far as I remembered, my mother called them planes, Aerith asked, pinching his hand, which was moving indecently along her stomach. We do have those, but they're not cool like this, he said. And I'm a guy who likes to be on top. Look, I told you I am sorry for what happened last night, but I did warn you that I might hurt you if I lose control. You shouldn't have kissed me, she whispered, blushing a little as she remembered what happened yesterday. I'm not complaining. I told you that you were being worried over nothing. Didn't you manage to control yourself toward the end? All you need is to get used to it, he said. Yesterday, as he was getting ravaged by the horny Aerith, he purposely began to lower his bloodline's effect, making her think that she was regaining control. It was a little scummy, but a very efficient way to make her have some confidence in herself. I can't blame you for being horny. Aerith just rolled her eyes and didn't even care to try to refute that anymore. Still, he was right. It seemed all she needed was time to be able to control her urges. We shall practice more, he said as his hands began to play around again. Ouch! She pinched his hand. Stop playing around. If I lose control, we will fall, she warned. Sure. Too bad Lyra is not here. We could have left the driving to her, he said lewdly. Really? You still have the gall to say that after what you did to her last night? Aerith spat angrily. This guy was a real pervert. If Lyra was to be left alone with him, she would surely be corrupted beyond redemption. Look, lady, that is a question that you should be asking yourself. Victor complained. I was not in a situation where I could move freely less if something broke, he said. Idiot, Aerith spat, blushing more as she remembered the awkward position Lyra caught her in. Still, at that time, She was too preoccupied to care about her sister's feelings. I don't think you should worry about her, though, Victor said. I think it will be a good lesson for her in the future. I know. She should really stop with all that sneaking around and eavesdropping on others. Aerith sighed. No. I meant she should start to use me as a standard when she plans to find a good husband in the future. Ouch. Bastard. Aerith pouted as she pinched his thigh. He had a point, though. Compared to all the men she knew, this guy had every right to be proud. Lyra might not find a suitable guy. That was unless. Pervert, she hissed, shaking her head as if to erase a very disturbing thought from her mind. Just telling the truth. He smirked, wondering what the Storm Lord's reaction was as she watched. That death thread wrapped around his neck seemed to have grown a little darker since last night. So, it seemed like seducing her was not an option. We are here, Aerith suddenly said after a brief silence, bringing her dragon down toward a hill in the middle of what looked like barren land covered with weed. It was a rocky place, with only a few trees growing around with a few shrubberies. There was technically no place suitable for two lovers to hide and make out except for the half-destroyed old tower built at the peak. This place fits your master's conditions. It is in the middle of the three empires. The elf lands are at the east, and the demi-humans are at the south, Aerith explained as the dragon landed. There used to be a defense garrison here, but since there is nothing of interest and the soil is not suitable for agriculture, it had long been abandoned to a more strategic place a few miles west. This place, although officially belongs to Her Majesty the Storm Lord, it is pretty much abandoned. No one even bothers to live here, she said. Oh, Victor, who jumped down and began to look around, nodded. It really suited his needs, and he would have been really tempted to create the gate here if it were not for knowing well that the Storm Lord was an ungrateful bitch. When is your master coming? Aerith asked. One moment, Victor said as he took a talisman and activated it. It immediately lit on fire, sending a strange arrow into the sky. I think we should wait now. My master likes to take his time, he said. Oh, Aerith nodded. Say, how about we make out a little as we wait? He asked. Seriously? Don't you have anything else in your mind? Aerith rolled her eyes again. Seriously, why did she have to fall for this guy? Let me tell you the harsh truth, wife. All men only have sex in mind. It is the reason for their existence. All their actions are guided by a desire to have sex, he said, nodding to himself. She glared at him. While she didn't fully agree, his words had some truth to them. Anyway, now is not the time to behave, she scolded, looking away as she crossed her arms. True. We have visitors, Victor said as he looked in the same direction she was looking at. 3 men were heading toward them. One of them was a dwarf. With him, he had 2 sneaky men with what looked like spotted cat ears coming out of their heads. From their attires, they were clearly some kinds of mercenaries or bandits. At first, they were moving fast, but after getting close enough to notice Aerith and the large dragon behind her, they paused, looking hesitant. After some time, noticing that Aerith was looking their way, they seemed to have made up their minds and hurried up toward the hill. Hello there, the dwarf said in a lousy Empire accent as they got close. Hi, Aerith replied coldly. Since she was wearing her official Empire uniform and had a dragon behind her, she was not really worried about them failing to recognize which power she belonged to. How can I be of your service? She asked. We were camping south of here and noticed an arrow of light shoot into the sky and came to check it out. The dwarf said. Was it your doing? He asked as he sneakily looked around. No, Victor replied before Aerith could say a thing. We also saw it and came to check. Oh. The dwarf nodded as he looked at one of his friends as if asking for his opinion. Did you investigate it? Yeah, but we found nothing, he said. The 3 men looked at each other. Then we will continue with our journey, they said, bowing slightly toward Aerith before turning to go. Victor just marked the dwarf with a fate thread, then watched them leave. Those guys are suspicious, Aerith said as soon as they were far enough. True, but that is not business, someone said. It was a clocked old man who appeared out of nowhere behind Aerith. Ah, she immediately fell to the ground as a strange pressure began exerting on her. Master, Victor said, don't worry, I won't harm her. I just don't trust demons, the master said, waving his hand to make the pressure on Aerith lessen a bit. Still, she couldn't move. Is this the place? He asked, looking at the empty hill. Yes. Good, the master said as he began to walk around. It took him 30 minutes to check the entire perimeter. Not bad, he finally said. Then, stay back, the master said, waving his hand, making Victor step back toward where Aerith was kneeling. Almost immediately, a group of 25 girls appeared out of nowhere. All of them were in leather armor and carrying camping bags. Where? They looked around before all of them suddenly fell to their knees, clutching their heads. It took a moment before all of them looked up in shock at the holographic screens appearing in front of them. You are now players, the master said, waving his hand again to make a few wooden houses appear around them. As I promised Vic, you guys will live here from now on. The master spoke as one of the girls seemed to have sneaked around him and tried to kill him with a hidden dagger. Master, Victor warned, but he didn't need to. His master, who seemed already aware of the girl's movement, turned and with one move disarmed her and grabbed her from her neck. Did Vic tell you to do that? He asked with anger as he lifted her up. For the Emperor, she yelled as she seemed to swallow something. Boom! She exploded in a ball of fire, surprising not only Aerith but also the other girls who didn't know what their friend was doing. Some of them were flung away due to the aftershocks, while others fell to the ground as many small stones hit their bodies. Thankfully, the explosion was too concentrated to cause them any serious injury, and the armor they were wearing was enough to protect their vitals. Bitch! The master cursed as he climbed out from the flames that left a 5-foot-deep hole in the ground completely unharmed, except for some cindered parts of his robes. Master! Don't ask. That bastard can't take a joke about his fucking mother. She was not that hot anyway. The master cursed to the sky before turning to look at the rest of the girls who didn't understand what had just happened. You want to try and kill this old master too? He asked angrily. They quickly all shook their heads in fear. Good. This is a new world. Feel free to live and die here, the master said. If you want to survive, follow my teaching and form a demon-killing sect, he said before beginning to fade away. I don't want to stay here, one girl screamed. Then find your own way out, bitch, the old master spat, flicking his finger to make her fall to the ground, her face hitting the dirt. Master, what about me? Victor quickly asked nervously as a few of the girls hurried to check on their friend. Our deal stands. After you and your group are ready, activate your talisman to summon me. You have 3 days max to sort out your shit, and do it after dusk, the master said as he completely faded away. After he left, there seemed to be a shimmer in the air, but quickly dissipated. A few moments later, Aerith, who could finally move, stood up. Are you okay? He asked worriedly. Yeah, Aerith nodded, sighing. Don't blame my master. He really hates horny girls. I mean demons. I noticed that, she said, rolling her eyes again. What about those girls? She asked. She needed to make a report for the Storm Lord about them later. No idea. Let's ask and check, Victor said as he walked toward them while using his inspection skills. As expected, the moment they entered his world, all of them became players. Their classes were just the basic stuff, except for one. That annoying Dark Scion Mavis. Name, Mavis Ironblood. Level 1. Class, Avenger S. Authority, 7. Health, 100. Stamina, 150. Mana, 120. Strength, 10. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 12. Luck, 11. Charm, 23. Order, 10. System skills. Payback time, S. Renegade Kick, B. Revenge Punch, B. Fireball, D. Quick Draw, D. Paralyzing Shout, F. Bloodline, none. Equipment, none. Fate, Fate's Power, S. Scion. Defined Fate. Error, Science has no defined fates, world rule. Destiny list. Less than 10 order points to unveil. The thing about her being a Dark Scion was gone, as the system only says Scion. Could being a Scion be something dependent on the world itself? He had no idea. She was tied with golden chains, her tattered body hanging from the ceiling in a dark dungeon, only lit by 3 red orbs that shone sinister light. That was there, standing with a devilish smirk. Their snake-like split irises shone from behind an ivory mask, inspecting every inch of her body, something that no one dared to do before she was captured. Yet to add insult to injury, despite her beauty that made her one of the most charming women alive, they didn't seem interested at all in her flesh at all. It was as if they were eyeing some kind of a toy. All high demons were like that. For them, humans were just food or playthings. "Just kill me already," she hissed, looking at the scalding hot branding iron in their hand. They had been using it to trace a strange, intricate array of lines on her skin in the last 3 days, like a kid drawing on sand. It hurt so much that she wished to die, but that was not something the demon was willing to grant her. Breaking their victim's soul was something they did best. "Don't worry, my dear Liliera, you will die in due time," the demon said in a feminine-like voice that mimicked that of her mother's. "You bastard," she screamed in anger. This demon was the one who decimated her family. How else could they know what her mother sounded like? "If you want to blame someone for your suffering, you should blame your master," they said with a mocking tone. "She should have just surrendered when we came to this world." Instead of struggling pointlessly, they added, "If you think that you will be able to take my body and fool her lordship, you would be mistaken," she hissed. Her master was not a fool. The moment she was captured, she would have been pronounced dead. Demons kept no prisoners. People taken would either be eaten or their bodies would be possessed to be used as agents. I know. Your brother had already told us all about that." The demon said, "Lately she has been using the Fate's signature to fish us out as creatures from another realm. We truly have no way to fake that." They added, mimicking Yulian's voice. "You will pay for this," she screamed, feeling remorse. It was he who brought Yulian along to buy time for their mistress. She could imagine how cruel his end was. To tell the truth, we never knew such a thing was possible. It was quite a revelation. Still, while it might have been troublesome before, it is no longer that big of an obstacle. Not after the gates were broken, the demon continued, ignoring her outburst. "Then just kill me," she screamed, biting her already dried-up lip. "That would be a waste, wouldn't it?" the demon said with a sinister voice as it used its bony finger to trace the array on her body. "I have better plans for you. The variables might change, but the constants are the way to go. Humans are always that sentimental." "What?" Before she could understand what the demon meant, she felt the hot iron rod pierce through her heart. Lily sat up and began to look around. What was that? A nightmare? She was in a bed inside what looked like a medical facility. Her hand was handcuffed to the bed's railing. She frowned, trying to pull the cuff away, but she quickly discovered that she couldn't use any of her powers. Someone must have used a talisman to seal them. Slowly, as she squinted her pretty eyes, she recalled what happened before. All right, this should be her family's base. That damn elder must have hit her too hard when she was acting as if she wanted to kill Yulian. He should have used some soul shock ability, something her family was very adept at. This shock might be the cause of that dream. Was it just a dream? That demon did call her Liliera. She felt a shiver remembering that thing. For some reason, it struck a primal fear in her that she didn't know existed. Instinctively, she wanted to reach for her pendant and seek Victor's assistance. But she quickly remembered that she had given it to Yulian for safekeeping, lest the family had taken it from her. Shit, what the hell was that? "So, you are awake," someone said, cutting her train of thought. It was an old man who walked into her room, completely undetected. She paused for a moment before remembering what she needed to do. "Who are you? How dare you imprison a subject of the von Weiss family?" she screamed. "Von Weiss?" The elder chuckled. "We don't care about those lowly guys here. You shouldn't be either." "What? Who?" The man waved his hand, making her lose the ability to talk. It seemed magical, but it was all due to the control talisman they used on her when she was asleep. "Zip it for now. Your real name is Lily von Krone. At birth, you were sent to the mortal world as a part of the family's ritual to strengthen your fate. However, due to an unforeseen circumstance, you were lost. That was until a few months ago, when we managed to locate you in Vane City, serving the von Weiss family." "I know. This is hard to believe," the old man said. "Read those. The proof is in there, in addition to some info about our family," he said, throwing her a thick stack of documents before turning to leave. Don't worry, everything will become clear once you read those and go through the cleansing ritual. You will be born anew and be able to see things clearly," he added as he walked out. "So, the girls were saved by that Vic?" The Storm Lord who sat on her throne asked Aerith and Rosette, who kneeled in front of her throne. "Yes, your lordship. They seem to have come from the same world mother, and Victor did. That guy Vic doesn't want them there, lest him find out that he is behind the scenes in many instances." Aerith explained her findings after interrogating the girls. One of them was so full of hatred that she told her everything. Many of them still want to return, but they don't know how. And Victor's master, it seems that he had struck a deal with Vic to teach them how to kill demons and bring them here. He doesn't care about them at all. Aerith hesitated. One of them seemed to have even been employed by Vic to kill him by exploding herself, but she failed. The Storm Lord squinted her eyes. This means that Vic doesn't really care about their lives per se. He might even have a way to control them, she said. Oh, he probably has some reason to send them here. Intriguing, she paused. Did they say how they entered this world? According to them, Victor's master constructed a strange gate in the safe zone they were hiding in, and after they were thrown into it, they found themselves on that hill. I see. Oh, are they really going to form that demon hunter's sect or whatever? Yes. Vic promised them that if they managed to survive for 3 years, he would send them back to their original world. Aerith nodded, taking out a book and presenting it to the Empress. This book was given to them by the old master. It contains the descriptions and the vanquishing methods of many demons. Some of them are ones I know, while others are completely foreign, she explained. There are also some missing ones, so I presume whoever wrote this book didn't do it for demons in our world. Oh, the Storm Lord nodded, noticing the book's very fine drawing method and polished paper. This thing must have been produced in my original world, using the printing press I explained a year ago. Rosette interjected as the Storm Lord flipped through the book. Not bad. I will increase the budget for that press thing. It seems useful, she said, throwing the book to the side without interest. What about Victor? Did he set the date of departure with his master? Yes, on Thursday at dawn, Aerith replied. Now he should be in the market, as he said he wanted to check the local goods before going back. Oh, right. The Storm Lord had difficulty controlling her face. Just now she used her eye of the storm skill to peek at what he was doing. And he was not just checking the local goods, he was literally fucking them. Yeah, that bastard was in a brothel surrounded by 5 curvy women at once. Damn pervert. Wasn't he going to build a gate first with the material he got from me, or something? He told me his master had already collected those, but he had no idea how he was going to use them, Aerith said. Oh, are you sure you want to leave me and go with Victor? The Storm Lord frowned for a moment before changing the subject. I am sorry, your lordship. My mother is going, and Aerith hesitated, looking at her mother, who sighed, looking back at her. It's okay. I always knew that you would have your own road to follow, but I am very concerned with your demonic blood going berserk. The Storm Lord sighed. Take this, she said, giving Aerith a sparkling blue pill. It is called the Storm Control Pill. I couldn't create it earlier because I was cursed, but now it is possible. It will strengthen your soul and help control your demonic blood. Eat it now, so I can guide you. Thank you, your lordship. Aerith immediately swallowed the pill, and moments later felt a great surge of power inside of her. It was so huge that she almost lost control. Focus. Let it run its course in your body, the Storm Lord said with a hidden glint in her eyes as she watched Aerith consume the pill. Your lordship, I want to ask you something, Rosette, who felt glad that her master was taking care of them, asked. About Meryl? The Storm Lord asked. Yes. Her bloodline, in addition to yours, has a combination of a draconic and a demonic bloodline. At first, I suspected that the trace of demonic blood in her might have something to do with your old lover, but after checking on Victor, who should be his son, using the analysis array, it was clear that he was not the source. That idiot only has that lascivious elder dragon bloodline, the Storm Lord pondered. She might have gained that blood because of what you went through while pregnant with her. The demons and all. I understand, Rosette bit her lip. Don't worry about her. She is a tough girl, the Stormlord said. I need you to keep an eye on that stupid elf lover of hers, though. I suspect that son bastard is actively keeping an eye on him. So, make sure to keep track of all his movements once you're back. Understand, Rosette said. Your lordship, once I leave this world, will I have a way to contact you? She asked. I will give you an artifact for that, the Stormlord nodded. It can only work once in a few months to make a very short call, but it should be sufficient to inform me if anything is wrong. Thank you, your lordship. Your lordship. Suddenly someone broke in running, interrupting Rosette. It was one of the giantesses who serve her. What's the problem? The Stormlord asked with a frown. She didn't like it when others interrupted her scheming. It is about the library's vault. You sent for us to fetch one of the books from there earlier, but for some reason, the door won't budge. Oh, the Stormlord raised one eyebrow. It had been a long time, and the mechanism might be malfunctioning. Call for the court's artificer. We will go take a look at it later. So, this is the place, Victor said as he flew back to the hill where he left the girls. Of course, he was not in the brothel. That was Sini disguised as him to fool the Stormlord's eyes. He gave her both a strap-on and very specific instructions on what to ask for, lest she repeated that stupid Alex's mistake, spreading his reputation of being a granny lover. Anyway, the reason he came here was simple. He wanted to check the 3 sketchy adventurers he met the previous day with Aerith. Those guys smelled fishy, especially with the 3 of them being possessed by demons, and he was not going to leave them around to endanger his future base. Thankfully, he set one of their fate threads as a target and was now following it. Passing over the hill and making sure the girls were doing fine building a fence around their newly established sect, he released a few weak demon beasts to attack them before continuing his journey. Those beasts were both to make them more alert and to give them some free experience points. After that, he continued his journey. He continued flying for 3 hours, crossing into the southern lands, but still, there was no trace of the thread's target, contrary to his expectations. Could it be possible that he was wrong, and those guys were just passing there? Victor, who didn't really have the time to take care of random stuff, was considering turning back when it happened. Whoop! The fate thread suddenly moved to point backward toward where he came from. He paused as he realized what was happening. The target had just teleported. He immediately turned around and followed the thread. He was right. Those guys were doing something in the area, as 4 miles to the southeast of the place where the newly established sect was. He finally reached a point where the thread was pointing directly downward. Looking down as he descended, he found nothing, just a barren hill in the middle of nothing. If it were not for the thread going into the ground, he would have never suspected that someone was doing anything fishy here. He raised one eyebrow and then began to check around for some cave or entrance to an underground passage, but he found nothing after checking a few square miles. Nothing at all. Well, those guys were up to no good, just like him. Choosing to work in the lawless land just outside the border of both the Royal Union and the Silver Empire, which belonged to Stormlord, clearly meant they had to be extra careful. Should he bother with them? Duh. Of course, he should. Demons should never be left to do their own bidding. And those guys usually carried some useful stuff with them. Thinking for a moment, he took an abacus, then focused on the fate thread, making sure it was right beneath him before he walked a few steps and measured that change in its angle. It was a very rudimentary calculation, but after checking the numbers, he was sure his target was 177 feet below him. This was a little too long for his shadow shift ability, but his space fracture should be able to pull it off. The problem was that he was not sure what he would find on the other side. It didn't matter. After putting on a dark cloak and a mask, he flicked his finger to summon his faithful 6 half-demon servants from their pit in the cauldron. Those guys were the ones he stole from the Sun Lord. After scamming them to drink his blood and making them his flesh slaves, he had to let them go through a few nights of unbearable pain to make them obedient. Thankfully, they seemed to have finally understood who their new master was, especially after he revealed his demonic blood and earned their unwavering, terror-based loyalty. Last week, he used them to pressure Lazarus in the auction as a test, and although they suffered some injuries, They really followed his commands to the letter. He was so moved they gave them names. Demon 1, Demon 2, Demon 3, Demon 4, Demon 5, and finally Demon 6. Very original. Go right in, neutralize all danger. You may use lethal force. He ordered before flicking his finger again, activating his space fracture skill. BZZZZZZZZZ. Space broke right in front of him as if split by a dagger, revealing a dark room where a dwarf who noticed something amiss turned to take a look before a demon king jumped him with a dagger. PSSSSSSSSSSSSSD. It was quick. Hey, what the? Intruders. Danger. There were some shouts, but as the rest of the demon kin made their way inside, it became silent early. Victor nodded and crossed the fracture, allowing it to close behind him. The first thing he noticed was the rancid air inside, that dark chamber lit by only a few magical lamps. His 6 demon kin were standing in attention, and below their feet on the ground were the corpses of 5 individuals who seemed to have been busy doing something. It took him a moment to make out the torture table. On it, what appeared to have been a girl was chained naked with all kinds of cuts. Her entire skin seemed to have been peeled away. It was clear they were torturing her to break her soul. As to her side, on a wooden pedestal there was a strange marble, shimmering with black light. Soul Container B.D. Victor sighed and gestured to the demon kin to step aside as he walked toward the girl. "Are you still alive?" he asked. She didn't answer. She just opened her bloodied eyes to look at him. Despite all the damage to her body, it was clear that they didn't hurt her vitals as they intended to occupy her body. "What a strong-willed one," he sighed as he took a healing pill that was set on the side to be used by the demon right after the possession, throwing it in her mouth and then pushing a flask of wine on top of it. She seemed a little reluctant to drink, but she didn't have a choice. Moments later, her pain subsided as she began to heal up at a visible rate. It was just that her mind became a little fuzzy. "Your name?" he asked as the demon kin grabbed a few storage rings from the corpses and handed them to him. She didn't reply, glaring at him suspiciously. Victor sighed. This girl was strong-willed. Even with the wine, he needed to scam her. "What are you doing here with 5 men? Are you some kind of a prostitute who took on several men at once?" "No way," she hissed with a hoarse voice. No sane woman would take that insult. If she had not been tied up, she would have probably kicked Victor's balls. "How much do you charge?" "I told you. I am not a prostitute." "Then who are you?" "Neanra. Is that your street name?" "No. I am Neanra from the Kara tribe." She paused as tears began to fill her eyes. "They attacked the village and killed my parents." She paused as Victor approached her and put her head gently on his chest, just randomly trying to get a certain fabled skill. "Continue." "Sorry, I didn't know about your past." "My condolences. What is your race, by the way?" he asked. Now that he held her bloodied head, he noticed the feline-like ears atop her head. "Kakin," she said. "Did those guys take you alone here?" he asked, licking his lips. "No, there are others here," she replied. "She kidnapped many girls from my village." "Only girls?" he asked. "Why was it always only girls?" "You should ask them that," she spat hatefully. She also wondered why. "Forget it. I think I have an idea why," he sighed. It was probably because the demon souls they had were all females. Matching souls' genders made things easier. It might also be a transgender soul. "Are there any other demons besides those here?" he asked as he inspected the girl. She was level 79 and had the class of Blood Warrior. It was a kind of class that allowed the player to incorporate the power of his bloodline in his attacks. "A few others. No idea how many, as I was blindfolded most of the time." "How about your kin?" "How many?" "About 20. "Did they already go through the operation?" he asked, pointing to the bead that was still pulsating in an ominous light. "Some did." She bit her lips. She clearly knew what this was. Hearing her, he turned toward his demon kin. "Take care of them. Keep wary of everyone. There might be demons hiding," he ordered. The demon kin bowed and then dispersed out of the room. Ignoring the screaming outside, he turned to Neanra again. Her skin was mostly healed. At the moment, she resembles an 18-19-year-old girl with bronze skin and orange-colored hair. The only difference she had from a normal human being was the slightly sharper nails, dark reflective eyes, and the two cat ears on top of her head. He turned and looked down. "Hey," she protested, trying to cover her body to only remember she was still tied up. "Sorry, just checking if you had a tail," he said. "Can I touch it?" "No. Untie me," she commanded. "Your loss," he said as he casually removed the chains tying her, throwing them in his storage space. "Those things were pretty good. Is your tribe close to this place?" he asked. "There is no tribe anymore," she hissed as she rubbed her hand and her feet, then jumped toward one of the dead demons and began to undress him. She wanted to put on his clothes. "You smell like one, talk like one, and most of all act courtesy like one," she said as she got dressed, tucking her smooth orange tail in the pants. Only a human would request to touch another's tail. Good point," he nodded. "You should really brush up on his manners." But it was not his fault that beastkin that was brought in as slaves after the reckoning didn't mind him touching their tails. But they were not really in a situation where they could object, and he didn't have that fetish. "Still, considering the fact that I saved your life, he said, how can you repay me?" "Good deeds should be done for their own good," she said after a pause, then turned to the bead while holding a hammer that she grabbed from somewhere. "Stop! Don't destroy it," he yelled as he hurried to stand in her way. "This thing is evil," she said angrily. "I might need it for later," he said, quickly reaching out for it. "Careful," she wanted to say, but to her surprise, the just bead vanished a moment before it touched his hand. "Don't worry, I will not let that demon possess me. I just need to extract its power and see what I might get," he said, eyeing his devour skill cooldown counter. She didn't understand what he meant. "Just be careful," she said, reading her hammer as she headed to the door. "Wait," Victor said. "What?" "You owe me for saving you." She turned and glared at him. "Do you want me to offer you my body?" she asked with disgust. "Is that an option? You humanians are all the same. No honor," she spat. "If that is all you want to get off my back, then fine," she said. "Oh, I didn't expect you to agree to this readily. We cat folk always pay our debt. Then what if I don't just want your body? I will never work for you. That is not your choice." "Really?" he said, as he picked a coin from his pocket and flipped it up, activating his newly acquired skills. Fate arbitration. At the same time, he felt some remorse as he watched a full 1,000 order points get deducted, but this test was a must if he wanted to use the skill later while escaping the lords. In a split second after activating, he was as if he was thrown into a dark space with him and Neanra on the other side. It was like both of them were at the opposite ends of a scale and couldn't move at all. "What? Where?" Neanra was shocked as she wanted to look around, but her head wouldn't move. "I saved your life, healed you, and saved your body from becoming a plaything for demons. Oh, I also freed you from your chains." Victor, who instinctively knew how to use the skill, said, making 4 strange threads appear between him and Neanra. "What now? Do you have anything to counter my argument?" Victor asked. "What is this?" "I am settling my karma with you. Now, tell me, do you have anything to pay me back with?" he asked. To tell the truth, he didn't care about making Neanra pay him, but he thought that he got the chance to try this skill in order to be ready to use it later if needed. "You." For a strange reason, Neanra got what he was talking about instinctively. You have nothing." "I didn't break your jaw for wanting to grab my tail," she argued, making a reed thread reach from her side to Victor's. "You couldn't have done that even if you wanted," he said. The thread collapsed almost immediately as her argument was debunked. I demand you become my blood slave, and you should never try to remove my mark or go against my will," he said. This was the problem with his skill. Like with contracts, his demands should be something doable by both sides. Neanra wanted to resist, but she couldn't as a strange-looking symbol appeared on her forehead. Victor was not sure what was happening. He could only wait and watch as Neanra seemed to be struggling against some kind of pain. But knowing how tough she was, he knew it would take a while. She finally screamed after what seemed like a few minutes. "I can said," she yelled. Whoosh. The darkness around them receded immediately. Ping. The sound of the coin he thought of earlier hitting the ground sounded almost immediately, proof that very little to no time had passed after since activated the skill. Victor took note of that as he eyed Neanra, who collapsed to the ground with the glowing symbol on her forehead. Victor stepped toward her, using his fingernail to cut his fingertip before shoving it in her mouth. Come on. She wanted to resist, but the more she did, the more the symbol on her forehead shone with darker red light, until finally couldn't stop herself from sucking on his finger. Moments later, Victor got the prompt. New slave seal activation conditions were detected. Slots available /1/. 1. Blood slave. 2. Flesh slave. 3. None. He thought for a moment, then pressed blood slave. This pussy would be useful in the future, and he really appreciated her strong will. Very few can withstand demonic torture without their souls shattering. Through her eyes, he would be able to keep track of this world perfectly after he left. The moment the skill was activated, the red symbol on her forehead vanished. Still, Victor knew that it was never gone. The moment she tried to get rid of his seal, it would return and torture her. Now you are mine, he said as he pulled his finger out of her mouth, wiping her drool on it with her newly acquired cloth. She just glared at him. She was not sure what this blood slave meant, but she was sure it wasn't a good thing at all. Let's go, he said, turning and heading toward the door. Neanra hesitated, but the moment she thought of defining him, it was as if a strange pain began to spread through her body. Damn it, she could only follow him. As long as he was not going to force her to do anything bad, she would humor him for now. That's what she told herself. The place outside was not big, composed of a long corridor with cells on one of the sides. It led to a stone-carved ladder at the end. The demon kin were standing there covered in their victim's blood as several decapitated dwarves' bodies lay at their feet. In the cells to the side, there were only 9 other naked cat girls collapsed on the ground. The rest must have already turned to demons and left this place. Neanra quickly opened the cell door and hurried inside, wanting to rush to free her friends, but Victor held her hand. Wait, he said, pointing to 2 of them. Kill them, he told his men. What? Neanra wanted to protest, but moments later, the 2 collapsed catkin Victor pointed at jumped at the same time, wanting to kill Victor. Naturally, they were quickly handled by his demon kin. You can tell demons apart? She asked as she bit her lip. Yes, feed these to your kin. They should be good in a few hours, he told Neanra, giving her some healing pills. She hesitated, worried about them also becoming my slaves. She glared at him. You can leave them here die, he chuckled. She hurried and began feeding them the pills one by one. Victor ignored her as he walked toward the stone ladder. Thinking for a moment, he activated his disguise. She didn't understand what he meant. Just be careful, she said, reading her hammer as she headed to the door. Wait, Victor said. What? You owe me for saving you. She turned and glared at him. Do you want me to offer you my body? She asked with disgust. Is that an option? You humanians are all the same. No honor, she spat. If that is all you want to get off my back, then fine, she said. Oh, I didn't expect you to agree to this readily. We cat folk always pay our debt. Then what if I don't just want your body? I will never work for you. That is not your choice. Really, he said, as he picked a coin from his pocket and flipped it up, activating his newly acquired skills. Fate arbitration. At the same time, he felt some remorse as he watched a full 1,000 order points get deducted, but this test was a must if he wanted to use the skill later while escaping the lords. In a split second after activating, he was as if he was thrown into a dark space with him and Neanra on the other side. It was like both of them were at the opposite ends of the scale and couldn't move at all. What? Where? Neanra was shocked as she wanted to look around, but her head wouldn't move. I saved your life, healed you, and saved your body from becoming a plaything for demons. Oh, I also freed you from your chains. Victor, who instinctively knew how to use the skill, said, making 4 strange threads appear between him and Neanra. What in Do you have anything to counter my argument? Victor asked. What is this? I'm settling my karma with you. Now, tell me, do you have anything to pay me back with? He asked. To tell the truth, he didn't care about making Neanra pay him, but he thought that he got the chance to try this skill in order to be ready to use it later if needed. For a strange reason, Neanra got what he was talking about instinctively. You have nothing. I didn't break your jaw for wanting to grab my tail, she argued, making a reed thread reach from her side of Victor's. You couldn't have done that even if you wanted, he said. The thread collapsed almost immediately as her argument was debunked. I demand you become my blood slave. And you should never try to remove my mark or go against my will, he said. This was the problem with his skill. Like with contracts, his demands should be something doable by both sides. Neanra wanted to resist, but she couldn't as a strange-looking symbol appeared on her forehead. Victor was not sure what was happening. He could only wait and watch as Neanra seemed to be struggling against some kind of pain. But knowing how tough she was, he knew it would take a while. She finally screamed after what seemed like a few minutes. I consent, she yelled. Whoosh. The darkness around them receded immediately. Ping. The sound of the coin he thought of earlier hitting the ground sounded almost immediately, proof that very little to no time had passed after since activated the skill. Victor took note of that as he eyed Neanra, who collapsed to the ground with a glowing symbol on her forehead. Victor stepped toward her, using his fingernail to cut his fingertip before shoving it in her mouth. Come on. She wanted to resist, but the more she did, the more the symbol on her forehead shone with darker red light, until finally couldn't stop herself from sucking on his finger. Moments later, Victor got the prompt. New slave seal activation conditions were detected. Slots available /1/. 1. Blood slave. 2. Flesh slave. 3. None. He thought for a moment, then pressed blood slave. This pussy would be useful in the future, and he really appreciated her strong will. Very few can withstand demonic torture without their souls shattering. Through her eyes, he would be able to keep track of this world perfectly after he left. The moment the skill was activated, the red symbol on her forehead vanished. Still, Victor knew that it was never gone. The moment she tried to get rid of his seal, it would return and torture her. Now you are mine, he said as he pulled his finger out of her mouth, wiping her drool on it with her newly acquired cloth. She just glared at him. She was not sure what this blood slave meant, but she was sure it wasn't a good thing at all. Let's go, he said, turning and heading toward the door. Neanra hesitated, but the moment she thought of defining him, it was as if a strange pain began to spread through her body. Damn it, she could only follow him. As long as he was not going to force her to do anything bad, she would humor him for now. That's what she told herself. The place outside was not big, composed of a long corridor with cells on one of the sides. It led to a stone-carved ladder at the end. The demon kin were standing there covered in their victim's blood as several decapitated dwarves' bodies lay at their feet. In the cells to the side, there were only 9 other naked cat girls collapsed on the ground. The rest must have already turned to demons and left this place. Neanra quickly opened the cell door and hurried inside, wanting to rush to free her friends, but Victor held her hand. Wait, he said, pointing to 2 of them. Kill them, he told his men. What? Neanra wanted to protest, but moments later, the 2 collapsed catkin Victor pointed at jumped at the same time, wanting to kill Victor. Naturally, they were quickly handled by his demon kin. You can tell demons apart? She asked as she bit her lip. Yes, feed these to your kin. They should be good in a few hours, he told Neanra, giving her some healing pills. She hesitated, worried about them also becoming my slaves. She glared at him. You can leave them here to die, he chuckled. She hurried and began feeding them the pills one by one. Victor ignored her as he walked toward the stone ladder. Thinking for a moment, he activated his disguise. Keep an eye on them, he told Demon 1 before climbing up. It was a long climb, a very long one, about 166 steps to be exact. Finally, he reached what looked like a hatch that he climbed out from to find himself in a small cavern with a strange magical array in the middle. As someone who studied those things extensively in his past life, he knew what this was. A teleportation array. Before going to inspect it, he had to do one thing, though. To kill the 3 demon guards who stood around it. They looked like some kind of wolfkin, and all of them had a level of 90. Victor casually went around, decapitating them one by one as their friends were oblivious. His disguise skill was super powerful when his enemies were unguarded. Watching their cold corpses fall to the ground, he checked the room again. He found nothing, so he walked toward the array. After inspecting it, he could easily tell how it worked. It needed a key. He quickly got one from one of the guards. It was a wooden token with a special symbol on it. He smirked as he changed his shape into one of the catkin, then entered the array and activated it. Moments later, he was standing in the center of what appeared like a huge hall that had a domed roof. Under his feet, there was a familiar array engraved. Name? A clerk dwarf who sat on a desk beside the array asked as 3 guards eyed him. Neanra, Victor said while curing inwardly. You are not in the book. As the dwarf spoke, the 3 guards jumped Victor, who professionally dodged. Then it was a tough battle. Their level was similar, but very soon, 2 of the wolves managed to apprehend the intruder and decapitate him. They turned to look at the dwarf, but to their surprise, he was already dead. What? Before they could comprehend that moments ago the one they killed was their colleague, they were both also decapitated, taking their storage rings and shoving them in a storage space. Victor slowly left the hall into a corridor. The first thing he noticed was the moment he walked out, the door behind him vanished. It took him a moment to realize that it was some kind of an illusion, as his hand was able to go back and forth through it. Thinking for a moment, he activated his draconic bloodline, allowing his eyes to quickly gain a golden color. Immediately, the illusion disappeared. Turning, he inspected the corridor. It was pretty dim with rooms on both sides. Thinking for a moment, he began to check them. Most were empty, but a few had demonically possessed poor souls sleeping within. They were the Neanra's kin. Naturally, as they had no idea he was there, he quickly killed them all before reaching the end of the corridor, making sure to check for any illusions along the way. There was none. In front of him, there was a stairway. Climbing up and walking out of a heavily guarded door, he found himself on the ground floor of some kind of a building. You are new here? One of the 4 guards at the door asked as he noticed Victor push the door and walk out. He couldn't open it while in disguise, after all. Yes. Show me your training completion symbol. Victor sighed as another battle ensued. The 3 guards attacked their friends as Victor isolated the area to not attract any attention. The battle was quick, and the 4 demons all successfully crossed to the afterlife. Grabbing the corpses into his storage space, he began to explore the building like he belonged there. The building was full of humans and demi-humans going through their daily work. Most of them were not demonically possessed, just a few guards here and there. It took Victor 15 minutes to finally figure things out. This place was a shady trading company of some sort, and at the moment he was no longer in the Silver Empire, but a small kingdom in the Royal Union called the Bear Crown. It was in the far south of the continent. This building was composed of 3 stories, and although it was not on a main street, it was in a well-respected neighborhood in the capital. On its door, it had a large plate with the words, "The Honest Dwarf Trading Company." Thinking for a moment, Victor slowly walked back inside and headed upstairs toward the company's owner's office, where he used his sword to relieve the few dwarves who ran the place from their demonically possessed heads. In another 30 minutes, all of the top brass of the company no longer existed. Thankfully, those guys were not too high level, probably intentionally keeping that was not to attract attention. After stealing everything that could be stolen, he took the shape of the owner to walk out and call all of the employees and tell them to leave today and come tomorrow morning for some important announcement. Thankfully, with the top brass all dead, none of the disgruntled employees argued, and everyone left, including the guards. This place traded in a lot of shady stuff, and it was not unusual to send everybody home when something very illegal was happening or a very important VIP was visiting. Making sure the building was empty, Victor quickly sealed the front gate, then headed back down and teleported back. "What did you find?" Neanra asked as soon as he appeared. She and her kin, who were looking curiously at him, were already in the upper cave with the demon kin who didn't let them use the array. "The demons are running a company on the other side. I already took care of them," he said, thinking for a moment. "Tomorrow morning, take your kin and go there to take care of it," he said. He had no time for this shitty side adventure. He needed to hurry back to Trilaria. In there's some documents about why you were targeted. Some noble fool wanted Catkin's sex slaves, and those demons were going to send him possessed ones, Victor explained, reaching for the owner's storage ring and throwing it at her. Ah, Watnya. She didn't know how to respond. He was talking too quickly. I will be using my skill to see through your eyes and instruct you on what to do. We will make it seem like you brought the company, he said. Some demons might appear, but I trust you will manage to kill them in time. In the ring, you will find one of the devices the Sun Temple uses to find demons. Although it is very inaccurate with high-ranking demons, it will help you find weaker ones. Make sure not to expose it. Ah, she felt lost as she looked at the ring in her hand. Now I will have to leave, or that stupid lord might suspect that something is wrong. I will talk to you tonight. For now, feel free to use those tokens to cross the gate. And be careful, he said, throwing Nianra the teleportation key before taking out his cauldron and setting it on the floor, gesturing for the demonkin to go in. They quickly vanished in front of the shocked catkin, who didn't understand who this sketchy guy was and what he was talking about. See you later, he said, turning and walking toward one of the hall's walls. He reached through it, and he passed right through. He took a deep breath and took a step forward, finding himself in what seemed like the bottom of a narrow well. Using the protruding stones on the side to climb up, he finally managed to reach what looked like a 2-foot-wide opening covered with sand that didn't fall and due to some kind of strange energy barrier. He had to take a deep breath and push upwards to break through it. 3 feet up, he reached the surface, an area a mile away from the demon-hunting sect. Thank you, Vicky, Amira said, happily grabbing the candied apple Victor gave her as they toured the local market doing some shopping. Just call me Big Brother, Victor said as he just casually ruffled her hair. He had no idea when she started calling him that, but she seemed to find the name Victor a little too hard to pronounce. Amira nodded. He could only sigh as he continued their journey. He appeared completely normal, but in fact, he was keeping one eye on the road while using the blood-slave connection to watch how Nianra was arranging her kin. Although he told her that he was going to call her, he didn't do so last night. Yesterday, he was in a hurry to get things done before hurting back, but after thinking things through, it occurred to him that it couldn't be a coincidence that the spot the Storm Lord chose for him was just north of that secret demon's base. It was just too convenient to be a coincidence, so he decided to not do a thing for now and just watch. He might be overthinking things, but he did promise himself to be careful. So, for now, he was just going to watch. That pussy was not going to escape his grasp anytime soon. He expected Nianra to stumble a little without his guidance, but to his surprise, she didn't. She didn't need his help at all. She sneaked into that company building by herself, found the manager seal she left for her, and using it she forged all kinds of documents transferring the company's management to herself. This reminded him that he didn't really check her background. This girl was hiding more secrets than he expected. Maybe he should really leave her to her own devices for now. You seem absent-minded, someone called for Victor, making him turn to the side and then smile. Aerith, I didn't expect to see you here, he said in surprise, looking at his horny wife who wore her signature armor and face mask that she used in public. The pedestrians all moved in awe as they noticed her, giving way to her as she walked toward Victor. Sorry I couldn't come home last night. I've been busy transferring things to my lieutenant, who will take my place, she said, looking to the side where a familiar female knight stood glaring at Victor. This was the same one that offered him a handjob before, though he didn't get the chance to take her up on her offer. It's okay. Finished with all that? He asked. He did expect her to be busy. In fact, he was counting on that to move freely. Not really. Just a few final things are left. Aerith sighed. It is just that lass, Lyra, who knows where she went dumping all the work onto me. She might be saying goodbye to her boyfriend or something, Victor said. Like she would have one. Aerith sighed. One can't really tell. Young girls grow too fast. You sound like an old man. He chuckled. Anyways, shall I prepare the bed in the mansion tonight for your return? He asked with a smirk, looking at the female knight. Idiot, Aerith said, punching his shoulder. I will not be back until morning. You can go sample a few more local goods, she spat as she remembered something before grabbing the female knights and walking away. Okay, Victor chuckled, watching her leave. Sini did an amazing job last night. In fact, it was so amazing that he became the talk of the town. That female elf really worked hard not to shame him. A bit too hard, actually. Many of the prostitutes who she slept with kept praising both his strap-on size and his stamina. Well, it was his fault for leaving her there for 5 straight hours. Her scent is wrong. Amira, who was holding his hand, suddenly said, alerting Victor. What? Who? He asked. Big sis Ari. It's like her smell is wrong. She always had a strange smell, but this is somehow wrong, she said, leaning her head to the side as if she couldn't describe it. What? Victor was taken aback. Still, he didn't doubt Amira. Elbak then also had this thing with smells, so he turned to look at Aerith and activated his appraisal skill. It just then almost gasped. There were 2 new entries. Abnormal condition. Asterisk parasite infection. The red demonizes warm. Larva phase. SS. Asterisk disguise stigma. SSS. Target parasite infections. Hide the target from appraisal by anyone who has less than 32277 authority. Victor squinted his eyes, utilizing his Akashic schooler class. The red demonicus worm. A demonic parasitic worm native to the abyss. Has 3 growth stages. Asterisk egg form. Sesame-sized, very rough, and has razor-sharp edges, can withstand heat and cold until it comes into contact with a living organism's flesh. Can survive up to 5,000 years. Asterisk larva. Completely undetectable by normal means. Needs 99 days to grow into an adult and integrate with the host. Effect. Causes the host to have fast healing ability at the expense of their lifespan. Asterisk adult worm. Can self-fertilize. Causes the host's bloodline to grow stronger and affects the host's mood and behavior. Can never be removed without killing the host. Asterisk the eggs will be extruded with poop for the rest of the host's life. Asterisk the eggs are delicious after roasting on open flame. That's nasty, especially that last fact. Although this parasite didn't have any bad effects, for Aerith, it would be disastrous. It might cause her to go berserk due to her demonic bloodline. It was easy for Victor to tell who was behind this. It was clearly the Storm Lord, who had exactly 32,277 authority points. This guy's skills and effects usually copy their host's authority as a requirement for disabling them. The Storm Lord was under the contract not to harm Aerith and the others, but by using this worm, she would not be the one doing any harm. Victor had difficulty hiding his own angry expression as he read the info. Vicky, Amira pulled his hand. Sorry, I was just distracted, he said, ruffling her hair. You really saved me there, he said, although he was sure he would have realized this parasite sooner or later, even without Amira's help. Knowing about it early did give him an edge. Amira nodded as she bit into her apple. Let's go buy a few more things, he said. I have a lot of young girls working hard in my mansion. Do you have any idea what they might like? He asked, ignoring the random passerby who heard him and turned to look at what kind of pervert he was. Amira tilted her head before shaking it. Apples. We have a lot of those there. Let's have a look around, he said, continuing their shopping. He acted as if nothing had happened, but deep in his mind, he was already planning things up for his escape from this world. The moment he left, the Storm Lord would no longer be bound by their contract. Pam! The thundering sound of the stick reverberated within the cavern lit by strange green gems. At the same time, a poor 3-headed wolf fell dead with just one kick to its private parts. It couldn't take the shock of having them turn into mush. Ku, can't you aim for some other part? Zoe, who also finished killing 2 hell wolves, complained with disgust. I would have if it was a female, but it wasn't, so this way is faster. Ku replied as she used a cloth to whip away the metallic pointy end of her boot. Zoe didn't know how to refute that. If Ku had met Lily before, she would have thought she learned it from her. But she didn't get to meet any of Victor's wives. I think Miss Ku's opinion has more than an aspect of truth to it. To survive this treacherous world, one should always aim for the most efficient method, a young man who was fighting beside them said. That's only when facing monsters, though. Fights among humans should be honorable, in my humble opinion. Young Master Iliad, for the 10th time, please stop following us. Zoe complained, not caring about his mumblings. I am not. In fact, by how many times we bumped into each other, I am beginning to suspect you are the ones doing me the honor by following me. Iliad Queen replied, flashing them a bright smile. Are you? We are not. Zoe replied flusteredly, looking away. Maybe it was really all a coincidence, as she already tried to check for anyone following many times and failed. Maybe fate has something to do with it. Iliad chuckled. Why don't we just hunt together? No need. You seem to be doing just fine on your own. Zoe spat. Lady Zoe, why are you so persistent in shunning me? May I know whether I did anything to your displeasure? Iliad asked, as if he was feeling a little offended. No, it is not your fault. Zoe quickly took a step back. True, Iliad, since they met him until now, was nothing less than a gentleman. I just don't enjoy the company of men. I had no idea. I'm very sorry. Watch out, he suddenly yelled, jumping forward. Zoe, who was taken aback, had no chance to react as he stood between her and a giant two-headed python that was disguising itself as a rock under her own feet. HSSSSSSSSSSSS. Bam! Kuu acted fast and grabbed the python's two necks with her fists, striking its head with the ground. But it was not fast enough, as a third head that was hidden in the tail zipped right past her. Pam! She pulled it hard and struck the third head between her knee and the ground, squishing it before looking back. Iliad was standing there, looking at his forearm. On it, he had two strange-looking black dots that began to expand at a visible rate in the form of black veins that began to fill his arm, clearly reaching for his chest. It's poisonous, Zoe yelled. Iliad, hearing her, quickly came to his senses and took a dispelling pill, but it didn't seem to work at all, as in a matter of seconds the black veins became visible on his neck. Oops, I messed up, he said before his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. He didn't get to hit it, though, as Zoe quickly hugged him with a complex look in her eyes. Young Master Iliad, she called for him, but he didn't respond. We should hurry back, she turned to Kuu and spoke. Kuu, who was looking at the python in her hand, frowned. Sis Zoe, why did young Master Iliad not use his sword? If I were in his place, I would have placed my sword in between myself in it. Kuu, sometimes in fights, people make wrong choices, especially when they're flustered. Zoe bit her lip and blushed, looking at the fainted Iliad. Come on, help me with him. We must move. Affirmative. Kuu, who was not convinced, nodded. She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. And after spending much time with Zoe, she tended to trust her completely. I will use a hastening talisman, so we should be able to reach the entrance in 23 hours if we move non-stop. She paused as she hugged Iliad with one hand and drew her sword with another while looking back. At the same time, Kuu took a defensive position, pointing her brass knuckles toward the newcomer. There on the far exit of the cavern they were, a heroic girl was standing in a flashy white armor. I have to say this. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here at all, let alone two of them. Fate really works in strange ways, she said with a sweet smile. It must be Master's grace, she added to herself. Mana, or are you Mina? Zoe asked with a frown as she recognized the girl in front of her as one of Victor's wives. We never met before, not in this continuum anyway, the girl, who didn't even care to brandish the large sword she was holding on her back, said. My name is Mona. I am Mana's and Mina's sister. They are triplet. The sun was setting as Victor, Aerith, Lyra, Amira, Rosette, Ariana, Marai, Meryl, and Massel stood at the entrance of her palace. Your master is late, Ariana commented. She couldn't wait to leave this backward world back into the comfort of modern society. Are you sure he said at noon? Aerith asked as she looked at the desolate palace. As they were leaving this world, they had already sent all the servants away after paying them a hefty reward. These were their last moments in this world, and she was at first a little nostalgic, but that had already passed hours ago, and now she was plain bored. He can get a little late sometimes, Victor began to say, just as the air around them shimmered and an old man appeared out of thin air. Almost immediately, everyone felt a pressure forcing their body down. Aerith was used to it, but Rosette, Ariana, and Mirai, who were meeting this mysterious master for the first time, felt a little taken aback. "Master," Victor quickly greeted. "Sorry, the girls just wouldn't let me leave," the master said. "I can't just leave them without fully satisfying them." "Master, please spare me the details." Kids these days, the master shook his head. "Don't worry, I set the appointment to be a little early just in case. The best time to cross is now," he said as he waved his hand, and out of thin air, a large structure made out of black obsidian beams appeared in front of them. It looked like a giant gate frame with all kinds of talismans pasted around it. "Creating this thing was difficult, so be grateful," he spat. "Are those dragon bones?" Aerith couldn't help but ask as she inspected the gate's beams. "Yes, they are the lowest grade, but finding big ones like those is hard," the master nodded. "Are you ready? Once we leave this world, it will be very hard, almost impossible to go back here for the next 20 years. 20 years? Rosette couldn't help but ask. At that time, travel between worlds would become a little easier, the master said mysteriously. "Now step back a little." "Wait," someone suddenly called, making everyone turn to the side toward the palace's entrance where a young man and young woman came running. "Kira's, what are you doing here?" Lyra asked flusteredly, as she didn't dare look at her mother or sister. "I want to go too. Me and my sister already have many enemies here. And I want to be of help to you," he told Lyra, holding her hands before turning to face Rosette. "Lady Rosette, please allow us to come too," he bowed. "Kira's," Lyra bit her lip as Aerith and her mother opened their mouths wide. Was this the little man-hater they knew? It seemed like Victor was right. "Kira's, right? You can come," the master suddenly said. "Master," Victor acted as if he wanted to complain. "This guy has a fate in Trilaria. He will find his way there one way or another," the master said, wondering if he was going to watch a love triangle between Tulip, Lyra, and Kira's in the future. Well, it is not his business. No, wait. Vic might also be one of her future husbands. Like that would ever happen. After we go there, you better behave, and Victor will take care of you and your sister, the master added after a brief pause. Having a scion owe him a favor was a good thing. "I understand," Kira said, looking at the master with gratitude before nodding to his sister, who was blushing due to her brother's rash behavior. Still, she also looked toward Lyra with gratitude, as she was the one who saved her from slavery back at the auction. "Does anyone else want to go?" the master asked, looking up to the sky. No one answered, including the Storm Lord, who was watching with annoyance. She was waiting for them to leave, so she could be free from the contract. "Suit yourselves," the master chuckled as he stepped toward the gate and took out a rabbit's corpse. It was a strange-looking demonic rabbit with a split mouth. He put on the floor and then flicked his finger, lighting it on fire. Moments later, the flame spread, climbing into midair until it filled the entire gate. Poof! It turned off all at once, leaving a black smoke that began to form what looked like a vortex that had some very strange fluctuations around it. "The gate is a little unstable. You have to make a leap of faith right into the middle. Don't resist at all," the master said. "What are you waiting for? Come on, let's go." Victor was the first to jump, with Amira, who automatically held his hand. Whoosh! He vanished. The master nodded. "Come on, I can't leave this open for too long," he said with a little tired voice. Aerith thought for a moment, then jumped after Victor. Mirai and Ariana followed. Meryl and Massel, holding each other's hands, were next. Lyra gestured to Kira's, who nodded, then jumped with his sister. The last one standing was Rosette, who turned and bowed toward the storm in the distance before going into the gate. The master nodded, then quickly followed. The moment he entered the gate, the entire structure vanished into thin air. "Your Highness," Naga, who entered the throne room, bowed politely, then frowned, looking at the Storm Lord's annoyed expression. "Is everything all right, Master?" she asked as her master frowned. "I am fine. It is just a guy acting a little sneaky, trying to fool me." The Storm Lord, who was carefully watching what was going on in Rosette's place, smirked. "Although I have no idea where he is hiding, the moment he leaves this world, I will catch him. Is there anything?" "It is about the library's vault. The artisan couldn't open it. He said that the joints seemed to be melted by some very corrosive material that he had never seen before, and it would take at least 15 days for him to clear them. Melted, corrosive material, the Storm Lord frowned. That poisonous bastard might have left something in there after all. It is my fault for neglecting that place. Make them hurry and unlock it. Understood, Naga said as his head turned fast. How the hell was she supposed to make the artisan who was working as fast as possible work faster? Should she sleep with him? Or should she kidnap his family? BOM. All of a sudden, an explosion startled both the Storm Lord and Naga, making both turn to a side wall that shimmered and then vanished to reveal a window overlooking the capital. There in the distance, they could see smoke going out of one of the administrative buildings. Boom, 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 boom. It was followed by 9 other explosions all around the capital. Before the Storm Lord could jump from her seat, the demon-detecting sirens began to sound. Master, smart move, but this little distraction will never work on me, the Storm Lord spat. Naga, take care of things here, she said before vanishing. Let go of me. This is an assault on the Von Weiss family's rights. You bastards. My young master will never forget you. He will fuck up all of your mothers. Lily, who began to use some very nasty words as she was dragged into the ceremony room, was quickly gagged by one of the elders who couldn't take it anymore. She was just too foul-mouthed. Is she really our daughter? Catalia asked her husband as she watched Lily, who was almost completely naked, futilely resist the guards who dragged her toward the altar. She was a little reluctant to come back here, but after the news of Lily and Julian's return, she decided to put her grudges against the Von Krone family aside and come attend the cleansing ritual. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Yes, Aaron sighed. The DNA test never lies, and she is as beautiful as you are, he said gently, putting his hand around his wife's shoulder. She shot him a glare. You mean as your Aunt Venus? Kinda. He quickly withdrew his hand. Can't they treat her kindly? As you can see, she is not cooperating at all, going as far as to bite one of the elders' ears, he sighed. Julian did warn them that she was a biter. We already showed her the facts about her origins, but she completely refuses to cooperate. But that is to be expected. She was raised in another family. After all, you know how brainwashed she might be. Catalia nodded. In fact, this procedure was invented to treat people like her, who get so involved in their journey that it begins to affect them badly, he continued. I'm just worried what kind of side effects it will have on her, Catalia said. The last time I trusted your family with something, it didn't go exactly well. That was an oversight. Don't worry, everyone here knows what they are doing. After the cleaning, all of her memories of the past would no longer affect her. Although she would appear a little robotic for a while, after a year or so, she would be completely normal, he replied. You can ask Julian. Although his cleansing wasn't as powerful as the one they will use on Lily, it should be the same. Catalia just sighed. She met Julian earlier, and he was as useless as she remembered him to be. Well, at least his heart was in the right place as he kept asking her about his other younger daughter, Tulip. He clearly grew up to be the kind who took familial relationships seriously, just like his elder brother. He also mentioned something about finding some girl that he was interested in. She needed to look up Alice Von Weiss ASAP, as she was not going to let the Von Krone family manipulate them ever again. Now stop moving. An elder with a bandage on his ear scolded Lily as he secured her with chains to a golden pole atop an altar that was in the middle of a large hall. Lily tried to act as aggressively as possible while inspecting the cleansing room with her eyes. It was the same as she remembered from her trip in the other timeline. This place was one of the most important places in her family. Although nowadays it was only being used for cleansing, it had a ton of other usages that would only come into light after the demons invaded this world. This altar can not only remove curses and the like, but can also remove demonic possession and return the shattered souls to their original form. In fact, One of the reasons Victor didn't make her a blood slave was because it would be canceled when she goes through the ritual, and it might even cause him a backlash. She sighed as she slowly calmed down. Not entirely. She kept glaring at one of the elders who was looking around in a suspicious way. This guy worked for her uncle, and if her guess was correct, he would try to sabotage the cleansing, maybe altering the array slightly to damage her soul. Well, it didn't matter. As if resigning to her fate, she closed her eyes and listened to the High Elder making a speech. Lily Von Crone, today we wash you of your past, so that you might live your true self, as per the souls of those who passed. As he began to mumble stupid things, Lily ignored him as she secretly activated her bloodline. Her skills should have been all locked by a talisman, but her bloodline wasn't. As someone who saw the future, she knew of a technique to activate her bloodline skills without going through the system. It was a little tricky, but by remembering the feeling she spent a lot of time getting familiar with, she could do it. What was important now was the timing. She watched as the elders finished their mumblings and then began to activate the altar, making it begin to shine with a warm light. She knew this light would soon burn her very soul and separate it from her own memories. Closing her eyes activated her bloodline skill. Timeless incantation, this thing was very costly, and usually going even 5 minutes to the past would drain her of all of her energy, but she was not going to the past, but to the future, so it was a lot easier. The moment her skill activated, she was no longer in her body, but a crow that flew upward and perched on the side of the altar, watching as if on speed up, the world around her moved. Everything from her body getting drowned by that light, to the sneaky elder activating a talisman to make the cleansing 1,000 times stronger to her parents who were worriedly watching from the side. The cleaning took 169 minutes before the light faded and Lily prepared to fly back into her own body. Then happened. The light that faded strengthened again, forcing everyone in the room to step back. Even Crow Lily felt some pressure from it, but before she could understand what happened, it all ended in a split second. Everyone looked at each other, not sure what happened. Lily, who felt that she was losing connection with her body for some reason, didn't dare to hesitate as she flew back immediately and entered her own consciousness, ending the skill's activation. She succeeded. She wanted to quickly open her eyes and act as if she was lost or something, but for some reason, she couldn't. She was completely drained, as if her energy had just gone through something big. And there in her mind, there were all kinds of new memories. They were about her, but yet foreign, as if she was watching some other version of her like a movie. It took her a moment to understand what those were and realize many things. So, it was another timeline after all. A timeline where she was not Lily the assassin of the Von Weiss family, but Liliera von Crone, the first disciple of the Spirit Empress and her heir. Still, that world was not a place she would ever want to go back to, as Victor didn't exist in it, for suspicious-looking elven horses. After finding a good place hidden between a few large rocks, he activated his disguise skills to their fullest before slowly activating his demonic and draconic bloodline and then jumping down. It was clear, but this place was the safest place to hide his gate, as no one would be able to find it. And even if they did, no one would be able to cross it. The only drawback would be that if he wanted to send someone here, he would need to do it by himself. But he was ready to do that in order to avoid many risks. A trip here every few months wouldn't really bother him. It took him a while to finally reach the spot where he first met Amira and pull her out from the cauldron. "We are here," he said, brushing her hair. "Choose a spot." Amira nodded. Then, pulling his hand, she guided him into a cave to one side. It was different from the one where he felt the death energy, as this one was the opposite, with the death energy, here much weaker. "Did you stay here before?" he asked as he noticed a small pond to the side. She nodded, pointing to a rock. "There," she said. Victor nodded. Then, using a shovel, he began to dig. It took him 30 minutes to make a 10-foot deep hole. "This should be deep enough," he said before moving his hand and making 3 coffins containing 3 people appear in the hall side by side. They were clean and dressed in traditional elven garbs, as if they were sleeping. Those were Amira's parents and elder brother. After she regained her memories, she found them between the thousands of corpses Victor kept in his cauldron and asked him to help her bury them. Victor thought for a moment, then took 3 flowers from his storage ring. Those should bloom even here, he told Amira, who kept her eyes on them. Still she didn't cry. She nodded, taking the death flower, a rare plant native to Death Valley, and placing one on each corpse before beginning to push the dirt with her small hands. Victor quickly helped her, finishing in an hour. Although he was in a hurry, he had to give the little girl some time to say her goodbyes. This is for their best, he told her before turning to the graves, where he put 3 engraved headstones. Do you need some time? He asked Amira, who kept looking down. No, let's go. Enter the cauldron then. The trip will be dangerous, he said, making Amira vanish immediately, as she didn't resist at all. Looking at the grave, he bowed politely. Don't worry, I will take care of her, he told them before turning and leaving. The first thing he checked was the very dangerous cave, but even after he leveled up a few times, he couldn't even step inside without feeling like he would really die, so he could only turn and leave. He walked for another 10 minutes or so before he found another cave. This one was not at the ground level, but about 80 feet up in the gorge's wall, but the death energy in it was so thick that no sane guy other than him would dare walk inside. He jumped there, and after inspecting the place and making sure it was good enough, he headed to its deepest part where he took out a large orichalcum boulder. The moment it left his storage space, it fell to the ground and caused the entire cave to shake a bit. Although this thing was rare, at the end of the day, it was just an expensive foraging material, so with Rosette's help he managed to obtain it under the guise of wanting to give it to a friend blacksmith. In fact, this thing was going to act as the anchor for his gate. He couldn't have asked the Storm Lord for it, lest she manipulated it somehow or left a trace on it. In fact, all the gate materials he asked for were fake, just things to sell later for a good profit. Making sure the boulder was in place, he took out a wooden stick and a stencil made out of wood and a jar of green goo. Although the working materials were a little primitive, he still quickly managed to engrave an array on the plate. The moment it was completed, he felt a strange ripple around, confirming that the sealing formation was complete. This array worked both for sealing and to hide the fluctuation in case someone was trying to find him. It was also a backup to make sure no one else would be able to use the gate if it was found, and that the death energy here wouldn't escape to Trilaria through it. Making sure everything was ready, he activated his disuse skill to hide everything just in case and put his hand on the plate. He closed his eyes and activated his space portal skill. Space portal skill activation. Specify anchors. Victor frowned and then began thinking about his wives and his blood slaves. 16 valid targets found. 4-dimensional folding is possible. Specify point B position. This time he thought about a certain cave behind the factory he stole from Nick, although it was not the best place. The target must be a place he was familiar with, so he didn't have a lot of options. And Margaret should have already prepared it for him. Position determined. Distance requires 998,421 authority points. Yes/no. He took a breath and pressed yes. Space portal hashtag ZE4C24324Fe1 created. Owner, Vic Volt. WOM. A familiar-looking crimson-colored gate materialized in front of him. It was just that as soon as it happened, he collapsed to the ground, feeling completely drained. It took him 8 hours to recover, somehow, after eating no less than 9 spurious-grade pills. Feeling energized again and making sure that the gate was stable, he gave the death thread around his neck one last look and then jumped. The infinite emptiness was as vast and mysterious as Victor remembered it, with Ismeralia appearing like an endless wall behind him, and Trilaria like a star in the distance. Connecting them was a tunnel of energy that he was floating inside. Still, he could barely take a look at all of this. The moment he crossed the gate, he immediately felt as if his body began to be pulled backward, not forward, as it should have been. Without delay, he activated his draconic bloodline transformation, making his body get stuck in place. A very familiar feeling that he was very thankful for. He turned to look back, and from behind him, a hand made out of black smoke reached out, trying to catch him. Naturally, it passed right through him. It paused for a second, as if to comprehend what just happened, then began to feel around the tunnel like a short-sighted man searching for his glasses. Each time it passed through Victor, who appeared like the old master, it passed right through him, as if he was just a ghost slowly drifting away. "Are you offering hand jobs for those leaving the world, or something here?" he finally asked as he began to get annoyed. At his current speed, he would never reach Trilaria in 1,000 years. He needed to get rid of the Storm Lord ASAP. The hand paused for a moment there, then made a sigil with its fingers. Immediately Victor, who was pushing as hard as possible to move away, began to feel gusts of winds fly past him. The real him. He realized it was some kind of a locking array that took 34 seconds to figure out his real position. Although he was a master of disguise, in total emptiness, there was so much he could do. Moments later, he found himself locked in a tornado of black smoke that created what looked like a cage around him. 3 seconds later, a woman in cyan armor appeared in front of him with a crimson veil covering her mouth. The Stormlord. The moment she appeared, Victor tried to expel her from the tunnel as he was the gate owner, but strangely enough, he couldn't. "Those little tricks of yours wouldn't work next to my domain," she smirked as she enjoyed his flustered look. "Do you mind having a few moments to talk with this seat before you leave?" she asked as she brushed her hair and looked at the old master with disgust. Her question was not really a question, but an order. "I am busy, and I thought I already made it clear through Victor that I don't want to meet you," he said with a cold voice. "You're not my type. Even your mother was not my type. Enough with that stupid act. What is your real identity?" she asked, ignoring his ramblings. "Just a demon hunger who likes older women," he shrugged. "And before that, who were you? Is that important? Aren't you just after my authority points?" he asked. "Speaking with smart people really makes things easier," she said. "But still, I need to know your identity. Very careful, I see. Worried that I might be someone who liked little girls before? Or are you afraid that I might belong to some supreme power?" the master pondered. "Either way, I am not going to tell you." "Take a guess," he said as he secretly salivated over what kind of new info she might give him. "From your way of acting, you cannot be an invader, a scavenger, or a reaper, and you clearly don't work for the demons. That leaves 3 possibilities. You can either belong to the Heavenly Empire, be a gate guardian, or be one of those system worshippers. If my guess is right, you should be a gatekeeper of Rosette's world," she said, putting her hand on her mouth over the veil, as if she was pondering. "Very observant. And if I were?" The master didn't even flinch as he analyzed the info. Invader? Reaper? He was not familiar with those words. The Heavenly Empire reminded him of the Heavenly Sect, and the term Gate Guardian was familiar. Didn't Zoe and Mona have something similar in their fate? Once back, he really needed to take his time and check the books he took from the library. "It changes nothing," the Stormlord said, mostly sure that she had guessed right. "Give me half of your authority, and I will let you go. We made a deal. It only works inside Ismeralia. We are already out," she said, spreading her hands. "And if I refuse?" He frowned. "I will kill you and try to harvest as much of your authority as possible." "Oh, very aggressive. Although I do like women like that in bed, you're still not my type. You have 3 minutes to decide." She ignored his insults. "Let me ask you this then. Why did you put the parasite in that horny girl?" he asked. Hee. "I just don't like others to play with my toys," she said as her eyes curved in a smile. "If you agree, I will also help you remove it. You have a way to kill her mother too, don't you?" "Agree, and I will also let Rosette live." The Stormlord didn't feel the need to hide anything since this guy seemed to have already figured things out. "I really don't like chicks like you." Victor sighed. "I wouldn't even fuck you if you were." He paused. "I demand an arbitration," he screamed. Feeling her killing intent as the black thread grew darker, he immediately activated the karmic arbitration skill. Warning! Arbitration began. The world around them turned bright, white, then completely black. He stood on one side, and the Stormlord, who was trying to look around in shock, was on the other. "What the hell?" she frowned, feeling a strange, ancient power lock her in place. "I saved your life from the verge of death," the old master said before she could understand what happened, making a red thread extend from his side and begin to tie her up. "Ah, The Storm Lord took a moment to realize what was going on. This was a part of the skill. The moment she wondered how it worked, she automatically understood it. "You piece of shit," she cursed under her breath, feeling a little annoyed that she had become a target of such a skill. "We already signed a deal for that." "I owe you nothing," she said after some thought, making the thread slowly dissolve. "The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. You broke the deal by giving Aerith that parasite. Although the contract was not broken, it still counts as bad karma. Your life was in exchange for theirs. You planned to kill them later, as you confessed earlier," he said, making the dissolving stops, leaving a few strings wrapped around her. "Shit," she cursed as she realized that this was the reason the old master asked her about Aerith a few moments ago. It was to make her confess to putting the parasite in her, in order to be able to use the fact in this tribunal, where every statement must be backed by evidence. She was really played. "I saved their life before, though I owe it. You only did that to benefit yourself, and in fact, you're the one who owes Rosette a part of your life," he said, making the thread shine with a red light proof that he won this. "A deal is still a deal." She tried to refute it as his mind raced. "And you didn't follow it to the letter. You know that you're courting death by doing this, don't you, bitch?" Margaret, who fell to her knees, spat as she glared at Alpha, who sat in the dining room on the main chair, dressed in a striking red, sparkling dress and confidently crossing her legs. All around them, many little girls in fluffy, made uniforms lay on the ground. They had their stun batons drawn, but for some reason, they couldn't move at all. It was as if an ancient, strange power restricted them. Hilda was the same, kneeling by the door with a complex expression. Yesterday, a report came that Alpha had released the 3 prisoners entrusted to her before she got Victor's approval. That's why Margaret summoned her here to question her. She only appeared 15 minutes ago, acting all high and mighty, going immediately into action, subduing everyone. It was clear that she had come prepared. All of the traps in the mansion, the ones she didn't already have control of due to her position, failed futilely against her. The little girls had no chance. "That foul mouth of yours will not help you. I will take my time to re-educate you, as I did with the girls from the brothel," Alpha said with a smile. She was really talking about her time. "Blah. You are the one who needs re-education." Margaret spat, fearlessly. "Who the fuck did you make a deal with?" she asked. "Who gave you this fucking power?" It was beyond reason, making her feel fully hopeless, like facing a dungeon boss while naked. "You don't need to know that, but I work for no one. Not anymore. From now on, I will control my own destiny," Alpha replied arrogantly. "Where are the other girls?" she asked, turning to Elise, who was the only other wife besides Margaret at the mansion, and she was the only one she could communicate with without hearing some very foul words. Other than the ones on missions, Monica and Mira are filming. Arya is at the company as usual. Elise didn't hide a thing. Those things were not a secret after all. "I bet you already know that since you waited until Gamma and Beta left to join Theta this morning. I just wanted to make sure." Alpha nodded. "The girls are too charmed with Victor to reason with. I will let them know what happens when everything is done." Alpha told the truth with clear annoyance. "Victor will not let this slide," Elise added solemnly. "He hates betrayal more than anything." "I am not betraying him. I am simply switching our positions," she pondered with a dangerous smile. "Do you know when he will be back from that supposed another world?" she asked, clearly not truly buying the story of Victor's departure. "You want to take control of him and all his assets, don't you?" Elise asked, dodging that question. "Half of it is already mine to begin with. He owes me that much for taking all my coins." She spat. "But yeah, despite being a pervert, that stupid husband of yours is very smart, managing to stay hidden under the noses of those bastards for so long. So he is quite handy." Alpha chuckled as she pondered Victor's true identity. "I can't wait to see his expression when I step on his face in front of all his wives and declare that he will be my slave." "You have some weird-ass fetches if you ask me. You really need help," Margaret said, making Alpha squint her eyes and look at her. "Now really? Wouldn't that be a better description of you?" Alpha, who stepped from his chair and knelt beside Margaret and asked, catching her cheeks. A slut who only managed to reach her current position by spreading her legs for the richest guy she could find. Watch it with the language, Margaret warned. And it is an honest, hard job. You could try it if you can. I bet you will start screaming for Victor to spare you in mere seconds after you start. You, Alpha, who was about to flare angrily, paused. Interesting. You really think this will work on me? Alpha asked as she lifted her hand, moved her fingers like she was manipulating a thread, making a ball of faint blue gas slowly gather in her hand. This was one of the newly developed soul wine extracts that destabilized the soul. Margaret had just released it before she was fully paralyzed. Zolan really managed to remove the odor. Not bad. Shit, Margaret cursed. Let's see if there was any enhancement to its effect. Alpha said, gathering the gas, then pointing with her finger, making it drill into Margaret's nostrils. No, resistance was futile. She had to breathe, after all. You will pay for this. Margaret glared at Alpha. Now, all I have to do is get you emotionally unstable, right? Alpha asked, taking out an ominous red dagger. What are you going to do? Elise asked nervously as Margaret frowned a bit. Since you refused to submit to me, I'm going to do a little test, Alpha said, putting the dagger on Margaret's cheek. I always wondered why Victor likes you. I'm glad to be always on your mind. Margaret spat. Alpha ignored her. Is it the red hair, the shitty personality, or that slutty face of yours? It is all of the above. Margaret replied nervously, not knowing what was on Alpha's mind. We will have to see then. I will ruin your face first. Then, using my eternal power, I will make sure that no healing pill will ever work on it. I want to see Victor's reaction when he sees you looking like a real hoe, she said as she began to slide the dagger down, making a red line appear on Margaret's face. Maybe your filthy child will call you Pig Mother in the future. Margaret gasped as she felt the scalding hot dagger dig through her cheek. You will pay for this. I swear I will make you crawl on all four and beg me to forgive you, she said, ignoring the pain as Alpha pushed the dagger deeper. She knew that if she got angry with that gas in her system, she might go into a shock that would harm her soul. I want to see you do the same. To tell the truth, I never liked you. Not one bit. Alpha said, your kind of gold-digging bitches is one of the many things wrong with this world. No, nothing wrong with gold digging. It's an honest job. It was not Margaret who said that. What the? Alpha paused and slowly turned to look behind her. Victor von Weiss was standing there in some otherworldly travel clothes, looking at her with a very cold expression. Are you Victor or Axel? Alpha asked. She shouldn't be feeling nervous, but for some reason, she did with Victor appearing there out of nowhere. When did he come here? Why did she, despite her power and taking control of the mansion's array, never feel him approach at all? Husband. Margaret, whose cheek was cut deeply, exclaimed together with Eliza, confirming his identity. Everything will be okay. Sorry, I was a bit late. Some insect got in my way, he sighed as he nodded to Elise, who was desperately calling for him moments ago, not knowing he was back. Control your emotions, and remember that you are still poisoned. I will fix your face later, he told Margaret while giving the little girls who were completely paralyzed a glance to assert their situation. Nodding, he took a stack of talismans and threw them in the air, making them automatically fly and fall on each of the girls, breaking their eternal immobility curse immediately. What? Alpha, who didn't stop him, frowned. She always knew he had a lot of authority, but seeing it break her power like it was nothing meant that it was far more than she expected. Maybe her grandmothers were right about him after all. Take the girls and leave. Victor ordered softly, eyeing Margaret, who nodded, then stood up with difficulty and walked out with her slightly bloated stomach. Using your power for that is not cool. He turned to Alpha and scolded. After confirming the girl's safety, his anger was subdued a bit, but he was not pleased with Alpha's actions at all. You're not my boss. Not anymore, she said as she watched all the girls leave while shooting her angry glares. She planned to punish them a little when she finished with Victor. I didn't give you the eternal spark to be a bully, he said, ignoring her ranting. So, you know about that. Alpha squinted her eyes as her hand clasped around her dagger hard. A part of her wanted to subdue Victor immediately, but another deeper and primal part that she didn't even know existed was screaming for her to run away and never look back. Naturally, I didn't expect you to become a lord this fast, though, Victor lied. In fact, he didn't know anything until now. The moment he came here and glanced at Alpha's new appraisal, he easily connected the dots. Name, Louise von Richter, Alpha. Level, 1009. Class, Eternal Lord U. Subclass, Blood Warrior AA. Affinity, Eternity. Affinity rank, Singularity, 1%. Status, Authority, 10,007. Strength, 3,966. Agility, 3,533. Intelligence, 3,610. Luck, 32. Charm, 44. Order points, 1. Skills, Error retrieving data. Lord, database field connection is severed. Fate, Error retrieving data. Lord, field unavailable. Bloodline, Blood Elf, S awakened. Equipment, 11 Storage Ring, SSS. Dagger of the Blood Elves, SSS. Glove of the Fallen, S. Sky Eye, SSS. Mega Defense Talisman, S. So, in the end, Sparks really did create lords, but he was not sure how she did it and why it was not effective before. He was sure he would be able to make her talk. He will have to beat her sorry ass first, though. And he had 3 choices. The first was to directly use the appraisal pillar he used on Zendo and rub her from all of her powers. He was 90% sure that she was a system lord after all. The reason he knew this was because of her very high proficiency in using her eternal power, and her having more than 10,000 authority and a level higher than 1,000. She wouldn't have gained that much without giving something to the system. Level, 434. Titles, Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior X5, save a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. The enemy of all demons, destroyed a demon bastion. Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Hero party member, defeat a boss as a part of the hero's team. Hero's journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. A traveler, surviving a trip between worlds. Abnormal status, none. Status, authority 8. Health 100%. Stamina 100%. Mana 100%. Strength 1,277. Agility 1,209. Intelligence 1,338. Luck 62 plus 17. Charm 85 plus 19. Order points 3781. Class, Fate Weaver X. Subclass, Akashic Scholar X. Class skills, Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Karmic Retribution, X. Karmic Connection, X. Karmic Arbitration, X. Record Vision, X, 0 of 1. Record Search, X, 0/3. Recognized Skills, Poison Resistance, SSS. Womanizer, A++. Silky Tongue, B. Face Slapping, C. But Slapping, C. Base Resistance, D. Sword Arts, D. Lying, D. Kissing, D. Sleeping, D. Acting, D. Gourmet, D. Pain Tolerance, C. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Poison Brewing, E. Evading, E. Self-Healing, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Murder, E. Persuasion, E. Movement Arts, E. Mace Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Dismantling, E. Castration, E. Torture, E. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Formations Art, F. System Skills, Bloodline Appraisal, X. Admin Appraisal, X. Admin Merchant, SSS. Master Seal, SSSB, 7/8 F 0/30. Space Portal SS. Unlimited Disguise SS. Contractor of Doom S. Soul Defense S. Shadow Shift S. Storage Space S. Evil Cook AAA. Elemental Shield A. Poison Blood A. Dragon Armor A. Eidetic Memory A. Super Enhanced Senses A. Silent Blade A. Fire Breath A. Dagger Throw B. Night Vision D. Blood Heal D. Windblade D. Meat Shield D. Health Regeneration E. Invisibility E. Hard Skin E. Flight E. Enhanced Senses E. Shapeshift E. Aura Dispel E. Wind Vortex E. Dispel Curse E. Dispel Charm E. Earthquake E. Lie Detection E. Enhanced Senses F. Minor Invincibility F. X-Ray Vision F. Survey F. Frost Ray F. Lava Ray F. Teleport F. Telepathy F. Electrify F. Isolation F. Captivating Smile F. Awaken Player F7. Magic Affinity. Fire, Ice, Space-Time, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Dark, Poison, Demonic. Bloodline 2. 1. Chaos Dragon X 100% Purity. Awakened. Effects. All attributes X2. Increase resistance to all diverse effects. Increase resistance to all elements. Immortality. Draconic Aura. Regeneration. Mana Heart. Super Enhanced Libido. Skills. Devour X. Space Fracture X. Heavenly Fire X. Chaos Ring X. Chaos Breath X. Chaos Step SSS. Dragonification SS. Dragon Breath S. Dragon Claw S. Limitless Flight S. Limitless Dive S. Hiding S. Draconic Howl A. Camouflage A. Charm A. 2. Primordial Demon X. 83% Purity. Unawakened. System Connections. Lily, Main Wife. Mina, Concubine. Mana, Concubine. Margaret, Concubine. Lynn, Concubine / Blood Slave. Elise, Concubine. Arya, Concubine. Monica, Concubine. Mira, Concubine. Alexis, Concubine / Blood Slave. Aerith, Wife. Mike, Blood Slave. Amira, Blood Slave. Rita, Blood Slave. Tom, Blood Slave. Danielle, Blood Slave. Astron, Blood Slave. +6 Flesh Slaves. Cosmic Connections. Gate. Ismeralia - Trilaria. F rank. State. Closed. Fate. Error. Undefined due to class effect. Fate Strength. A++. Equipment. Dragon Storage Ring S. Dragon Skin Armor AAA. Wind Cloak F. Earth. She paused for a moment, then after flicking her finger and looked around to make sure there were no traps before quickly following. Like him, she didn't want to attract unwarranted attention to herself or her new base. As for the feeling of dread she was experiencing, she decided to ignore it. She could feel that Victor, although become a lot stronger, was way weaker than her after she connected to the system node. They are gone. Elise turned to Margaret and said as soon as Alpha leaves, "Will he be okay?" She couldn't help but ask. "He should be fine. You should kick that bitch's ass and bring her back for discipline in a few hours." Margaret, who finished taking the antidote for the soul gas, said as she walked away, her face still bleeding. Elise paused for a moment, then nodded. Although Alpha's new power felt strange, Victor was not the kind to choose to fight if he was not sure about his chances. He would have even secretly told them not to escape, not to keep his return a secret, and to prepare a bath and a dinner for him. "You better see to your face, lest it leave a scar." Hilda, who was still feeling a little shocked by Alpha's actions, suddenly told Margaret after making sure the young maids were fine. "I will not heal easily, nor do I want it to before I get my revenge. I wouldn't be the gold digger slut I am if I didn't," she hissed as she clenched her teeth. "Where are you going?" Elise asked worriedly. This was the first time she saw Margaret like this. "To prepare my big brother. I will need him to take revenge on Alpha for me." Hilda frowned. Did Margaret have a big brother? Big. That thing. Elise gasped as she blushed. She even used her hand to cover her face in shame remembering that thing, making Hilda quickly show a very weird expression as she got it. 2 weeks ago, it arrived in a very secure package by mail. The maids mistakenly delivered it to Elise's office. Due to its name, Big Brother, its metallic luster, and sturdy nature, she thought it was a new kind of baton for the guards and decided to try her hand at it. It was only when Hilda came and politely questioned her why the fuck was she waving that huge around, she realized how severe her mistake was. This was not a new weapon, but the factory's latest products. Poor Alpha, she couldn't help but say as she watched Margaret go into revenge mode. You really move fast, Alpha said as Victor finally slowed down 60 minutes after they crossed the wild mountains that marked the northern border of the Wyron Principality. Due to historical reasons, this place was mostly not inhabited, and although not that far from Vane City, as long as they didn't make enough commotion, things should be fine. Is this a new skill you learned? She asked. It is called Chaos Steps, a bloodline skill that allows me to warp space as I move, and it really came in handy in the other world where I had to do a lot of running away. Victor told the truth as he activated his bloodline senses that allowed him to confirm that no tasty human beings were around for miles. The lords there are really scary, he added as he turned to face her. So, you know what a lord is? She squinted her eyes. His mind raced as she confirmed her guess. More or less, he said, telling the truth. Reading that archaic language of the book he got from the library was too much work, so he planned to squeeze all the info he needed from her after her punishment. Did you offer that spark to the system in exchange for all the new sparkly skills you have? Even managing to remove my mark from your soul? Who knows? I might do that after turning you into my pet, she said, hiding her annoyance that he could tell everything she did. She needed to subdue this guy or kill him. He was too dangerous. Margaret was right. You have some strange fetishes, he said as he squatted to the ground and began to check the dirt to make sure it could withstand his attacks. You shouldn't have done that to her, though, he interrupted, changing his expression as he glared at her, feeling sorry about what Margaret would to her later. I thought you also hated bullies. Now that you became all-powerful, it seems like you became one. I needed to pressure her to surrender. Wait, I don't need to explain anything to you, she spat. Now really? It seems I will need to remind you who your master is, he said, his face turning solemn. Fuck off, she interrupted while using her dagger to strike behind her, where Victor's real body was standing ready for a fight. Bang! Her dagger was stopped by a strange engraved shield that materialized in Victor's hand, making a deep scratch on it. That sky eye is really annoying, he told the truth as he took a few steps backward. Although she couldn't see him, that artifact allowed her to lock onto him. You shouldn't have given it to me, she said as angrily as she stepped forward and struck again, making Victor's arm that held the shield hurt a bit as he parried her. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Alpha moved fast, striving again and again, with Victor barely managing to dodge her. Her dagger suddenly expanded with a red ray that cut the side of his calf before he could jump away. Shit, you are really fast, he said as he jumped back, putting some distance between them, taking notice that his wound that should have healed almost immediately didn't. He shouldn't have underestimated her. You are the slow one, she said as she hurried toward him and struck again, aiming for his other calf. A guy who does it fast is not popular with girls, he replied, parrying against her with difficulty. Alpha was not like Lynn, who used her super strength randomly. Due to the memories she inherited from her family, she could employ some sophisticated techniques. And due to the strange power surging in her attacks, he knew that he couldn't afford to get hit. Pervert, Alpha spat as she struck one more time, then stepped back and glared at him. How about we end this farce? You're no match for me. Here's the deal. We sign a contract and you become my slave, she said. You are the pervert here. Stop declaring your fetishes loudly, like they are something to be proud of, he said as he secretly activated his Dracona bloodline, just barely to allow the wound on his calf to start healing. It didn't. Shut it, she cursed as she vanished from her place and attacked him. Bang! Bang! Boom! As she attacked, this time Victor, who knew he couldn't afford to keep messing around, didn't parry, but instead faced her head-on, injuring his hand by catching her dagger with his fist. And as she was about to slash him, she suddenly felt something hit her stomach. Before she could understand what happened, she was blown away 30 meters into a mountainside, causing a huge cloud of dust and debris. "To make me your slave, you should be able to beat me first," he said as he looked at his hand that no longer looked like that of a human with thick silvery scales covering it. There was no blood on it. As he fully activated his bloodlines, his wounds all healed almost immediately. It was the demonic bloodline that completely countered her power, while the draconic bloodline accelerated his healing. "How about this? We fight it off, and the winner will be the other's slave," he said, looking up. He could tell that Alpha had the same idea as his before. She was playing with him and using him to test her powers. Now that he was assured that her power couldn't harm him, he decided to humor her a little more. It felt good going all out. "So, we're already resorting to using our bloodlines." Alpha spat as she walked out of the dust. She was mostly uninjured, just wincing a bit because of the pain in her stomach. Stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. As the wind blew the dust away, Victor opened his eyes in surprise. She was always pretty, but now she has reached a completely new level. A full 20 tenths on the old Lily scale. Her blonde hair, like her eyes, had become deep crimson red, and her ears were no longer those of a human, but long and slim like an elf. "Wow, that red hair really suits you," Victor said, telling the truth. If she had had that red hair long ago, he would have included her in the wedding. "Bastard," she spat, vanishing from her place and appearing beside him, striking, not with her dagger, but by a barbed whip made out of blood. Her own blood. Bang, 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 bang. This time, he didn't even use the shield to deflect her, but his bare fists. Although it stung a bit, it didn't penetrate his scales. "You have some crazy bloodline there," she exclaimed in shock as she began to move faster. Her whip became a vortex of blood, striking him faster and faster, searching for a weak point. "You can drink it if you want. If you can handle it, that is. I bet your class should allow you to use some of its powers." "Shut up," she flared, remembering the mistake she made long ago when she licked his blood off her dagger and became his plaything. Although she was sure his skill could no longer affect her, she still felt annoyed. "Make me if you can," he smirked, gesturing for her to come at him. She didn't, as she paused and glared at him, calming herself down a bit. She was not going to fall into his rhythm. "You're no fun," he sighed. "Before we continue, I want to ask you about something. You might lose that head of yours later," she said, telling the truth. Due to his level exceeding her expectations, she was not sure if she would be able to control her power not to maim or even kill him later. "My 3 sizes? I thought you already knew that." She couldn't help rolling her eyes. "What's your real name?" "Victor. Victor von Weiss. You should already know that. And the one you had before it?" He paused. "I don't really recall if I had one before. I was a toddler." "Enough with the lies. Isn't it Nicholas von Weiss?" she asked, being 99% sure of her guess. "I had to confess, I almost bought that time travel lie you made, but thankfully now I know the truth." He paused. "It seems like in my absence you learnt quite a lot of things," he said, frowning a bit. "After you guys betrayed the Empress and forced her to blow herself up, it seems like you were the ones who got the biggest piece," she said. "You couldn't escape the curse, though. If my guess is correct, you must have used the draconic old heart swap ritual to revive after finding the most suitable body." Victor felt amused. Maybe the truths he was searching for about his world were closer than he expected. "Nice theory, but you are wrong. I am really just Victor. Like how a teenage boy would grow as fast as you did in this little time. It hasn't even been a year since your awakening." Alpha spat. "You are free to believe whatever you want. It doesn't matter." He sighed. "I really wanted to have some more fun testing my fists on you. But it is time to wrap this up," he said as his face began to change, growing more sinister yet demonically charming, his eyes growing dark red. He was activating his bloodlines completely. demonic. Alpha immediately gasped as she looked at his face. Handsome. That was the only word she could think of. Why the fuck was he this handsome? Her body shook as her entire being wanted just one thing: to mate with this supreme being and bear his child. Shit. She cursed as her power activated, pulling her out of her depraved thoughts a mere second later and allowing her to move to the side just in time to miss the 10 needles Victor threw at her. So, you can still keep you cool looking at me. He smirked. It made him more handsome. Shit. What the fuck? It seems like I will also go all out, she spat as she sweated a bit, making sure not to look at his face as she activated her power to the fullest. It was really close, and she couldn't believe she was having that kind of thought. She was also feeling a sense of dread. If she were to have rebelled against him before she became a lord, she would have been totally defeated and maybe ended up getting ravished with those muscles. She screamed as she struggled to the side, dodging his fist. You are no fun, he said, smiling devilishly as he flicked his fingers. Eternity. As she struggled to keep her wits, she screamed just in time as a huge vortex of fire descended on her. It paused in its place. Bang! The vortex lost its energy and exploded in midair a moment later, creating a shockwave that hit the mountain, blowing up almost half of it, the half that was not protected with Alpha's power. She wasn't affected at all as she turned and welcomed Victor's fist that was aimed at her heart. Bang! She was only pushed back by 3 steps as she used a strange shield of green energy to parry his attack. Bang! Clank bang! Bang! Clank! The battle ensured, Victor fighting her with his fists and razor-sharp claws, and she was attacking with her whip and defending with an ethereal energy shield that stopped all the magical skills Victor was throwing at her and only reverberating a bit when it met his fists. Skills flew everywhere, wreaking havoc across what remained of the mountain. What made Victor alert, though, was that every few seconds Alpha would shoot a green ray from her fist. On the few occasions that it managed to scratch him, it made him stagger down a bit, forcing him to use all his skills for both lifetimes, not to reveal an opening. Damn it, why isn't my power affecting you? She cursed after 30 full minutes. She felt like she was punching a sandbag. It always came back at her no matter how hard she hit. I am immune to your charm, lady. Victor, who hid how stressed he was, said with a smirk. This eternal concept you have thought is really interesting. He added, fighting Alpha was like moving in thick syrup. He was using his all just to keep out with her. Adding to that, he could feel it as his blood and muscles began to decay more and more as he fought. If it were not for his super regeneration skills, he would have been long dead. His energy was draining fast, though, so he should end this soon. She didn't answer him, focusing on hitting him faster with one hand, using her whip and shooting other skills at him. She didn't dare to kick or use any melee attack as she realized that if she were to grab her, she would be in trouble. It is very similar to time, but it is not. He pondered as they fought, fainting that he was getting tired. If I can make a guess, it has something to do with the object itself and not the world, the existential duel. I see, he said as his eyes sparkled, remembering a few verses from the books he read. He finally got it. Alpha frowned. She didn't understand what he was saying, and this made her feel a little annoyed, him knowing about her spark more than her. I bet you have no idea how your power works, merely using the system skills against me. He said, fighting Alpha was very different from when he fought the other lords in Ismeralia. Unlike how masterful she appeared when they fought melee before, using this eternal power, she appeared like a total novice, just spamming attacks against him without understanding how her power worked. Understanding concepts takes time. She spat angrily. Time you don't have, she added with a smirk as she finally began to notice that he began to lose energy. There was a limit on how much he could fool her. Eternal arena, she declared as she flew back and spread her hands, creating a sphere of light that grew out of her palms, passing Victor and covering an entire mile around them. It was as if the world around them became an entire different world. Now you will not be able to escape, she said as if she were reading his mind. Accept your defeat or die, she spat. He stopped attacking, taking a deep breath to calm himself as he looked at her. It seems like my current limit is still not to standard. He pondered, sounding a little tired. It is good to know your place, insect. Grovel beneath my feet and declare me your mistress, she ordered as she fought hard against her mind that began to go wild with very strange thoughts on how to put him to good use after this. We will see about that, he said, feeling a little amused by her struggle expression. Too bad his charms were not enough to completely defeat her. Let's end this. Karmatic arbitration, he declared, activating his skill. Author might come back to this fight later to make it more dramatic, but more than 2,000 words, it should be enough. Now, what should Victor do with Alpha? Let's start from the beginning. When we first met, you tried to kill me, then made that mistake and became my slave. I didn't kill you, nor did I take revenge. On the contrary, I gave you my own clothes, then let you share my sleeping bag. Victor, who stood opposite Alpha in the endless darkness, stated, making an ethereal thread reach from him to her. You always had this power, Alpha asked as she tried hard to move, but failed. Her skills failed to activate. Wait, you used me as a hug doll. That's why you let me sleep in your sleeping bag, she responded as she instinctively understood what this place was. There were a lot of spiders outside. Would you have wanted to do it on the cave's ground? Shit, she cursed as the thread materialized around her. After that, I saved your fate to become Sebastian's lover, he said, making another thread appear. Who said I had that fate? She flared. I do. You were meant to be affected by his scion aura and fall into his grasp. I saved you. You? Saved me? You used me to your advantage, taking a great opportunity from me, she quickly said. So, if you know what you do now, do you still want to be Sebastian's lover? I could have decided that on my own, but you would have lost the spark to him. Another thread materialized. After that, I gave you a home and a job, not telling my family or the Players' Council about your origin, he said, forming a new thread. This was to your advantage. You wanted to use me. You wanted to use my sisters. Not really. You were totally useless at that point, and selling you to the council would have been more beneficial to me in the short term. I might have gotten a lot of things, but not on the long one. That's not certain. I would have had to work a bit harder, he said. And I never treated you like a slave, more like a comrade, giving you many rights that you wouldn't even dream of encountering otherwise. She bit her lip as the thread materialized. She knew that she was losing this, but she couldn't think of anything. Another thread materialized. I even told you my secret of being from another timeline. This is big, you know. That's a lie. Nope, it is the truth. Another thread materialized, making her gasp in shock. So it was true. After that, when you were on the verge of death, I secured that Sparks activation method from Sebastian and gave it to you. I am the reason you became a lord. You simply couldn't use it on yourself. How do you know that? Well, even so, I could have tried it on other people, but knowing that you were about to die, I chose to give it to you to heal. For the second time, you owe me your life. Another thread materialized. After that, I saved your cousin Hannah and gave her a home. You scammed her and made her your slave. The thread failed to materialize, but it didn't matter. You gave the spark that should have been kept with you to the system to gain immense power. He was speculating on this. You never specified how I should use it, and you gave it to me. No threads materialized, but her statement confirmed Victor's guess. After all that, not only did you try to take over my power, you even dared to injure my pregnant wife, he continued, after thinking about some random things. I was only scaring her to submit to me. I never intended to hurt anyone, she said, pouting a bit. That slut would never submit easily. Again, no threads materialized. She was telling the truth. This should be enough, I guess. He sighed. Let's get to the demands. For all of that, firstly, I demand that I have the spark back. Error. Object not found. Eternal. Spark is already integrated in origin. Oops. Alpha smirked, feeling somewhat triumphant over him, despite it being momentarily. He squinted his eyes. He guessed as much, but he was not pleased. I demand that you become my absolute slave for eternity. without the power to disobey, or to withhold information, or try to harm me or my interests. You can't even die without my permission. If I tell you to act like a dog, you will start barking. What? I would never submit, she hissed with desperation in her eyes. She knew what this meant. You don't have that luxury, he spat as the threads turned golden and began to wrap against her. She tried to struggle using all of her power, but it was to no avail. Perhaps if her power didn't come from the system, she would have a chance, but since she had already given up her spark, she was powerless, engulfed like a cocoon. Arbitration ended. The darkness immediately receded as Alpha fell to her knees with a red symbol appearing on her forehead. Her eyes were in shock and desperation, not knowing what to think. I... The moment she thought of using her power to struggle against him, she felt as if her body repelled against her, and the pain was so great that she collapsed to the ground with her hand around her head. You are really a masochist. Don't worry, I will take my time to educate you well this time, Victor said as he used a dagger to prick his finger and then knelt beside her and pushed it directly into her mouth. Don't bite. Suck it all, he said. Become my blood slave, he demanded. She couldn't resist as her mouth sucked on its own like it was made to do this. Blood slave, ritual detected. Error. Blood slave's limit reached. Do you want to clear a slot to accept a new blood slave? Yes, no. Victor paused there. Right. He didn't level up after filling that last slot with Niamra. Thinking for a moment, he quickly connected to Danielle. After giving him the scare of his life, he selected his name and pressed yes. Now that he knew who the future young Light Lord was, he no longer needed this guy. Kai! Alpha screamed all of a sudden, startling him as he stepped back and watched as she held her head hard. Error! 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 System error! Lords can't be enslaved. Error! Arbitration command in effect. Command can't be cancelled. Error! System error! Lords can't be enslaved. Error! Arbitration command in effect. Command can't be cancelled. Error. System error. Lords can't be enslaved. Error. Arbitration command in effect. Command can't be cancelled. Error. Forcibly removing arbitration event. Error. Not enough authority. Victor opened his eyes wide as he watched Alpha roll on the ground and scream in pain. In his status window, repeated messages began to roll. His authority bug was creating all kinds of problems for the system. He was totally taken aback, but before he could think of anything, Alpha began to bleed all over as her skin began to disintegrate. Still, in mere moments, she began to heal again. Her screams grew louder and louder as it was clear how painful it was. Error. Eliminating error source. Error. Eternal aspects resisting elimination. Error. Deleting source. Error. System error. Lord's accounts can't be deleted before they die. Error. 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 It was as if the system was stuck in an endless loop. Just kill me, Alpha screamed as tears of blood filled her face. Victor frowned. He really didn't expect this to happen. Still, in a split second, he thought of a few possible solutions. Not wanting to go to the ones that might cause Aloha to die, he took out a huge pillar from his storage space and hit her with it. Nom. AH. Everything stopped at once. Blood slaves successfully registered. As he guessed, the pillar's effect stopped not only Alpha's use of the system skill, but also the passive effects of her lord status. Alpha, who was drenched in her blood, laid on the ground, gasping for air. Victor quickly took a healing pill and put it in her mouth before grabbing her and disappearing. Some people might have noticed that something wrong was happening here, and he didn't want to risk it. He just left a storage ring on the ground, just in case. That was close, Victor said as he appeared in the mansion again. As he left, he felt a few auras of people rushing into the mountain. He was not sure who those people were, but his instinct was telling him that he better not face them. Husband, Margaret, who was waiting for him in the mansion study, stood up immediately, eyeing Alpha, who was being held like a bag under his arm. She closed her eyes, playing dead, with her face pale white. She was still in shock after her instant defeat and had no idea how to react. Is she alive? Yeah, something happened, but she should be fine in a while. I will give her to you after I finish with her, he said as he threw Alpha to the ground. She only wanted to scare you, so you don't need to use that against her. Just the normal kinky stuff would do, he said, noticing the brother she leaned on like it was some cane. So now you're on her side? Margaret asked, squinting her eyes. She lost her power. She would never survive it, he smirked. What? Margaret opened her eyes wide, looking at Alpha. Permanently, or temporarily? It will be my call, he said, making Alpha, who was still playing dead, shiver a little. Then all I have to do is wait, she said as she threw herself at him, hugging him hard and pressing her face against his chest. I missed you, she said. I miss you too, he said, brushing her hair with his hand as he hugged her and kissed her lips. The kiss for 5 entire minutes with Margaret's hand began to move around his body, trying to undress him. Sadly, for her, she couldn't even begin to understand how his otherworldly armor was put together. We will do it later, he whispered. No, I want it now, she demanded, pressing herself against him in a very lewd way, as her dress let itself fall onto the ground on its own. You are pregnant, and I'm sure you will be careful. I have many things to do, he said, telling the truth. He needed to find a place to release Rosette and her group. Some delay would not hurt. I need to question her about a few things first, he said, glancing at Alpha. You can do that after we finish. You girls are really sex crazy, he sighed as he was powerlessly thrown onto the couch. He didn't dare to resist, lest he hurt Margaret and the baby, as he was not yet fully in control of his power. Yeah, and whose fault was it? Making us this way, she said, smirking toward Alpha. Now, are you going to undress? Margaret pulled a little at his shirt, but still, she couldn't take it off by herself. Who made this thing like that? The answer would be 2 elf girls who didn't want anyone else to enjoy their master that easily. But he was not going to tell her that. Alpha, stop playing dead and come help. Margaret turned to Alpha, who didn't want to believe that Margaret was going to do it in front of her, just like that. What? You heard me. It's time for you to learn to serve a man. Victor sighed, looking at Margaret. Really? You are the one who wants me to go easy on her. Margaret shrugged. And I can't take you all on my own. Good point. Alpha, obey her. Victor commanded. No. Hey. Alpha sat up as a pain ran through her, looking aggrieved at Victor, then at Margaret. Come help me undress him. I think it is about time you experience a real man. She spat, knowing well that she wouldn't be able to take Victor on, and watching Alpha love herself comply would be a good first course of revenge. I want to say something first, Alpha said as she bit her lip in desperation. Margaret squinted her eyes. We can do that later, she asked as Victor turned to face Alpha. No, this is important. Very important. It might change everything. Please let me say it. Alpha pleaded. Okay. What? Victor frowned. This world has a big secret, Alpha said. The old tales of how the old invasion ended are all a lie. It is not that the world became conscious and set the rules. It was the Spirit Empress who took control of the world node and locked down this world in order to slow the system infiltration, banishing all the other lords and making people forget what happened. The minute 10% of the world becomes players, the reckoning will happen. Why are you talking about bunnies? Do you want to play crazy now? Believe me, this would never. Margaret paused as she noticed something unnatural. Victor seemed to have lost focus for a second before focusing again. His eyes were ice cold for a second, but that quickly dissipated. Warning, system scale effect. Forbidden knowledge rebound, curse activated. Warning, not enough authority. Curse failed. An interesting curse, he said, looking at the notification, making Alpha, who turned paler than pale, gasp and begin to shiver. You even used a loophole in my commands to let it happen. Really smart, huh? Thankfully, though the slave link, I felt your malicious intent and shielded Margaret from it, he said. Who would have thought that mere information could cause the system to apply such a crazy curse? From now on, I forbid you from speaking about this without my permission. She bit her lip, her eyes wandering around for some way to escape despite knowing that she had no way out. Margaret, use your brother. Ah, Margaret seemed to have realized something and turned to look at Alpha, who in turn was looking at Victor in shock. Courting death. No, no. Alpha bit her lip. She couldn't believe her last attempt failed just like that. You are a bad girl, Margaret said coldly as she picked her brother for the couch. Its metallic luster reflects light onto Aloha's eyes. She was not sure what Alpha just did, but from Victor's reaction, she knew this would have been really bad. She was just desperate. Victor sighed again. At least oil it a bit, he added for some strange reason, looking at the ominous thing. Defending her again? Margaret asked with a frown. Can't blame the sick. She seemed to have some kind of phobia, Victor sighed. A part of him really wanted to punish Alpha hard. Yet another part knew well what she went through, and now that she was humiliated to the extreme, he felt a little sorry for her. Oh, it's called eridophobia, Margaret corrected him. But it's not an excuse, and regardless. This might cure her, she said, slamming her brother into the ground, then dragging it behind her as she stepped toward Alpha. It might also ruin her for good. Do you mind? She turned to Victor. He was no longer there. Well, I guess I got my answer. No. Watching the girls play through the slave link, Victor stood on the mansion's roof with a frown. Just now, he felt very angry and was about to really kill Alpha, but a part of him stopped at the last moment. It was as if his emotions switched gears and pressed the brakes right there. What was that feeling? He didn't like the change of emotions one bit. It felt like he had no control over it. Thinking about it, he always felt strange for Alpha, as if he never really got angry with her, no matter how much she acted like a bitch. And whenever he planned to punish her big, it always ended up with a spanking or something sexual. Sure, her looks when she activated her bloodline really suited his taste, but that was not that sexually depraved. Akashic record, activate. Why did I change my mind about hurting Alpha? He could only use his skill. Analyzing. 100 order points required. Yes, no. He immediately pressed yes. Major eternal link effect, X. That was it. What is the eternal link effect? He asked again. Analyzing. 8584. 792. 200. 2 order points required. Error. Insufficient points. Shit. Is it something Alpha cast on me? Analyzing. 100 order points required. Yes, no. He hesitated for a moment and pressed yes and no. He frowned. He only had one question left before the skill went on cooldown. Who is the major eternal link effect? X-caster. Analyzing. Error. Data do not exist. Oh, why can't I see this major eternal link effect? X, when I appraise myself. Analyzing. 1,000 order points required. Yes, no. He pressed yes. Effect is applied on threads weaved onto the world fate. Victor was taken aback, activating his destiny eyes to take a look. There, when he looked at Alpha, from the hundreds of threads forming the link between them, he could finally see it as if only knowing about it was all that was required. A strange golden line that connected them, and he gasped from his body, from the myriad fate threads. 22 similar golden threads spread in all directions. Most were very thin, but 4 of them were thick like Alpha's. 2 were even thicker, indicating that he knew those guys. And on top of that, he couldn't help but notice that 3 of those threads were in the same direction. What the hell was going on? Victor stood on the mansion's roof, lost in thought as he watched Margaret order Alpha around to do all kinds of erotic things on her own under the pretense of, I am pregnant, and yet you want me to do that for you. Well, he would have believed her if she hadn't been smirking while using her phone to film everything. This was even more torturous for poor Alpha, who held her face above everything else. It made him feel somewhat sorry for her, but after thinking about how she tried to curse them earlier, he decided to let Margaret handle her for now. Who knows, he might get a new masochist Alpha after all of this. Nah, those chances are very slim. Well, once she was allowed to take that pink thing out of her mouth and be ready to talk, he had some things to inquire about, as she seemed to have gained some insights into some secrets. He also has many things to think about, most importantly those eternal threads things that filled his vision. From inspecting them for the last 30 minutes and comparing them with his other connections, he found out that out of his wives, 5 had those threads. 5. Lily, Manna, Mina, Monica, and Alex, who was his only blood slave who had any. There were others, but since he didn't have blood slaves or marriage threads with them to act as a reference, he couldn't really tell who was who. Now that he thought about it, all of those girls had very unique encounters with him. Was it the effect of his class, or had some other origin? Was he the cause of it, or was it someone else? The Akashic record skill of not finding its caster made him suspect that it might have something to do with his time travel. He wondered if he should consult Lily about that or keep it a secret. Well, for some reason, she was not responding to his calls. It might have something to do with the cleansing ritual, and this made him very worried. But since she reassured him that everything would be fine before, he decided to give her a few days before forcing his way into the Von Krone's nest castle. "Did she trouble you?" someone suddenly asked from behind him. It was Elise, who found his location through the mansion's array and hurried here. "Ah, who?" he asked, turning his head to look at her. "Alpha. Oh, not really. I had already dealt with people far stronger than her in the other world. He paused as he felt her hands wrap around his waist and her head digging into his back. "It must have been tough on you. You grew strong," she whispered as she hugged him hard from the back. He sighed, reading between the lines. "Sorry for leaving you on your own. I missed you. Everyone did. I miss you guys too, but some things needed to be done," he sighed. He was really too busy lately. It was not his fault that things kept getting messy, but he really needed a vacation. "I know," she pouted. "Are you going to go away again?" she asked. "After finishing something tonight, I plan to stay in the mansion for a week or so until the tournament. Then I will have to leave again," he told the truth. After learning all those things about lords, he decided to collect as many skeleton keys as possible in the tournament, because he was pretty sure that the Jade Dungeon might hold many secrets to this world, and he needed to send a team there in order to maximize his benefits. "Can I ask for something? No matter what you want, I will get it for you even if I need to go against the entire world," he said as held her hands and turned around to look at her blushing face. "No need for boasting," she pouted a little as her face turned red. I just want to go out with you. Just the two of us," she bit her lip. "After you leave this time, it might take some time for us to meet, and I didn't get to—" Her fumbling stopped as she felt his lips press against hers. She wasn't resistant. Their kiss lasted 5 full minutes. "You have been learning from Margaret, I see," he said after their lips parted as he brushed her hair and looked at her out-of-breath expression. "One can't get this good from just practicing with a pillow." She bit her lips and looked away with a heavy blush. If he wasn't holding her hands, she wanted to cover her face with them and drill into some hole. "What a bully," she whispered. "You were the one asking for it. Don't think I couldn't see through your plot, sending all the little maids away, commanding them to never look up before climbing her on your own." She looked away, blushing even heavier. "That was the only way I could have some private time with you," she mumbled. He chuckled. "Let's go on a date then. It will be your birthday in a few days, right?" he asked softly. He really didn't get to spend a lot of time with Elise after their wedding due to her situation. You should really make it up to her. Do you have something in mind? She shook her head, feeling a little happy. He could easily remember her birthday thanks to his eidetic memory skill, but the fact that he bothered to check about it in the first place mattered. "Then I will arrange for something special," he said with a smile. He needed to make sure not to reveal that he was back, but that was easy. "I understand," she bit her lip as she blushed. "Now, take care of the house for me, and make sure Alpha doesn't end up getting killed. Also tell Margaret not to forcibly stuff that thing in Alpha's mouth. I need to question her about a few things later," he said as he turned to leave. "I'm not going to enter that room." Elise, who was blushing heavily, said, "Tell Hilda to go then. Margaret had just finished with the candles and took out the barbed whip, so you better hurry," he said before jumping off the roof and disappearing into the night. Hilda might not help her, though," she said, but no one responded. After speaking with Elise, Victor quickly flew up, heading quickly toward the road, where he sat on top of a bus for 30 minutes before reaching the train station, where he sat on top of a bullet train, leaving the city. Thanks to his bloodline, the air pressure no longer annoyed him as he traveled, finally reaching his destination 3 hours later. It was in a nearby city that he knew quite well since he spent a few months here in his past life. There, he headed to a secluded forest clearing, and after pasting some disguised talisman around, he used his skills to send a few fireballs around before extinguishing them, making it look like a meteor impact site. Making sure everything looked perfect and no one was spying on him, he took out the cauldron. It was time to get the people sleeping inside out. He hesitated. Would the world react violently to any of them? He was mainly worried about 3, Eth, Amira, and Meryl. There were the elves too. Thinking about it for a moment, he decided to take Amira out first. Since she was his blood slave, he would be able to protect her if anything were to go wrong. Taking a deep breath, he let the little girl who was still awake inside out. Nothing happened. The moment her feet touched the ground, she began to look around before looking toward Victor. "Did we arrive?" she asked him as she finally noticed the single yellow moon in the sky. "Yes," he sighed in relief. "Now stand aside as I try to send Aerith out," he said. With Aerith's marriage arrangement with him, things should be fine, right? "Oh," she paused. Just when he was going to try to send Aerith out, Amira let out a loud scream and fell to the ground. Shit! Victor quickly hurried to send her back into the cauldron, but he couldn't. It was as if he couldn't find her body at all. It was as if the little girl didn't even exist. He quickly hurried to her side, but he wasn't moving. Not fast anyway. It was as if he were in the midst of a quagmire or something. The same feeling when he fought the other lords. He immediately activated his bloodline, allowing him to move a little quicker. 2 inches per minute instead of 1. Fuck! What was going on? Damn it. He had just returned, and things were turning bizarre. Was someone attacking him? Error. 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 The system was throwing all kinds of errors in his notification panel as he made his way toward Amira, who lay on the ground frozen, with her eyes looking toward something far away beyond the horizon. The moment he tried to touch her, his hand passed right through her. It was as if she were a ghost. No, a better way to describe her, as if she was glitching or something as her body kept disappearing and reappearing unnaturally. What the? Feeling something, he looked up. 10 feet away from him stood a little girl. Amira? She sure resembled her, but looked a few years older, and she was dressed in a black goth dress. She was glitching too, and seemed to be in a lot of pain as she totally ignored him and looked toward Amira. Error. Error. Duplicate ID found. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Merging. Victor frowned as the notification window suddenly showed sweating differently, but before he could get it. Boom. A strong force detonated right beside him, throwing him away from Amira and toward the forest, with him barely being able to stabilize himself and looking up. He saw it. The 2 Emiras turned into a mess of threads that exploded into a vortex, wrapping around each other, then merging again to form only one little girl, one Amira. She paused there for a moment, as if asserting what happened to her, before turning to face Victor, who hurried to his legs, not knowing what the fuck was going on. The only thing he was certain about was that escaping would be troublesome, not impossible, just very troublesome. Amira G. Literista. Level 722,415. Class Death Lord U. Subclass Corpse Eater E. Affinity Death. Affinity rank, line 100%. Status, authority, 89,101. Health 100%. Stamina 100%. Mana 100%. Strength 299-7211. Agility 331-8111. Intelligence 394-2110. Luck 49. Charm 73. Order points 9811. Abnormal status. None. Skills. Error retrieving data. Lord. Database field connection is severed. Fate. Error retrieving data. Lord. Field unavailable. Bloodline. White Elf. 100%. Equipment. The robes of fallen demon. SSS. Death Wish Dagger, SSS. Immortal Storage Ring, SSS. Disguise Pendant, SS. The Death Lord? The one who gave Rain his blessing? Why? What? How? He had a million questions, but as every wise man must do when facing the unknown, he had one choice: to escape. Thankfully, the moment the two emiras merged, the pressure affecting him disappeared, so he quickly turned and began to run. 2 steps. That was all he could do before his legs gave up and let him fall to the ground. He stumbled face down before turning to look with horror as not only his legs, but his entire body below the neck no longer responded to him. Amira, who was floating in midair and closing her eyes as if to rearrange her thoughts, finally opened them and looked at him. Vicky. No. Victor von Weiss. She frowned as she spoke, as if she was having difficulty choosing her words. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I bet you have a lot of questions, she said, looking at him. What did you do to me? He asked nervously as he began to formulate a plan and consider his options to escape, but he needed to figure a few things out before that. Oh, don't worry. I just ordered your body to die temporarily. In other words, to go to sleep from the memory of my other self. I know how resourceful you can be, so I had to, she said. Really? A blood slave? She interrupted him and asked as she felt him try to subdue her through their blood connection. Error. Blood slave died. Connection severed. That should do, she said before spitting a blob of black rotten blood. You lords are really hard to control, he said nervously. His first attempt failed spectacularly. Well, he never expected it to work in the first place. It's a perk of the job, she said. Her personality and way of speech were identical to the Amira he knew, just a little bit more mature. If any other person had dared to do that to me, though, he would have died a very ugly death. Consider it your honor that I let you live, she said arrogantly, the character switching from that of a little girl to that of a queen in a second. So you are? She was. What does your appraisal skill tell you? He swallowed. Death Lord. Amira G. Literista. So you can see even that, she pondered. Then, who is she? What are you? He repeated his question. The one with you was the real me, Amira said after thinking for a moment, but the one here was also the real me, she added, tilting her head. He frowned. Was she messing with him? Not likely. In his mind, he considered many possibilities. Was she her clone or something? Her avatar? Intriguing, huh? She smiled as if was enjoying toying with him. All you need to know is that for now, I have all her memories and I have hers. We are one and the same. Is that all you were going to tell me? Maybe, she said with a smirk. And what if I need more info? I want something in return, she said as she eyed him from head to toe. Sorry, I already lost my virginity, he smirked, testing how she would respond. She sighed, shaking her head. You really like courting death. You are the Death Lord, so. He. Amira began to chuckle, as if she didn't think of that. You are the 613th person to say that to me, she said as her face turned cold in a second. Did they survive? He swallowed. Her character was really moody. Nope, she smiled sweetly like a little girl who just told her friend how many puppies she killed with a hammer. He quickly considered his options, wondering if his karmatic arbitration would work on her. Since she was Amira, he did save her life, so this should work. Using his fate eyes, he could see many threads connecting him to her, confirming his guess. Would the same thing he did to Alpha work on her? No. They already made her use the pillar to check if she was a demon back in Israel, so that may not be an option. Enough with your stupid jokes, she said. I need you to open that gate for me. I need to go to Ismailia and collect a few debts. That Zendo? He asked as he weighed his options. Her face turned ugly immediately. Yes, she hissed, as he could feel the desire for murder in her voice. Poor Zendo. Well, that guy's a bastard. Tell me your story first. Then I will decide, he said after thinking for a moment. Since she needed him to open the gate for her, she wouldn't easily kill him, so he could relax for now. Decide? She pondered. Fine, she said, her body descended onto the floor and walked toward him. He was taken aback. He didn't expect her to comply this fast. Bam! She smacked his head as if reading his mind. Look, I owe you a bit, and since half of me considers you a friend, I will consider you as such, she said, looking away while puffing her cheeks like a little girl. And you will have no choice later. But be warned, though, if you dare to scam me, your end will be very ugly, she spat. Okay, can you let me move through? This pose is very uncomfortable, he said. He was lying on the ground on his stomach after all, lifting his head up with difficulty like some worm. No, said, taking a seat on his back. It seems like I was mistaken thinking that you were a pure little girl. You must have been planning to ride me for a while now. Bam! She smacked his head again. Think of it as you will, she said, blushing a little as she remembered the thoughts she had when she was with Victor. Yeah, they were not 100% pure. So, she shook her head to throw away some of the crazy thoughts she was having. You are. I am Amira, but from the future, about 100 years in the future, she said after some thinking. Time travel. He opened his eyes wide. Didn't time travel only work on the soul? How did she transfer her body? How many people did time travel before he did it? You don't sound surprised? Considering how bizarre this world is, nothing surprises me anymore, he said. Good point, she nodded. So you are. If you dare to say it, I will really be angry, she pinched him. He swallowed the words. Legal lowly. In that timeline, you didn't come to Ismeralia and take me out of that place. The Death Gorge. I lived there for about 60 years, she said, lamenting on her past. It was not until I found the death spark there and managed to integrate with it that I managed to reawaken my memories and leave as the Death Lord. Oh, at that point in time, Ismeralia was no longer a livable world, she pondered. What I learned from the very few survivors I managed to find hiding was that after the Storm Lord died, the Filthy Sun Lord launched a campaign to cleanse the world of all non-elves wanting to create a pure elven world. And after he succeeded, he ended up dying of a demonic curse, bringing his entire race with him, she said, summarizing things up. That Zephyr was really through in his plan. And at that time, the demons were everywhere fighting among themselves over what was left and spreading death and decay. Thanks to them, I managed to create a new death spark. He swallowed. You killed them all? He asked, knowing a few things about sparks. A few of them managed to run away, but by following them, I managed to find a gate leading out of that world, and it led to this one, she said. This world was not peaceful either, since it was of a higher quality than Ismeralia. Not only the demons, but all kinds of invaders seemed to have set their eyes on it. Thankfully, it was united under one leadership, so it managed to fend those off for a long time, she sighed. The Spirit Empress, she hissed. Warning, system scale effect. Forbidden knowledge rebound, curse activated. Warning, not enough authority. Curse failed. Holy shit. So they had a curse, Amira said in surprise. Vicky, are you okay? She asked, patting him on the back, with some worry in her voice. I should be fine. I heard that name before, but have no real info about it, he said, relaxing a bit. He could feel it now in her voice. She was the same little girl he knew, just 10 times more arrogant. Oh, she sighed in relief. Good. Anyway, when I got back here, the battle was going fierce with all kinds of things happening. I chose to join one of the forces in order to gain a better understanding of the situation, and I bet you were scammed. OUCH, he screamed as she lapped his head. Look, I wasn't experienced, as I didn't have to deal with liars like the ones from the Heavenly Empire. Those bastards will pay for it, she spat angrily. And, he asked. It was only a month later that the world ended, she sighed. I was trapped in a fight with that bastard Twilight demon when everything began to vanish. The demon seemed to have been aware of what was happening and used a strange artifact to resist it. But thanks to a new aspect that I realized at that moment, I managed to kill him and take his place using the artifact. The next thing I knew was that my body was destroyed and my soul on the verge of shattering reappeared at that same spot 1,000 years in the past. 1,000 years? He frowned. This was important. Wasn't that when the stories about the demonic invasions began with the history of his family? I was lost for a while, barely surviving. If it were not for my sparks managing to travel with me, I would have been long dead, she said. He could feel the dread in her voice. Thankfully, as time went by, I slowly managed to repair my sparks and create a new body for myself. Too bad that during all of this, I seem to have grabbed that bitch's attention. The Spirit Empress? Warning. System scale effect. Forbidden knowledge rebound. Curse activated. Warning. Not enough authority. Curse failed. You don't need to say her name. Just say the bitch, and everyone who knew her would understand. Amira spat. Victor nodded, finally realizing why the lords had kept using that name on their conversation. Anyways, she turned out to be the one behind the time travel, she continued. You got that info when she scammed you to tell her that you were part of it too, didn't she? Shut up, she spat. It was she who made it clear when she told me that I shouldn't exist in that time frame. Oh, anyway, she captured me, and after getting all the info she needed, she extracted one of my sparks. She was doing some kind of experiment, but I'm not sure about it, Amira spat angrily. After that, she locked me up in a prison inside a pocket dimension, just like the one you use. She sighed. I don't know what happened after, but demons suddenly entered that dimension, making it their stronghold. I couldn't do anything, and it was not until about 10 years ago that I had a chance to escape into this completely changed world. That guy, Rain? He asked, remembering his status that said Death Lord Blessing in it. So you met him? She said in surprise. Yeah. Is he your pet boy, or something? You really have a death wish, she paused. Wait, that girl Ray. Who is Ray? OUCH. He was smacked again. So it was you? No wonder, she said, sighing in relief. When I met that shard slave, I thought it was the bitch who was controlling her. I was almost scared shitless. What do you mean? I don't understand, he said as he wondered if Amira has some kind of trauma regarding the SP. That bitch. No need to deny it. I can tell that you are the one with all that authority, or else you would have been long cursed dead by mentioning the bitch's name, she said. The only people who can dodge that are lords, and you are clearly not one. He couldn't argue against that. Still, he made a mental note that in the future, he should go crazy if the Spirit Empress's name got mentioned. Wait, could this be used as a weapon? Interesting, although it might be a little dangerous if overused, attracting unwanted attention. It might be handy. Look, I will not ask for your secrets, she said. Everyone has their chances. But I must warn you, having a lot of authority points must be kept a secret until you can fend for yourself. Some people can extract those. In the other timeline I've seen it happen, the only way to resist them is to be more powerful than them or to have way more authority. And believe me, no matter how much you have, those people who had been collecting authority points throughout the universe would definitely have way more. Noted, do you perhaps know why those people need that much authority? He quickly shifted the subject. In the system, everything needs authority. You just experienced it, resisting curses and such. And beside it, some skills. You don't really know, don't you? Look, I told you, I didn't really get the time to learn a lot. Since the moment I got out, I have been busy killing demons, searching for a way back to Ismeralia, and trying to figure out what happened to the Spirit Empress. Warning, system scale effect. Forbidden knowledge rebound, curse activated. Warning, not enough authority. Curse failed. This is getting annoying, he sighed. Found anything about her? No, it is as if she completely didn't even exist. Someone is doing this on purpose, I bet. It may, she paused, then turned to the side and pointed with her finger. Pam! 7 men dressed in black fell to the ground, completely dead. Victor swallowed. This girl was really scary. Saying that name must have attracted a few insects. We'd better find another place to talk, she said, grabbing Victor from his own belt and lifting him up in a very humiliating way. Careful, he said as the world shifted, and in the next moment, they were standing on a tall building a few miles away. So, now that you know my story, lead me back to Ismeralia. Amira commanded Victor as she carried him like a bag of trash. Usually, she wouldn't have bothered with all of this, but for some reason, she felt that she could trust him. She knew that this was caused by her soul merging with the young Amira, and didn't like it one bit. But she truly couldn't bring herself to hate Victor. Are you really just going there to kill Zendo? You seem too eager. I need to know this, he said. I have a few scams going on there, you know. Fine. Other than getting revenge, I need to grab the spark there, she said after a little pause as she set him on a roof ledge of the tall building they were on. He didn't recognize the scenery below, so it must have been in another city. A spark. Wait, the one in the Death Gorge? He asked. Remembering the area, he couldn't approach at all. He could easily connect things. Yes, that death spark is the same as the exhausted one I have. So combining them would allow me to immediately regain most of my power. She told the truth. He swallowed. He should really give up on that spark. For now, at least. To reach its area without dying, though, you will need to understand death itself. Not going to happen to you. So give up, she added, as if reading his mind. It must have been tough on you, he said, remembering her state when he found her. Shut up, she smacked his head. Stop trying to affect my feelings. And give up on escaping. I am not letting you go before you open that gate. Didn't you send that guy Rain to collect sparks for you? How did you know that? Wait, don't tell me. You must have scammed him out of him. Kinda. He lied. He read that guy's fate. What an idiot. We'll smack his head later, she spat. Let me tell you this, sparks are not that easy to find, especially ones with core concepts. If Rain was not a scion, I wouldn't have even bothered asking him about this, she sighed. He managed to help me collect some death energy, though, so taking him as my disciple was not a bad deal, she said. How about you become my disciple like him? I can give you some power, she suddenly asked as if it had never occurred. I already have one master, he said, although tempted. He didn't want to be controlled by anyone for now. Bam! She smacked his head. Stop with the bullshit. I know that there is no master. Idiot. You are really observant, he sighed. He wasn't really that cautious when using his skills next to Amira earlier, leading her to figure many things out on her own. Damn it. Flattering me up will not do you any good, she said arrogantly. He wasn't flattering her. Then, before sending you to Ismaralia, can I ask you a few things in exchange? He asked. Once you leave, who knows when you will return? Bargaining for some info now. He nodded. He could tell that Amira seemed to want to make him her ally, so he decided to play along for now. As she was a variable, he didn't mind sending her away to Ismaralia for now, but milking her out of some info first wouldn't hurt. That would be fine, I guess. But let me tell you this, I don't know a lot, she sighed. It's okay. Tell me what you know, he nodded. Smack. Ouch. I'm a boss here. You can ask me questions, and I will tell you what I know, she spat angrily. He sighed. Fine. First of all, are you by any chance eyeing my authority points? The moment that Stormlord realized I had a lot of them, she flipped almost immediately and tried to grab them, he said. You being nice to me and not caring about those makes me feel a little suspicious. Having too much authority is not a good thing. It is no use to me, and I just don't want to bother with the trouble, she said, looking away. Just that. He raised one eyebrow. And I don't have a way to extract your authority points. Is that the answer you want? She asked, pitching his thigh hard. Ouch. No. Just wondering, he said. Maybe like me, ouch. She smacked him. In your dreams, she spat loudly as she looked away angrily, not sure about her feelings. It was clear that the short memories of spending time with him were affecting her, but she didn't want to admit it. If you need to ask something, just do it and stop wasting my time. Fine. He sighed. You said that we were sent back in time. Was it because of the demon's device? He asked, feeling her sincerity. Well, trusting her a bit would not hurt. No, the device merely allowed me to ride along with a time travel ceremony that was already initiated by that bitch. To tell the truth, the dispatch back then happened very suddenly as the demons launched a full frontal attack. It was kind of suicidal. Back then, that demon seemed to be aware of something while fighting me. It was as if he were ready to use the device at any moment and was trying to get close to the Imperial Palace at all costs. I just felt something was wrong at the right moment and managed to take his place. Victor frowned. You said that you only had your soul afterwards, not your body. Do you know why? He already knew the answer, but felt the need to ask her. According to that bitch, it was because time travel only sends souls back. I wasn't born yet at that time frame. The only reason I survived was because I had the power of death, and my soul managed to survive the initial shock. It It was not easy, though. I had to rebuild my body using my spark energy, severely damaging it. After that, while I was locked up, I had to sleep for a very long time to regenerate, she pondered. Well, I managed to get a new aspect out of all of that. Aspect? Victor asked, feeling a little surprised that Amira was totally open to telling him a lot of things. He was now sure that the soul of her young self might have a huge effect on her. Lords have a major concept, a core spark connected to their souls. For me, it is death. Amira explained. When we want to level up, we need to introduce a new aspect of the main concept and connect them. In the past, I had 3 concepts: death, corruption, and oblivion, making me a triangle lord, but when I was captured, they were all stripped away from me, leaving me with only an exhausted death spark that they couldn't remove, she said with annoyance. He could also feel the anger in her voice. After being locked up, I managed to create a sleep spark and barely fix the death spark before connecting them. Oh, that explained her rank. A sleep spark. Yes, it is what I am using to immobilize you. She smirked as she ruffled his hair. How does this work? I can't really explain it. If one day you manage to become a lord, you will get it, Amira said. Knowing you, it is a possibility, maybe scamming lord or something. She squinted her eyes as she pinched him again. Ouch. Do I look like some kind of scammer to you? He asked, feeling a little hurt. You are the definition of what a scammer is, she spat. Why was she humoring this guy? Victor sighed. It seemed like his scamming efforts were being seen, though. He needed to up his game. Wait, Oblivion Spark? He asked as he remembered what she said earlier. Yeah, could that be used to create a lord? An Oblivion Lord, for example. Sure, but not only would you need to find a suitable body, but also someone who understands the concept itself to a certain extent, she said. You have some info on that? She asked as she rubbed his purple silky hair with her hand like he was some puppy. In this world, there may be a guy calling himself Oblivion Lord. He is stuck outside, though. Not able to enter, he said. She squinted her eyes as if she remembered a few things. Noted. Stay away from that guy. Oblivion power is very tricky, makes people forget things, and might affect the world itself. There is no sure way to protect against it, she warned. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. Oh, I understand, he nodded. Let's discuss something else. What can you tell me about the other lords in this world? He asked. It told you. I don't know much, she sighed. I only met 2 lords in this timeline, the Void Lord and the Fire Lord. Both of them came to this world for various reasons, but were captured by that bitch like me and were locked up somewhere after that to use their energy, she said. There should be a few other lords, though. According to Huahua, they seem to work for that bitch, but I never met them. Huahua, the Void Lord. Victor nodded. Any idea about the others' identities? I heard about a Blood Lord, but that's it, she replied. How about a Light Lord? He asked. Never heard of him, she pondered for a second. I told you, though, there were others. What can you tell me about the Blood Lord? You met him? Not face to face. Oh, I don't know a lot. He seemed to be collecting all kinds of bloodlines for a grand project, she explained. That's what Azul, the Fire Lord, tricked him to reveal when he extracted her Phoenix bloodline. She said, Phoenix? Victor asked, as the image of a certain Jinx appeared in his mind. Yeah, she came from some other world, escaping from her family, who wanted to force her into some kind of forced marriage. Too bad she was captured by that bitch right after entering this world, and ended up being plucked like a chicken, she smirked for some reason. Oh, do you know where she's locked up? He licked his lips. No idea, she shook her head. The Blood Lord didn't come to extract your bloodline. No, my body I had in this world was a reconstruction. It didn't have any bloodlines. Right. Now, are you satisfied? Do you want to ask about anything else? Oh, then, do you have any info about lords not being able to leave or enter this world? He asked. Oh, I know this one, she sighed. This world's node has a rule forbidding spark holders from leaving or entering, she said. I'm not 100% sure, but this might have been set by that bitch to stop the invaders and other powers from entering. She must be cooking something here and doesn't want other powers to intervene. Can this rule be removed? No idea. But don't worry, it will not affect your gate. I should be able to leave freely. It's all thanks to your authority, she said, pinching his arm. Yeah, he nodded, answering his question before he asked it. Then, what is this world node you mentioned? What is this? He asked directly, changing the subject. You don't know about that. Ah, right. You are not a lord. She said, a world node is like a glorified attic shard that has a domain over the entire world, she explained. It allows its controller to use the system to do all kinds of things like issuing missions or setting special rules about what skills can be used. Can it be used to go into and exit dungeons? The concept of the dungeons themselves is a part of the node. So yeah, definitely. It might also allow you to unlock and lock them back, she said. Access to it is not easy, though, as it is granted according to each world's rules, she said, as if reading Victor's mind. In this world, you have to be a follower of that bitch, she said with clear annoyance. So you can't access it? No, I can't even see its menu, she spat. A system lord might be able to get superficial access, as he is a part of the system, but that's just in theory, though. Oh, you're not a system lord? Of course not. Those weaklings, although they have many perks when it comes to doing things and upgrading their powers, also have too many limitations on them. If you want to take advantage of the system, you would have to follow its rules, and those are usually set by the world's emperor, she said. You will also have to follow an already charted path and keep increasing authority to level up, which is stupid. Oh, if I were a system lord, my sleeping skill might have struggled to affect you, she said as she slapped his butt. Anything else? He understood a few things. So that's why the system didn't give him a notification about her power affecting him. Damn it. Non-system lords might be his natural enemies. Yeah, she slapped his, but again, reading his mind. Can you tell me about the difference between this timeline and your original one? He quickly asked. This girl was getting braver with her moves and might be beginning to enjoy spanking him. So he knew that he needed to wrap this up before she got any new ideas. You mean about your world? She asked, looking at the lively city below. Yes. This one is way more peaceful. In that world, lords were plenty as cabbage with myriad forces fighting each other for hegemony. Most of them came from other worlds. But the strongest forces were the SP, Bitch's Empire, the Heavenly Empire, and the Demonic Kingdoms, she pondered. There are a lot of others too, some small, some big, each one with a different goal or something. I didn't get to spend a lot of time there before it all ended. So that's also all I can tell you. Does the Heavenly Empire have anything to do with the Heavenly Sect? He asked. Oh, well, I'm not sure, but I think so, she pondered. The Heavenly Empire is by itself a multi-world empire. The one here was just a branch. If my guess is correct, the bitch returned in time to control this world before the other forces arrived. So they might have made a deal with her to create just a sect here to act as an embassy or something in exchange for forcing their way in. This is just a guess, though, she said. She might have given them a leeway with some rules imposed by the node in exchange for some rare artifact or some other benefits. She made a guess. Oh, he nodded. I don't plan to go anywhere near them this time. And I advise you to keep clear, too. Those guys can be very resourceful, she added with complex eyes. She was definitely scammed by them. Understand, he said, not changing his plan, though, but instead doubling down on wanting to go see what they have there. The scariest enemy was not the strongest, but the one hidden in the darkness. In the other timeline, the Heavenly Sect suffered greatly after Caspian revealed that he was a demon and tried to conquer the world. But even after that, they still remained with the Empire, not trying to completely eradicate them, proof that they really had a deep background. That's all the info I could tell you for now, she said. Now, that should be enough. Let's go, she said as she pulled him up like a bag. Wait, he screamed again. What now? She asked with annoyance. Where are we now? Leora's kingdom, she said, looking around. This city was in the middle of the continent, so she was using it as a hub lately. Oh, Victor's eyes immediately sparkled. This place was good enough for his plan. Before leaving, I think this would be a good place to let the guys in the cauldron leave. Would you mind helping me? You? She frowned for a moment. I know a good place, she nodded after some thinking, grabbing him and pulling him toward a park to the south. It was a nice place beside a lake, but at this late hour, it was mostly empty. Well, except for some homeless people and a few perverts who thought that doing it behind the bushes would be a good idea. The moment Amira landed there, they all fell asleep. "Be quick," she said as she threw Victor to the ground. "Can you at least let me move?" "No. We made a deal." "No, we didn't." "It is just an understanding." He sighed. This girl was not a fool. "Come on, I don't have all day." "At least let me use one hand," he said. "I need to move things around." She glared at him. "Fine." The next moment, Victor felt that his hand, which was totally numb, regained power. He didn't try anything funny, deciding it was not worth it. He just pulled out the cauldron then. He hesitated. "Come on. It will dawn soon," she ordered. "Do you think they will create some kind of a phenomenon when I pull them out?" he asked, looking at her. "You mean a dungeon?" "Uh-huh. Of course not. They came through the gate, an area already in, so the rules for outsiders shouldn't apply to them. They only stop those who force their way in," she explained. "So Massel would not suddenly be vaporized?" "No, that idiot should be fine." "Most likely," she said. From her memories of being with Victor, she was 100% sure that Massel was not the smartest guy out there. "What about Aerith?" "She is a half-demon, so this might be troublesome. But she is your system wife, so I guess you should be able to protect her," she said, but she was still not sure. "The system might treat her like a summoned creature." He nodded, moving his hand to pull people out one by one. First was naturally Aerith. Bam! She landed unconscious on the grass. System scan. Warning: element is demon. Status: rooted. Description: system marriage. Allowed. After a tense moment, he sighed in relief. Was this like getting citizenship? He had no idea, but thankfully it worked. Quickly, he pulled Massel. System scan. Foreign element detected. Element is harmless. Allowed. So it had no problem with elves. Maybe if they had some high fate, it would raise an alarm, though Victor was not sure. After that, he tried Meryl. Not even a warning. She was naturally being treated as an element of this world. It seemed, well, his father and mother were both from this world. Feeling relieved, he quickly let the others out. Rosette, Ariana, and her disciple Mirai. "Don't you want to let the elf girls out too?" Amira asked. "No, those are for private use only." Spank. "Ouch. Watch it." "Idiot," she said. "Come on, do what you need to do." He just glared at her for a moment, then turned and moved his hand, creating an illusion of two people standing, one of whom was himself, and the other was of a mysterious master. Amira watched him with interest. It was clear she wanted to see how he was going to pull this scam. Can you wake them up for me?" he said, wanting to test the extent of her power. "Sure," she smirked, flicking her finger. Moments later, everyone opened their eyes and naturally sat up. "What?" "Where?" Aerith, who was the first to wake up, sat up and asked nervously as she looked around, only calming down when noticing Victor. Meryl and Massel, who woke right after, were also shocked, looking around the foreign environment and finally realizing that they were no longer in Ismeralia after looking up to the sky. We are finally back." She was interrupted by Mirai, who jumped upon seeing the sole moon in the sky. "Back. Yep, baby. No more medieval toilets. Video games. I am back." Bam. "Ouch." Ariana, who also stood up, smacked her head before turning to Victor's master, who stood there, his face shrouded by his dark robes. "I sincerely thank you for helping us," she said, bowing down. "If there is anything, I only did it for Victor." The mysterious master interrupted her. "I have just one thing to tell you. Keep my involvement out of this. Only tell people that you returned due to the Storm Lord's help. Oh, and don't tell anyone about Victor going there. I need him for a bit, and I don't want people to realize that he was in another world," the master said, turning to Victor. "Come, we need to go." "What?" "Master, I have to return home and check on my harem." Smack. "Ouch. You can do that later. I need you to check a few things about the Poison Lord," he said. "We made a deal," he said, making Rosette, Ariana, and Aerith look at him with a frown. Right?" He scratched the back of his head. "Can they at least tell my father about me? He must be worried sick." Victor pleaded. "Fine. You may tell his father, I will return him in 2 months, the master said before grabbing Victor and flying into the sky, disappearing in seconds. Ah, did they just leave us here and leave? Massel asked. Where is this place? Massel asked. What should we do? Merrill asked nervously as he began to look around. Let's find a payphone, Ariana sighed. Don't worry, everything should be fine. I am sure he is waiting for you. She turned to Rosette and said as if she was reading her mind. Right. Rosette nodded nervously as she bit her lip, thinking about meeting a certain guy that she really missed. Is she not awake yet? Julian asked the doctor as he looked at Lily through the intensive care unit's glass. After the ritual, she suddenly collapsed, and for some reason, all attempts to heal her failed. In the end, they had to get her here. Young master, like I said 100 times before, she seemed to have suffered some sort of soul damage. We still don't fully know what happened, but it is not an unheard of case after using the cleansing artifact, the doctor said. You must have more patience. She might wake up any time now. Julian sighed. It is just that my father's going to be killed by my mother if Lily doesn't wake up, you know. Young master, why are you telling me this? The doctor asked. Just a random thought. Julian sighed. Well, Beep, beep, beep. A sudden alarm sounded, making both of them look back toward the bed where Lily slowly sat up and pulled cables connecting her to the heart monitor while looking around. Sis, Julian exclaimed as he ran past the doctor, pushed the unit's glass doors open, and hurried to his sister's side. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong with you? Where is this? She frowned as she recalled many things. Young mistress, this is the Von Krone Awakening Ward. The doctor who hurried to stop the beeping device explained as he shot Julian a glare. You had just gone through a soul-cleansing ritual, and you must be feeling a little lost. Don't worry, this feeling will go away in a few days, he quickly explained. Oh, I am. Who? Please look at this. It should trigger the implanted memories, the doctor said, showing her a golden crow insignia. Memories. Lily nodded as if lost, then opened her eyes wide as she eyed the insignia. Sis. Julian looked worried as his sister went into a trance. Be quiet, the doctor scolded. Julian could only swallow and nod. Right, I am Lily Von Krone. Lily finally said after a full 5 minutes as she opened her eyes. They were no longer clouded, but firm and clear. Yes, Julian sighed in relief, hearing her. As a child, I was kidnapped by the Von Weiss family and was raised as a slave there until I was saved. But she frowned as she began to remember. Take it easy. Now the rest of your memories should slowly begin to trickle in, although they may appear foreign to you due to the process. As time progresses, you must be able to subjectively understand them, the doctor said. Oh, she nodded as she held her head. Sis, you are, right? Julian. Lily lifted her head and opened her eyes wide, looking at him. My brother, she exclaimed. Yes. Are you okay? I am sorry about what I did to you, she said, biting her lip. It is okay. You were being manipulated, he said nervously, not sure if his sister was acting or if her soul really cleansed. I've been brainwashed by that hateful Von Weiss family and by that filthbag Victor Von Weiss, making me act as his slave. I will make him pay, she spat as she flared up like some girl on a mission for revenge. Young miss, you should lay down. Strong emotions at this stage will affect your recovery. So save those for later. The doctor suddenly interrupted before turning to Julian. Young master, you should leave for now. Why don't you go tell your parents the good news for now and come back later? All right, Julian nodded. He'd better go tell his mother the good news, lest his poor father end up dead. Young miss, you two should get some sleep too. The doctor turned to Lily. Your brain would have sorted everything out by the morning. She frowned a bit. Understand. For now, all she could do was to play along. To tell the truth, her memories had long been sorted out when she was in a coma earlier. The coma that happened in the first place because of the merging of two parts of her soul. One from this timeline, and the other from another one. She really wanted to connect to Victor, though, to tell him about all the crazy things she just remembered about the truth that was being hidden in this world. But knowing that she was being monitored by an artifact, she decided not to risk it, not even daring to ask Julian for the necklace she hid with him. Once her situation stabilized in a few days, the family would debrief her, and after that, she should be free to do whatever she wanted. At the same time, in a different place, in a faraway city, watching Amriana and her group leave, Victor turned to Amira, who was sitting beside him on the grass, watching the show he was creating. "Did it work?" he asked her. "Yes, I put that parasite inside Sister Aerith into a deep sleep," she said with some anger. "Why didn't you remove it using your cauldron's power?" "I tried, but that thing seemed to be connecting to her soul. Pulling it that way would hurt Aerith. Killing it might also cause adverse effects," he sighed. "Don't worry, I have someone who should be able to pull out. If she fails, I have one last option that would definitely work, but it would take some time. The parasite will be completely asleep for about 6 months. That should be enough time, right?" She frowned. "Yeah, I owe you one," he nodded. "I would have done it even if you didn't ask," she pouted. "I will make that storm bitch pay for this," she added under her breath. Victor raised an eyebrow. He was now very sure that Amira was the type who really cherished relationships, even simple ones. "Since you finished your scams here, let's go." "Where's the gate?" she asked as she grabbed his belt and prepared to pull him again. "What do you intend to do when you get to Ismaralia?" he quickly asked. "I told you, I need to get my spark and do some cleaning. You might not know this. I already attacked Zendo with the appraisal pillar when I was escaping Imseralia. So right now, if my guess was correct, he should have lost all of his system powers," he said, telling the truth. The situation in Ismaralia was a little delicate. "Oh," she squinted her eyes. "Then the elves? If the truth gets revealed, they might be in a tight spot." "Very tight," she said. "We still have time, though, as Zif the Great, who was manipulating Zendo, is on the run due to the auction events," he said. Since Amira was there, she clearly figured that it was him. The Storm Lord would not risk making a big move before setting all her cards right. "True, my involvement might have changed the balance a bit, and might have even saved that world," he explained. "Oh, it might have also plunged him into chaos earlier," she frowned. "He might be right. What do you advise me to do?" she asked after some pondering. "If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Do your job and stay low. Zif is yet to make his move," he said. "You want me to spare Zendo for now. Only if you can't take his place in becoming the Sun Lord. I don't want to massacre against the elves," he said. "Can you do it?" "It will depend. I have some ideas." "I will keep your words in mind, though," she sighed. If Victor was telling the truth, it might really take her some time to return here. Still, things needed to be done. "Let's go," she said as she pulled him up again and flew into midair. "I can fly on my own." "You are not as fast as I am," she said as she levitated, reaching a high altitude in seconds. "Direction. Then, go to Vane City," he sighed. Arguing with this little girl was futile. That trip was a quick one as Amira seemed to be using some kind of travel artifact that allowed her to go at ultrasonic speed. Sadly, he couldn't look at it or appraise it as the little girl was technically riding on his back. It gave him a very strange feeling, nearly awakening the sleeping masochist inside of him. Of course, IT didn't. Anyways, they reached Vane City in an hour and a half, and after that, it took them 10 minutes to reach the hidden base where she made him use his disguise to walk past the guards before she threw him in front of the gate, then stood in front of it and began to inspect it. "So, this is the gate. You must have had your men prepare its structure beforehand. You always had a connection to this world, didn't you?" She looked at him and asked. "No idea what you're talking about," he quickly replied. Damn it, this girl was not an idiot. She chuckled. "Whatever. Open it for me," she ordered. "You have to free me first," he replied seriously. "You will be free once I reach the other side safely," she said. "You are not taking any chances, are you?" "Nope." "Don't you trust me?" "I do, but having a backup plan is a must," she replied as she squatted beside him and began to pat his hair. "You should be the one trusting me." He almost rolled his eyes. "Don't worry. If I were to kill you, the gate will close, so your life is not in danger," she said. "Fine," he said, sighing as he activated the gate. The dim mirror, like an ethereal gate, rippled, then began to turn like a vortex as it shone with blue light. Amira nodded as she looked at it. "How are you planning to return here?" he asked as he watched her stand up and walk toward it. "Once you leave, I plan to close the gate." She paused. "What do you propose?" she asked, turning to look at him. "In a few months, I plan to make a trip there to check on things. Leave a sign for me next to the gate if you want to meet me," he said. "Noted," she nodded as she proceeded toward the gate, standing right in front of it. "Be careful out there," he said. "I will see you later," she said, then immediately jumped into the gate. "I will allow you to try and court me the next time we meet." Her last words reverberated behind her. Victor watched her leave with complex eyes. For now, this should be okay. Enough with that. He needed to test something before the girl reached the other side. Forcing on his demonic bloodline, he began to let it flow strongly into his sleeping organs. And, as expected, they immediately began to free up. In mere 1 minute, he stood up and began to flex his muscles, leaving only his left-hand limb to the side, still affected by Mira's power. He could have done this earlier, but he was not sure if it would work. Thankfully it did. His demonic bloodline was really something else. As he thought about many things, he suddenly felt his left hand come back to life. So he realized that Amira must reach the other side successfully and disable her power. He quickly locked the gate to make sure no intruders would pass through, then turned and left. His first target was to call Lily. Still no response, but his connection seemed to be getting through to her, but she was not responding, so she must be under some kind of monitoring. Thinking about it for a moment, he decided to go check on poor Alpha. Wait, he stopped. Was he forgetting about something? Shit. He quickly remembered that he should have given his father a heads up before releasing Rosette. Well, what is the worst that could happen, he wondered. Master, your muscles are so huge. Are you really those guys' father and not their younger brother? One woman in a very revealing bikini chuckled and asked as she stuck her body to Theodore, who only wore black tight shorts. Her delicate hand was going all over his chest. They were sitting on a couch overlooking a huge indoor pool where many girls like her were having fun with young men. This was the VIP hall inside the grandest brothel in town. Ho ho, who knows? Theodore chuckled as he pinched the woman's cheek before turning to Roy, who sat to his side with one girl. Why don't you join your brothers in the pool? He asked. You can also take the girl to open a room. Father, is it okay to take your sons to a brothel? Roy, who ignored the girl who was trying hard to earn his favor, asked with annoyance. He was not against the idea, but those girls reminded him of his mother and his sisters, who would have ended up in similar circumstances if he failed to secure the money for his little sister's operation. Looking at them, he was not in the mood for any intimate relationships. Theodore looked at him and sighed. Look, most of you guys have been raised away from the family. So this is a way to make you understand your new positions and also make you create new bonds and memories. For guys, the brothel is the best place. Roy rolled his eyes. Did you do this with all my other brothers? Of course not. Theodore spat. Only your late brother Nick used to come with me. Nick, he passed away about 6 months ago in an accident. He was not the best of guys, but he really knew how to please his father, Theodore replied with a sigh. Really, he knew how much of a bastard Nick was, but he was his son after all. Oh, Roy felt awkward noticing his father's frown, so he quickly changed the subject. What about brothers Max, Mike, and Victor? He asked. Max never agreed to visit such places with me. He hates brothels. I think it was his mother who raised him to be a very stiff guy, acting like some kind of a noble. Theodore spat. Mike, on the other hand, was a disaster. That idiot ended up marrying the top 5 girls in that brothel, forcing it to go bankrupt. Theodore spat angrily. That brothel was one of his favorite places. Well, he ended up buying it afterwards, but it was never the same. I never got the chance to accompany Victor. Ever since his ceremony, things were very hectic, and by the time everything settled down, he ended up getting married to about a dozen girls at the same time. That guy doesn't need to go to a brothel. Theodore said as he frowned again. Despite Margaret assuring him that Victor should be fine, he couldn't help but feel worried about him. Adding to that, he has some very dangerous fetishes, and to tell the truth, I don't want to be seen in the same place as him, he added. Oh, Roy nodded. He heard many things about Victor from Iris. Not even in his wildest imagination would he have thought that the perverted young master who held a huge polygamous wedding in the news would turn out to be his brother. He had heard that he had all kinds of young maids in his mansion, so he presumed this was the fetch his father was talking about. All of this made him very nervous about his sisters, who seemed to have become fans of Victor, who managed to marry their favorite star, Mira. He didn't even dare to tell them that he was his brother, lest they demand to meet him. Forget about that stupid stuff for now, Theodore said. How was your preparation for tomorrow? It should be a low-level one, right? Roy asked, not daring to reveal any more since they were not in private. He was supposed to go on a dungeon dive tomorrow with Iris and her team. Yes, an F-rank one. It should be easy for you, but you should always be careful. Just make sure to level up as hard as you can. And I might be able to get you a chance to go with me at the end of the month. Where? Roy asked. A tournament, Theodore didn't elaborate. Usually, only 10 candidates from every family were allowed to enter, but this year, a full 100 candidates were allowed, so there will be a chance for someone like you. I will tell you about it if you manage to reach level 10. Oh. What should I? Master. A big boob girl in a very tight bikini ran toward Theodore, interrupting them. Careful. You shouldn't run near the pool. Theodore scolded just as the girl slipped. Thankfully, he jumped and managed to catch her in time. What is it? He asked the girl, who blushed heavily as his large hands grabbed her delicate body. Your phone. It has been ringing for a while now, she said, handing him his purple-colored white 7MX Pro AI Plus phone that was vibrating. Oh, so was his phone. He thought the girl had a vibrator in her hand. His mistake. He quickly glanced at the screen, and it was George with 37 missed calls. Theodore frowned and picked up. What? He asked. Master, you respond at last. Quickly, get back to the mansion. George replied quickly in an excited voice. Is there a problem? Theodore asked with a frown. No, Mistress Ariana. She has just returned with young Lady Rosette. What? Theodore let go of the girl who began to make moves on him as he stood straight up. She fell to the ground. It's Lady Rosette. She is back. Are you sure? He asked in a hurry, startling Roy. Yes, they are right here. George said, where is Lady Rosette? Well, when, he added, probably talking to one of the maids. Shit. What? What about Rosette? Theodore asked in shock. Master, she seemed to have hurried off to meet with you. I will be right there, Theodore said, then hurried to the door, nearly stumbling with the girl he had just thrown to the ground. Father, where are you going? Something happened in the family. You guys enjoy your time. I need to go back, Theodore said flusteredly. Can't you at least get dressed? Roy, not knowing what was in his father's mind, quickly said, right? Quickly get me my clothes. He ordered the girls, who ran to the side room, then returned with a black silky suit that she began to help him put on. Noticing how hurried he was, some other girls ran to his side and began to help, wanting to gain his favor. It was just that at that exact moment, bang, the hall's door was kicked open. Looking at Theodore, who was surrounded by hut girls and had one leg in the pants and one leg out, was none other than a lady dressed in some fantasy high-collared robes. Rosette. She stood there with a smile that didn't reach her ears, looking at her beloved whom she had just used her blood arrow skill to track here. Rosette. Theodore let go of his pants as he looked at her in shock, totally forgetting the situation he was in. You bastard. Praying for his father to survive the upcoming ordeal, Victor returned to his mansion, naturally sneaking through one of the windows and heading to his study. He didn't want to alert any of the little maids for now. Welcome back, Margaret said. She wore a revealing red dress and lay lazily on a couch while flipping through a magazine. Since when do you read tabloids? He asked, raising one eyebrow. Knowing her, she wasn't the kind who liked such things. It's for research purposes, she sighed. Look, she turned a magazine to show him the cover. Prince Archie, the new Archduke's upcoming wedding, marrying the police officer who raped him. Is he really in love, or is he just another masochist? Ark and Leah are getting married already? Victor asked. They were surely moving fast. Yeah, Not just them, a month later, your friend Gary is going to marry too, she sighed. The invitations for both of the weddings have already arrived. Do you plan to attend? He paused. We'll try to. I will have to speak with that guy, Axel, first to make a plan to not appear in two places at once. You plan to recruit him? Margaret asked. He is a fellow time traveler after all. We can't leave him be. Victor sighed. They are close to finishing that dungeon, so he should return in a few days, he said as he watched their progress through Lynn, who was with them. Why did that dungeon seem too easy? Never mind that. Already finished with her? He asked, eyeing the tied-up alpha who, at the moment, was kneeling naked underneath Margaret's feet, acting as a cushion. A knockoff one that glares holes at people, so Margaret had to gag and blindfold her. Somehow Victor felt sorry for her as he noticed the red wax and whipping marks all over her body, but she deserved it. I got bored. She is acting obedient due to the slave seal, but she is not going to surrender anytime soon. Margaret sighed. I want to try the other toys for some action, but Hilda stopped me. She pouted. I was the one who told Elise to stop you. If you were to shove that thing in her mouth, she wouldn't be able to speak for a week. Victor spat, looking at the dangerously looking metal cane she laid to the side. Oomph, how do you expect her to learn if she doesn't suffer a bit? Margaret complained. Where did you go earlier? I had to find a good place to release my family members whom I found in the other world. What? You had family members in another world? Margaret asked, although she knew that Victor was in another world tasting all kinds of delicacies. She had no idea he had family members there. A few years ago, they passed through the same gate I did and got lost there, and I just happened to find. And I married one of them. I saw it in the system console. Margaret nodded. Lily contacted me back then. She was not happy. I already explained things to her, he sighed. I think you will like your new sister. We will have to see about that. She sighed. Wait, that new wife. You said they are your family. So, is she your cousin or something? She's my stepmother's daughter. Her father is a demon. Margaret paused for a moment. Man, you are really living the dream, she chuckled. Wasn't that every man's dream? Well, according to the number of pornographic works written about that subject, it should be. I am, Victor nodded. I will tell you about these matters later. Now, if you may leave me with this traitor for a bit. I need to ask her a few questions, he said, looking at poor Alpha, who shivered a bit upon hearing him mention her. Is it something I can't hear? Margaret frowned. Not without losing your mind. There is some kind of a curse if anyone were to learn this knowledge. Oh, Margaret frowned. I will see what I can do about it later to tell you. Now, understand. Margaret sighed as she slowly stood up, then walked 2 steps toward Victor, hugged his neck, and kissed him. I will be waiting for you in my room. She winked to him as she walked out. The toys are in the 5th drawer to the left. The whip is below the couch. And she likes to be spanked, she added just before closing the door behind her. The study was silent. Only Alpha's heavy breathing through the ball gag could be heard. She was clearly trying to curse at Margaret. Victor walked toward the kneeling, furious girl, inspecting her naked body. He had to confess, she was pretty hot. As she felt his hot gaze on her body, she shivered as drool seeped from her mouth gag. He reached out, removing her blindfold and the gag, allowing her to take a deep breath, then glare at him. My dear Louise, you are very sexy, he said. She glared at him defiantly. He flicked his finger, cutting her rope, then turned and sat on the couch as she freed herself. Come sit, he said, patting his lap. Throwing away the rope, she turned to look at him. This is an order. Biting her lip, she walked toward him and sat on his lap with her back to him. It was as if she was saying, you can take my body but not my heart. For what you did, I should have killed you. But I don't want to do that. Do you know why? He asked. She just looked away. Answer, he ordered, pinching her thigh. Because you are a pervert, she spat as she reached down to stop his hand. Well, you are pretty enough to give me second thoughts about disposing of you, he said as he pulled his hand back, then began to move his finger along her back. But you are wrong. What I hate most is traitors. She frowned as she tried hard to ignore his finger. Then, you want the info I have, don't you? You will have to tell me whether you are willing or not. You want to use me to take advantage of my family. I have Hannah. She shivered a bit as she bit her lip. Thinking about things, he really had no reason to keep her alive. Then why? She asked. Because I like you, he said, partially telling the truth and partially beginning to scam the girl. I don't mean just your body, which is totally hot, by the way. I mean the way you are, the way you hold yourself, and the way you keep fighting, he said. You are like a wild horse that wants me to tame, he said as he began to move his fingers along her bare back. She shivered as she turned to glare at him. All men were the same. So you basically think of me like some kind of an animal. She spat. Stop bending my words. I think of you as a free spirit. He pinched her waist. So imagine how sad I was when you betrayed me. Ouch. She quickly held his hand again to stop him, but didn't dare to retort. He was right. How about we strike a deal? You make deals with horses now? She asked, quoting his earlier words. I don't discriminate, he said, pulling her hand, making her fall onto him. Before she could push him away, he hugged her with his other hand, locking her onto his chest as he rested his chin on her shoulder. You like it hard, don't you? He said, changing his approach. This girl was not going to go easy. Go fuck yourself, she said as her eyes began to grow teary. She knew that what she feared most was going to happen, and she couldn't resist at all. No need for foul words to turn me on, he said before biting her ear, his hand massaging her thigh. She tried to hold his hand off, but due to her power being restricted, she couldn't resist at all. Stop. Don't. You don't like it? Shut up. Who would? She bit her lip. Then tell me. What am I going to do to you now? He asked, blowing in her ear. If you guessed right, I will give you a couple of days to rest. You don't know. You are going to do what a beast does and rape me, she said as she bit her lip angrily with tears in her eyes. Wrong, he said, pinching her thigh. In principle, I never force a girl to do it against her will, he said, telling the truth. This was something that he swore in his past life after seeing what happened to his wife. He never forced himself against someone and would never do that. He would just let them come to him on their own. Then what are you doing now? She spat angrily as she remembered that Victor really never forced himself onto any of his wives. But she had long figured him out. He just dug a hole, sat in it, waiting for them to fall right into his embrace. I'm just negotiating, he said as he began to move his hand again. Also, I am giving you a thigh massage to relieve your fatigue. Bastard, she said as she finally noticed that his hand was really not going past a certain line, but that didn't make it any better. It was the exact opposite, making her very frustrated. Then, what are you going to do after that? She asked nervously. You're going to convince me to give myself up to you? She asked as his hand began to go up her thigh again. Not exactly. I'm going to strike a deal with you. She frowned. What kind of a deal? She finally asked. She knew that she was playing to his rhyme, but she was basically a fish on the shopping block. You become my concubine willingly, my sex slave and my pet. In exchange, maybe I will forgive you for what you did in a few years, he said. Although she betrayed him, no one got hurt in the end, so he decided to take his time and tame this girl the hard way. What would happen if I refused your generous offer? She asked as she tried hard to push his hand away. You will put me in a very hard place, he said. I will have to leave your destiny to Margaret, he sighed. HSSSSSSSSSSSS. Alpha gasped. She wouldn't want to spend any extra second with that sadistic bitch. It's your choice. She bit her lip. She would have long killed herself if she were in his place. His offer really appeared generous, but she knew deep down that it wasn't. Instead of taking her by force, this bastard wants her to completely surrender in body and soul. So in the end, it is all about getting to fuck me. How is that different from not forcing yourself against me? She complained. Look, you were the one who did this to yourself. You have long lost the choice of returning to the way things were, he said seriously. In the past, I was planning to make you slowly fall for me. And even if you didn't, as long as you kept being loyal, I wouldn't have minded that. But you had to go and try to harm my wives. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. She knew he was telling the truth. She was feeling her own self beginning to fall for him. That's why she wanted out. Too bad her attempt failed miserably. It's your choice, he said as his hand swiped her leg, finally crossing a certain point, making her cross her legs uncomfortably. Then, how would you trust me if I became your wife? She asked as she looked down, deciding to ignore the strange feeling in her body. Not a wife. A concubine. You will have to go through a system dragon concubine ritual, he said. That ritual would place a prohibition on you that in case I die, you will also die. I will be able to suck away all your life and attributes if I need to, he said. This ritual was different from the ritual he did with his wives. It was more cruel, but still required the other party's full cooperation. It also involved doing some very obscene things. HSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS pay for what you did, he said kindly, delivering her the harsh reality of her situation. Can you give me some time to think about it? I will give you 3 days. He sighed. That fate thread was really affecting him. He knew it quite well. I need them to think. So, she quickly said. He sighed. Fine. I will tell Margaret not to bother you, he said, as if reading her mind. Now, let's talk about the stuff you remembered. Tell me everything, he said. She didn't expect him to quickly accept. Can you let go first? This pose is. You'll get used to it. If you accept my deal, we will spend a lot of time in the future like this, he said, hugging her tighter, though he stopped teasing her with his hand to allow her talk. Now, speak. Just make sure not to mention S.E.'s name directly. Oh, so you know? She turned and looked at him as she asked. Just a few things that even you might not have any idea about, he chuckled. Tell me why you know for now. Alpha hesitated. It is about the real history of this world according to my family's legacy, she finally said. The real history, he paused. Okay, then start from the beginning. The beginning of what? She said as she tried to move her body a bit, pointlessly trying to get out of his embrace. Let's start with 1,000 years ago, he proposed, let her find her own comfortable position. She sighed. So you know even about that. Well, this is all according to my family, so don't blame me later if there were some mistakes. Alpha said as she closed her eyes and began to speak. Go ahead. Can you move your hand away first? I can't concentrate. Fine. 1,000 years ago, the world state was basically the same as described in history books, composed of many medieval warring kingdoms, all fighting for supremacy. However, that's when everything began to change, as one day a supreme being appeared, moving from one state to another, subduing its kings with both reason and brute force if needed. She called herself S.E. Alpha said, remembering not to mention the Spirit Empress name. She explained that the world was about to change as a new variable would enter it, granting all people powers beyond reason and would threaten their rule. They would no longer be kings if any random peasant acquired the power to destroy their castle. The system, yes. At first, many didn't believe her, but convincing them was easy, and in the matter of 2 years, she managed to make all kings and emperors sign a contract of servitude to her, creating the spirit empire that ruled in secret, though a few aristocratic families under it. She called them the Guardians, and a few of them were the predecessors of the current oligarchs. Wait, didn't my family come from another world? Victor frowned. No, partially. I will get to that point, Alpha said as she squirmed, unfortunately, in his arms. After stabilizing her place, the SE held a grand meeting and began to explain many things to her new followers. First of all, she said that she came from another world that was destroyed and ravaged by demons, and had a warning that this world would surely follow. Victor couldn't help but smirk a bit. That Spirit Empress did technically come from another world. The future. Alpha, of course, couldn't see his face, so she continued to explain. The SE explained that system integration, which started with artifacts suddenly appearing all over the world, was not a natural phenomenon, but the precariousness of an invasion. In fact, they were the ones who introduced the system to this world. Victor frowned. Who were they? And why would they give the world the method to oppose them? He frowned. The SE only said that there are many pastries involved, like demons and some greedy otherworldly powers. She was not sure who started it, though. As for why give the world the system, it is because of its nature. She paused as if waiting for him to ask. What nature? He decided to humor her. The system by itself is a good thing, a kind of magic that integrates with the world and allows its inhabitants to use their potential to the max, and even grants them the power that shouldn't exist in their world. The problem is by the way the system does it. It extracts the essence and the concepts of the world, turning them into tangible objects, Alpha said, then paused again and turned to see his expression. Victor didn't disappoint. In seconds, he realized what she meant. Yes, Alpha, forgetting her situation, smirked, satisfied by his reaction. Introducing the system to a world was like cooking it, allowing all the nutrients and secrets that were hidden and almost impossible to extract to surface up as skill books, artifacts, and even sparks. Oh, it would allow even the weakest invader to gain a lot by simply killing any world resident, just like killing monsters in a dungeon would drop something. Oh, Victor squinted his eyes. SE explained in that meeting that stopping the system would be impossible, but she also told him hope was not lost. According to her, before she started to create her empire, she managed to seize control of this world's fledgling system node, making her its master. She exploited a bug in it, downgrading it to an old version, which pretty much slowed its world conversion progress as it tried to upgrade. Of course, no one understood what she meant back then, she sighed. Yeah, it will be a surprise that some medieval king would know what a downgrade was. Anyways, when will this upgrade finish, and what will happen then? He asked, remembering the reckoning and finally understanding why this world system was old and stupid. No idea. The SE method was to force the upgrade data path through slow clients. The players, she said, the more players there were in the world, the faster the upgrade. That's why she destroyed most of the awakening artifacts and created the player council, in order to control the number of available players. Still, it was only a matter of time. Victor paused. Didn't that mean that his attempts to awaken more players and let the world know about all of this were technically hastening the reckoning? Shit, no. Thinking about it from another angle, since the world was already destined to end after 20 years, hastening it a bit to do more preparations would not be a bad thing. But, from now on, he should probably be more careful. Now you realize what you did. Alpha smirked. Ouch, she screamed as he pinched her butt. You were the one helping me, he sighed. Couldn't SE remove all the players from this world and end this farce? He asked with a sigh. Some people asked her that, and she answered that this would have forced the system to go back to the original upgrade method. Alpha sighed. Then, keep just one player. That would have been ideal, but this world was not safe. As the system slowly worked, many agents of those invaders began to enter the world. She explained. Some were random people escaping their destroyed worlds, while others were weak demons who came here to eat what they could find. Those things needed someone to put them in place. Oh, the SE used the system to create a delicate balance. First, she gave the Guardians a few defective awakening artifacts, allowing them to create a set number of players every year. In exchange for having many rights, they would have the obligation to eliminate invaders, both sneaky ones and those who she couldn't destroy through the world rules, and had to lock up using the system's dungeon mechanism. I see. After setting the system up, SE began to manage things for a few years, creating all kinds of secret facilities and such. Alpha said. Then it happened. An army of demons appeared and began to wreak havoc upon the world. It was clear that some big-shot demon who managed to slip into this world finally realized what was happening and decided to fight back. SE was taken by surprise, as she had already set a rule to deny demons' existence in this world, but she didn't expect those bastards to come in using some strange rituals, allowing them to possess humans, turning them into players in the process. She sighed. Oh, SE and her armies fought hard, but they were far outnumbered, and as the battle progressed, things began to become dire. There was a need for more players, but SE was not willing to compromise, especially with the demons swelling their numbers. In the end, she found a method to give every one of the Guardian families an extra gift, a bloodline of a worldly creature. It was a way to make sure that even those who couldn't awaken as players would have enough power to fight demons. And with that, after many died, they managed to kill most of those demons or force them to abandon their new bodies and hide in soul form all over the world. I see. Wait, that technique. Yes, it is the same technique the von Zwei family have been researching, though it is clearly far worse than the original one used by SE. Oh, he sighed. So the legend about them being from another world was mostly a lie. Damn it. It was just some bloodline technique after all. But still, this stuff must have been really good. If you were to get that technique or help Hannah, who was researching something similar to finish the project, he would get many benefits. Then, what happened after that? Not much. After the war, the world began to form around a new order, and those families who fared greatly in the war were handsomely rewarded, while those who sided with the demons were eradicated. Alpha said, the current oligarchs, in addition to a few others that perished later, were the leaders of the new age. And SE, after about 100 years, she announced that she had an incurable curse and that she would die in a few years. Like anyone would believe that, Victor frowned. This is a little unbelievable. Some did, some didn't. But what mattered was that she really died with her body shattering like glass in front of millions of people. Victor didn't see that coming. No one betrayed or killed her. Who could? Alpha said, you must have heard some things and mistaken them with what would happen later. Care to explain? SE before dying did 3 things. The first was to make sure no one would remember her, but those at the very top. No one knew why this was. Alpha sighed. The second was to announce the establishment of a few sects that would secure world peace. The guys who ran those places were people no one had seen before. So many speculated that they came from another world and made some deal with SE. But no one was sure. The Heavenly Sect. Yeah, those guys were the major power, but they seemed to be really respecting whatever deal they made with SE. Alpha nodded. And that last thing, the third and last thing she created was a system for inheritance. A system that was meant to secure the world and allow it to build its power and prepare for when the system finished its upgrade 1,000 years later. Alpha explained. Every 300 years, a tournament would be held, and those who win in it would gain the chance to enter a specially created dungeon called the Jade Spirit Tower. In it, an emperor would be chosen. He would not only earn the right to control the system node, but also get an artifact called the Heart Insignia that gave a huge boost to authority points, and also get to learn many secrets about the world. Oh, Victor opened his eyes wide, finally understanding what happened in the Jade Dungeon back then, why the Von Krone family took control that fast. One of them must have managed to earn that legacy. It was clearly not Lily's Uncle Eric. That guy must have been placed as a front. Wait, Heart Insignia? Authority points. Did this have anything to do with his ancestor's heart that the Poison Lord took? Victor frowned. There are still many things that he was not clear about. Even Lily, who watched what happened back then, was not clear about this, indicating that whoever took that legacy must have purposely kept everyone in the dark, manipulating things from the shadows. The first tournament happened, and the first emperor ascended from the Von Krone family. Those guys must have gotten a lot of secrets, she sighed. It was an era of harmony. The second emperor came after him from the Von Zwei family. Those guys' era was not that good, but it was not that bad either, she said with hatred in her voice. The third emperor came from a family called the Von Eins. However, his ascent was troublesome, as in the process, he killed a Von Zwei prince who was the best candidate to be the emperor, she spat. Oh, Victor frowned. He never heard of that family. Something must have happened. For 50 years, nothing happened, but all of a sudden, about 250 years ago, the emperor seemed to have gone crazy. He used the power of the system node to open a gate right into the middle of the imperial capital connecting to the abyss, the world of the demons. Those things flooded in overnight, and the entire capital was razed, many died, many families lost their heritage, and all their players. The emperor himself was killed by the last surviving imperial guards in order to forcefully close the gate. Wait. Victor said as he relaxed his grip on Alpha. Things took a nosedive too suddenly. First of all, what imperial capital? Oh, it was a grand city named Eternia, and it housed most of the players in the world. Nothing remained of it when the Emperor detonated himself. Its position should be in the north. The place is now called the Silent Valley. When the Abyss Gate was closed, a huge explosion erased everything around it. Some people have another theory, though, saying that that piece of land was not destroyed, but simply transported with what remained of its inhabitants to another world. They included many higher-ups from the different families who were there to suppress the demons. They have life jades preserved in their ancestral homes. Many of those jades pieces are still intact, or at least were at the time of this info. It is proof that their owners didn't die in that explosion. HSSSSSSSSSSSS. Victor gasped. Now he finally understood why those elders from all the families, people who should have lived for ages, were no longer around. And that valley where the capital was. Wasn't that the position of the northern gate after the reckoning? What happened after that? He quickly asked as many things began to click in. The chaos was too big. Many grand families that had a long history were totally erased, forcing the Players' Council, who lost most of its members, to change how things worked, she said. First of all the surviving families were allowed to triple their number of new players every year. Oh, Victor nodded. So that's why all males who had a pure bloodline in their family had to go through the ritual. Secondly, they finally allow the sects that remained silent to that point to join the council and participate in the upcoming tournament in order to use their force to stabilize the world and eliminate any demons who managed to run away. She explained. In the end, the current system was established, she sighed. And about what happened to that emperor? Did he really go crazy? He asked as Alpha turned to look him in the eye. My family, the von Richter, used to be the ones responsible for investigating that. But just as we began to uncover a few leads that it might have been some big plot, those bastards from the von Zui, who clearly had something to do with it, managed to fabricate claims that my von Richter family was the cause of the disaster as we were trying to research a new way to gain power, though demons, and that we scammed Emperor into trying this method. All eyes, she hissed. Oh, so that's why. Yeah. At first, many forces stood against those claims, but the von Zwei, through some manipulation, finally managed to turn all the powers against us. And in the end, at present, the world stands at peace in a delicate balance, though it is all a facade. Ever since the fall of the Emperor, many powers have been preparing for the next tournament, when the next battle would start, she said, finishing telling him the truth. I see, Victor frowned. He always felt that the von Zwei family was extra sketchy. So that's why you want to take over my power. She nodded, biting her lip. A secretive yet amazingly powerful power like the one Victor was creating would definitely be a trump card in the next upheaval. If what you said about you being a time traveler is correct, would the von Krone really be the ones who will win? She looked him straight in the eyes and asked, Who is the next emperor? He pinched her cheek. You will have to be my concubine to know that answer. He chucked. She just glared at him as she considered her options. Victor sighed. Ignoring Alpha for now, he really needed to think things through. If what she told him was really the truth, his plan needed a major rework. Still, he had a few questions that needed answering. Is that everything you need to know? Alpha, as if wanting to get away from him, asked after a few minutes. No, I still have 3 questions. Victor said as he pondered. If you can answer those, many things might change. But what about the Lords? How did you learn about those? Was it SE? No. The info came much later, after we investigated the remains of the last Imperial family, the von Eins. One member from that family who escaped the destruction took refuge with us, and in exchange, some old records from her family. In the Imperial Age, they were responsible for experiments on Lords and such. The data she had was incomplete, though. The spark you had, yes, it came from her. In fact, she was my maternal grandmother, but she passed away very early while giving birth to my mother. Alpha explained. Oh, so what do you know about Lords? About their nature, not a lot. Just that they use sparks to go far beyond what any other player can. I know this stuff. Victor sighed. I mean, about the Lords that existed beside us. SE was a Lord? Alpha friend. Victor paused. It is clear that she must have been. My family believed that she must have been something even greater. According to the data, when SE first came, some other lords appeared, but in no time, she subdued them all and locked them away, forbidding any lord from ever entering this world. The Von Ein's family's mission was responsible for investigating any unnatural lord activity, though, so sadly, other than the few pieces of information about the nature of lords themselves, we don't have any data about their identities. I see. Wait, each family had a mission. Right? Alpha quickly explained. The biggest were the Von Eins overseeing lords, the Von Zwei overseeing demons, and the Von Tries overseeing science. Victor frowned. Other than the Von Zwei, he had never learnt of the other. They had been destroyed with the capital. Alpha, as if reading his mind, explained. There were 7 numbered families, and only the Von Zwei survived. Oh, Victor nodded. What about my family? What about the Von Krone? The Von Weiss were one of the 3 Imperial Guards families. They were responsible for the White Shields, the personal protection of the Emperor. The Von Krone were the Imperial Custodians. They seem to be keeping some kind of treasure for SE, but we are not sure about it. Alpha explained. My family was responsible for investigating crimes, and such. They operated the court systems. Oh, then the other oligarchs? Not sure about the Von Astrom's mission. It has something to do with fate and predictions using the stars, though, she said, then paused a bit. The Von Geldstadt were naturally the ones responsible for the treasury and taxes, Alpha said. The Von Rosen were not a major family, but a side branch of the Von Zwei, who split about 500 years ago. Oh, Victor nodded. Now the family's names began to make sense. Returning to the subject of lords, how did you learn how to use your lord power? To offer that spark to the system? He asked. In the data I have, lords gain power by offering their spark to the system, and in exchange, they gain power to use its element. I only had to think about doing it to be recognized as a formal lord. Alpha said, looking at him as if asking wasn't the way it should be done. Victor looked at her as if looking at an idiot. What? She couldn't help but ask. The way he was looking at her made her feel a bit offended. Why was all this information hidden? He asked, deciding not to tell her that she might have missed the chance of her life to become one of the strongest beings in existence. It was the Players' Council's decision. They didn't want people to go digging through things and didn't want any demons who were hiding to realize how compromised their state was. There might be other reasons, but those are the ones they gave. Only the patriarchs of the major families and the supreme elders knew the truth, or parts of it at the very least, and no parts of it were allowed to be recorded. Oh, Victor nodded. No wonder he learnt nothing about this in his past life. It seemed like, even as the royal librarian, he knew nothing. Then, let's change the subject. What about the system node? He asked, pinching Alpha's arm softly. Alpha swallowed. It presented itself to me the moment I became a lord. It seems to have a lot of functionality, but my access level is only level 9, so I only have read-only access to some things. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. What are those things? Victor asked. Amira did tell him about that. I can read people's status. I can read some statistical data about the world. I can take a look at the world global rules. I can access the system merchant market. And finally, I should be able to discover a dungeon if I am 10 kilometers around it, though I will not be able to enter it due to the restriction on lords entering or leaving this world, she said. Victor frowned. Those things were not that important. If he had to make a guess, this access might have been granted not for the lord's benefit, but as a way for the sprite lord to sense their existence using the system. I see. Just that. Yeah. Tell me about those global statistics and rules. I don't remember a few things, she said, embarrassingly. Spank. Ouch. I'm telling the truth. Can't you remove that curse and make me take a look again? No. Victor flatly refused. Try to remember, he said. Alpha sighed. Well, there were a few about the number of players in the world and statistics about each class level or something. The numbers I recall are about 130,000 players with only 1% having an S ranking class, 5% with an A ranking. She said, I see. You will write those for me later. What about the rules? Those are the ones governing this world, like a glorified edict shard or something. There are 13, she said. Write them down. He interrupted as he grabbed a notebook from the side and pushed it into her hand. Can you let go of me then? Don't worry, I will hold you tight, so you can freely use your hands. Bastard. Come on. Look, those ones are pretty complicated, so don't blame me if I make any mistakes, Alpha said as she began to write. Skill Demonic Purge X Target Bloodline equals demon asterisk and in sigma underscore cond equals null skill. World Barrier X Target NQ11 Class equals Oath equals player 0 and Lord APPLY boon underscore cliff underscore list that contains Lord underscore skill Great Fortune G Target Fate equals S and G dot assign world review dot fate underscore threads dot color dot art dot sum 9 list underscore 3 dot exists name UID apply conditions sun underscore skill Great Misfortune X Target Fate equals S and world review dot fate underscore threads dot color dot art dot sum 3 oath that all that exist and oath equals player 0 apply condition dark science skill dungeon create as target sigma underscore cond equals null and fate equals S mass 14 beta underscore cond uninitialized underscore skill mark F target authority 10,000 list underscore 4 skill create player ses transfer underscore authority 1 artifact underscore 9 asterisk target asterisk player dot list dot count greater than 500,000 dungeon dot count greater than 50,000 underscore skill self-implode curse SSS target name dot contains dawn demon dusk demon twilight demon zenith demon ZIFR the great Almaka the great tangerine the great neon the great glass the great the one mirror Ostiel the destroyer Dr. Boltara black heaven skill close gate S target gate that IST greater than 89 W versus system that 11 writes U target cond equals emperor U list underscore 3 that exists name UID and in $s dot oath equals true underscore skill call of nature SSS target bloodline equals spirit asterisk underscore sys transfer underscore authority 1 target 1 player event init target 2 artifact underscore 09 target 1 dot add cond semi underscore player underscore sys u grade dot client dot force target asterisk player dot. As to reading this list, Victor opened his mouth wide in shock. Shit. Yeah. Alpha, as if understanding his feelings, said. Ignoring her, Victor began to make sense of what he read, translating the rules into plain language one by one. 1. Demons will be purged. That sigma something might be to allow those who were summoned using a skill or had a contract to be excluded, but Victor was not sure. 2. This one was the barrier stopping lords from entering or leaving this world. It seemed like an expedition for some people, but he was not sure who. Probably the Spirit Lord and her disciples. Did SE have any disciples? He asked Alpha, who was still squirming in his arms. No, not that I know of. Can you let go of me now? No, he said as he continued to read. 3. This one about science. They have to be favorable to the world or belong to some kind of a list. 4. This one is about dark science. The condition must mean something about being bad to the world. 5. This one was about dungeon creation when strong, otherworldly beings enter this world. 6. Mark? Victor paused at that one. It states that all those with authority greater than 10,000 should be marked and added to a list. He quickly looked at his status screen. There was no mark. No. He quickly noticed an underscore before each of the skills. Underscore skill. Could this mean the skill was hidden? He frowned as he really had no way to figure this out. He didn't like being on a list, unless it was a VIP one. Still, with only authority bigger than 10,000 being the condition, it shouldn't be very dangerous. He should only remain cautious. He decided to check it later before continuing. 7. This one must be to make all the people players just when the reckoning happened. Clearly a backup plan. It also adds 1 authority point to each player. Wait, wasn't that what happened in the other timeline? 8. This one was to make certain people explode based on their names. Was this Spirit Lord's naughty list? Still, he'd better make sure not to disguise his name, using one of those, just in case. 9. This one was to close the gates that are far away. He was not sure how far 89 LU was, but knowing that a gate to Ismeralia existed, this distance must be higher. 10. This one, give more rights to access the node? Could it be what happened to Mona? It seems to be tied to a list of names in an oath? Could it be that Mona was the Spirit Lord's disciple in the other timeline? Then Lily. Oh. Victor frowned as he jumped to the next entry. 11. Call of Nature? What the fuck was this? It seems to secretly apply this skill to all Spirit bloodline holders. Wait, Spirit? Didn't both Mira and Arya have bloodlines like that? Could there be a connection between them and the Spirit Empress? Feeling uneasy, Victor jumped to the next rule. 12. This one transfers 1 authority point from every player to an artifact upon his awakening, making him a fake existence called semi-player. So that's why. Shit. So it was all on purpose. Looking back at Rule 7, it was clear that this artifact must have been some kind of authority bag that would be used later to give all people 1 extra authority point in case of emergency. He sighed as he turned to the last rule. 13. This one was about forcing the system to upgrade through existing players. What do you think? Alpha asked him as she watched his facial expression change constantly. He glared at her. I think I might be screwed, he told the truth. All of his current plans needed to be reworked. In the end, he might really have to go attend that tournament. The prizes in it were clearly something that he and Lily had completely underestimated. Already finished with her, Margaret, who lay in bed waiting for her husband, asked as soon as he entered the room. Yep, I didn't take you for the type who finishes that fast. Did you contract some STD out there? Ouch. Victor pinched her cheek. Let me show you what I learned, he said as she pushed her down, then kissed her deeply. They finished 34 minutes later. 8 out of 10. Margaret, who was blushing and breathing heavily, said as they finally lay to rest. You are pregnant. I have to be careful. Victor replied casually. Did you learn that ear technique from the elves? Yeah, I found it in a book that belonged to some stupid alchemist who knew he had an entire library full of stuff like this. Due to their long and sensitive ears, they seem to have developed some very unique aspects in their sexual culture, he said as he took out the book and threw it to her. Damn, it's in Elvish, she said as she lazily opened it, then flipped it around as if trying to figure out which direction to begin reading from. Since when people read those kinds of books, look at the pictures. I disagree. If you keep to the pictures, you will be missing a lot, she said. I should really learn Elvish, she added as she flipped through the book. I will let one of the elf girls teach you, he sighed. Nothing helped with learning a foreign language like an interest in the media written in it, especially adult media. He himself, for example, only learned Elvish because of the pestering of that elven princess. Elf girls. Margaret raised one eyebrow as she turned to look at him. Uh-huh, half-elves, but it's the same. In your cauldron? Yup, for emergencies. Margaret just rolled her eyes, not caring to ask what kind of emergencies. Knowing him, it was obvious. What happened with Alpha? Margaret finally said, changing the subject as she put the book in her storage ring, deciding to study it later. Did she really tell you everything? She asked. She can't lie. She can hide a few things, though, but those can be extracted at any time. Wait, are you going to spare her? Margaret pouted as she glared at him. Still annoyed about what she did? He asked as he pinched her cheek again. Yeah, I never trusted her, but now, I wouldn't even let her tie my shoe. I don't trust her either. That's why I am taking most of her rights for now. Let Camellia handle the fragrant shadow instead. Louise will accompany me as a maid from now on. What? That's a reward, not a punishment. Margaret complained as she pinched her perverted husband's waist. Her awakened blood-red hair must have really charmed you, didn't it? It is something else. Don't worry, she will not be the only one serving me. You plan to slowly cook her with jealousy. That girl needs a pressure cooker to get tender. I'm going to try many things. And if she ends up getting burnt, I will just scrape her off the cooker and eat her as is. I don't discriminate. He licked his lips. Ma Gray chuckled as she turned toward him and wrapped her hand around his neck. What did she tell you? Things, many things, combined with what I learned from the other world. Our plans might need to change, he sighed. In the worst-case scenario, we might have to stop the world domination plan and just find a corner to hide. Is it that severe? She frowned. Yeah, he sighed. It's a long story involving supreme cosmic powers, a time traveler, a 1,000-year loop, some kind of a huge scam, stupid fights, an illegal lowly, he sighed. Oh, Margaret's eyes contracted, hearing him. A lowly? Did you finally go that low and cross the final barrier? A legal lowly. He corrected her as he slapped her thigh. She was the one who filled me in about some stuff that poor Louise had no idea about. HSSSSSSSSSSSS. Margaret gasped and then began to giggle. Is she also in your cauldron? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Sadly, no. She is too hazardous to keep for now, so I had to let her go, he sighed in regret. Not for long, though. I see. Margaret shook her head. So Lily's theorem about Mona being from another timeline was correct after all, she said. Yeah, he sighed. Hopefully it is the same one we were talking about. I don't want to mess with a multiple timeline scenario. It would make things too complicated. Can you tell me what you know? Or is it too dangerous? She asked. After what happened with Alpha earlier, she became a little wary. He hesitated. As long as I withhold some things, it should be fine. It will take some time, though. We have all night. Unless you plan to go for round 2, she said as her hand began to trace his muscular chest. Let's just do both, he asked as he held her hand, pulled it over her head, and pushed her down. It all started with a bitch that we should call SL. Wait, I think I should explain what lords are first. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Rosette, please forgive me. It is not what it appears to be. Theodore, who had a visible slap mark on his face, fell to his knees in front of a mysterious woman and begged for forgiveness. This was the first thing Mike saw when he arrived at his father's mansion after being summoned by George, who stood there at the mansion's entrance with his head down. He seemed to have tried to say something earlier, but was scolded into submission. What's going on here? Alice, who arrived a moment later, asked her shocked brother. I have no idea. It is just your stupid father finally paying for his bad habits. Someone interrupted Mike, making both him and Alice turn back in shock, as they didn't even feel the newcomer appear behind them. She was a tall, blonde woman, dressed in a loose business suit that made her look like some big-shot female CEO who was to party after a rough day. You? Master! Alice exclaimed. Weren't you in seclusion? Mike paused. This woman was Alice's master? The one who was reportedly more than 300 years old? Seclusion? Who the fuck said that? I was just busy training my new toy, but I got some news that I had to let go and hurry here. Look, I didn't even get to change, the blonde woman said, turning to look at Rosette, who in turn seemed to have finally noticed her. Grandma! Rosette exclaimed as she kicked poor Theodore away, then hurried and hugged the blonde woman. Rosette, thank goodness you are okay, the blonde woman said with a touch of fondness. Thank goodness you are fine, she added as she began to brush Rosette's hair tenderly. Rosette's eyes began to tear up as she hugged her grandmother harder. It was as if she returned to being a little girl. Lady Divine Rose, if I may, why don't we go inside and continue this reunion? George kindly whispered. Yes. Madame Serena, why don't we all go inside? Theodore said as he slowly stood up, dusting his clothes while glaring at his son and daughter. He didn't notice them before. Ariana is here too, and it is about time we hear their story. The blonde woman, Serena Divine Rose, thought for a moment. Then, looking at her granddaughter, she nodded. Let's go inside. She paused, turning to look aside for a moment, before walking right inside with Rosette, who purposely decided to ignore Theodore for now. Mike and Alice thought for a moment, then silently followed. You saw nothing earlier. Their father's whisper came right behind them. We have just arrived, Mike said as Alice nodded. Not daring to look at their father, they hurried inside. Master! George hesitated. Save it, Theodore sighed, then followed. 3 moments after they left, 3 little girls walked out from behind a tree as a strange barrier dissolved. Lara, Een, and Elle. Was that woman the demon? Laura asked, worried about her father, who was humiliated in front of her. Could it be that she used some kind of magic to charm him? Not that one. It is inside, Ian responded as she felt the strange aura around the mansion. Then, young Lady Laura, someone suddenly said, startling the three little girls. Ah, George. How? Since when? Laura asked as she looked at the door, then at George, who had supposedly walked inside but now was standing in front of her. Lady Divine Rose is inviting you to join them inside, he said, gesturing to the door. Lady, she is Alice's master, Serena Divine Rose, a supreme elder from the heavenly sect. Be very respectful to her, he said. That woman who was with your father is her granddaughter, and also your father's old girlfriend, he bowed a little and whispered. Oh, and the demon young lady felt might be her daughter, he explained, nodding to Ian. Now come on, let's go, they are about to begin their story, he said, glancing at Elle before turning to go inside again. If not for Serena's warning, he would have never noticed those little girls at all. Elle's power was making even someone like him wonder what kind of powerhouse she would become when she grew up. Shit. Margaret, who finished round 5 and lay in bed, cursed. So in the end, we are really at the bottom of the food chain, she exclaimed as Victor finally finished telling her what he knew. He had to stop a few times to use his tongue for other things, so the story took some time to finish. Yeah, we are screwed, he said as he lay beside her, brushing her hair with his fingers. I don't think that, Margaret said after a moment of thinking. According to what we know, our time loop should be the most recent. So, technically, we still have an edge as we already know the final result from your future. Good point, but still, there are many variables and hidden elements. My earlier assumptions built on what I knew were completely wrong. This world is not as chaotic as I first suspected. There are scams and scams, he confessed. Yeah, SL's death is super SUS. And our actions might have already begun to change things. Mona, for example, he added. Oh, we should find a way to get some info from that girl. Margaret said. Mona definitely knew something about the other timeline. Yeah. Besides that, what should we do now? Stop everything. She frowned. No. As before, we still need to make sure to lessen the damage of the reckoning. He sighed. Let's stay low and wait. Going any lower, we would literally be ending up underground. We have no choice for now, he sighed. We should take our time and remap what we know about all the world's forces. Yep, I will be acting alone in the next period. If my guess is correct, the Jade Dungeon after the tournament might hold some of the secrets we want. He said he would decide what to do after figuring everything out. Mainly, what was the Spirit Empress's master plan, and whether she was a friend or a foe. You were planning to go there from the beginning. Yeah, my list of objectives for going there is just getting bigger. So is still Vic? Yeah, I might take Lynn along, since I could disguise her using my skill. He pondered. She will also take a role that I planned for you. He sighed as he rested his hand on her stomach. I'm already getting jealous. We also need to go visit her family's grounds on our way there to get a few things. That Von Rosen accident, was it our thing? She quickly interrupted. Yeah, you will see later, he chuckled. You got it? Yeah, just need to go get it out. Cool, Margaret said as her eyes began to sparkle. How big? Huge. Then what Alpha? Don't even think about it. Victor smacked her perverted head. If what she wanted were to happen, Alpha would become broken beyond repair. How is Zolan doing? He asked me to change the subject. I already hired her. She works really fast, but it will take her 2 months to finish the main frame of the mana-powered computer. Our sex robot's plans would take ages at this rate, let alone the flying ship, she sighed. The thought that Zolan would figure out quickly, but reality was cruel. Don't worry, she will figure it out sooner or later. The robots would have to wait, though. I have something else in mind. It is something that I have been working toward ever since I returned to this timeline. And I was even going to entrust it to Lily when it's ready, but he hesitated. Something wrong with Lily? Not with her in particular. But my fate connecting to her has problems. Don't worry about that, he said, looking at the golden threads in his vision. The trouble in her family might be far beyond what we first expected. He sighed. I don't understand, she frowned. She knew he was hiding something from her. But knowing him, she decided not to dig deeper. It's complicated. I don't want her to think about this stuff for now, he said. He didn't want to tell Margaret about the strange fate threads for now. Her fate with him was a normal one, so it wouldn't really concern her. Anyway, after seeing the other lords were scheming around, I discovered that I am really limiting myself by my lack of imagination. My initial plan scale was completely wrong, he said. I am not following. What plan are we talking about? Margaret sat up and looked at him. I call it Tomification. I was planning to keep it for a select few. But now, the scale will be the entire world. Margaret frowned. Wait, you mean HSSSSSSS? Yup, he nodded. Margaret was one of the few who could read his mind this fast. No need to explain it to her. Just the name was sufficient. I want you to oversee the entire thing. He said after some hesitation. This will be very dangerous. What if we got discovered? Looking at the world node, I already know how to set it up, so no one would be able to trace it. Oh, you plan to use that edict shard? Yes, with a cauldron. Victor nodded. This girl can really follow quickly. It will cost me a fortune to reprogram it, but I have all the required skills. Can it handle it? It should. We just need the mana computer Zolan is working on for it to work, in addition to a few other elements that I mostly know where to find. Oh, any questions? You will operate it? No. As I said before, you will be the supervisor with Elise, maybe, and we can let the little girls do the rest. Possible. The time frame for completion? Margaret asked as her eyes began to sparkle, thinking about the possibilities. The initial run should be completed by the time I reach the heavenly sect, he pondered. Using that, we would be able to make sure that we will survive any future surprises at the very least. So in the end, it was Aerith's husband who convinced his mysterious master to send you back here. Serena summarized after Ariana finished telling everyone what had happened ever since they were pulled into that gate more than 20 years ago. Yes, he took Aerith's husband with him as soon as we got here, saying that they had something to do. I see, Serena nodded, then closed her eyes as if to fully comprehend what she'd just heard. At the moment, she was sitting on a chair beside Rosette in a large conference room where everyone sat down. George, who stood politely behind his master after arranging refreshments for everyone, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his master, then at Rosette, who was deliberately avoiding his gaze, choosing to look at Mike, Alice, and Laura, as if trying to judge what their mother looked like. Slowly, he looked around, inspecting everyone's reaction to what they had just heard. First was Meryl, who was beside Rosette. George couldn't help but give her an extra gaze. This young woman was his master's eldest daughter after all. To tell the truth, he found her story of growing up in an elven kingdom a little unbelievable. But looking at the fat elf sitting beside her, shooting secret glances at Alice, he couldn't help but believe it. Turning to the other side of the table, he spotted the little girls, Laura, Elle, and Ian, who sat politely at the bottom of the table. They were absolutely shocked. Their eyes kept darting between Massel's ears and Aerith's horn while whispering between themselves. Aerith, that Demon King girl, didn't seem to be interested in hearing the story. Her eyes, other than periodically looking at Theodore and Mike as if comparing them to someone, kept focusing on Laura as if she found her interesting. Next was Alice. Other than carefully inspecting Rosette, Meryl, and Aerith, she periodically glanced at the elf and that young man Curas, who seemed to have come from the other world on a whim and was a bit overwhelmed by the atmosphere. She seemed to be interested in them, not like a woman found an interest in a man, but more like a cat that found an interesting mouse. Next was Mike. Although he appeared like he was deep in thought, George could tell that he was secretly inspecting Curas' sister. Strange, that girl seemed perfectly normal. Why was Mike interested in her? Never mind that. Theodore was, as expected, only interested in Rosette, not caring about anyone else, including Mirai, who kept winking at him. George did remember that woman always trying to hit on him when they were young. Anyways, the moment Theodore heard about Meryl and how she was his daughter, he immediately switched to focusing on her, looking at her with compassion. No, knowing his scummy master, George was sure he was going to use getting to know his long-lost daughter as an excuse to make up with Rosette. Yeah, he had been with his master so long that he knew how his rotten brain worked. George sighed as he began to think of a way for his master to make up with Rosette. Being the wingman had been a part of his responsibilities for ages. The only one who seemed to be normal in the room, other than Lady Ariana, was that young girl Lyra, who sat there politely and acted like a proper noble lady. She might be a good additional companion for Lady Laura in the future. I have a few questions, Serena finally said, opening her eyes after a brief silence. Please ask, Ariana responded. First, who is Aerith's husband? From what you told me, this guy seemed to be not your average Joe, she asked, remembering how Aerith seemed to hold great compassion for him as she told him how she married him, but also seemed to be hiding something about him. For example, how could Rosette and Ariana trust that scummy guy that quickly? Why are you deliberately avoiding talking about him? Ariana sighed. His master has instructed us to keep his identity a secret. Ariana finally replied. Oh, sorry, but according to him, for security reasons, only Theodore might know. Ariana hesitated for a moment, then said, I will tell you afterwards if. Was it Victor? Theodore asked immediately, interrupting her. The moment Ariana told them how he made Aerith marry him while acting as a pervert, he suspected as much. Victor did cross from the same gate they did after all, and his stupid son was the kind who would take interest in horny girls and grandmas. Ariana hesitated. Yes, she finally admitted it. Since Theodore decided not to keep it a secret, it was no longer her business. HSSSSSSSSSSSSS. Laura gasped with L, but everyone ignored her, including Ian, who nodded to herself. Victor, Serena frowned. Your perverted lost son? She asked, turning to look at Theodore. Didn't you find him a month ago? That one was a fake. It's a long story, but we are investigating who did it, suspecting a connection with the mining island incident. Theodore replied before turning to Ariana, telling you to keep his arrival a secret. His master might know something. Everyone remained silent, not really sure what this all meant. So he really came back with you. He eyed Rosette. She ignored him. Yes, but as I said, his master took him somewhere. He said he would be back later. Oh, Theodore nodded to himself, deciding to ask Lily or Margaret about him later. That pervert son of his would definitely contact his harem before his own parents. Was there anyone else? There was another guy who was pulled with him back then, Theodore asked. Dead. Oh, Theodore sighed in relief. With Bruno dead, he no longer needed to worry about unexpected variables. Let's keep all the info about this a secret for now, Theodore finally said, especially eyeing Laura when he said it. Everyone nodded. Then let's go to the second question. Serena asked. Victor's master. We really know nothing about him. Ariana said. Yes, other than him being some kind of a demon hunter, the Storm Lord did mention something about him having absurd authority, but that's it. He seemed to be from this world originally, Rosette said, looking at her grandmother. Oh, and according to her lordship, he is not a lord, she finally added. A lord? Isn't that just a title? Theodore asked with a frown. When he heard them mentioning the Storm Lord and the Sun Lord, he thought these were some otherworldly ranks, but from the way Rosette phrased it, it didn't seem that way. No, and don't ask about things that you shouldn't. Serena scolded him. Keep all the facts about lords a secret for now. She turned to Rosette and said, Does this world have lords? Rosette couldn't help but ask. Serena sighed. Yes, and no. In a way, they're no longer relevant. That's all you need to know, she firmly said, ending this argument. Let me ask you a few questions about the other world then, she added, changing the subject. Theodore, who watched them go at it again, sighed, then slowly stood up and walked out of the room, giving George a glance to report what they would be talking about later. At the moment, he had a phone call to make. What? Sorry, but that's a little inappropriate. I am your daughter-in-law, and such. Not that. Oh, your son. Oh, sorry, I totally misunderstood. He is right here, just finished assaulting me like a beast. You really raised a hunk of a son. One moment. Margaret, who lazily lay in bed wrapped in sheets after a long, exhausting battle, said on her phone before turning to look at her husband, who had just finished taking a shower. "It's for you," she said, throwing the phone at him. Victor raised one eyebrow at her as he caught the phone and put it to his ear. "Hi, Daddy. Bastard. Why didn't you call me as soon as you returned?" Theodore's scolding came from the other side. "You know the priorities. Hoes before bros. It is the fucking reverse. And I am your fucking father." Theodore couldn't help but scold from the other side. His son was getting more and more brazen every time he talked to him. "Right? There was that too," Victor chuckled. "Missed me? Like hell." Theodore scolded. He was just worried, but he was not going to say it. "Weren't you supposed to be with your mysterious master?" "Nah. It was just an excuse as I wanted to slip away and spend some time with my wives before introducing Aerith to them," he replied. He had been watching Ariana's debriefing through Mike, so he was expecting his father to call any moment. "Did Margaret tell you about the situation?" "Yeah, that Axel guy. Do you want me to play along?" "Yeah, talk to him and sort things out between each other. I don't want to alert the snake," Theodore said, glad that his son was smart enough to figure things out quickly. "Understand?" Victor nodded. Through Lynn, he could tell that Axel had already finished conquering that dungeon and should be here in a couple of days. "Now, I'm a busy man. Do you need anything else?" "We're lords." Theodore curbed the urge to curse at his son and asked directly. "Some sort of very strong players. According to my master, they have some other rules, but I'm not sure about the specifics," Victor said. "Think of the strongest boss you fight, then make him 100 times stronger. HSSS. Then, I'm not sure about their existence in this world. Grandma and might know something," Victor said. After hearing what Alpha said, he suspected that some facts might be kept to the head of each family. This legacy might also be lost. "My master only told me that they are under some kind of restriction and that I shouldn't worry about them," Victor quickly said. This should be enough for his father for now. "Oh, your master? I met him as soon as I entered the other world. He saved my life. I can't tell you anything about him, but he doesn't belong to any known world power." "Oh, are you sure he is not using you?" "He is strong enough to play the otherworldly lords. So even if he has ulterior motives, I can't do anything against him," Victor sighed. "If my guess is correct, though, he seems to be interested in my bloodline that is compatible with some demon hunting art. That's all I can say." "Oh," Theodore sighed. "Just be careful." "Yeah, I'm always careful. That girl Aerith, she is horny. She seems like a nice girl. Don't bully her." "Sure." Victor raised his eyebrow. His father was really into rosettes, even caring about her demon daughter. "In a week or so, can you take her to the mansion and introduce her to my wives? You don't want to do it yourself? It would be better if I stayed away for now." "Fine." Theodore nodded. This might be a chance for him to make up with Rosette. She would definitely be interested in meeting Victor's wives. "Now, do you need something else?" Victor asked in a hurry. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Bastard. Is fucking your fucking wives more important than talking to your father? Do you really want to hear the answer for that? Theodore sighed. Yeah, he didn't want to hear the answer. Just be careful. When all of this is done, I want to hear the full story. I understand. Beep. Theodore hung up. Victor sighed as he threw Margaret's phone back to her. Rest well, he said as he put on some casual clothes, then turned to leave. Who is your next target? She asked. Hannah, he said as he walked out. Poor girl. Margaret yawned and slipped under the sheets to get some much-needed rest. What? Theodore, who returned to the room, and George whispered something in his ear, exclaimed. As I said, I want your daughter and her servants to become my disciples, Serena answered, eyeing Laura for a moment before glancing at Elle. Someone with their complex bloodlines needs professional teaching. Something you grunts can't provide, she said, casually cursing at all the aristocratic family who thought of themselves as noble. This, Theodore held the words he planned to say. You already forced me to make Alice your disciple back then, Theodore said angrily. Back then, after Rosette disappeared, he, being completely in love, made a promise that his eldest daughter would be raised by Serena. He came to regret it later, after his daughter developed a set of very weird hobbies, but due to Serena's very high position, he had no say in the matter. And what's wrong with that? Look at Alice now. Didn't she grow up to be a fine young woman? Serena raised one eyebrow. Alice nodded to her father. She couldn't really tell him directly due to an oath of secrecy, but being Serena's disciple was a really good thing. That was despite all the political intrigue happening in the heavenly sect. Theodore was about to refute her, but looking at Rosette, looking at him with questioning eyes, he paused. Would it be worth it to sacrifice his other daughter in order to bang his childhood friend? Duh. The answer was simple. I can't make that decision, he said with complex eyes. If Lara is okay with it, I will consider it, he said, turning to face Lara. Are you okay leaving the family to the heavenly sect to be Lady Syriana's disciple? He asked. Lara, who had been frowning for a moment, hesitated. What is the heavenly sect? She asked worriedly. It's a very big place. If you go there with me, you would be able to get very powerful, far more than anything you ever dreamed of. Serena said. Right. She turned to Alice. Lara, this is a trade-off. You will have to stay away from the family and mother for some time. But in exchange, you will learn many things about your power, things that no one in the family knows. Even esteemed brother, Victor. Lara frowned. Even Victor, Alice sighed. Victor really did have a big influence on this young girl. In fact, if you go there, you will get a chance to be so strong that even Victor would be surprised, she said, presiding over her younger sister. A chance to enter the heavenly sect was not something that should be missed. Due to the sect's nature and rules, the only real way to join was to be taken in by one of the elders as a disciple. The other publicly known methods were all scams to collect slaves with the promise of rising up one day. For most of them, it would be a promise until the end of their lives. Lara hesitated, looking at Mike, who sighed and nodded for her. Since Alice wanted her to join, he wouldn't oppose it. If I may, I have a condition. Lara bit her lip and said worriedly. Oh, what? Serena asked with interest. Her eyes kept glancing at Elle every few seconds. I want Elle, Rin, and Stephanie to go with me, Lara said. Rin and Stephanie? Rin is my other friend. She is also a player. Stephanie is not a player, Lara replied nervously. She didn't know where she got the corsage from, but ever since she became a player, she hated the fact that she was hiding a secret from one of her best friends. She could feel that they had become a little distant in the last month, and she didn't like it one bit. Serena hesitated. Fine, I will make her a player for you. Deal? She asked with an interested smile. Deal, Lara responded as her eyes began to sparkle. Theodore, on the other hand, could only sigh and glance sideways at Rosette, catching her looking at him as if inspecting his face. The moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away and puffed her cheeks. It seemed like he was on the right track. Since it was already late at night, Victor didn't alert any of the little maids as he left the mansion. As he headed directly back into the base at the back of the mountain, he kept monitoring what was happening in his father's mansion through Mike. Name, Serena Divine Rose. Level, 999, 22391. Class, Judge SSS. Subclass, Mysterious Merchant, SSS. Abnormal status, Heavenly Empire, 2nd degree, Baroness Heavenly Pond, activation passing. Oath // / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / slash forward slash forward slash forward slash forward slash forward slash asterisk forward slash authority 51133. Health 811,240. Stamina 830,250. Mana 820,030. Strength 9,999. Agility 9,999. Intelligence 9,999. Luck 41. Charm 50. Order 1993121. System skills: Judgment SSS. Decoder SSS. All-seeing IS. Lie detection A. Eidetic memory A. Irresistible command A. High presence SS. System store access S. Level 9. Player market access S. Level 4. Evidence eraser S. Disguise AAA. Magic resistance, B. Thunder resistance, C. Cold resistance, S. Poison resistance, SS. Bloodline skills. Blood historian, X. Heavenly connection, X. Empower, X. Immortality, AAA. Regeneration, AA. Acquired skills. Whip arts, SSS. Fist arts, S. Music arts, S. Sword arts, S. Halberd arts, S. Martial arts, AA. Pain tolerance, A. Dancing, A. Charm, A. Archery, A. Cooking, A. Flute, A. Zither, A. Lute, A. Harp, A. Piano, A. Shield arts, A. Survival, B. Disguise, B. Fishing, C. Let them cry, D. Sexual arts, C. Animal husbandry, F. Bloodline. Heavenly blood, X. 2%. Equipment. Sky garb, SSS. Teleportation ring, S. Storage ring, AAA. Resistance necklace, AA. Scenes enhancing earning, A. Fate. Fate's power, AAA SS. Defined fate. Undefined, spirit lord, oath effect. Destiny list, error undefined. Wow, this woman was scary. Still, she seems to be under some restriction. An OATH. It seemed to be restricting her power and fate. Victor couldn't help but notice many things about this heavenly empire. It seemed to be the same thing mentioned by the Stormlord. So his suspicion about it having a relationship with the heavenly sect was correct. How could such a woman suddenly die in the other timeline? Did she really die? Or was she sent away? Too many variables. Frowning, he heard them arguing about Lara going there. Well, for now, it would not be a bad thing. To tell the truth, he had been worried about Lara lately. Her unexpected rise into power was a little problematic, especially as she grew up and entered her rebellious age. His father's impregnating women's skills clearly didn't come with a parenting guide. Also, the heavenly sect only suffered damage in the other timeline after Caspian rebelled. Other than that, it was a very safe palace during the reckoning. He sighed, thinking about it. Well, at least he would be able to check on her later after he goes there. As he thought about many things, he finally arrived at the secret base. There, he walked past the totally oblivious guards, going directly to the underground lab. In a way, he was testing the security here, and it was not bad for a hidden power that no one knew or cared about. But knowing what he did now, he decided to buff it up in the future. Using an automatic array would be his best option, but he didn't have enough shard stones to replicate the security in the mansion. So his best option for now was to try one of the protection arrays he found in some of the books he newly acquired. He sighed as he walked and finally located a certain lab. He stepped directly inside. It was a large hall with huge tube tanks scattered around. Inside them were what appeared to be disfigured bodies of unknown creatures. For a second there, Victor suspected that he might have walked into some kind of sci-fi movie set. An unfinished one at that, as the lab was mostly empty with that stuff only taking up a small corner of it beside a large desk where a certain girl was sleeping in her disorganized desk and drooling over what seemed like a stack of design paper. Hannah. Victor was by her side, and without caring to wake her up, he fired up her PC, logged right in, and began to comb through it. After going through a few BL comic collections, he finally found the data he needed. Sighing, he began to check her experiments data. FUCK, he cursed after just 5 minutes. He understood nothing. This girl's data-keeping habits were a total mess. Damn it. Well, at least if someone were to really infiltrate this place and try to steal the data, he would be totally lost. Victor, Hannah, who woke up abruptly and was frightened by his sudden cruising, exclaimed as she sat up. Sorry to wake you up, he said, not being sorry at all. Don't you have a bed? Why sleep in a lab? Been busy on something, and I like it here. When did you come back? She asked as she secretly sent a message to Margaret using her phone inside her lab coat. A few hours ago, he said. I've just finished with Margaret, and since everyone was asleep, I thought I would come and check your progress. Oh, it seemed like the experiments are not proceeding well, he said, eyeing the corpses in the tanks. At first I thought they were, but after some time it's turned into a complete mess, she sighed as she eyed her phone, then relaxed a bit. This one was the real Victor. The data you gave me had many problems. Although this process of giving people monster powers appears fine, it has very severe side effects. How severe? He frowned. It slowly eats up people's vitality, like cancerous cells that require too much energy. In its deactivated phase, on average, the loss is negligible, merely 0.3% per month. But in the case of continuous activation, the subject would only live for a week. In fact, once activated for one day continuously, deactivating would become almost impossible, she said. The results, of course, vary depending on the type of monster we are using. The ones I mentioned are for semi-humanoid monsters like a lamia. If I used the flesh of a humanoid, a goblin to be exact, the subject would survive for a month and a half. And for complete monsters, after giving them the blood of a demonic squid, all experiment subjects ended up in the drain in the matter of 3 hours, she sighed again. The dragon egg you gave me resulted in an instant explosion. Victor frowned. It seems like his plan to turn his chicks into dragon chicks was not going smoothly. I have some info. In fact, it came from your cousin Louise while punishing her, he said after pondering for a moment. Punished? Already? What did she do now? Hannah frowned. She really liked Alpha, but she knew how crazy she could get sometimes. But why would Victor punish her as soon as he returned? Nothing important. Ask Margaret about it later, he sighed. Anyway, according to her, all the aristocratic family bloodlines might be artificial, granted by someone. The whole thing about another worldly creator being our ancestor is a lie. Impossible, Hannah frowned. Where did Alpha get that? Some family heritage. Hannah frowned even more. Even if, I don't think it can be true. The genome factor is simply too integrated in bloodlines. It's just random info for now. We need to verify it, he said, but if it is true, that would mean that von Zwei's techniques might be them trying to replicate that method. So I had this thought, maybe their direction was completely wrong. Hannah frowned as she looked at him. Do you happen to have some idea? She asked. Yeah, let's focus on the term. Bloodlines. Oh, ditching the flesh and using blood. She raised one eyebrow, then sighed and shook her head. This sounds plausible, but it won't work. In the data you gave me, von Zwei seemed to have tried this, and they failed. Remember the blood purification pill you made for me? Consider using it as a base. She frowned. You might not know this, but I tried giving one of the leftover pills from back then to a subject, but it didn't work, she replied. It didn't affect his body, but he went mad and started attacking and biting people like some kind of zombie. Victor paused. Did? Of course, he was not a real zombie. Don't worry, she said. Oh, Victor frowned. Did you try to use other bloodlines? I did. The results were less severe, but other than giving them some severe side effects, it didn't work. She shook her head again. Victor frowned. Then what are your thoughts now? No idea. Been working on something, but it is not very promising, she said. But if what you said about the aristocratic family's origin is true, there should be a way, she pondered as if she could see some possibility. What? He asked. Alchemy and biology stuff were beyond his area of expertise, as he never dabbled in them in his past life. No idea, but I might find something. I need samples. Full bodies, she said as she eyed him. From the aristocratic families? He asked as he raised one eyebrow. This girl didn't even dare touch a body a few months ago. The Von Richter girls seemed to be all somehow a little crazy. Well, injecting a shit ton of memories into them as young children might be the cause. Yes, the purer the bloodline, the better. How many? 200 different ones should be fine. Would it be hard? She frowned. Alive or dead? She paused for a moment. I didn't mean corpses, she spat, noticing how he was looking at her. I just need blood samples. Maybe some other bodily fluids too, she said, glaring at him. Although she didn't mind experimenting on murderers and rapists that Alpha secured for her, she was not going to target innocents for her experiments. Other bodily fluids Victor swallowed. Remembering that the Fragrant Shadow team was made up of former hookers, it should be doable. You know, Hannah blushed a bit as she looked away. Fine, he sighed. Well, is that everything you have for now? He asked. Well, it had only been a few months, and expecting amazing results in this time frame was unreasonable. Yeah, sorry, she sighed. She felt a little embarrassed, as not making a lot of progress depicted all the resources they had been providing her. It's fine. What about the other thing? What other thing? She asked. She turned to face him again with a frown. Did he want something else from her? About you finally accepting to marry me. When the fuck did I say I would do that? She asked as she looked away to hide her face. His confession came out of nowhere. Didn't we agree that I would wait for you until you choose to accept me? He asked with a hurt voice. I never said I will ever do that. I am here just to do experiments for you. That's our deal. She spat. Damn it. She could tell that he was trying to make an advance on her, but she was not ready yet. Victor smirked. Well, I will wait for you. Bastard. You will wait while scamming some other girl. Hannah couldn't help but hiss. Now go. I need to think about a few things. She gestured for him to leave without looking at him. Her heart was beating hard. It would be a lie if she said she was not interested in him. After all, after meeting him, he was the only guy who would appear sometimes in her dreams, especially after breaking up with Sebastian. Still, she felt that she didn't know Victor well, and relationships were things that needed time. And he had a lot of wives, and she was not ready yet. Yeah, she needed to know him more. A little more. He was not her type after all, but he was really handsome. Why was she remembering that scene from her dream now? No, she had to calm down. It would be very embracing if he knew what she was thinking about. Calm down, Hannah. Victor smirked as he watched her go blank with many random thoughts and squeeze her legs a little. Slow cooking, using his absurd charm, was in the process. Not bad, right? I have a few things for you, he said as he placed a wooden box on the table beside her. This is a gift from the other world. I thought of you when I saw it. It matches your eye color. I will check it later, she said without daring to look toward him. Well, feel free to call me if you need anything else, and take care of your health. I don't want you to have black eyes when we consummate our marriage, he said as he turned to walk out. Bastard, she cursed at him behind his back, finally turning to look after hearing the door closed. Biting her lip, she turned to the box and opened it. It had two things. A necklace made of some strange material with a dark blue gem that matched the color of her eyes perfectly, and beside it, a luxurious-looking storage ring. She blushed a bit, checking the necklace, then turned to the ring and grabbed it to see what was inside. She gasped as she began to breathe heavily in excitement. Inside the ring, there was the furniture, an entire lab full of all kinds of materials and strange, otherworldly alchemical instruments. She could recognize only some of them, but from the materials they were made of, she could tell that those things were absolutely precious. How the hell did he get all of this? Loot the lab of some kind of famous alchemist? So in short, Laura is going to go to the heavenly sect, Elise said as she and Victor descended from the car in front of the biggest theme park in Vane City. White Park. Yeah, it belongs to his father. In the past, it was run by Nick, but nowadays, George was the one handling its affairs. Yeah, Victor sighed. Is it a bad thing? Elise, who adjusted her pink frilled t-shirt and denim shorts, asked. For her? No, not at all. It is the exact opposite. In fact, she would level up quite well, and in case of emergency, they would be able to protect her more than my stupid father would ever do. She might encounter some difficulties, but it would help her grow up. He told the truth. He had been worried about Lara's future when she would have to be involved in the family drama. Going to the heavenly sect, although not the best solution, it was not bad at all. Then why do you sound disturbed? Elise raised one eyebrow. It is just, with Lara and her entourage gone, my business ventures keep shrinking. Victor sighed. First was the loss of Crimson Pearl's novels rights, and now the Lowly Band. In fact, many of the materials he got from the future were no longer usable due to Celestia's existence. Thankfully, Margaret's side gig factory is doing okay. That thing is not sustainable, Elise sighed. Sex is not going to go out of fashion anytime soon in the next millennium or two, he made a point. Elise rolled her eyes. I mean the business model. No one will go out of their way to look for brand name, huge dildos once copycats start appearing. She blushed, saying that. Good point, he sighed. Even the gag balls were beginning to be copied. Patents can't stop small manufacturers. and those things were not that complex to fabricate. Don't worry, with Zolan on board. Things should be better, though. She already presented many good ideas. Too bad she is already occupied with your Mana Circuits project. So, I suggest that we create a public research facility to collect talents. You wanted to leave it to Hannah? Victor asked. Yeah, it's about time for that girl to fall, she sighed. Hannah is not ready yet. Victor shook his head. That girl is only obsessed with alchemy. She was not suited for management. And after Alpha's fiasco, he decided to be more wary of those of the Von Richter family. Oh, how about we ask the family for a new butler then? This might work. I will think about it. Let's not talk about business today, he said as he grabbed Elise's hand, making her blush as they approached the crowded theme park front gate. I thought you would reserve the entire theme park, just for the two of us. What's so good about an empty park? Elise said as she squeezed his hand harder. Is it really okay for you not to put on some disguise? She asked. He was only wearing a normal face mask that didn't really hide his identity from those who knew him. No one knows where Axel is, and I already told Lynn to make sure he travels covertly, so should be fine. Victor said, looking at her. I want to be my true self for our first date. Elise blushed harder as she squeezed his hand again. Let's go, he said, dragging her to a side gate where, by just flashing the family token, he was allowed in ahead of all the people waiting in line. Some shot him angry glares, but that was all they could do with 6 bald, burly chicks following behind with a cold gangster vibe around them. So, where to go first? Victor asked as they walked inside. Let's try the Ferris wheel, Elise said in excitement. Due to her past, this was her first time going to a theme park, so she couldn't wait to try everything. Victor raised one eyebrow, knowing perfectly well what kind of romance fantasies this little girl was having. If she was not planning for something, she would have brought some of the little maids along after all. Let's go, he said with a sigh, wondering if he could go through the day without getting arrested. Don't worry, I already prepared a fake ID, she said, as if reading his thoughts. Damn it, the dirty little girl had come prepared. Damn it, letting her spend time with Margaret had really rotted her pure mind. Julian adjusted his purple suit, then, after taking a deep breath, walked into the reception hall. I hope I'm not late, he told his father, who was waiting for him inside. No, you are early, Aaron said as he eyed his son from head to toe, nodding to himself that his son was as handsome as he was when he was his age. Don't be nervous. This hearing is just a formality to announce your return to the family. No matter what position they give you, it will not be bad. You are my son after all, Aaron said, noticing his son's nervousness. It's not that. I am just worried about Lily. Julian scratched his ear. Oh, Aaron sighed. Her situation is truly a bit special, but it should be okay, he sighed. More importantly, are you really sure about that thing? You will not get another chance? Are you sure you want to marry the chick? I do. Without going that route, both my mother and my uncle might object. Julian said decisively. True, Aaron said. Alice von Weiss's background and character were a bit problematic, but he was not going to stand in his son's way. He himself did the same when he was young. The thing I am worried about is not telling Mother beforehand. It's better this way. We just need to appease her after. Bam. So, you're already here, someone said, making the startled Julian turn toward the door where his mother walked in, followed by a petite girl who had bluish-tinted hair that resembled that of his mother's. She was dressed in a blue Gothic dress and holding an umbrella, making her look like some character in a TV drama. Mother, you are here. This is, Julian asked, despite fully knowing the answer. All right, this should be your first meeting. Catalia said. Julian, this is your younger sister Tulip. Tulip, this is Julian. You two should have met in better circumstances, but you know how things are around here, she said, glaring at her husband. Yeah, Aaron coughed dryly. Hello, Tulip. Nice to meet you. Julian stepped forward and bowed ceremoniously toward his little sister, making sure to inspect her from head to toe. She was cute. Hello. Tulip also lifted her dress and bowed a bit, feeling his eyes inspecting her. She couldn't help but roll her eyes in disgust. Men were really perverts. All of them, including that bastard Vic. Damn it. Why does she keep thinking about him? Sis, are you okay? Julian asked, noticing a sudden frown on his sister's face. "Ah, just remembered something unpleasant," Tulip said. "Don't mind me," she said as she looked away. Julian didn't know what to say. "So, I heard you grew up in Mother's hometown. I have never been to the Sunken Empire. How is it there?" Julian asked casually, starting up a conversation. Tulip sighed. "Wet. I don't want to talk about it." She responded briefly before turning to her father. "Father, where is Big Brother Perez?" she asked. "He is still in a closed training session. You know how that guy can be, especially with the tournament approaching." Aaron sighed. "Wait, you met Perez?" Julian asked Tulip. "It happened 2 years ago. It was a coincidence, and he helped me in a dungeon." Tulip answered briefly. "Nothing you should be concerned about." She couldn't help but add. Julian scratched his head. Was his little sister a little annoying? "Oh, Tulip, did you think about the request you wanted to submit?" Aaron, noticing the weird atmosphere, asked to change the subject. In the family, when a member finishes their test and re-enters the family, he has the right to request one thing. Whether the family council would agree to it or not was not guaranteed, but if it is reasonable, it would pass, and no one could stop it. This was meant to solve any last attachment a member might have to his life during the test. Tulip, although she didn't have to pass through that trial, her entering the family granted her the same rights. "Yes, I will reveal it to the council later," she said with clear, murderous intent. Aaron looked at Catalia, but she just raised her shoulder as if telling him she also had no idea what was going on in her daughter's mind. That would be a lie, though. Ever since Tulip returned from that moon dungeon, she has been totally obsessed with that Vic guy. Catalia knew perfectly well what her daughter wanted. "This way, please. Say hi to your parents before we proceed." Suddenly, the door opened again, and a black-haired girl in a white sundress walked in. "Lily, HSSSSSSSSS." Tulip couldn't help but gasp as this was their first time meeting Lily since she returned, having only heard about her from her mother before. To tell the truth, she was shocked. Lily's beauty was something that even her master, the Void Lord, couldn't rival. Catalia and Aaron, who had secretly watched his daughter when she was brought in, were more composed. The same could be said for Julian, who had long associated her angelic looks with her demonic character. Lily stepped forward before politely presenting herself by lifting her dress. "Lily von Krohn, it's nice to meet you for the first time, Father." "Mother," she said as she bowed slightly. "Big Brother Julian, nice to meet you again. And you must be," she frowned, looking at Tulip as she didn't recognize her. "I am Tulip, your younger sister." Tulip bowed awkwardly as she inspected Lily from head to toe, the same way Julian had inspected her earlier. Holy shit, how can a girl be this beautiful? Although she never cared about outer beauty, she couldn't help feeling a little jealous and a bit inferior. Just a little bit. If she had to compare Lily's beauty to someone, it would be that Vic guy who... Damn it, why was she thinking about that piece of shit again? "I know it feels a little awkward getting to meet us like this," Aaron said, knowing that his daughter's robotic behavior was due to the cleansing ritual that stripped away a lot of her old feelings. "In time, we shall get to know each other," he said. "I'm looking forward to that," Lily replied, but still, her voice was a little cold. Catalia sighed, then stepped forward and hugged Lily, taking her by surprise. "Just remember, no matter what happens, I am your mother." Out of nowhere, Lily couldn't help but hug her mother back as 2 tears fell from her eyes. She began to mumble, truly not knowing how to react. Not only did she know her mother during her Timless Crow adventure, in the timeline before, the one she just remembered, her mother died protecting her from a demon's attack. "It's okay, child." Catalia sighed in relief as she brushed her daughter's black, silky hair. Maybe Aaron was right after all. Time would heal their relationship. Tulip, who watched her mother and Lily hug, couldn't help but frown. Was this the same strict mother she was familiar with? Well, maybe this was for the better. Only Julian couldn't help but sigh, knowing many things about Lily. This must be her first time hugging her mother after 2 timelines, so he couldn't help but sympathize with her, nearly forgetting the hellish training she made him go through. Nearly. He would never truly forget that. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. I hate to break this family reunion, but we have a ceremony to proceed with. The elder who brought Lily a moment earlier said, breaking the atmosphere. Lady Tulip, young Master Julian, and Lady Tulip. The three of you follow me to the lower hall. Lord Aaron, feel free to move to the observation deck, he said before turning and walking out. Lily, Julian, and then Tulip quickly followed after giving their worried parents one last nod. Moments later, only Aaron and Catalia were left in the hall. Did you investigate that? Catalia asked almost immediately. I found a record of the doomed demonic millipedes' eggs in the family. There should have existed 3 pairs in the northern vault, but none remain, with no record of anyone taking them out. Aaron replied as the smile on his face disappeared. Eric, Catalia asked. It could have been anyone from the High Council, he sighed. Don't worry, I'll get to the bottom of this. You'd better do that if you ever want us to share the same bed ever again, she spat before turning to walk toward the stairs heading to the observation floor. Eric could only sigh and quickly follow after her. I hope that satisfied you, my dear lady wife, Victor said as they stepped down from the Ferris wheel. Elise held her silence and just puffed her cheek as she walked ahead of him, not allowing him to see her blushing face. Her plan failed. Miserably. Victor could only shake his head, watching her. The filthy little girl seemed to have come prepared as she ordered the chicks to stop the machine halfway through, leaving both of them stuck up there for more than 30 minutes. She even released a potent aphrodisiac in that close compartment. Thankfully, Victor was proficient enough to protect his non-existent chastity. The girl planned to go all the way, but she didn't expect to lose her composure with just one kiss and go blank, proving her severe lack of experience. One can't learn everything through the internet, after all. Yeah, nothing really happened with her, only collapsing in his arms, lost in his lips. Shall we go get some drinks? He asked as a gentleman, knowing full well that Elise might need to go to the restroom. Bastard, she spat as she stomped the floor angrily while walking. He slowly patted her hair. Some things need time. We have a lot of that. But you're going away again, she said, confessing her real feelings. Who knows how many new girls you would court? By then, I might just end up like any other chick, she said before pausing and looking at one of the chicks following them for protection. No offense intended. The bald chick quickly raised his hand, indicating that she shouldn't mind him and that he was not offended. Don't worry, you're my wife, something that only a few would get, he said, secretly sighing. She was absolutely correct. Instead of lamenting on things in the future, we must not forget to have fun here, he said. Let's go. We need to experience all the attractions around here before it gets dark. Elise sighed. Okay, she said. Present yourself, a white bearded supreme elder said to Julian, who stood nervously in the middle of a large hall. The hall was composed of 3 levels, shaped like a bowl. The highest floor was the observation deck, where many degenerates and family elders, including the patriarch Eric, were. Julian's parents, Aaron and Catalia, also stood to watch the session. The second floor was a huge arc-shaped table where 9 high elders sat. Their mission was to test and question the heir after his trial, then decide on a suitable position for him in the family. On the lower level, Julian stood in the center in front of a huge obsidian table that stretched more than 10 feet across the room. Lily and Tulip, who had their turns after him, sat near the door. My name is Julian von Krohn, the second son of Aaron von Krohn of the main branch, Julian replied. As he answered, the obsidian table gave a white light that vanished almost immediately, indicating that he was telling the truth. In this hall, no lies were allowed. Are you ready for this appraisal session? Another elder asked. Ready, Julian said, making the table flash white again. Although everyone here has been sworn to secrecy, if there is anyone, other than the patriarch and the supreme elders, whom you don't want to know about your info, you may ask them to leave, the supreme elder asked. As much secret information would be revealed, some might want to hide it from their siblings or parents. No, it should be okay, Julian said, looking around. Other than those whom he couldn't kick out, only his parents and siblings were present. Then, please put your hand on the ancestral table. one of the elders said. Julian quickly compiled, placing his hand onto a slight indentation on the table where all his forefathers had placed their hands to be tested in the past. The table flashed, and a few lines of info appeared. Julian von Krohn. Authority, 13. Class, Soul Paladin, SS. Bloodline, Soul-Eating Crow, SSS Awakened. Fate Strength, SS. Scion Indicator, Natural, HSSSSSSSSSSS. All of the elders hissed at the same time. Even his parents did the same. When did you awaken as a player? One elder couldn't help but ask. About a month ago, in the cave I mentioned in my report, Julian said, after returning to the family, he was made to write a report about what happened after Lily kidnapped him. It was in a pond of black blood. At that time, I don't know why Lily threw me in it, and I didn't know anything until I woke up with my bloodline awakened, and I became a player, he said, making sure not to lie and shift everything to Lily as they planned. I just withheld the info about my awakening due to my right of secrecy about my player status, he added. Many things in that report were taught to him by Lily in the past few weeks. It contained no lies, but the way it was written could be understood in more than one way. We understand that, but still, you should have said that you have awakened this. Wait, your bloodline. The elders, who out of habit didn't care to look at his bloodline before gasping again as they eyed it. Soul-Eating Crow? Wasn't that the bloodline their main ancestor has? Everyone in the hall was totally shocked, including the stoic patriarch Eric and Aaron, Julian's father, who opened his mouth wide in total disbelief. The only ones who didn't overreact were Lily and Tulip, who were not really sure about this bloodline. What's wrong with it? Julian nodded his eyebrows and asked as if he had no idea. You have no idea about anything happening to your bloodline? No. Is it bad? One moment. The Supreme Elder said as he leaned to the side and began whispering with the other elder. Look, it must have been the blood pond. Yeah, send someone to check it. Okay. The Supreme Elder nodded to the others, then turned back to Julian. Did? You said that will just exploded when he tried to cut off your bindings, right? He asked as if realizing something, making the other elders quickly take a look at the report and flip to its later parts when Julian mentioned how his cousin will appeared out of nowhere and came to save him, but suddenly exploded and turned into a card. Yeah, I'm still shocked about that. Do you know why? He asked. He was really in shock. He never expected his own cousin to try to kill him. We will speak about this later, the Supreme Elder, whose eyes grew sharp, said as he glared at Eric, who sat upstairs, completely hiding his murderous intent behind a nonchalant expression. The Supreme Elder was not stupid, and he knew about the Dark Crow dagger as Julian had already given it back to the family after telling them about Will's death. Knowing about Julian's superior bloodline, an investigation into that was no longer needed. It was clear to all the elders that Will must have tried to use the dagger against his cousin and ended up getting destroyed due to having a lower bloodline level. Still, it would be better not to say it out loud. Oh, Julian, acting as if he knew nothing, nodded. Did Lily also go into that pond? Another elder couldn't help but ask as he began flipping through another report. A very thick one that Lily submitted the previous day. It contained a full report of her life in the Von Weiss family and a detailed account of the last few months. Yeah, Julian nodded. The elders looked at each other. All of them had the same thought. Lily was really the heaven chosen. Even with her fate locked, she managed to find a supreme treasure to awaken her bloodline. They couldn't wait until it was her turn. After that, how did you manage to escape her? Another elder asked, keeping the subject away from Will again. He was clearly on the patriarch side. It is all in the report, Julian said, getting nervous as he had to make sure not to lie. She didn't seem to be planning to kill me, and I suspect that she might be even giving me a chance to escape on purpose, he added. The elders all glared at Lily, who didn't even blink as she glared coldly at them. According to her, she was just ordered to brainwash him. She never intended to kill him. The elder who was flipping through Lily's report finally whispered. Finding that pond was an accident when she sought to find a place that Alice von Weiss would not be able to track her to. They all looked at Lily, planning to grill her about that later. Let's return to our current subject. What can your class do? The Supreme Elder, who kept glaring angrily at Eric, asked as he turned to Julian. You don't have to go through the details, but since it doesn't exist in our database, I want you to give us the gist of it. This might affect the family position we give you later. Do things with the soul. I can heal others' souls, attack them, and even have immunity against most soul-based attacks. My skills also allow me to attack enemies who have a soul form, like ghosts and such. Julian quickly responded. Oh. The Supreme Elder nodded as he inspected Julian from head to toe. As one of the highest authorities in the family, he was one of the few who got to regularly read the reports about the heir's trials. In the past, he held little regard for Julian, who failed to be anything special. And since he didn't become a scion, his rank was suited to become a normal heir at best. But now, with his bloodline in this class, he was suited to become an elite heir. In the future, if you manage to get a high position in the family, what do you intend to do? The Supreme Elder asked. I want to work to protect and strengthen my family, Julian answered truthfully. I also want to make sure that no tragedy like what happened with my sister ever repeats, he added. Hearing him, his father squeezed his fist as he glared at the patriarch. Good, good. The Supreme Elder, who seemed to begin looking at Julian more favorably, said, We will consider all of this before giving you a good position. Now, for returning to the family, we can grant you one request. Is there anything you want? I wish for the family to formally engage me with Alice von Weiss, he answered directly, having already consulted his father about this. Catalia, who had no idea about this, gasped and then turned to her husband with questioning eyes. He gestured to her to stay calm for now. Oh. The Supreme Elder raised an eyebrow as he flipped to a certain page in Julian's report. I think this would be doable, but we can only send a formal request. We can't control von Weiss's family response. Are you sure you want to waste your chance for this? Yes. Julian quickly responded. You young people, the Supreme Elder sighed. Then Supreme Elder. We can't. One of the elders wanted to object. Why not? The girl's status is more than enough. And after what Julian went through, it should be fine. But what about the girl's allegiance? Things like this never stopped you from marrying into the von Astrom family, unless you discuss family secrets with your wife. The elder held his tongue. At least let us vote. Fine. Who is allowing this request? Raise your hands. 6 raised their hands, including the Supreme Elder. The other 3 just clicked their tongues. The matter was settled. Julian, you can step down. Come to my office in the evening to get your assignment. I understand. Julian nodded, having a hard time hiding his smile as he stepped down, ignoring his uncle's dangerous glares from above. You better explain everything to me. Catalia, who watched her son's reaction, turned to her husband and hissed. She was not going to let her son marry any random girl. Aaron sighed. Don't worry, the girl is fine. I will send you her file later. Now let's remain calm. It is already Tulip's turn, he quickly said. Although he was worried about how his wife would react later after reading Alice's file, he had already promised Julian. And as his father, he had to help him. Kaiwa, new, ghost, nutcracker. In the theme park, a strange accident was happening as everyone, including the employees, ran away from the Haunted Mansion attraction. The last to walk out was a young man who held a girl in his arms. That was fun. Elise giggled as she watched the chaos outside. Now no one will dare to work here, she added as she dragged him out. It's the employee's fault for trying to take advantage of you, Victor said with a smirk. You could have just scared him alone, she pouted. I couldn't help it. He told the truth. I also wanted to show you the people's reaction when demons first appear. Those things are what real demons look like, she asked with a frown. To tell the truth, if it were not for Victor holding her hand as he cast his illusion, she would have been really terrified. Yeah, Victor nodded. The monsters you face in the dungeons can't even compare, he said. Scared? Not as long as you are with me. Victor raised one eyebrow. Since when did this girl learn to talk like this? I want you to be strong enough to fight them yourself in the future. I know, she sighed. Now let's go try. Elise paused as she noticed Victor was looking somewhere absent-mindedly. She turned and looked in that direction. A purple-haired young man who had 5 young girls behind him was arguing with a mean-looking, fat guy who had a slutty woman clinging to him. "Isn't that your half-brother?" "His name was Roy," Elise asked. They already have all the information about Theodore's sons that he collected, so Elise could easily recognize this guy from one of the photos. "Ah, yeah. I didn't expect to see him here," Victor quickly replied. "Him? Is that what you care about? Then why are you eyeing that little girl?" Elise, who was skilled enough to see where he was looking, asked. "As far as I remember, Roy has 5 stepsisters from his mother. Those 5 should be them," she said, raising one eyebrow. "Husband? You?" She was resisting the urge to pinch his arm. He was on a fucking date with her, yet already looking at other girls. Young girls, to be exact. Wasn't she young enough for his perverted taste? That girl, the third from the left. Her name is Melody. She was my wife in the other timeline. Victor, feeling Elise's agitation, said softly, squeezing her fist while telling the truth with a sigh. "I what?" Elise exclaimed as she turned to look at the girl who was clearly younger than her. True, she was pretty and lively, but not that special. Was she the one who got killed by that Light Lord? Victor said with a complex look, deciding not to tell lies about Roy being that Light Lord for now. "I discovered her a few weeks ago when Lynn helped her and her sisters escape Morris." "Oh, was it them?" Elise frowned, remembering the report Lynn submitted before leaving with Axel. "Yeah, fate is a really strange thing," he sighed, lost in thought as he inspected Melody. She didn't have any bloodline, and her status was completely normal. On top of that, he didn't have any fate thread connecting him to her, let alone a golden thread. This debunked a theory that his previous timeline had anything to do with those. "Do you still have feelings for her?" Elise asked in a soft voice. "How can I?" He smiled as he looked at Elise. "Don't you know your husband?" Elise rolled her eyes. True, Victor was the kind who wouldn't let a girl escape his clutches. "Jealous, kinda," Elise said, finally realizing what that strange feeling in her heart was. "Let's go help them up. They seem to be in trouble," she said after some thinking. "Wait, are you sure about that?" Victor, who was a little taken aback, asked. Meeting Melody here was not something he expected, but considering Elise's feelings, he planned to ignore her for now, as he already had a plan to go see her later. He never expected Elise to help him out directly. "She's going to join us sooner or later," Elise sighed. "The more people there are, the merrier it is. And you're not going to do anything to her anytime soon, unless you want to be arrested. That is." "Good point." Victor chuckled. It seemed like Margaret's influence on her was not a bad thing after all. He quickly grabbed Elise's hand and walked toward Roy and his sisters. Suddenly he paused. "Anything wrong?" Elise asked. "No," Victor said as he flicked something off his jacket before continuing his path. "Just a little feather," he said as he confirmed something on his status screen. "Error. Fate tracing feather could not be attached. Insufficient authority. My name is Tulip von Krohn, daughter of Aaron von Krohn from the main branch." Tulip introduced herself directly, ignoring the chaos upstairs where her mother was drilling Julian, who had gone there after hearing about his marriage. "Please put your hand on the Supreme Elder." Paused and looked up. "You even slept with her the day you met her. It was an accident. How can someone accidentally sleep with someone else? She must have drugged you. Look, she's not that kind of girl I'm sure you will like." "Idiot. Look how far she charmed you. I am going to— Lady Catalia, if you keep interrupting us, I will have to ask you to leave this hall." The Supreme Elder cleared his throat and said, "Sorry, Cat Leia," who was clutching Julian from his collar, let go after giving her son a glare that they would continue later. The Supreme Elder sighed, remembering when Aaron asked this same council to let him marry Catalia back then. He shouldn't have agreed. Nothing was wrong with Catalia herself, but Aaron was simply too wimpy to reign in such a woman. "Tulip, you may place your hand on the appraisal table." Tulip nodded and put her hand on the obsidian table. Tulip von Krohn. Authority, 16. Class, Void Rider. Bloodline, Crown Crow, S Awakened. Sea Dragon, S Awakened. Fate Strength, SSS. Scion Indicator, Positive. HSSSSSSSSSSS. The elders gasped again, this time not because of her class, but because of her being a scion. Among the heirs, being a scion was 1 in 10 chance, and an SSS scion was even rarer. In fact, all of them had one thought. If this girl were to have gone through the ritual, she might have gained the legendary X-rank fate. Thinking about it, they couldn't help but look toward Lily, wondering if their experiment with her had succeeded. The fight about sending her away years ago was still fresh in their minds. Tulip, as you have been raised in the Sunken Empire, I need to ask you this. Did you read and understand the family rules? The Supreme Elder asked. I did. Tulip nodded. I swear to respect those rules. Good. Is there anything you might need to tell us that was not mentioned in the report that was presented by your esteemed mother? The Supreme Elder asked. Catilia gave them a quick report about Tulip's growth before the questioning session. This was highly unusual, as the heirs were supposed to present their own reports to be questioned about them. Tulip hesitated for a moment before taking out an empty card and putting it on the table. The Supreme Elder frowned as he flicked his finger, making the card float to his hand. A moment later, his face changed as if realizing something. I understand, the Supreme Elder said. Your questioning is over. Supreme Elder, one of the elders wanted to say something. It is over. I use my right as the Supreme Elder to declare that, the Supreme Elder said, making everyone frown, including Eric, who looked at Tulip, then at Catalia, as if he understood something. Still, he kept his silence, just grinding his teeth. After confirming how his son will die, it was far better to not overplay his cards today. Thank you, Tulip said. She was not expecting to become an elite heir, but thanks to her other background, it didn't matter. She was just doing this to help her father and Perez stabilize their position in the family. In fact, her questioning here was just a formality. Due to your delicate background, I will also decide on your position in the family later, the Supreme Elder sighed. Now, welcome to the family. Per tradition, do you have any requests? I want the Von Crone family to help me find someone. Tulip replied directly, making her mother upstairs sigh. I heard you have an artifact that can easily find people through fate. Tulip continued with clear murderous intent in her voice. The Supreme Elder nodded. Can I know who you want to find first? Some people are off limits. It is not anyone important, just an arrogant piece of shit called Vic Volt. The elders looked at each other as one of them quickly looked up the name on his phone before sending it in a private message to the others. There was little information about such a guy in their database, just that he appeared in the Moon Dungeon and was a C-rank person of interest. Watching them, Lily was having a hard time trying to hide her expression. She was silently cursing at her stupid husband while wondering what he did to Tulip to make her keep him in her mind. According to him, he only hit on her a little back then, but from the way Tulip was reacting, it was clear that his little was not little at all. Damn it, pervert Victor. Hopefully, nothing bad would happen. She could only secretly cross her fingers, deciding to warn Victor to hide for a while as soon as she could contact him. Are you sure that this will be your request? The Supreme Elder asked Tulip. It was true that using the family's sacred artifact was not easy even for direct heirs, but wasting the chance to search for someone was a little overboard. There is nothing else that I might need, she told the truth. She was one of the princesses of the Sunken Empire, and the things that she might need from the Von Crone were not things those old fogies were prepared to give her, especially with her situation growing up outside the family. They would never truly trust her. Then let's vote, the Supreme Elder sighed. All the elders raised their hands. They didn't mind Tulip wasting her request on this matter, as they also wanted to know about this Vic guy. I should also get the Patriarch's approval. The Supreme Elder looked up. Eric nodded. Bring the golden urn, the Supreme Elder commanded. The usage of the sacred artifact required 5 of the elders to be present, and since they were all already here, he decided to finish with this farce. After that, everyone went silent, each thinking about many things. 21 minutes later, a large golden urn full of colorful feathers was brought to the hall, carried on a small decorated cart, and escorted by 6 masked guards who set it in place, then bowed and quickly left. Touch the sacred urn while thinking about your meeting with that guy. Find the clearest image of him you have and focus on it. If your fate with him is strong enough, one of the feathers will grab onto that fate thread and help you find him, the Supreme Elder said. You have to keep your focus until the result is found. Tulip nodded, then placed her hand on the urn and closed her eyes to picture that bastard. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. The urn immediately shone with a blue light, as many threads appeared around Tulip, connecting her to everything in the room and outside of it. It was as if she were a furball. Lily quickly realized that those were Tulip's fate lines, as they matched what Victor told her when he explained his skill. Slowly, the light on the urn began to shine brighter. As if searching for something, the myriad of threads around Tulip slowly began to fade and disappear one by one. In the matter of moments, they were all gone, leaving just one connecting to Tulip's, but fuck. Lily almost cursed it out loud as she realized what her husband did to Tulip, making her go after him. It took all of her willpower not to start yelling curses out loud. She was not the only one who realized a few things, though. The Supreme Elder, who was one of the few who understood how the urn worked, also had a strange expression. Catalia and Eric seemed to have figured out some things, too. Young people. The Supreme Elder could only sigh and shake his head. With one thread remaining, the urn spat out one feather that flew out, then sped up, hitting Tulip's butt. Tulip immediately lost her focus as she felt a burning sensation. What? Before she could talk, the feather came out of her chest, hovered a few feet in the air before splitting into two halves. One followed the line out of the room, as if it was an arrow, while the other froze in midair and began to turn like a compass pointing to the other's direction. You just have to follow, the Supreme Elder began to explain, but he paused. Bam! The feather in the air suddenly shook, then caught fire and burned with white flames in front of everyone. Pam! A moment later, a crack formed on the urn's body. What the? HSSSSSSSSSS. This? The elders looked at each other, then at the Supreme Elder, whose face turned serious. One by one, they realized what this meant, especially the Patriarch, who had difficulty hiding the dangerous glare in his eyes. Yet he quickly calmed down as if he had gotten some idea. That guy of yours is not someone we can interfere with. Why don't you ask your master to find him for you? The Supreme Elder asked Tulip after a brief pause. She also couldn't find him, Tulip said, feeling a little shocked. Not only because of Vic, but because of her mother, whose glare she could feel descending on her from above. I see. Don't worry about the urn. We can fix it, the Supreme Elder said, his heart bleeding about the cost of fixing this artifact. You may step down. Sorry for disturbing you, she bowed, then slowly stepped back with a million thoughts in her mind. Only Lily sighed in relief, watching what happened. Thankfully, Victor managed to dodge that bullet. She was not sure about how he did it, though. She couldn't help but want to end this ceremony and get her necklace back from Yulian to finally get some time to have a one-to-one talk with his soul. She didn't dare use the husband-wife connection in Ness Castle, as she knew more than anyone about what kind of security they have here. Brother, what's wrong with you? Melody asked as she watched her brother, Roy, sigh for the 14th time today. They were supposed to have fun going to the theme park and such, but for some reason, he seemed a little absent-minded ever since returning home late last night. Nothing, just thinking about the assignment my father gave me, Roy lied. He was remembering last night when that woman broke into the brothel and, out of nowhere, began slapping his esteemed father, whom he always thought of as some kind of living god. To his surprise, Theodore didn't fight back at all, but simply began simping to that woman and apologizing, making all kinds of lies on the fly. Damn it. He even blamed his own sons for dragging him to that brothel without telling him. That woman, thankfully, was not an idiot. She simply slapped him hard before leaving that room. At that moment, he thought his father would do something mainly, but to his surprise, he just ordered his sons to wrap the party up before following that woman like a licking dog. Thinking about how his father wanted him to help reconcile with his mother, he felt a little annoyed and disgusted. Was that really his father? You should stop overthinking things, his other sister advised, as if she knew any better. Just go with the flow. She added a line that she probably got from an anime. Like hell I can do that. Roy wanted to make another excuse, but he was interrupted. Ouch! Can't you watch your steps? Someone yelled as he pushed one of the little girls to the ground. It was a fat woman. His sister seemed to have accidentally bumped into her, spilling some ice cream on her dress. Husband, she yelled, making a fat man who was a few steps away hurry to her side. Fuck, do you know how much that dress cost us? He immediately flared at the little girls who were about to go into tears. Stop shouting. It was an accident. Roy immediately stepped in, putting his sisters behind him as the other helped her to her feet. You are the one who should apologize for yelling at my sister. Do you know who I am? Should I? Roy sneered. No wonder. Poor bastards like them really have no way to know you. Hubby, the slutty man's girlfriend said as she wiped the ice cream off her dress using a handkerchief. You have to make him pay up for ruining my dress. He will need to sell his house, so it is better to call the cops. The woman who seemed to just be using Roy as an excuse to vent out some frustration yelled like a bitch. Right, the fat man sneered as he turned to look at the little girls. I think I can give him a chance to offer some other kind of compensation, he said, licking his lips. But hubby, the young woman frowned. Relax. I will make it up to you, the fat man said, reaching his hand toward one of Roy's sisters. You bastard. Roy, who realized something, immediately became super hostile. Let me teach you something, boy. If I say I am giving you a chance, that means that you have no choice. My father is... He stopped talking as he fell to the ground, clutching his balls. He wanted to say something, but the newcomer, a purple-haired young man who wore a mask, started ruthlessly kicking him, ignoring the woman who began to scream and the crowd that began to gather. Bam! H. Bam! Not there. Bam! K. Bastard! Take them away. Give him the lily treatment, the young man gestured, making a few burly men immediately hurry, gag, then drag away the fat man and his girlfriend as if this was something they had done thousands of times. Did you like the show? Do you want me to kick your balls too? The young man yelled at the crowd, making them disperse almost immediately, including a few security guards who just had to see the badge in the young man's hand to silently disappear. He sighed, then looked at Roy, who took a defensive position with his sisters poking their heads to watch from behind him. Sorry to scare you. Bro, what's up? It's me, he said as he took off his mask to reveal his handsome face. Roy, who was a little on edge due to his sister's kidnapping the other day, immediately recognized the handsome young man as the half-brother he had met the other day in a mansion. OMG, Victor White, his second sister, who forgot all about the violence she had just watched, exclaimed loudly before Roy could say anything. Victor was super famous as the rich young master who managed to sweep the idol Mira off her feet. His harem wedding was also the major discussion point on TV for the last few months, with many people against him, describing his behavior as unacceptable despite the law allowing it. She and her sisters totally disagreed as they fantasized about such a young master marrying them all together. And lately, after realizing that Victor was their brother's half-brother, they had been pressuring him to introduce them, but Roy kept procrastinating. Hi there. Victor waved to them. Brother, I didn't expect to see you here. Are those pretty little ladies your lovers? He asked, flashing a smile at the little girls while raising his charm a few notches, especially toward Harmony, who almost could no longer breathe as she was completely charmed. Thankfully, she was standing in the back, so no one except Elise could see her overreaction. Victor felt a little guilty doing this frontal attack on a little girl, but he had to make sure that Melody would never fall for another guy ever. And if one day she chose someone else, he would totally understand that and kill the other guy. For him, she was that important, so by charming her, he was technically saving the lives of many people. Yeah, he was the good guy here. Esteemed Brother Victor. Those are my half-sisters, Roy said with some annoyance, keeping as polite as possible as he watched Victor inspect his sisters. I just wanted to take them on a vacation before I get assigned by the family. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here, he said. In fact, he took them here to make them forget about the kidnapping, but he decided not to say that. Oh, sorry to bother you then. It is just that today is my wife's birthday, so we came here to party, Victor said, pointing at Elise, whom Roy only noticed now. Wife, it took Roy a moment to connect things, looking between the short Elise and Victor. This low, she's your wife. Yeah, Elise. This is my brother Roy. Roy, this is Elise von Geldstadt, my wife. Victor said proudly, making her smile a little. How old are you? Roy asked automatically, looking at Elise. Brother, this is rude. You can't ask a girl about her age. One of Roy's sisters finally intervened before turning to Victor. Hello, young Master Victor, Lady Elise. My name is Harmony. Those are Melody, Cadence, Joy, and Lyrica. Harmony, who is the eldest, quickly introduced herself and her sisters as she eyed Elise with some jealousy. Was this girl at the wedding too? Sadly, very few photos got leaked out of that event. Hi, you have some pretty musical names. Nice to meet you, Victor said with an even brighter smile. No need to be so tense around me. If you are Roy's half-sisters, you could be considered my little sisters too, he said. Right. Young master. The girls blushed a bit. Call me just Victor. He smiled, carefully inspecting Roy and making sure he was really the young light lord in his memories. If you girls are not busy, why don't we go find somewhere to sit and chat a bit? It is a little inconvenient standing here in the middle of the road. He paused, shooting a glare at some random guy who took out his phone to film. A moment later, a chick came to drag him away. We should get to know each other, since we are related. The girls looked nervously at each other. How about some ice cream? There's a famous store here that sells exclusive flavors. Victor asked as he put his mask back on. Sure. The little girls immediately got excited. Their stinky brother didn't allow them to have a lot of ice cream, saying that it would ruin their stomach or something. And they really wanted to try that store, but sadly, the line in front of it was just too long. Roy, who was still in shock, only realized that his sisters were dragged away too late. He could only follow after them while shooting Victor some very dangerous glares. Damn it. Last night, he just finished warning his sisters about not following dangerous men. Why did no one ever listen to him? Wow, it's huge, Melody exclaimed with excitement, looking at the huge ice cream parfait in front of her. Come on, try it. Victor, who sat on the other side of the table, said with a not-so-innocent smile, remembering when Melody said that same line about something else in the other timeline. Thankfully, no one could read his mind, or he would have been directly arrested. Careful. If you get a stomachache later, don't complain to me, Roy, who sat beside Victor and only ordered some black coffee, warned his sisters who were going to start digging in. Especially you. Melody, you just left the hospital, he said while keeping his vigilance. The way Victor had been looking at his sisters was very Seuss. Hearing him, Melody stopped her spoon as she looked worriedly at the prairie cup, not sure what to do. It's okay. The stuff here is of the highest quality. They should be okay. Victor, who had already secretly dissolved the healing pill in the little girl's cup, said as he scooped some ice cream and then carefully put it in Elise's mouth. Yeah, they were sharing one cup. As her husband, he couldn't possibly neglect her. Elise smiled sweetly as she let the ice cream melt in her mouth. Victor, would it really be okay? Harmony, who helped their youngest sister Joy eat, suddenly asked. What? Victor asked as he tested some of the ice cream. Not bad at all. Cutting in line like that. Harmony asked nervously. Some of the customers just now shot her some really envious looks. They had been waiting for hours, but Victor just cut straight in. Didn't your brother tell you? My father owns this entire place. He could have just used his family badge to bring you straight in. You don't even have to stand in line for any of the attractions. Victor explained, gesturing for his chicks to take care of the annoying people before opening his mouth for Elise to feed him some ice cream with lime pieces that she clearly didn't like. A.H. The 5 little girls all exclaimed at the same time, glaring at their hateful brother. They have already wasted no less than an hour standing in various lines around the park thanks to his incompetence. What? Roy asked in shock. Esteemed father owns this place. He really had no idea. Victor sighed. It seemed like Roy still couldn't comprehend how rich their family was. Most of the things with the white prefix around Vane City are family businesses. Victor explained. To tell the truth, he didn't blame Roy. In his previous life, he also didn't know any better until he worked in those businesses. But at that time, he didn't really have a family badge, so that didn't count. Well, even the white bakery and the white supermarkets. Yeah, even the white gaming arcades and brothels. I'm not sure about everything, but you can ask George. He is the one who manages everything, Victor explained as he scooped some chocolate chips for Elise. What? Roy swallowed. His mother had to work in a white brothel when his sister got sick. Not anymore, though. Thankfully, our esteemed father has the tendency to buy the entire business where a girl who grabs his attention works. It's one of his ways to get them to his bed. Victor explained. He worked for his father, arranging a few of those purchases in his past life. Is it really okay to badmouth our father like this? Roy swallowed nervously. I'm telling the truth, and even if he heard me, he would only punish you. I am an elite heir. Victor explained. Roy almost rolled his eyes as his sisters looked between him and Victor with a frown. Do you girls go to school? Elise, feeling the awkward atmosphere, suddenly asked the little girls. Yeah, since we moved to Vane City, Roy had already enrolled us in the White Pressa, something institute. Harmony answered. As the eldest sister, she was usually the one who took care of the others, especially when her stupid brother and her mother were out working. It's prestigious. Roy corrected her. George was the one who arranged their enrollment there, so he didn't know much of the details. Whatever. The teachers there are really nice to us. And Harmony paused. That school, does it also belong to your father? She asked, looking at Roy, then at Victor. Yeah. Victor nodded. Still, it is not the best in town. Why didn't you enroll them in the Aero Institute for young ladies? It is a boarding school, and the girls didn't want to leave their mother's side, especially with Melody fresh out of the hospital. Roy replied. Is it that much better? He asked. A little. Laura studies there. Victor replied. Laura? Harmony asked quickly. That name sounded familiar. My little sister. You know her from Laura and the Magical Girls. Victor replied with a smile as he successfully steered the conversation to the subject he wanted. The five little girls all gasped, forgetting the ice cream that began to melt on their spoons. You like Laura? Victor asked about the obvious. She is your sister? The girls gasped. Not only was his wife Mira, but his sister was Laura? Yeah, didn't Roy tell you? The five girls all turned to look at Roy. He frowned. What is Laura and the Magical Girls? Roy couldn't help but turn to Victor and ask. Although he had a vague idea that he got from the words themselves, he really was not sure what they were about. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. In the past few months, he was really busy, first working his ass off to get the money for his sister's hospital bill, then preparing for the awakening as a player. He had no time to care about anything else. Laura and her friends have a band that does some singing in my company. The girl needed a hobby, and no one expected it to be a big success. Victor said. Look, Harmony said, flipping her old puppy phone too open and opening a gold tube movie for her stupid brother to watch. Bad, bad pussy. Punish the pussy. Bad, bad, bad. Pussy, I. His face went dark almost immediately upon hearing the song. That was until he saw the little girls dancing on stage with cat costumes. His eyes naturally focused on the little girl in the center, moving lively. It was the same little girl who kicked his ass on stage a few weeks ago. Laura, and the girls around here, weren't they her maids? Interesting. I see. Roy swallowed. It seemed like Lara's gang was not only adept at fighting crime, but they were also a singing band, some real magical girls. That song. It's catchy, isn't it? Victor nodded. My wife Lynn wrote it. It's about a childhood friend who was a bad girl, he said with a smile. Oh, Roy nodded. He didn't get the song at all. Can we meet them? Harmony asked after her sisters kicked her leg under the table, pushing her to do it. Well, Victor thought for a moment, then took his phone and sent a message to his father asking him when Laura would be leaving and whether it would be okay for her to come to his mansion to meet him one last time before that. Let's see. Theodore responded after a few seconds. No, it was definitely George who did it, as the polite response told him that Laura would leave in 3 days, and that it would be fine. It is possible. Can you come to my mansion tomorrow? Victor asked. I will tell Mira and Monica to be there too. Yes. The 5 girls replied all at once with excitement. Wait, Roy wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. Let Roy drive you there. Do you know the address? Victor turned to ask his brother. No, Roy replied helplessly. Ask Iris about it, and tell her to come too, Victor said. It's been a while since he saw that sister of his. Roy could only nod, seeing how enthusiastic his sisters were. Fine, he said. If Iris were there, things would be okay. Now, Victor thought for a moment. Let's finish our ice cream and go playing. I plan to go to the roller coaster with Elise. Do you care to join us? He asked the little girls. We are too short for that. One of the little girls replied, pouting a bit as she sucked on her spoon. I told you, my father owns this place. I will make them adjust the ride for you. Victor replied with a dashing smile, winking at the little girls. Hearing him, Roy's face fell again. His guts were telling him that Victor was definitely aiming at one of his sisters. Sadly for him, those brats no longer listened to him. Lily von Krohn, daughter of Aaron von Krohn of the main branch. Lily introduced herself coldly as she stood in front of the obsidian table. Place your hand on the appraisal table, the Supreme Elder said as everyone in the hall peered in to look at her result, including the Patriarch Eric, whose intentions were hard to read. Lily von Krohn. Authority, 99. Class, Shadow Dancer, A. Subclass, Time Avatar X. Bloodline, Timeless Crow X Awakened. Fate Strength, X. Scion Indicator, Positive. HSSSSS. The entire hall hissed at the same time. What the? Holy shit. Impossible. How? As expected, the entire hall was in absolute shock, including those who were crossing their fingers for the family experiment to succeed and for Lily to get an X-rank fate. She didn't only get 1 X, but 3. Like some R-rated movie title. First were the elders. Seeing the result, they couldn't help but look up at each other, then up toward Aaron, expecting him to rage. Having 3 siblings with such amazing attributes was something that had never happened in the family history, especially with Lily. They all knew what this meant. Eric might no longer be able to pass the patriarch chair to one of his children, especially after Will's mysterious death. In fact, at the moment, many of the elders began to harbor some thoughts of switching alliances and forcing him to abdicate. To their surprise, other than shooting some wary glare toward Lily, he did nothing. As expected of an old snake, even defeated, he would not reveal his fangs. After also inspecting his older brother, Aaron could not help but look toward his wife smugly, as if telling her, "Look, making Lily go through all that was worth it." Katlia just shot him a glare before sighing. She had to confess, an X-rank fate was really worth it. In a way, Lily would no longer have to fear anything, especially with her Scion designation. From now on, her life would be a smooth sail. Tulip and Yulian both held their silence. The former was wondering about whether her sister would be able to help her fight demons, and the latter was nervous about what kind of monster his family had created. Who the hell would be able to stop this crazy girl now? Not bad, the Supreme Elder, whose smile involuntarily reached his ears, said after clearing his throat, acting like this was all normal. Lily, he called her name with affection. Due to your circumstances, your questioning will be a little tougher than the others. I hope you don't mind. He has decided to not offend her. This girl might as well end up the next patriarch. No, martyrarch. This one understands, Lily said stoically, hiding her excitement. She couldn't confirm earlier, but her fate really turned into an X, something that didn't even happen in her first timeline, where she was one of the most powerful chosen in the entire world. She could tell that it was all part of her master's plan. Sadly, since she died before the final stage could be completed in that timeline, she was not sure of the fine details. Good, let's begin. Can you first explain your classes? Both of them, the Supreme Elder inquired. Definitely. The Shadow Dancer is an assassination-based class, allowing me to use my charm to kill my enemies. I got it during the Von Weiss awakening ceremony. Lily paused as she pressed her hand a little stronger on the table. As for my second class, I got it when I fell into that pond with Yulian in that cave. It allows me to slow down time or speed it up during a battle. She lied directly as she secretly used her skill, freezing the time of the table. There's also a freeze time function, but it is too costly in terms of order points, so I didn't try it yet, she added as she let go of her skill. Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. The table flashed white, indicating that she was telling the truth. Yeah, fooling these things was as simple as that. As long as her last sentence was true, she only needed to pause and then let the table continue on demand. Only those, one elder asked. For that class, yes, one can expect it to have more than 4 skills. Lily paused. I also have a lot of unrelated system skills, but I prefer to keep those a secret. The obsidian table flashed white again. The Supreme Elder nodded. One can't expect an heir to reveal all their cards. He was just asking because an X-rank class was something he only read about in old books. Let's move to reviewing your report. Why did you kidnap Yulian? The Supreme Elder looked at a long list in front of him and asked, deciding to start with Yulian's trouble to clear up some points that were briefly mentioned in Lily's report. As I reported, it was that bastard Victor's orders. He wanted to brainwash Yulian in order to use him to control his sister Alice, she said. I was ordered to take him somewhere far away and torture him until he breaks up, then use a brainwashing talisman on him. She paused. So I took him to that cave, as it was a well-hidden place. Oh, did you know that pond in the cave beforehand? No, I had no idea, but Lily paused. The weather in that place was really hot, and that cave looked appealing at the moment. She told the truth in that sentence. The obsidian table flashed white. I see. The elders looked at each other. They all had the same thought. So it was fate after all. X-ranked fate was really amazing. Even while sealed, IT granted her a lot of luck. Let's continue. After that, did you do anything to your cousin well after you met him? I don't remember meeting him. Lily paused. That dungeon had a lot of people, and I don't know everyone who was there. The obsidian table flashed white. Let's move to another subject. What does the Von Weiss family mean to you at the moment? Another elder asked. Lily frowned. She was about to make a choice. Strengthening her resolve, she decided to diverge from Victor's plan. This was for his own good. If you asked me before, I would have replied that they were my masters whom I was born to serve. Now, they're the bastards I wish to destroy for abusing me and turning me into a ruthless killing machine, she spat angrily, making her parents upstairs shed some tears for her. Oh, what about Victor Von Weiss? Another elder asked. Huh, that pervert. Lily sighed as the table flashed white. To tell the truth, before I was crazily in love with him and even tried many times to make him join me in bed more than once. But thankfully, he never agreed. She lied. On the contrary, he even punished me for even trying to seduce him. This one was true when Victor stopped her before he awakened his bloodline. The original plan with Victor was to tell them that she was Victor's wife in order to make sure that the family would not have high expectations of her. Knowing her uncle, he would have probably forced her to go back to Victor under the pretense of tying the families together while getting rid of her at the same time. Still, after she got her memories from the old timeline, she realized that this was completely wrong and would make her waste a great opportunity that Victor had no idea about. Her position in the family was not something she should sacrifice, not before she could find out what happened to her master. So for now, she chose to keep her relationship with Victor secret. Although she couldn't wait to meet him again, some things needed to be arranged first. Oh, so he never really touched you? Another elder asked with a frown, looking at the patriarch who was planning to use Lily's past against her. He found it absurd how a man could resist this girl. Even he, her third great-uncle, was having difficulty cornering himself facing her. In fact, after this meeting was over, he might not be able to leave the table for 15 minutes or so, or it would be the embarrassment of his life. The others also felt the same. Yes, she lied. He only made moves on me in front of others to agitate them. That perverted bastard only had eyes for little girls and can't get a hard for anyone else. She lied. Look how many he has in his mansion, telling the truth. Little girls? Wasn't he into grannies? Another elder asked as he flipped through a folder about Victor. That is just a misunderstanding that he never cared to correct. Lily told the truth again, with anger on her face. What a piece of shit, one elder said. The others nodded. Catley couldn't help but shed another tear for her daughter's fate, having to live with such a depraved monster. Tulip squeezed her fist, deciding to help her sister take revenge in the future. Only Julian, who watched from above, had a weird expression on his face. How the fuck was his sister lying with a straight face? He had no idea, but she looked super cool manipulating those foggies as if they were primary school kids. But he felt strange. Wasn't the plan to tell her to confess that Victor married her and made him a witness? Wasn't the plan to force them to have a talk with the Von Weiss family? Was his sister affected by the cleansing, or did something else happen? Since this point has become clear, let's move to something else, the Supreme Elder said. Does anyone have any questions? He asked as he watched the elders flip through her report. It was so thick that they didn't have much time going through it all before the meeting. Lily, I have a question for you, an elder suddenly asked. According to what you wrote, you got your bloodline enhanced in the cave with Julian. Yes. Lily frowned a bit as she nodded. That cave was very magical, she added. Then why? And why didn't you end up with the same upgrade as him? The elder asked. Watching him pause, she realized that he must have been getting this question from someone else, probably her uncle. I don't know, she hesitated, her intuition telling her that there was something wrong with the elder's tone, but she couldn't tell what. The cave clearly didn't have the power to push your bloodline like that. Only if you had a prior enhancement. The elder paused as he watched Lily finally begin to lose her cool. Elder Gaiman, please get to the point. The Supreme Elder looked up toward the Patriarch, then turned to the elder and said, Fine. Lily von Krone, why didn't you mention anything about Davi? Davidotothak incident in your report? He asked, pronouncing the name Davidothak with difficulty. He clearly read it from somewhere. Lily frowned. What is a Davidothak? She asked as she managed to hide her chalk. Or she thought she did. It's a rooster that upgrades bloodlines. The one who answered was Eric, her uncle, who kept his silence until the moment. Your bloodline was enhanced due to the one Victor von Weiss summoned to his mansion a few months ago. That never happened. Lily looked up and refuted as she secretly began to draw a ruin on her thigh using her hidden left hand. There are no such monsters in that mansion. That's not according to the info we have. Eric, as if finding something, said, I found it strange that you never mentioned it in your report. Who would have expected that you were playing us for fools? He said with a very dangerous smirk. I don't know how you are fooling the obsidian table, but you were clearly lying. Impossible. I don't remember. Lily paused as her face turned ashen. Where did you get that info? Curious? Eric smirked. Then let me enlighten you. Every summoning that happens in this world has its info and location registered in a world record whose authority is in the hands of the Von Krone Patriarch. I wonder what else you've been hiding from us, Eric yelled. HSSSS. Lily almost gasped out loud. She had no idea. No, wait. Back then, when the incident with the Von Rosen collapse happened, Victor knew about it through a report in the library. That report that the dungeon was not natural couldn't have been compiled without such knowledge that the monster that caused the SSS-ranked dungeon was summoned. How did the family know that? No one was left alive at that place after all. Now she knew the truth. Damn it. Relax, everyone. She might not have been informed about the rooster. Her bloodline might have been from the cave. It doesn't prove anything, the Supreme Elder said with a frown. No. When she was captured, I did a little analysis on a sample of her blood, and it contained an otherworldly element. By measuring its half-time dissipation, we can make sure it originated from the time of that summoning. Eric, who came prepared, said, to tell the truth, he was waiting for Lily to make a mistake. How couldn't he? He was an old fox who knew not to trust anything. It all started that day. Knowing that his agent failed to sabotage Lily's cleansing despite doing everything perfectly, He was 90% sure that she might not have even been cleansed to begin with, and was playing them. He confirmed his guess when he saw her X-ranked destiny and fate. X-ranked skills were always unpredictable, so he was even rightfully suspecting that he might be cheating the table. Still, he had no proof, and every move of his would be seen by the council as trying to get rid of his competitors. The family would never allow internal fighting, so he had to play his cards well, and Lily really did fall into a trap, and that she did. The hall was immediately in turmoil at hearing him, but the Supreme Elder couldn't find a good excuse as he frowned, looking at Lily. She might be innocent, but the Patriarch was right. She seemed suspicious. Even if she wasn't lying on purpose, some kind of restriction might have been cast on her, and the family would not tolerate any hidden danger. Guards, take her to the interrogation dungeon. Eric, who began to scream as Lily activated her ruin and the world wrapped around her. Stop her. She is activating some kind of skill. Impossible. Didn't you activate the Edict Shard? No, it's an X-ranked skill. Stop. You can't. The world froze. Bam. In a flash, Lily returned to the past. 5 minutes ago, to be exact. The guard were no longer running toward her, and her father was no longer holding her mother, stopping her from attacking Eric. The Supreme Elder no longer screams. The hall returned to its precious silence. Lily, who got immediately hit by a wave of fatigue, almost fell to her knees. To make up for that return, she would have to sleep for 50 hours straight ASAP. She would not be able to use any of her time skills until then. From this moment on, she no longer had the power to cheat the table. Why aren't you answering? Was your bloodline truly awakened in that cave? The elder noticed Lily's hesitation to answer and asked again. Maybe she needs a rest, one of the elders said, noticing Lily's pale face. Sometimes the testing method of the table did that to people as it drew their energy. She can do that after answering my question. The elder insisted. I didn't want to include this in the report because I was worried that it might fall in the wrong hands, but I'm not sure how much the cave had an effect on my bloodline, she said, choosing her words carefully. If the council allows it, I will speak, but this info is very sensitive in my opinion, she said. Everyone frowned, including Eric, who was annoyed that she didn't fall for it. You may speak. Everyone here has already been sworn to secrecy. The Supreme Elders frowned a bit, then said, It was a cock. Its name is David Othak. People name their cocks now, someone whispered. You mean a David Othak celestial rooster? The Supreme Elder, who seemed to have realized something and knew better than the others, asked, clearing things up as he gestured to one of his assistants. He had read about this creature before in an old book, but he didn't know many of the details. Yes, that pervert Victor just called it his cock. So the name stuck in my head. Lily spat, telling the truth. Everyone looked at each other as an assistant ran to the Supreme Elder's side with a thick old book that he quickly flipped open to a certain page. Nodding to himself, he pushed it to the others to take a look. Explain about it, the Supreme Elders said after a few minutes. As you can probably see, it is a rooster that can enhance people's bloodline. Victor didn't say where he got the way to summon it, but only revealed it to me and Lynn after the wedding, presenting us with the materials. Lynn, you mean Lynn von Rosen? Yes. Lily nodded. Her class is an ace summoner, and without her, the summoning would have been almost impossible. It almost failed if Victor didn't order me to stand behind Lynn and use my beauty to seduce that stupid rooster. Oh, did he use it to enhance his bloodline? It doesn't upgrade men's blood and can only be used on a bloodline once. The moment Victor approached it, it became all hostile. It enhanced the bloodlines of all the girls who had it, though including my bloodline. Victor gave the Von Weiss bloodline opportunity to his cousin Zoe. That pervert is definitely planning to add her to his someday. The elders looked at each other. Did they smell jealousy? No, impossible. It must have been Lily hating that bastard's guts. Then why didn't you tell us about this in your report? The elder who worked for Eric asked. Their trap failed. I told you, I believe this secret must be told directly to the council. Me, knowing the way to summon that thing, is not something I want to associate my name with on a report, she replied. The elders all nodded. This sounded very logical. Does the Von Weiss family know about the Davitoy hack? The Supreme Elder asked. No, Victor never told them. He had just one feather that could be used to summon it, and he seemed to only want to upgrade his harem. Victor said, a feather. Yes, a firebird feather. It is the main element to summon that thing. Victor got it from an auction. In fact, he seemed to have been searching for that exact thing. I heard it is very rare. Lily told the truth. That feather was super rare. In the other timeline, people searched the entire world for another one, but found only another 2 after 30 full years. Oh, tell us the method then. Make sure it is complete, one of the elders said quickly as his eyes sparkled. Although this cock can only enhance one of every bloodline, his master, the patriarch, had a use for it. Lily sighed. First, you need an altar with female belongings. No men can be in the hall. Scattering the blood of a virgin chicken in the shape of a pentagram, and slowly she began to tell them exactly how the cock was summoned. She just had to keep wary not to expose some things. Interesting, the Supreme Elder said, hearing her. That Victor guy might be a complete scum, but he had some foresight. Let me ask you this then, the elder who kept nagging her said. Does Victor have another way to summon that cock? Lily sighed inwardly. She couldn't lie, but this would not hurt and would only give Victor a headache. That cock seemed to have made some deal with Victor after the latter provided him with a lot of girls. He gave him one of his feathers. I'm not 100%, but it may be used to summon it, she said, deciding to take advantage of this situation to the best she could. I don't know if it would summon that same cock or something else, though, and keeping in mind that it might be that same cock that Victor would have no use for, he might be willing to trade it off if you offer him the right treasure. Hearing her, the elders all looked at each other, each having different thoughts. Wow, that was amazing. Melody chuckled as Roy helped her step down from the roller coaster while shooting Victor some very dangerous glare. Earlier, while Roy was busy supervising his sisters, for some reason, he missed it when Melody climbed onto the roller coaster and sat on Victor's left side. Elise was sitting to his right. As the ride was about to go, he was forced to quickly sit behind them. And throughout the ride, which seemed to have taken forever, Victor kept telling jokes in his little sister's ear, making her giggle like crazy during the ride. She even grabbed his hand when the thing went full speed. Damn it, the way Victor was looking at Melody during the entire ride was super Seuss. As someone who worked as a bouncer in a nightclub once, Roy could tell. Are you okay? Roy asked. Did he tell you anything inappropriate? He whispered to his little sister as he put her to the ground. Brother, he was only telling him some jokes about the roller coaster. Melody frowned. Her brother was overreacting a bit. Is everything okay? Victor, who in turn helped Elise down, asked. No, nothing. It is already getting late. I think we should call it a day. Roy is feeling super annoyed. Brother, your brother is right. It is already getting late. Victor said, looking at the sun that began to set. You girls need to sleep early to keep your beauty, and be early tomorrow morning to come to my mansion. Yeah, right. We need to meet Laura. Roy sighed. Let's go, he said, turning to head to the entrance. Why don't I give you a ride? Victor asked as he watched them leave. No need. We already made arrangements. Roy replied without turning back. See you tomorrow, he said with a tired voice. Victor could only chuckle as he watched them leave. Sorry for getting them involved in your birthday. He turned to Elise and said as he rubbed her head. It's okay. Now let's go home. The girls should already be finished with my surprise birthday party preparations. Elise smiled sweetly, enjoying his touch. Nothing gets past you, does it? Victor said, giving one last glare toward Roy. Is something wrong with that guy and his sisters? Elise asked. She had noticed it. Other than pampering Melody, Victor kept inspecting that guy ever since they met them. Melody is perfectly normal. She doesn't even have a specific fate. But Roy, something is strange about him. It doesn't make sense. Don't worry about it. I will tell you all about it in a few days, he sighed. Now let's go, he added as he grabbed her hand and began heading to the entrance, his eyes focused on Roy's back. Self-set, get to know the world's secrets better. Self-set, get to know my father's family. Can they be trusted? Victor could easily tell that was the Light Lord. The problem was that the Roy he met today was nothing like the cold monster he faced back then. What the hell happened to him? I think this should be okay for now, the Supreme Elder finally said after the elders finished nitpicking a few things on Lily's report. Thankfully, she answered everything perfectly. It was just that her situation seemed a little bad, with her face being very pale. This was expected as the girl didn't get to rest a lot after the cleansing. Now, Lily, do you have any requests for the family? The Supreme Elder asked. Yes, Lily, who was standing with difficulty, said. I want to participate in the coming tournament. What? How did you learn about that? One of the elders quickly flared out. That pervert Victor told me about it. He said there would be an opportunity to grow very strong there. And I don't want to miss it, Lily said, keeping watch of her words. How much do you know? Another elder asked. I know that it is run every 300 years, and that something very important would happen after. Also, that's what Victor knows, she dodged the question. I see. But she can't. But the elders seemed hesitant. We can't let you participate. You can only come as an observer. Is this okay? The Supreme Elder, thinking for a moment, finally said. I don't mind. Lily nodded. It didn't matter. She was sure to enter the Jade Dungeon as long as she was in its proximity. Then it is settled. You can step down, and welcome to the family. Lily quickly descended and left the hall, heading directly toward Yulian. She was dead tired after using her skill, and her state was getting worse. She needed to get that necklace as fast as possible, then go to sleep to connect to Victor ASAP. There were a ton of things that she had to tell him, things that could not wait. Happy birthday, the girls yelled in excitement as soon as Elise and Victor walked into the mansion. At the same time, all kinds of colorful balloons were released in all directions. Margaret, Mira, Monica, and Arya stood in the center with a huge cake in front of them. Hilda and the little maids stood to the sides, blowing party horns while others lit firecrackers. Elise, acting surprised, quickly used the opportunity to hug Victor as if she were in shock, then quickly let go and began to hug her sister one by one as they congratulated her. Victor, who was behind her, also quickly began hugging his wives, who didn't see him after his return. Victor, it's been a while. Why didn't you call us yesterday when you returned? I know Margaret is pregnant and such. You mustn't forget about us. No. Later. Husband. Elise is here. The atmosphere was very warm, if not for a certain maid who stood far behind like a block of ice. Alpha. She could only glare at Victor hatefully as he got comfortable with his wives. Beta and Gamma, who were the only alphabet sisters in the mansion at the moment, also stood back, sighing at their elder sister's behavior. Margaret had told them everything the moment they returned from their mission this morning. If Alpha listened to them and joined Victor's harem willingly, she might have been one of his wives. They knew he was interested in her from the way he always looked at her. She must have known that too. But instead of trying to seduce him, she had to think highly of herself and try to subdue him, ending up far worse than she had been. Victor, who sat to the side after greeting all his wives, just winked at them from AF, then turned and watched as the maid sang happy birthday to Elise as she blew out the candles on the cake and then began to open up the gifts everyone got for her. All of them were girly stuff that he had no interest in. Thankfully, Elise seemed to really like them. All right, I guess it is my turn now, Victor said as a few of the little maids began to move the gifts to Elise's room. He walked to sit opposite his wives and started taking out the things he brought for them. I will start with the birthday girl, he said, taking 2 boxes and handing them to Elise. The small one is something I brought for you as a souvenir. The big one is your birthday gift, he said. Elise smiled sweetly as she grabbed the boxes. Hesitating for a moment, she first opened the small one. The box had a red star-shaped pill in it. A pill? Elise asked with a frown. Yup. What does it do? She asked. Guess Victor smirked. It is something you want. Make me grow older fast and into your bedroom? She asked, making the little girls all look toward the pill with interest. Victor paused for a moment. The girl was really ruined. Sadly, no, he said, turning to look at her as he glared at the grinning Margaret, then at Hilda, who just shrugged. She had a lot of little girls to take care of, so she wasn't really keeping an eye on Elise's education. Then, Elise frowned in disappointment. She was not the only one. It's a Starfall bloodline awakening pill. Your three-eyed golden ermine bloodline has not been awakened yet. This thing can help you with it. Victor explained. This thing is pretty rare, and it has the effects of making you awaken all your bloodline skills, he said. This thing was stolen from that alchemist's ring, and it was super expensive. He already took one, by the way, but it didn't work at all. His Chaos Dragon bloodline was maxed out, and his demonic bloodline didn't respond to it. Elise nodded. Thanks, I guess, she said. She didn't really care about her bloodline, but at least it meant that Victor was keeping her in mind, so it meant something. Putting it in her storage ring to swallow it later, Elise opened the big box. Hopefully, this one would be more interesting. HSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS thing in the box. It was a pair of earrings, shaped like crystal balls, that had a strange flame burning in them. They looked absolutely otherworldly. Victor raised one eyebrow, not inspecting Alpha to guess what those are. Her family must have a pair of those things, too. He got them from the otherworldly auction, so they were not that rare, just super expensive. This is, Elise asked with interest. For some reason, she could feel a strange power in those things. Victor hesitated for a second, then came close and whispered a few words in the girl's ears. Oh, then, the smart girl got it immediately. She blushed as she realized why Alpha gasped. Smack! He smacked her little head. If you dare to use them that way, I will spank your butt off, he warned seriously. I know, she pouted. What are those? Margaret, who watched the exchange, asked. If I tell you, they lose their purpose, Victor smirked. Those earrings had one purpose, to copy someone's looks and then turn into them. They were totally indistinguishable, without any appraisal skill. They were of the same quality as Alex's gender-swapping ring. Boring. Margaret pouted. There's one more thing, Victor said, talking about a small pen case. And opening it. Inside it, there's what seemed like a big golden feather. This is, Elise asked with a frown. It is basically a quill. Bind it with your own blood, and it will be used at will. You can use it to write things from afar, or as a weapon. Explore its functions by yourself, and be careful. It can be very lethal, he wanted to say as Elise began to look at the feather with interest. Victor chuckled, turning to Mira. Now, it's my little Myra's turn, he said, taking a square box. This is, Mira blushed as she looked at it, then slowly opened it. Inside it, there was a necklace made of fiery red stone. It looked very ancient. It is a little magical thing. You will find its description in a paper in the box. Use it carefully. Victor said, this necklace had the ability to release a fire that burned everything around the caster. It was mostly a self-protection gadget, but it looked really fancy. And there's this too, he said, taking out a long box. It is a sword. Try it later when you have time, he said. This was an SSS-ranked weapon, but he was not going to say that now. Thanks. Mira smiled, not caring about the sword as she began stroking the necklace with her fingers. Now, Monica, Victor said, taking out a large box. Careful, it is heavy, he said. Monica caught it, almost fell to the ground. She quickly set it on the table and opened it. Inside it, there was an egg. It's a dragon egg. Sleep hugging it every night, and it will hatch into a mist dragon in about a year. It is not the strongest kind, but it can usually disappear, so you'll be able to take it with you. For your class, this thing should be very helpful. Victor said. Monica had a big problem. Her class and skills were not leveling up because she wasn't really riding a dragon, other than him. Thanks, Monica said, pouting a bit. Take this too. It is just a little hair band that I found, and it reminded me of you, he said, throwing her a small box. It can make you fly, so you wouldn't need the levitating necklace. And it has some charm effect, but you wouldn't need that. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Hey, thanks. Monica smiled sweetly as she took out the hair band and inspected it. It looked really nice, black with golden trimming. Now, it's your turn. Big sis, he turned to Arya. So you really remembered me, she said, trying not to appear excited like the little girls. I have 2 things for you, he said, first taking out a sack and giving it to her. This is a whip made out of an earth dragon skin. I thought this weapon would really suit you, he said as Arya took the whip and gave it a look. Don't underestimate it. This thing can make even a dragon wail in pain, he said. It was the same brand Lyra used. In fact, the little girl was the one who recommended it. What else? She asked with disinterest. Did he really take her as some kind of dominatrix? This, Victor said, taking out a wooden box with a pair of golden bracelets inside. Although simple, they looked really pretty with a strange, magical pattern etched on them. Those are not magical weapons, but they are made from very rare minerals. I thought they would look good on you, he said. Ah, thanks. Arya smiled as she grabbed the box, totally missing Victor's smirk. Those bracelets were, in fact, magical. They had the function of being able to bind the movement of the one wearing them. Just something to make his nights with Arya less dangerous. What about me? Margaret asked with a frown as she noticed her depraved expiration. She seemed to have figured out something. I already gave you that technique book yesterday. You mean that? Margaret frowned. Well, it is not bad, but that's it. Of course not. Victor chuckled, taking out a small square box that he placed in front of Margaret. This is, Margaret asked as she grabbed the box. Don't open it, he warned. It is a set of magical portable bedroom furniture. Whenever you travel, you will be able to take all your room with you, he said. It's a bit heavy, but you can put in your ring. Oh, Margaret nodded. What else? She looked at him. Victor chuckled. Take this too. Only use it for personal protection. Don't even think about using it for something else. It is very dangerous, he said, giving her what seemed like a cylindrical object wrapped in a black cloth. Bind it with your blood later. It is pretty high ranked. Cool. Margaret nodded, picking the side of the cloth to look at the thing inside before quickly covering it back and nodding. It was an extendable spear with thunder attribute. Yeah, it can also vibrate. So Victor had to give it to her with a warning. I will use it carefully. Victor rolled his eyes as he took 2 boxes and threw them to Beta and Gamma, who were feeling a little jealous. Those are for you. Bind them later, and use them carefully. Ah, thanks, young master, the girls quickly smiled. What he gave them were 2 very stylish elven storage rings with huge inner spaces. Victor sighed, then took out 2 boxes. Hilda, the small box is for you. It is a Phoenix Youth pill. It will be very good for someone your age, he said. This thing was cheap, as he had to fight for it in the auction. A person could only take one in their life, and it would slow down aging. Young master, I am in my 30s. Hilda rolled her eyes as she grabbed the box, planning to take that pill later tonight. I know. It is tough being that old, he sighed. The other one contains health-enhancing pills. Give one to each of the little girls. It will help make them grow healthy and become prettier, he said. Those pills were used in the other world and were pretty famous among princesses. Although their effect was not great, it was not bad at all. I understand, Hilda sighed, watching all the little girls look toward her like hungry wolves. Aren't you going to thank the young master? She scolded. Ah, thanks, young.